A destitute warrior who couldn't even afford nutritional supplements acquired a summoning system that enabled skeletal soldiers to self-destruct. He decided to unleash havoc in the trial's secret realm. News broadcasts were shaking the entire city. A royal-level beast had appeared in the 77th different realm, and the Divine Alliance had dispatched a martial emperor to deal with it. The ancient secret realm 50 kilometers from Dongling City had claimed over 40 lives. When the news of the 9th-level martial emperor Zhao Qingquan's blood and vitality, surpassing 1 billion, and his ascension to the position of martial god reached him, Suyi finally confirmed that he was in a high martial world with the resurgence of spiritual energy. A flood of memories came rushing back. The original owner was an orphan in Class 10, Grade 3, at Tianling High School, unable to afford expensive nutritional liquids and energy food. After 3 years of rigorous study, his blood vitality barely reached 32.5. 2 days ago, he had recklessly ventured into the ancient secret realm and inadvertently contracted a chronic poison, succumbing to it this morning. Ding! Invincible summoning system activated. An electronic voice chimed in right on cue. The system showcased 3 major privileges: the ability to summon skeletal soldiers of the same realm indefinitely, with the chance to summon even stronger entities. The skeletal soldiers could gain special attributes, and slaying living beings might yield unexpected rewards. A light screen instantly spread out. Suyi, a 3rd-level warrior with a blood vitality of 32.5, physical control at 29.7, and mastery of the stacking wave palm and misty wind step. The system allowed the summoning of 30 skeletal soldiers, with 2 attribute slots available. Among the options like self-destruct, first blood, self-sacrifice, flight, and teleport, Suyi chose self-destruct and first blood without hesitation. The merged memories helped him understand. Warrior cultivation was divided into 9 major realms, from warrior to martial god, with each realm further divided into 9 levels. Blood vitality and soul marks were categorized into 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. Although spiritualists could fly with swords, it required substantial financial investment. As a spirit sovereign with a purple soul mark on his back flew overhead, Suyi arrived at Tianling High School. After swiping his student badge, he entered the trial's secret realm. He immediately summoned 30 skeletal soldiers wielding bone blades, each surrounded by 3 red halos at their feet, signifying their equal strength to their master. Snorting sounds echoed as 7 iron-spiked porcupines entered his view, ready to become the first stepping stones on his path to invincibility. Iron-spiked porcupine, beast of the adept level. Level 3. Suyi put on the smart glasses provided by the school and quickly scanned ahead. The data of 7 iron-spiked porcupines immediately appeared in his view. Without hesitation, he summoned 30 skeleton soldiers and issued the attack command. Seeing this skeletal army charging at them, the 7 porcupines, not known for their intelligence, became agitated. Their robust limbs suddenly powered up, launching them like cannonballs towards the skeleton soldiers. 7 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, Suyi decisively ordered, "Explode." Boom. A brilliant mushroom cloud rose into the sky in the distance. The system prompt immediately sounded. Successfully killed the creatures. Vitality increased by 0.3. Physical control increased by 0.4. Mental strength increased by 0.2. Soul control increased by 0.2. Successfully killed the creatures. Obtained 3 grade 1 blood burst pills. Suyi was stunned. This system was incredible. Not only could it simultaneously enhance vitality, physical control, mental strength, and soul control, but it could also drop items. This was practically a shortcut to mastering both spiritual and martial skills. He quickly checked the updated character attributes. Name: Suyi. Talent: summoning current limit: 30 units, skeleton soldier self-destruct, 1-hit kill. Vitality: 32.8. Realm: level 3 warrior. Physical control: beginner 30.1. Martial skills: layered wave palm, wind hiding step. Mental strength: 7.3. Realm: none. Soul control: beginner 0.8. Items: 3 grade 1 blood burst pills. Although the improvement wasn't huge, considering he had only defeated a few beasts, Suyi couldn't contain his joy. Suddenly, a hiss came from the right side of a tree. He turned to look and saw a Tumterlong ringed snake in his view. Ringed snake. Beast of the adept level. Level 3. With a smirk, Suyi immediately summoned 30 skeleton soldiers to surround it. Before the ringed snake could react, it was obliterated into a wisp in the mushroom cloud following the command explode. Unfortunately, there were no rewards this time, indicating that the drop rate wasn't very high. 10 minutes later, Suyi discovered an even bigger target: 367 fire-headed rabbits. All were level 3 adept beasts. He quickly summoned a new batch of 30 skeleton soldiers, instructing them to infiltrate the rabbit herd. With each explode command, mushroom clouds bloomed one after another among the rabbits, creating a spectacular scene. The system prompts continued to ring. Successfully killed the creatures. Obtained 3 bottles of grade 1 soul-nourishing elixir. Successfully killed the creatures. Rewarded with 100,000 God Alliance coins. Successfully killed the creatures. Mental strength increased by 0.3. Soul control increased by 3. Oh my gosh. This time it's like we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Suyi was staring at the terrifying scene before him. 321 fire-headed rabbits with blood-red eyes, spewing scorching fireballs, surged towards him like a blazing torrent. Without a second thought, he turned on his heels and ran, while with a flick of his finger, he summoned squads of skeleton soldiers to face the rabbit horde behind him. Keep bombing them. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed one after another, and the number of fire-headed rabbits dwindled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The system's notifications sounded in Su Ye's mind repeatedly. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Mental power increased by 0.3. Health increased by 0.5. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Triggered a lucky critical hit. Mental power increased by 5. Soul control increased by 4. Health increased by 6. Physical control increased by 5. A few minutes later, when the last fire-headed rabbit fell, Suyi panted and cursed, "Damn rabbits. Once I level up, I'll bring 100 billion skeleton soldiers to blow up your nest in the other realm." He quickly checked his character attribute panel. Name, Suyi. Talent, summoning currently limited to 40 types of troops. Skeleton soldier self-destruct, forced 1 blood. Health, 45.6 level, 4th level warrior. Physical control, beginner 41.7. Martial skills, stacked wave palm, wind illusion step. Mental power, 18.8 level, 1st level spirit master. Soul control, beginner 11.3. Items, tier 1 blood burst pill 13. Tier 1 soul nourishing liquid 7. 800,000 divine alliance coins. 5 pieces of pure gold stone. I actually broke through to a 4th level warrior, and my mental power is about to break through to a 2nd level spirit master. Suyi grinned from ear to ear. I can't stop now. The trial realm only lasts 10 hours. He immediately summoned 40 skeleton soldiers and started pushing in a certain direction. Along the way, he encountered various 3rd level beasts, 13 gale wolves, 25 blackback bears. As the number of kills increased, he noticed the reward probability for killing lower-level beasts was decreasing. Meanwhile, outside the trial realm, supervising teacher Zhu Yushan noticed an anomaly. What's going on with trial space number 18? There are only 700 or so out of 3,000 3rd-level beasts left. Even the number of 4th-level beasts is decreasing. After checking the registration records, Zhu Yushan was shocked. Suyi, grade 3, class 10, 3rd-level warrior, killed over 2,200 same-level beasts in 2 hours? That's impossible. I must report to the principal immediately. Zhu Yushan's body erupted with green blood energy, and 8 green halos appeared at his feet as he transformed into a stream of light rushing towards the teaching building. The onlookers gasped, an 8th-level martial king. The new teacher Zhu is actually an 8th-level martial king. Principal's office. Lao Wei, have the slots for this year's provincial talent training camp been announced? Song Tiana asked, looking at his old friend beside him. Yes, they have. Our Tianling City Lingwu Association only received 5 slots. At this point, Wei Tianyun paused before directly asking, Old Song, who are the seed students from Tianling No. 1 High School this year? Zhao Long, Vitality 90.7, Level 9 Warrior, Body Control, Beginner Phase, Activation Level 81.3. Lu Kai, Vitality 92.5, Level 9 Warrior, Body Control, Beginner Phase, Activation Level 80.7. Zhou Yifan, Spiritual Power 82.1. Level 8 Spirit Master, Soul Control, Beginner Phase, Activation Level 72.3. After hearing about these 3, Wei Tianyun shook his head in disappointment and said, if only Zhou Yifan were a Level 9 Spirit Master. As for Zhao Long and Lu Kai, unless they reach the peak of Level 9 warriors, even if they attend the talent camp, they would just be making up the numbers. Never mind, I'll check with the other 4 major schools. Bang! At that moment, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Zhu Yushan entered with a look of urgency. Principal, the trial's secret realm has. Before Zhu Yushan could finish, Song Tiana interrupted. Xiao Zhu, don't panic when something happens. Go out, knock on the door, and come back in. What? Almost all the level 3 and 4 beasts in trial space 18 have been killed, and you want me to knock again? Zhu Yushan opened his mouth, but said nothing more, exiting the principal's office. Is he Zhu Chen's son? Wei Tianyun asked with a smile as he watched Zhu Yushan leave. Yes, he's only been here a month. A bit reckless, Song Tianhe replied with a laugh. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Song Tianhe said, and Zhu Yushan re-entered the room. Tell me, what's going on with the trial's secret realm? Song Tianhe asked curiously. Su Yi, grade 12, class 10, Level 3 warrior. Entered trial space 2 hours ago. So far, 2,362 level 3 beasts have been killed, and now level 4 beasts are also starting to die. Zhu Yushan said, opening his tablet with wide eyes and a trembling voice. Currently, 872 level 4 beasts have been killed. Stunned, both Song Tianhe and Wei Tianyun were left speechless by the news. It seemed too outrageous to believe. Xiao Zhu, are you sure you're not joking? Song Tianhe asked seriously after recovering from the shock. Principal, I'm not joking. Before Zhu Yushan could finish, he noticed the number of level 4 beasts on his screen had changed again. With a look of horror, he exclaimed, Principal, you should check this out immediately. Just now, the number of level 4 beasts suddenly decreased by 638. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Yushan felt a breeze on either side of him, and then he realized he was the only one left in the principal's office. Inside Trial Space 18, Su Yi thought he would only trigger a lucky strike when receiving rewards. To his surprise, he also triggered a lucky strike while summoning skeleton soldiers. Looking at the massive mushroom cloud formed by the self-destruction of 500 skeleton soldiers in the distance, Su Yi's face was filled with nothing but excitement. His health points had already surpassed 50, making it less meaningful to continue hunting level 4 exotic beasts. Push forward. Head towards the level 5 exotic beast area. Su Yi shouted excitedly, then commanded the freshly summoned 50 skeleton soldiers to advance into the area ahead. 7 hours later, Su Yi paused to check his status panel. Name Su Yi. Talent summoning current limit, 90. Unit type skeleton soldier self-destruct, force 1 blood. Health 99.9. Realm level 9 ultimate martial artist. Physical mastery beginner 0.2. Martial skills stacking wave palm, wind maze step. Mental power 99.9. Realm level 9 ultimate spiritualist. Soul mastery novice 77.8. Items grade 1 blood burst pill 35. Grade 1 nutrient solution 31. Grade 1 soul nourishing liquid 42. Alliance coins 5.8 million. Pure gold stone 23 pieces. Heavenly marrow liquid 15 drops. Dumbfounded, Su Ye's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. Over the past 7 hours, he had been immersed in the joy of boom boom boom, without paying any attention to the rewards. In less than 10 hours, I've broken through from a level 3 martial artist to a level 9 ultimate spiritual martial artist. Su Yi grinned. This is just leaving no chance for others. After snapping back to reality, Su Yi frowned as he noticed a problem. System. Why can't my health and mental power increase anymore? Ding. Bottleneck task issued. Please kill 100,000 level 9 or higher exotic beasts to break the bottleneck and receive a mysterious gift. No time limit. The system's voice echoed in his mind. It's true that martial artists and spiritualists have bottlenecks, and breaking through these bottlenecks doesn't seem easy. Su Yi thought to himself, and all I need to do is kill 100,000 level 9 or higher exotic beasts. That's too simple. In the trial secret realm, every trial space contains level 9 exotic beasts. By sending all the level 9 exotic beasts from several trial spaces off to meet their end, he could complete the bottleneck task. With this thought, Su Yi lay down to rest, as he was indeed a bit tired after shouting boom for 9 straight hours. Meanwhile, outside the trial secret realm, from level 3 to level 9 exotic beasts, the loss is over 2,000 beasts each. That's all money. Song Tianhe looked at the data displayed on his tablet, feeling like his heart was bleeding. It's worth knowing that all the exotic beasts in the 100 trial spaces of the trial secret realm had just been replenished yesterday. Old Song. This Su Yi must have been hiding his strength. Wei Tianyun's voice came from the side. But even if he was hiding his strength, he couldn't possibly have killed so many exotic beasts in such a short time. Talent. Immediately, both Wei Tianyun and Song Tianhe said in unison, as if they had thought of something. At that moment, Zhu Yushan, who had been away for a while, came running from a distance, breathlessly reporting. Principal, I found out about Su Yi. Last month's test showed his health at 32.5, physical mastery at the beginner stage, activation level at 29.7, level 3 martial artist. No talent. Only 2 martial skills practiced, stacking wave palm and wind maze step. For 3 years, he's been at the bottom of his grade. Bottom of his grade for 3 years? Does he have to be so sneaky? Upon hearing Zhu Yushan's report, both Song Tianhe and Wei Tianyun simultaneously thought to themselves, 3 years of lying low. He's a master at it. Old Song. I want this Su Yi. Have him report to the Lingwu Association tomorrow. As for the remaining 4 spots, I'll check out the other 4 major schools first before making a decision. Wei Tianyun's words were decisive, with an undeniable authority in his tone. With that, he strode out of the school. Reporting tomorrow? Is it time to start the devilish training? Song Tianhe's mind raced as he recalled Wei Tianyun's previous mention of a plan, suddenly understanding something. He then turned to Zhu Yushan beside him, his tone slightly urgent. Xiao Zhu, I have to leave. Once Su Yi comes out, pass on President Wei's message to him. Principal. Got it. Zhu Yushan nodded in response. An hour later, Suyi was transported out of the trial realm, his breath slightly unsteady. He headed straight forward, handing over his student badge with a determined look. Teacher, I want to re-enter the trial realm. 10 hours. You killed more than 14,000 exotic beasts. Zhu Yushan's face twitched involuntarily as he looked at the badge Suyi handed over. What kind of monster was this guy? And instead of resting, you want to go back in? Zhu Yushan frowned, his expression complex. President Wei of the Lingwu Association wants to see me? Suyi was momentarily stunned, not fully processing it yet, but soon nodded. Teacher, I understand. Zhu Yushan smiled. All right, then head back and get a good night's rest. Go to the Lingwu Association directly in the morning. With that, he returned the student badge to Suyi. Teacher, I'm not leaving. Suyi shook his head, his gaze firm. I'm planning to pull an all-nighter and head straight to the Lingwu Association in the morning. Zhu Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Pull an all-nighter? Is that something a human being would say? Seeing Su Ye's serious demeanor, Zhu Yushan sighed helplessly and picked up the student badge, swiping it on a special device. Su Yi, Level 3 Warrior, Class 10 of Level 3, you can enter the advanced trial realm once more today. His eyes flickered as he quickly confirmed the information. All right, go in. In the 19th trial space, within the area of 9th level exotic beasts, Su Yi stood on a desolate ground as a cold wind swept by. Several enormous 9th level exotic beasts roamed in the distance, exuding a terrifying aura. Suyi squinted his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind, and then summoned 90 skeleton soldiers, beginning his sweep. An hour later, all the exotic beasts were slain one by one. Suyi calmly exited the trial space. Although there was no reward for the task, that didn't matter. Knew a mysterious gift awaited him upon completion. Huh? How did you come out so quickly? Zhu Yushan looked at Suyi emerging from the trial space with some surprise, his eyebrows slightly raised. You've already killed 3,000 9th level exotic beasts. Yes, teacher, I want to re-enter the trial realm. Suyi handed over his badge without hesitation, his tone still indifferent. Zhu Yushan looked down at the badge in his hand, momentarily speechless. This student was truly a monster. All right, he finally spoke, though there was now a hint of concern in his eyes. But I must remind you, the challenges in the trial realm are not just about a test of strength. Psychological endurance is also a significant challenge. This week, you only have one free entry left into the trial realm. If you want to continue entering, it will cost you 500 student points each time. Zhu Yushan reminded him. As Suyi received his student badge, a thought flashed through his mind, as if he had realized something. Consuming student points? Hearing Zhu Yushan's reminder, Suyi quickly took out his phone, logged into the campus network, and focused on the point rules for the trial realm. The points earned from killing beasts in the trial realm are updated in real time. Got it. Looking at these student points, 19,462, displayed on his phone screen. Suyi smiled slightly and turned towards the entrance of the realm. Early the next morning, after being teleported out of the trial realm for the 15th time, Suyi walked towards the school gate without hesitation. One night, 15 trial spaces, 45,000 level 9 beasts. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking, if the principal knew about this, he'd probably go crazy. Zhu Yushan watched Suyi leave, breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly ran towards the teaching building where the principal's office was located. Elsewhere, at the Lingwu Association. Hello, my name is Suyi. President Wei asked me to come and see him. As soon as Suyi reached the reception desk, he straightforwardly stated his purpose. Please follow me. The receptionist, a young woman, nodded with a smile, turned, and led him to the elevator, pressing the button for the second floor. The president is waiting for you on the second floor. As the elevator doors closed, Suyi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, what could President Wei want with me? Ding! The elevator stopped on the second floor, and Suyi stepped out. So many people. He was surprised to see a dozen or so people standing on the second floor. Everyone's here. The assessment begins now. Wei Tianyun stood in the center of the crowd, his voice booming. The top 5 will represent Tianling City in this year's provincial talent training camp. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly causing a stir among everyone present. Talent training camp? Interesting. Just as I break through to warrior level, I was worried about finding a place to hunt beasts. A smile played on Su Ye's lips, and he immediately made up his mind. He had to secure a spot. Assessment realm. In 20 assessment spaces, each containing 30,000 level 9 beasts. Evade, kill, escape, do whatever it takes to find the exit. The first 5 to emerge will receive tickets to the talent training camp. Wei Tianyun spoke again, his voice powerful and resonant. What? 30,000 level 9 beasts. This assessment is insane. Yeah, with such a hell-level difficulty, it's hard to even pass, let alone make it to the top 5. Everyone's expressions turned serious. However, Suyi remained calm and slightly disappointed. 30,000? That's way too few. It's nowhere near enough for him to complete his task of 55,000 level 9 beasts. Moments later, Wei Tianyun led the group to a room on the second floor. On the right side of the room, 20 specially designed wristbands were neatly arranged, each equipped with an emergency teleportation feature if any danger arose during the assessment. Pressing the button on the wristband would immediately transport the wearer out of the secret realm. The 20 candidates quickly put on the wristbands and entered the secret realm one by one. In the 8th assessment space, Su Yi looked determined. I will slay the beasts and secure my spot. He was well aware that all participants were top-tier students from various prestigious universities, and he needed to speed up. Su Yi then began to perform his summoning technique. Whoa! He exclaimed in surprise as his original 90 skeleton soldiers suddenly multiplied to 900. The sight of the massive skeleton army made him laugh out loud. To his delight, the army even included 8 skeleton soldiers at the first-level warrior stage. Su Yi quickly devised a strategy, dividing the 8 warrior-level skeletons into 4 groups to advance in the east, south, west, and north directions, tasked with luring the beasts to the center. Great. Now I just need to focus on the bombardment, he thought as he watched the skeletons swiftly disperse. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Wei Tianyun received a call from Song Tianhe. Old Wei. Song Tianhe's voice was filled with disbelief. That kid Su Yi slaughtered 45,000 level 9 beasts in just one night. Is he even human? Your association's budget might not cover buying all those beasts. Wei Tianyun was in shock. 45,000 in one night? Old Song, you must be joking. I swear on our brotherhood, I'm not lying. Song Tianhe replied before hanging up, saying he needed to quickly restock. Wei Tianyun hurriedly checked the surveillance for the 8th assessment space, and his face turned pale off the original 30,000 level 9 beasts. Only 21,000 were left after just 20 minutes. Those beasts had all been bought with real money. 2 hours later, Su Yi exited the realm and immediately asked, President Wei, what rank am I? First. Wei Tianyun replied with a hint of resignation. First? I was so slow, and I'm still first. Su Yi was momentarily stunned, then suggested, President Wei, since the others aren't out yet, how about I go back in? I feel like I didn't do my best earlier. Wei Tianyun was on the verge of despair. Go back in? Are you trying to bankrupt me? Upon hearing Su Ye's outrageous request, Wei Tianyun didn't hesitate for a moment and coldly refused. Ugh, just 25,000 ninth level beasts short. Why can't I retake the test? Su Yi muttered, sitting dejectedly in a chair, seemingly devoid of hope. 10 minutes later, a young man in casual clothes emerged from a room, looking dissatisfied and in a foul mood. He noticed Su Yi, who sat in the corner with a crestfallen expression, and after a brief pause, walked over to him. Hey, don't be upset. Failing in a hell-level test like this isn't disgraceful, Lu Qing said, patting Su Yi on the shoulder with a forced smile. However, Wei Tianyun's voice suddenly interjected. Lu Qing, there's no need to comfort him. He's already passed the test, and he's ranked first. Lu Qing was stunned, his eyes immediately fixing on Su Yi. Wait a minute. Weren't you the first to get eliminated? Why are you still sitting here looking so down? He couldn't comprehend Su Ye's emotions. I didn't perform well, Su Yi said helplessly, lifting his head slightly. So, I wanted to retake the test, but President Wei won't allow it. Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. We barely passed the test with all our effort, and you passed it in 2 hours, yet you say you didn't perform well, and want to retake it? What are you trying to do? Go crazy. Lu Qing's voice was almost hysterical, completely losing his composure. 20 minutes later, another young man carrying a black long sword emerged from the room, looking slightly disappointed. He glanced at Su Yi and Lu Qing, who sat in the right corner with downcast expressions, and shook his head slightly. First place again. The swordsman remarked indifferently, evidently accustomed to such outcomes. It seems only the genius training camp can offer opponents that excite me. He casually took a seat and began organizing his gear. As time went by, more and more people exited the room. Those who failed the test gravitated to the right side, while those who passed sat near the swordsman. 5 hours later, the test concluded. Wei Tianyun stood up, his expression serious, and announced, Now, the rankings. First place, Su Yi. Second place, Lung Jian. Third place, Qian Hao. Fourth place, Zhu Xiyu. Fifth place, Lin Meng. Upon hearing he ranked second, a gleam of excitement flashed in Lung Jian's eyes. Second place. Haha, finally a worthy opponent to challenge. At that moment, a red-haired young man suddenly stood up, looking displeased. President Wei, I object. Only 8 people passed the test, and I was the 5th to finish. Why am I not in the top 5? As everyone turned their attention to him, Wei Tianyun coldly replied, You were not the 5th, but the 6th to complete the test. The entire hall fell silent at his words, and the air seemed to freeze. Who are you? The red-haired young man coldly eyed Su Yi, who had just stood up, his voice carrying an unmistakable threat. Su Yi. As soon as the name was uttered, all eyes instantly locked onto him. No one had expected that the person ranked first would be quietly sitting in the corner on the right. Zhang Chong, I'm giving you an opportunity. Wei Tianyun's voice suddenly rang out from the side. A chance to challenge Su Yi. If you win, his spot will be yours. What do you say? Hearing Wei Tianyun's proposal, Su Yi frowned slightly and firmly refused. President Wei, I'm clearly the top rank. Why should I accept his challenge? I disagree. Wei Tianyun's tone turned even more provocative. What are you afraid of if you're so exceptional? Besides, I'm only doing this to gauge your strength. Su Yi smiled calmly, shook his head slightly, and responded firmly. I'm not opposed to accepting his challenge. However, I have one condition, a re-evaluation. Wei Tianyun's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Su Yi to make such a demand. Still thinking about my evaluation secret realm? You're a devil. He shook his head with a smile, but couldn't help but sigh. All right, as long as you accept the challenge, I'll let you enter the evaluation secret realm again afterward. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a surge of crimson energy burst from Su Ye's body, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze from its power. Simultaneously, 9 crimson halos appeared beneath his feet, glowing as if burning with flames. So fast. Such incredible speed. The crowd watched in awe as Su Ye's speed exploded, leaving them visibly astounded. Especially Lung Jian, Qian Hao, and Lin Mang, who looked on, their eyes nearly popping out. What are you doing? Zhang Chong, frightened, widened his eyes, instinctively stepping back as if trying to evade the sudden charge. But in the next second, Su Yi, like a tiger descending the mountain, moved with such speed that it was nearly impossible to react, charging straight at him. Zhang Chong quickly gathered his strength, a crimson energy bursting from within him as he swung his fist towards Su Yi with a whoosh. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Chong's right fist was firmly caught by Su Ye's left hand, unable to move. Not strong enough, Su Yi said calmly, instantly grabbing Zhang Chong's face with his right hand and lifting him up forcefully. Boom! He then mercilessly slammed Zhang Chong to the ground, the heavy impact sound causing everyone present to break out in cold sweat. Although my mastery of the physical body has just reached the beginner stage, my strength is still several times greater than his. The gap is too wide. Su Yi calculated quietly, showing no sign of pride on his face. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Chong, he gained a deeper understanding of his current strength. Damn, Zhang Chong is a level 9 martial artist at the extreme, with physical mastery at the beginner stage, reaching a 90.7 activation level, yet he was taken down in an instant? Just how strong is Su Yi? The crowd murmured, their eyes filled with shock and awe. No martial skills, just pure strength, a straightforward and brutal takedown. Qian Hao exclaimed, this is a monster. The evaluation is over, the rest of you may leave. The remaining 5, follow me. Wei Tianyun's words cut through the discussions, as he turned and walked towards the distant corridor. A few minutes later, 3rd floor, testing room. In 8 days, you will head to the secret location of the provincial-level genius training camp. Prepare yourselves before then. With Wei Tianyun's arrangements, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once again. I need to know your true capabilities before we embark on a grueling 7-day intensive training. Wei Tianyun declared, pointing to a uniquely designed testing apparatus in front of them. I'll go first. Qian Hao eagerly stepped forward, casually tossing aside his snacks as he laid down into the testing machine. A minute later, the machine emitted a crisp beep, and the screen displayed the results. Vitality, 99.9, level 9 ultimate martial artist. Physical mastery, beginner stage. Activation level, 95.3. Chairman Wei, my martial skills are more defense-oriented. Qian Hao explained as he climbed out of the machine, highlighting his specialty. Next, the brawny Lin Mang strode forward and settled into the testing apparatus. Shortly, the screen showed. Vitality, 99.9, level 9 ultimate martial artist. Physical mastery, beginner stage. Activation level, 94.7. I'm focused on offensive martial skills, Lin Mang succinctly stated. Following them, Lung Jian and Zhu Xiu completed their tests. Both were shown as level 9 ultimate spiritualists, with soul mastery at the beginner stage and activation levels of 98.6 and 91.7, respectively. Su Yi, it's your turn, Wei Tianyun said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Yi nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he laid into the machine. When the test results appeared on the screen, the room fell into a stunned silence. Vitality, 99.9, level 9 ultimate martial artist. Physical mastery, initial insight stage. Activation level, 0.2. Mental strength, 99.9, level 9 ultimate spiritualist. Soul mastery, beginner stage. Activation level, 77.8. A collective gasp echoed through the room. A dual practitioner in both martial and spiritual arts at the level of a level 9 ultimate, with physical mastery reaching the initial insight stage, was beyond extraordinary. We've struck gold. Truly struck gold. Wei Tianyun was overwhelmed with excitement. I thought he was just exceptionally talented, but even without considering his talent, he's an absolute phenomenon. Lin Mang turned to Lung Jian, teasing, weren't you always looking for an opponent that excites you? Your chance has come. I'm looking for an opponent who excites me, not a monster who terrifies me. Lung Jian retorted, turning away. Only a fool would challenge him. At that moment, a question from Wei Tianyun left everyone thunderstruck. Su Yi, what is your talent? If you don't mind sharing? Lung Jian, Zhu Xiyu, and the others were filled with disbelief this formidable individual had a talent on top of it all. At that moment, they truly realized the vast chasm between themselves and a genuine prodigy. President Wei, my talent is summoning, Su Yi announced confidently, standing in the center of the hall. He didn't hide his ability, but held back slightly, summoning only 4 skeleton soldiers. These towering skeletons exuded a chilling aura and stood in formation before him. How about a little spar with my skeleton soldiers? Su Yi suggested with a slight smile, glancing at the 4 people opposite him. Lung Jian was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. I can't beat you, but handling your skeleton soldiers is no problem. Go. At Su Ye's command, the 4 skeleton soldiers leaped into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the 4 individuals. Unnoticed, Wei Tianyun approached Su Yi, asking with interest, Su Yi, are you testing their combat skills? No. I just want to see the combat capabilities of my skeleton soldiers, Su Yi replied, causing Wei Tianyun to furrow his brow, thinking to himself, his own skeleton soldiers, yet he's unsure of their battle prowess? On the battlefield, Lin Mang's expression was grim. Every clash with the skeleton soldiers left him astonished. How is this possible? They're at the 9th level fighter limit, yet their power is 10 times mine. He realized these skeleton soldiers could deliver a lethal strike at any moment. The other 3 were in equally dire straits. Qian Hao winced with each blow, while Lung Jian and Zhu Xiyu found their flying swords and needles ineffective against the skeleton soldiers' swift defenses. Observing the battle, Su Yi mused, it seems these skeleton soldiers perfectly replicate my strength and level. Wei Tianyun watched, deeply shaken. Such terrifying skeleton soldiers, with an unknown summoning limit. Is this really a talent a human can possess? A few minutes later, seeing the 4 reach their limits, Su Yi waved to recall the skeleton soldiers, abandoning his initial thought of having them self-destruct to intimidate. The 4 collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Wei Tianyun instructed, the 4th floor is the living quarters. Go rest. Tomorrow morning, gather on the 5th floor for the official intense training. With that, he left with Su Yi. After they left, Lin Mang suddenly burst into laughter, drawing Lung Jian's irritation. Lin Mang, we've been beaten down, and you're laughing? Lin Mang, however, was excited. For the past 5 years, our Tianling city has been bullied by the other 4 cities in the provincial talent training camp. But this year is different. With Brother Yi, anyone who dares bully us will be beaten until they call him their father. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyun was explaining Tianling City's predicament to Su Yi in detail. Su Yi, that's the situation. Whether Tianling City regains recognition from the province depends entirely on you. President Wei, what do you want me to do? Looking directly at Wei Tianyun, Su Yi got straight to the point with his question. Crush all the geniuses. Become the big boss of this year's provincial genius training camp. Wei Tianyun declared with determination, expressing a goal he wouldn't have dared to dream of before, clearly impressed by the formidable strength Su Yi had shown. President Wei, that goal is quite ambitious. I might. Su Yi began, but Wei Tianyun cut him off with a wave of his hand. Just tell me what you need, and if it's within my power, I'll do my best to provide it. How about a forbidden martial skill inheritance stone to start with? Su Yi grinned, tossing out his first request casually. Wei Tianyun's face darkened immediately. A forbidden martial skill inheritance stone, something even a martial god might not have, and you want me to get you one? Are you crazy, or am I? He took a deep breath and continued. Su Yi, let's not talk about low-tier martial skill inheritance stones. Our association currently has 15 mid-tier and 5 high-tier martial skill inheritance stones. If you need them, I can authorize you to learn 2 mid-tier skills and 1 high-tier skill. That's the extent of my authority. Deal. Su Yi agreed. Through his merged memories, he was well aware of the martial skill system in this world, all derived from ancient secret realm inheritance stones, categorized into low, mid, high, extreme, and forbidden levels. The skills he'd practiced before, like the stacked wave palm and the whirlwind steps, were basic low-tier skills. President Wei, Su Yi continued with his second request. I'm also a level 9 peak spiritualist. So, I need 100 cards that are palm-sized, sharp, and sturdy, at a high-tier spiritual weapon level. 100 high-tier spiritual weapon level cards. Wei Tianyun gasped. Do you know how much that would cost? I can only provide 50 cards at a mid-tier spiritual weapon level. That's my limit. Alright, Su Yi accepted without hesitation, then presented his final condition. I want to fight beasts to hone my combat skills. Forget about level 9 beast class beasts since you've already agreed to let me re-enter the assessment realm. As for level 1 masterclass beasts, how about a few thousand of them? Suyi, are you a bandit? Wei Tianyun finally couldn't contain his exasperation and shouted. A few minutes later, Suyi left the president's office in a good mood. Although his request for beasts wasn't fully met, gaining 2 mid-tier martial skill inheritances, 1 high-tier martial skill inheritance, and 50 mid-tier spiritual weapon level cards was quite satisfying. As he headed towards the elevator, he mused that Tianling City was indeed too small to slay numerous masterclass beasts. He would need to go to the genius training camp. Inside the president's office, Wei Tianyun immediately sought out Song Tianhe. Old Song. This Su Yi is practically a bandit. I don't care. He came out of your place, so you're covering half the costs this time. After all, if Su Yi could make a name for himself in the genius training camp, Tianling High School would benefit as well. In room 4 on the first floor, Su Yi lay on the comfortable bed, lost in deep thought. He was pondering a crucial question. Martial arts training is divided into 5 stages: insight, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. However, although he had achieved proficiency in the 2 low-level martial arts he was practicing, there was no indication of this on his character's attribute panel. This made him curious whether the situation would differ with mid-level or high-level martial arts. This curiosity was the fundamental reason he sought higher-level martial arts inheritance from Wei Tianyun. Suddenly, a clear knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Opening the door, he saw Lin Mang standing outside, looking somewhat anxious. Brother Yi, can I borrow a skeleton soldier? This request conjured up a few unsettling images in Su Ye's mind. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Mang cautiously asked again. Sure. Su Yi summoned a skeleton soldier but couldn't help but advise. Just be careful and don't hurt yourself. I will be careful, Brother Yi. Lin Mang replied excitedly as he left with the skeleton soldier. Half an hour later, there was another knock on the door. This time, it was a middle-aged man who handed him a wooden box, saying it was from the president. Closing the door, Su Yi opened the wooden box, a smile spreading across his face. President Wei is quite prompt. Inside, 3 martial arts inheritance stones were neatly placed. He first picked up a mid-level martial arts inheritance stone and placed it against his forehead. 10 minutes later, the mid-level movement technique, 7-star Phantom Step, was successfully imprinted in his mind. However, upon checking the attribute panel, Su Yi found the mid-level martial arts still displayed no additional information. Let's try the high-level martial arts then. He took out the high-level martial arts inheritance stone. After a full half hour, the high-level boxing technique, Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist, was finally inherited. As expected of a high-level martial art, just the inheritance took half an hour. Opening his eyes, Su Yi immediately checked the attribute panel. Name Su Yi. Talent summoning current limit of 90 types. Skeleton soldier self-destruct, forced 1 life. Vitality 99.9. Realm level 9 ultimate warrior. Physical mastery initial insight 0.2. Martial arts overlapping waves palm. Wind mace step, 7-star phantom step, red flame thunder tiger fist insight 0.5. Mental power 99.9. Realm level 9 ultimate spirit master. Soul mastery beginners level 77.8. Items grade 1 blood burst pill 35. Grade 1 nutrient solution 31. Grade 1 soul nourishment solution 42. Alliance coins 5.8 million. Pure gold stone 23. Heavenly marrow liquid 15 drops. So that's it. Only high-level martial arts catch the system's attention. Su Yi chuckled lightly. This system certainly has high standards. He immediately got up and left the room, heading straight for the elevator. Next, he was going to the first assessment space to verify a theory, whether killing creatures could reward martial arts proficiency. Lung Jian had once entered this assessment space, and Su Yi didn't know exactly how many level 9 beasts he had defeated. With this in mind, Su Yi unhesitatingly summoned 89 skeleton soldiers, ready to embark on his explosive journey. Meanwhile, in the guild leader's office, the atmosphere was tense. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached Wei Tianyun, reporting the latest developments regarding Su Yi. President, Su Yi has entered the assessment secret realm. Wei Tianyun frowned deeply and immediately issued an order. Keep a close watch on him, and make sure he doesn't enter any spaces other than the first, second, and third assessment spaces. As he spoke, a thought seemed to dawn on him, and his expression grew even more grave. The 3 assessment spaces, 90,000 level 9 beasts, they're about to be gone. His emotions became increasingly unsettled, almost on the verge of tears. Inside the first assessment space, the battle intensified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 100,000 level 9 beasts, bottleneck removed, and a mysterious gift package obtained. As the number of slain level 9 beasts surpassed 25,000, the system's prompts echoed in Su Ye's mind, delivering waves of exhilarating news. Ding! Successful kill, reward of 100,000 Divine Alliance coins. Ding! Successful kill, Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist proficiency increased by 0.3. The system rewards grew richer. and Su Yi felt the power of the red flame Thunder Tiger Fist continuously enhancing, bringing a hint of joy to his heart. It seemed that defeating enemies would indeed yield more rewards. System. Open the mysterious package. He gave a clear command, eagerly awaiting the system's response. Ding. Mysterious package opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 martial, god-level skeleton summoning cards. Martial god-level skeleton summoning cards. A strong idea surged in Su Ye's mind. Summoning a martial god-level skeleton soldier must be incredibly impressive just to hear its roar. However, just as he was about to act, a tiger's roar brought his attention back to reality. Forget it. I haven't set up any self-sacrifice entries yet. He muttered to himself, deciding to keep these 10 martial god-level skeleton summoning cards as his trump card. He waved his hand, instructing the 89 skeleton soldiers behind him to continue clearing out the 23 red flame tigers ahead. 20 minutes later, Su Yi stood amidst a battlefield in shambles, surveying the surroundings, which had greatly improved. His system panel had also been updated. Name, Su Yi. Talent, summoning limit currently 110 units. Skeleton soldier self-destruct. Force first blood can add 1 entry for vitality. Realm, 115.6. First level martial artist. Physical control, initial insight 0.56. Martial skills, layered wave palm, Mistral step, 7-star lost step, red flame thunder tiger fist micro 12.3. Mental power, 108.4. First level spiritual master, soul control, beginner 89.7. Items, first grade blood burst pill 35, first grade nutrient solution 31, first grade soul nourishing liquid 42, divine alliance coins 5.8 million, refined goldstone 23, heavenly marrow liquid 15 drops, martial god level skeleton summoning card 10. After breaking through to the spiritual martial master, Su Yi's increases in vitality and mental power remained small, but the progress in physical control had dropped to the initial insight stage, prompting his deep reflection. It seems that to rapidly improve, I need to kill more creatures, he concluded to himself. After leaving the first assessment space, Su Yi didn't linger. He began contemplating his next move. The summoning limit will gradually increase with the advancement of his realm, and the most important task now is to find more beasts. A middle-aged man standing at the doorway looked at Su Yi and asked, Su Yi, are you ready to enter the second test space? Yes. Su Yi replied decisively, striding towards the entrance to the secret realm inside the room. Once inside the test space, Su Yi quickly issued a command. System. Add the teleportation entry. Initially, he planned to set the third entry as self-sacrifice to save others, but with 10 martial god-level skeleton summoning cards in hand, he could put that plan on hold. Ding. Entry added successfully. As soon as the system notification sounded, Su Yi swiftly summoned 109 skeleton soldiers. Teleport. At Su Yi's command, the skeleton soldiers vanished instantly and reappeared 10 meters away the next second. Through testing, Su Yi quickly grasped the specific parameters of the teleportation entry maximum distance of 10 meters, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds, leaving him quite satisfied with the data. Meanwhile, intense battles were unfolding in the first combat room on the 5th floor. Blazing flame slash. Lin Mang, wielding a fiery red saber, relentlessly attacked the skeleton soldiers. Whenever Lin Mang was about to be attacked, Qian Hao would use Rock Shield to block in front of him. From a distance, Lung Jian and Zhu Xiu controlled flying swords and fine needles to provide long-range support, creating breathing space for those in the front lines. Haraha. Although Brother Ye's skeleton soldiers are strong, with our martial skills and spiritual weapons, along with our seamless teamwork, we can still hold our ground. Lin Mang boasted. But then the skeleton soldiers suddenly vanished before his eyes. Boom. A loud explosion came from behind, prompting Lin Mang and Qian Hao to turn around abruptly, only to see Lung Jian and Zhu Xiu already unconscious on the ground. Before they could react, the skeleton soldiers launched a surprise attack, and within minutes, all four were down. Watching from the sidelines, Wei Tianyun was astounded. Such formidable strength, incredible combat instincts, and they can teleport. Su Ye's skeleton soldiers are terrifying. Half an hour later, the four gradually regained consciousness. Lung Jian's face was filled with fear. The skeleton soldiers summoned by Brother Yi can teleport. They will be every spirit practitioner's nightmare. Lung Jian, the way you say it, it's like us martial artists aren't scared too. Lin Mang replied with a bitter smile. Qian Hao clutched his snacks tightly, looking dejected. Stop it, you guys. Just thinking about the next 7 days, with Brother Yi sipping drinks and munching on sunflower seeds while watching us get thrashed by the skeleton soldiers, makes me want to cry. At that moment, Wei Tianyun strode over, speaking sternly. Enough. It's just a setback. Don't forget, you're all geniuses. As long as you work hard, you'll defeat those skeleton soldiers eventually. Chairman, the four responded in unison. If Yigu summons a skeleton soldier that's even stronger next time? Zhu Xiu asked Wei Tianyun seriously. Wei Tianyun was momentarily stunned by the question. He scratched his head, shook it, and with a helpless expression, said, "Stronger than this one? I really don't know how to answer that." After a pause, he sighed and waved his hand. "Focus on your own growth. Why do you keep comparing yourself to a summoned creature? All right, go get some rest. We'll gather here again tomorrow morning." With that, Wei Tianyan turned and walked away. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, there's no solution to this. Su Yi is just beyond comprehension. 4 hours later, on the second floor. "Su Yi, you've already entered 3 of the assessment spaces. You can't go into any more." A middle-aged man's voice echoed in the room. Su Yi nodded while listening, expressionless. "All right, I'll go back to my room to rest." He then turned towards the elevator and returned to room 1 on the 4th floor. Back in his room, Su Yi lay on the bed and casually opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Yi. Talent, summoning. Current limit, 230 units. Skeleton soldier skills, self-destruct, forced first blood, teleportation. Vitality, 237.9. Realm, level 2 martial master. Physical control, initial understanding 8.82. Martial techniques, stacking wave palm, misty wind step, 7-star mysterious step, crimson flame thunder tiger fist mastery 0.9. Mental power, 202.5. Realm, level 2 spirit master. Soul control, initial understanding 5.66. Items, grade 1 blood burst pills, 35. Grade 1 nutrient solutions, 31 bottles. Grade 1 soul nourishing solutions, 42 bottles. Alliance coins, 9.8 million. Refined gold stones, 42 pieces. Heavenly marrow liquid, 19 drops. God level skeleton summoning cards, 10. Grade 2 nutrient solutions, 18 bottles. Grade 2 soul nourishing solutions, 16 bottles. Over 50,000 9th level exotic beasts. The quantity is still too little. Su Yi sighed inwardly. And their realm is lower than mine, reducing the chances of rewards. This haul is rather underwhelming. He frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. Su Yi knew those genius-level talents, with ample resources and guidance from powerful figures, could cultivate at an alarming rate. Yet, he seemed unable to match them. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su Yi got up, went to the door, and opened it to find Wei Tianyan standing outside. "President Wei? Is there something you need?" Su Yi asked with a slight surprise. Wei Tianyan smiled and handed Su Yi a black briefcase. "Su Yi, here are 5 bottles of grade 1 nutrient solution and 5 bottles of grade 1 soul nourishing solution. Use them first, and come to me if you need more." Su Yi accepted the bag, silently calculating. Although the energy in the soul nourishing solution and nutrient solution burdens the body and soul, it also enhances cultivation efficiency quickly. Wei Tianyan's reminder was timely, especially since Su Yi didn't plan to endure the associated pain. However, Su Yi didn't want anyone to discover his secret of gaining strength by defeating creatures, so he directly refused. "President Wei, please keep these for the other 4. I have my own." With that, Su Yi walked to the bed, opened his backpack, and took out his stored grade 1 nutrient solutions and soul nourishing solutions from his system space. He poured 35 bottles of grade 1 nutrient solution and 31 bottles of grade 1 soul nourishing solution onto the bed, causing a slight clinking sound. Wei Tianyan was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Su Yi looked at Wei Tianyan calmly, a hint of confidence in his eyes. "What? These are nothing. President Wei, I have the resources for cultivation, and I don't need anyone to guide me. So I don't want to participate in the upcoming intensive training. I wish to venture out on my own for a few days." Su Ye's words echoed in the room, his tone firm and resolute. "No way. You've reached a bottleneck." Wei Tianyan's voice was steady and authoritative. "I must help you break through it. You can't leave." Wei Tianyan frowned, not hesitating as he directly refused. "No." At that moment, Su Yi sighed softly, moved slightly, and instantly released a powerful surge of orange blood energy. Simultaneously, a circle of radiant orange soul marks appeared behind him, exuding an extraordinary aura. Layers of blood energy and soul mark halos, the orange lights swirling in the room, like the descent of a war god. A level 1 spiritual martial master. Wei Tianyun's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling, clearly shaken. Yet he didn't know this was just the tip of the iceberg for Su Yi. "President Wei, I've spent the entire day battling fierce beasts, pushing myself beyond my limits in countless life and death situations, and successfully breaking through the bottleneck to reach the levels of martial master and spiritual master." Su Ye's voice was calm, carrying a hint of pride as he looked at Wei Tianyun's astonished expression and smiled slightly, his tone unwavering. "Su Yi, even if you've broken through, don't you still need guidance for your martial skills?" Wei Tianyun was momentarily speechless, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Then he paused before continuing. "I've specially invited a martial emperor-level expert who practices the red flame thunder tiger fist for you. His skills have reached the minor mastery stage." Hearing this, Su Yi remained unhurried, smiling slightly as a large amount of blood energy quickly gathered on his right fist, his entire body exuding a sharp aura. Red flame thunder tiger fist. He threw a punch, and a burst of intense flames erupted in the air, instantly transforming into a blazing tiger with flickering lightning, charging towards Wei Tianyun. The immense power wave was like a storm, almost suffocating Wei Tianyun. Wei Tianyun watched the flaming tiger approach, his body trembling. He had never imagined Su Ye's martial skills could be so powerful. At that moment, he finally realized that Su Ye's potential far exceeded his expectations. As the tiger drew closer, Wei Tianyun quickly extended a finger wrapped in blue blood energy and gently tapped. With a soft sound, the blazing tiger dissipated in midair, disappearing without a trace. Damn, Wei Tianyun muttered to himself in frustration. Although there's a huge gap in our strength, defeating my red flame thunder tiger fist with just a finger is just too easy, isn't it? Su Yi chuckled, seeing Wei Tianyun's slightly dejected expression, feeling a bit helpless. Despite the vast difference in their strengths, Wei Tianyun still didn't fully grasp his true capabilities. President Wei. Su Yi suddenly spoke, his tone relaxed. I've been fighting on the edge of life and death all day, and I've broken through the bottleneck. Now, I just want to venture out and return to nature. As for the martial skill guidance you mentioned, I'll practice on my own without needing anyone else's involvement. Wei Tianyun was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. When you go out for training, be careful, and make sure to return in 7 days. I understand. Su Yi nodded in agreement, his smile still gentle. As Wei Tianyun turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Yi, a thoughtful look in his eyes. By the way, can the skeleton soldier stay for Lin Meng and Lung Jian to use? They need a sparring partner, and the skeleton soldier is just right. Su Yi paused, then understood. Lin Meng and the others planned to fight the skeleton soldier, not doing anything else. He raised an eyebrow, with a hint of teasing. Wei Tianyun glanced at Su Yi, coughing awkwardly. Of course, it's for fighting. But is the skeleton soldier strong enough? Maybe we should find a stronger one. Su Yi pondered for a moment, a smile flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, the skeleton soldier is almost driving those 4 youngsters to the brink. If you want something tougher, I can find you a stronger one. Wei Tianyun shook his head helplessly. No, that one will do. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere relaxing considerably. Su Yi waved his hand, indicating that Wei Tianyun could take the skeleton soldier without worry. All right, President Wei, I'm off to begin my training. Remember to return in 7 days. With that, Su Yi turned and walked away with determination. Wei Tianyun nodded, turned, and left, and the room returned to its quiet state. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Wei Tianyun's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, Su Yi, that's enough. Let those 4 live well. With that, he hurried out of the room in a rush. Let those 4 live well. Su Yi pondered over the profound meaning behind Wei Tianyun's words. The next morning, Su Yi drove straight to Tianling City's airport. At the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 5th floor, Lin Meng, Lung Jian, and the other 2 watched Su Ye's car disappear into the distance, talking among themselves. By the time Brother Yi returns, he might have already broken through to the martial master or spirit master level. We have to train hard for these 7 days, or the gap between us and Brother Yi will only widen. Wei Tianyun, standing not far away and listening to their discussion, shook his head silently. It's better not to tell them the truth about Su Yi. If they knew, it might shatter their confidence completely. 2 hours later, Su Yi was already on a flight to Yunyang City. His destination was Kaishan County, under the jurisdiction of Yunyang City, where the legendary ancient secret realm was said to be located. Thinking about the heavenly materials, special minerals, martial arts inheritance stones, lurking ancient beasts, poisonous plants, and the mysterious white mist that could disrupt perception, a gleam of anticipation flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Just then, he heard a conversation behind him. Big brother, out of this year's 5 candidates for the Tianling City Genius Training Camp, only one is worth noting. Su Yi leaned back in his seat, listening closely. His name is Su Yi, a student from Tianling No. 1 High School. For the past 3 years, he's consistently been at the bottom of his class, a master of survival. But in yesterday's assessment, he not only took first place, but also instantly defeated a 9th level peak warrior. I suspect he either broke through to the martial master level, or has reached the initial mastery stage in physical control. If it's the latter, then he's definitely worth watching. Hearing the label Master of Survival, Su Ye's face darkened. Understood, big brother. Once I get to Yunyang City, I'll head straight to Kaishan County to find you. The person continued. Su Ye's lips curled into a playful smile. Interesting, it seems this training journey will be even more exciting. 3 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Yunyang City's airport. Watching a thin young man walk past him, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Skinny monkey, I'll remember you. Then he stood up and followed the crowd towards the exit of the aircraft. Outside the airport, a middle-aged man with a cheerful smile approached Su Yi briskly and greeted him warmly. Hey there, young man. Heading to Kaishan County? It's 100 for a shared ride, 400 for a private one. Private, Yi replied succinctly, his gaze steady. As the car started, the man skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel and chatted enthusiastically. Are you heading to that ancient secret realm near Kaishan County too? Yeah. Yi replied casually, leaning back in his seat. The man's expression suddenly turned serious. You better be careful. Quite a few people have died there in the past month. I don't know the specifics though. Yi frowned slightly, pondering to himself. The ancient secret realm is only at the master level. Over the past 5 years, countless people have entered and exited, and most dangers have been identified. There shouldn't be such a high casualty rate. What's gone wrong? An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the ancient secret realm. As Yi got out, a man with tattoos covering his arms blocked his path. Hey man, what's your level? Our team needs more people. Want to join us? 9th level extreme martial artist. Hearing this, the tattooed man exchanged a knowing look with his companions before turning away, not forgetting to sneer. A martial artist daring to enter a master-level ancient realm? That's like a dung beetle looking for dung. Watching them leave, Yi murmured to himself. Finally, peace. Time to start my training. With that, he headed straight for the swirling portal, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Wow, that guy actually went in alone. An exclamation erupted from the onlookers. Interesting, he really is looking for trouble. Inside the realm, Yi quickly encountered his first opponent's 3 blood shadow beasts. These creatures, blood-red and fox-like, were clearly second-level master ancient beasts. Without hesitation, Yi summoned 229 skeleton warriors. The battle erupted instantly. Through brief exchanges, Yi assessed the blood shadow beast's strength. Their physical power had reached the beginner level of body control, with an activation rate of 90, far surpassing ordinary beasts. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. The bodies of the 3 blood shadow beasts began to shrivel rapidly, as if their blood was being drained by some force. Then, their power surged tenfold, reaching the initial stage of mastery. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Yi finally understood why ancient beasts were superior to regular beasts. They possessed unique powers that could dramatically boost their strength in a short time. Upon understanding the situation, Yi remained calm and refrained from further action, instead issuing a teleport command to the skeleton soldiers nearby. Explode. With the command given, 229 skeleton soldiers quickly encircled the 3 blood shadow beasts, forming an impenetrable ring. Yi wasted no time, snapping his fingers gently. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 3 blood shadow beasts were instantly reduced to a mushroom cloud, disappearing without a trace. Ding! Successful kill of living creatures. Vitality increased by 0.3, body control increased by 0.02. The system's prompt rang out as expected, the crisp sound echoing in Yi's mind. With the reward in hand, he let out a slight cold smile. Let's begin. He had already planned within 7 days to blow up all the ancient beasts in the secret realm. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 4 skeleton soldiers, his gaze firm as he stepped forward. His plan was simple. When encountering ancient beasts, if there were people nearby, he would send the 4 skeleton soldiers. If not, he would directly summon unlimited skeleton soldiers for a large-scale attack. However, shortly after he left, a figure suddenly appeared in the shadow of a rock. A level 2 gifted martial artist. Gifted summoner. Summoning 229 creatures at once. Lin Chuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. He quickly assessed that Yi could teleport, and the summoned skeleton soldier's strength was unknown, capable of self-destruction. His heart tightened, wondering where this monster had come from. I have the strength of a level 5 martial artist, plus my special talent. He shouldn't be able to detect me. Lin Chuan's mood slightly relaxed. Then he quickened his pace, quietly following Yi. He was extremely curious about what stronger trump cards Yi might hold. Meanwhile, Yi stepped into a new area, suddenly confronted by a blonde man blocking his way. Yi cast a cold glance, asking in a chilly tone, "What do you want?" The blonde man smirked with disdain. "Skeleton summoner, gifted martial artist. Kid, if you don't want to die here, hand over all your possessions, or don't blame me for killing a genius like you in its cradle." Yi's lips curved slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. "Oh? You think you've got me figured out?" He toyed with a martial god-level skeleton summoning card in his hand, a smirk forming. Boom! The blonde man didn't reply, instead releasing his orange blood energy, the surrounding air instantly becoming scorching, and the light at his feet burning like flames. His body shook, and his aura exploded. Level 4 martial artist. Clearly, he was ready for a showdown. Yi's eyes gleamed as he made a quick judgment, waving his hand to summon the remaining 225 skeleton soldiers. To his surprise, this summoning triggered a lucky critical hit. A sea of skeletons. Skeleton soldiers emerged like a tide, thousands of them wielding bone knives, surrounding the blonde man, who was momentarily stunned. His mouth hung open, eyes filled with disbelief. What is going on here? Even Lin Chuan, hidden in the shadows, was shocked by the scene before him. What on earth is happening? How can there be so many skeleton soldiers? The blond man watched as over 2,000 skeleton soldiers closed in, panic rising in his heart. Although he was a level 4 martial artist, facing so many enemies made him deeply uneasy. Not being a defense-type martial artist, once his blood energy was exhausted, his fate would be to be torn apart by a mass of bone knives. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you. Huang Mao's voice came from within the encirclement of the skeleton army, filled with fear and pleading. Suyi glanced at him coldly, offering no response. Instead, he swiftly retreated several hundred meters and then snapped his fingers decisively. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly engulfed the entire area. A massive mushroom cloud, towering over 10 meters high, blossomed brilliantly before Su Ye's eyes, as powerful shockwaves spread wildly in all directions. The ground shook violently, and dust surged like a tide, obscuring the sky. Minutes later, when the dust finally settled, a giant crater, spanning a diameter of nearly 200 meters, appeared in front of Su Yi. As for Huang Mao, there was no trace left of him, as if he had never existed. A 4th-level martial artist, and that's it? Su Yi sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He then turned and left with the 4 newly summoned skeleton soldiers. 10 minutes later, when Su Ye's figure had completely disappeared in the distance, Lin Chuan, who had been hiding in the shadow of a large tree, finally dared to reveal himself, his face full of shock. A 4th-level martial artist, instantly killed. This guy is insane. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He only carries 4 skeleton soldiers with him, but when faced with someone with ill intentions, he summons over 2,000 of them. That's just crazy. Lin Chuan looked in the direction Su Yi had left, not daring to follow. He knew very well that facing an explosion of that magnitude, even he would have a hard time surviving. Moreover, his special abilities were utterly useless against 2,000 self-destructing skeleton soldiers. Meanwhile, Su Yi muttered to himself with a frown. What? The chances of receiving a reward decrease when defeating beings of a lower level than me. But it seems there's no change in the chances when defeating higher-level beings. That's a bit unfair. He noticed that after defeating Huang Mao, the system hadn't notified him of any rewards, leading him to suspect something. However, whether his suspicion was correct would require further testing in the future. 15 minutes later, Su Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks, excitement causing his entire body to tremble. Is that a silver moon wolf pack? And there are hundreds of them. Su Yi quickly put on his smart glasses to observe the wolf pack closely, his brow immediately furrowing. The Wolf King is actually a 9th-level ancient beast. There are also plenty of 8th, 7th, and 6th-level silver moon wolves. Even the weakest ones are at least 3rd level. This could be tough. Kit, the moon spirit liquid guarded by the silver moon wolves is ours. You better not get any ideas. At that moment, a threatening voice sounded from behind Su Yi. Swish. The 4 skeleton soldiers moved instantly, positioning themselves protectively around Su Yi. Turning around, Su Yi saw 5 people approaching from a distance. Among them, one person made his face show a hint of surprise. Oh, it's him. It was the skinny guy he had met on the plane, unexpectedly encountering him here again. As the 5 approached, the white-clothed youth in the middle noticed the 4 skeleton soldiers in front of Su Yi and smiled with interest. A summoning talent. Skeleton summon creatures. Brother, want to team up with us? Boss, what makes him qualified to join us? The skinny guy began to protest, but a fierce glare from the white-clothed youth silenced him immediately. How do you propose we collaborate? Su Yi asked nonchalantly, fiddling with the Wuxian-level skeleton summoning card in his hand. The young man in white didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Su Yi carefully. How many of these skeleton creatures can you summon? If we use them to divert the wolf pack, how long can they hold out? I can only summon 4, Su Yi replied, meeting the young man's gaze with a serious expression. And my skeleton soldiers are only at the 2nd-level warrior stage. They can't possibly distract the wolf pack. The young man in white fell into contemplation. As someone who never underestimated any talent, he wanted to understand more clearly. This was the real reason he had suggested the collaboration. Yet, Su Yi's straightforward answer revealed no additional information. Friend, the young man finally spoke. If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't work together. However, I won't stop you from going after the moon spirit liquid. From here on, let's rely on our own abilities. Sorry, I'm not interested in this moon spirit liquid you speak of at all, Su Yi said, then did something astonishing, commanded a skeleton soldier to kneel, using its back as a seat. Even more surprising, the other 3 skeleton soldiers sprang into action. One began massaging his back, while the other 2 attended to his legs. This scene left the young man in white and his 4 companions, including the skinny one, utterly dumbfounded. They had never seen summoned creatures used in such a manner. Friend, the young man in white smiled slightly. Since you're not interested in the moon spirit liquid, we'll take it. By the way, my name is Luo Tianxian. If you ever find yourself in UNS City, feel free to look me up. With that, he led his 4 companions towards the distant pack of silver moon wolves. After walking a short distance, the skinny one, Luo Tianxiang, couldn't help but ask, Big brother, Why were you so polite to that guy? Aqiang, Luo Tianqian stopped to explain. Summoning talent is a very unique ability, and its strength entirely depends on the creature summoned. I've never heard of his type of skeleton soldiers before, so I'm quite curious to learn more. After hearing the explanation, Luo Tianqiang understood. Alright, Luo Tianqian's expression turned serious. Let's not talk about him anymore. The Silver Moon Wolf King won't be easy to deal with. We need to be cautious. Meanwhile, Su Yi watched Luo Tianqian and his group walk away, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. Trying to probe my talent and skeleton soldiers? You're just ringing a bell in your own pocket, making noise for yourself. Howl. A wolf's howl, filled with immense fury, tore through the air from the distant dense forest, echoing across the entire secret realm. Sui squinted his eyes, peering through the trees, and saw the three men brought by the Luo brothers locked in fierce combat with the Silver Moon Wolf King. Interesting, these three are all 9th level martial masters, Sui mused with a slight smile, taking out a bag of sunflower seeds from his system space. He found a flat rock to sit on, leisurely cracking the seeds as if he were enjoying a meticulously arranged performance. A few minutes later, the tide of battle shifted noticeably. The three 9th level martial masters began to retreat while fighting, and the Silver Moon Wolf King, leading most of the powerful Silver Moon Wolves, launched a fierce pursuit, moving away from the Wolfpack's territory. Draw away the strong wolves, and then the Luo brothers seized the opportunity to steal the moon's spirit liquid. Su Yi analyzed softly, tossing the last seed into his mouth. A simple tactic, but effective. Understanding Luo Tianqian's plan, Su Yi dusted off his hands and, accompanied by 4 skeletal soldiers, turned to leave, having no further interest in watching. Just then, an unusual blood-red mist suddenly rose from the Silver Moon Wolf Pack's direction, quickly spreading. Su Yi halted, his brow furrowing. A blood-red mist? Something's off, he thought, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. As far as I know, the ancient secret realm only has white mist that affects perception, never heard of a blood-red one. He recalled the driver's warning. The ancient secret realm has been acting strange lately, with many deaths. Su Yi's gaze sharpened. Could it be because of this eerie blood-red mist? As Su Yi pondered, a familiar voice shouted from afar. Brother, run. Luo Tianqian was sprinting towards Su Yi, terror etched on his face. This blood-red mist not only drives ancient beasts insane, but also boosts their strength. Worse yet, it severely suppresses our abilities. So, the secret realm's anomaly is due to this blood-red mist, Su Yi thought, a smile playing on his lips. Since they're planning to run, I might as well start the fireworks. However, his smile quickly froze. As Luo Tianqian passed by him, seeing Su Yi standing still, he hoisted him over his shoulder and continued to flee. Su Yi was utterly bewildered. If you're running, just run. Why are you carrying me away? Are you crazy? His mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother, too scared to move, huh? Luo Tianqi, following closely behind, panted, don't worry. With us, you won't die. Although he didn't understand why his brother saved this stranger, since he did, he wouldn't say anything unpleasant. Damn it. Who said I was too scared to move? Su Yi was completely speechless, but considering they were trying to help him, he swallowed his frustration. 5 minutes later, after reaching a relatively safe area, Luo Tianqian finally set Su Yi down. Brother, it's safe here. Luo Tianqian patted Su Yi's shoulder, smiling. Be careful from now on. With that, he, Luo Tianqi, and the 3 9th level martial masters headed off. Great. Now I have to run back myself. Su Yi watched them disappear into the distance, shaking his head in exasperation. Luo Tianqian. I really appreciate it. He then turned and walked towards where the Silver Moon Wolf Pack was. Meanwhile, once they were away from Su Yi, Luo Tianqi couldn't hold back his question. Big brother. It was so dangerous back there. Why did you save him? We don't even know him. Luo Tianqian's eyes were deep, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. A gifted martial artist. And he summons a never-before-seen skeletal soldier. Someone like that is worth befriending. Luo Tianqian pointed to an open area in the distance and said steadily. Let's rest there first and return in 2 hours. 10 minutes later, Su Yi stood outside an area shrouded in a blood-red mist, a smile playing on his lips. No one to interrupt me this time. I can go all out, he declared. Without delay, he summoned 229 skeleton soldiers and led them into the mist. As soon as he entered the misty area, Su Yi noticed something unusual. Under this eerie blood-red mist, my strength is reduced to only 70%. Before the shock could leave his face, the skeleton soldiers suddenly moved forward to shield him. In the mist, over 20 silver moon wolves with crimson eyes appeared, driven to madness. Whoa, that gave me a scare. Su Yi quickly regained his composure. Let's take them down. At his command, all but one of the skeleton soldiers guarding him moved swiftly to the silver moon wolves and detonated themselves without hesitation. Amidst the deafening explosions, the wolves' anguished howls echoed all around. 8 at level 4, 6 at level 5, and 9 at level 6. Su Yi quickly assessed the 23 wolves emerging from the blast. A bit tough to kill, but manageable. He directed the last skeleton soldier to teleport him 10 meters away and summoned another 228 skeleton soldiers to continue the suicide attacks. Su Yi repeated this tactic over and over. 7 minutes later, all the Silver Moon wolves lay defeated. The system notification sounded, awarding him with increased health, enhanced physical control, talent source stone fragments, alliance coins, and more. Even though it's a bit frustrating now, Su Yi thought to himself, once I break through to the level 9 peak martial artist, I can summon 990 skeleton soldiers. If I reach the level 9 peak martial master, I could summon 9,990. The early stages are tough, but the later stages will be exhilarating. Keep bombing them. As long as they're disoriented, we must keep attacking. Otherwise, once they regain their senses and the Wolf King organizes them, it'll be troublesome. An hour and a half later, even the Wolf King fell to Su Ye's tactics. The Wolf King. It couldn't withstand the attacks either. Su Yi muttered as he left the blood mist area with his remaining 4 skeleton soldiers. 20 minutes later, in a desert-like area, Su Yi stopped to check his attribute panel. After killing over 400 Silver Moon wolves, he felt somewhat disappointed with the gains. The number is still too small. Even if I killed them all, the increase in strength isn't significant. Finally, his gaze fell on the talent source stone fragments he had been awarded. The talent origin stone fragment. What's the use of this thing? Su Yi stared at the shimmering fragment in his hand, frowning slightly. He searched his memory but couldn't find any information about it. His intuition, however, told him it was somehow related to talent. More importantly, he had a vague suspicion that these fragments only dropped after defeating ancient beasts. As he pondered, a skeleton soldier beside him suddenly became alert, grabbing Su Ye's collar with its bony claw and instantly pulling him 10 meters away. Bang! The ground where he had just been standing suddenly split open, and a massive, toothy maw burst from the sand, nearly swallowing Su Yi whole. A sand shark beast, master-level ancient beast, level 3. His smart glasses quickly analyzed the information about the creature, which resembled a giant fish with a brownish-yellow body. Damn it! Su Yi broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness for the skeleton soldier's combat instincts and danger perception, or I'd be a goner. He watched the sand shark beast disappear back underground, still shaken. He hadn't yet unlocked the self-sacrifice trait, and such sudden ambushes were his worst fear. Next, Su Yi gritted his teeth, deciding, the next trait to unlock must be self-sacrifice. He nimbly leaped onto the skeleton soldier's back, ensuring that he could quickly escape using its body if danger struck again. Bang! 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 3 holes burst open 10 meters away as 3 gaping maws erupted from the ground, instantly swallowing 3 skeleton soldiers. What the this sand shark beast is ruthless. It even dares to swallow skeleton bombs. Su Yi smirked coldly and snapped his fingers, whispering, explode. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding explosions, 2 level 2 sand shark beasts were instantly reduced to a bloody mist, while the level 3 one, though violently trembling, managed to burrow back underground to escape. There was just 1 sand shark beast before, and now there are 2 more. Su Ye's eyes lit up. Could this be their territory? With that thought, he immediately summoned 258 skeleton soldiers, arranging them densely in the surrounding area. Come on, the bombs are ready. Let the feast begin. Su Yi watched the distant army of skeletons with excitement, anticipating a spectacle. Minutes later, the ground shook violently. Bang! 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 Countless gaping maws burst from the ground simultaneously, swallowing all the skeleton soldiers. Many sand shark beasts even pounced in vain due to the lack of skeletons. The skeleton soldier beneath Su Yi once again teleported him 10 meters away, successfully avoiding the attack. Explode. Seeing all the sand shark beasts burrow back into the ground, Su Yi decisively snapped his fingers, causing all the swallowed skeleton soldiers to self-destruct. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Mental power increased by 0.2. Soul control increased by 0.03. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Obtained talent origin stone fragment 1. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Vitality increased by 0.4. Physical control increased by 0.02. Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist proficiency increased by 0.2. As slight tremors continued to shake the ground, the system's reward notifications echoed in Su Ye's mind. These aren't sand shark beasts. They're practically fool beasts. But still, this certainly makes things easier for me. All I need to do now is keep summoning skeleton soldiers and let them devour everything. Su Yi felt a surge of excitement as he summoned 258 skeleton soldiers once again. The eerie figures of skeletons emerged one by one, filling the air with an oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Tianxiang stood amidst the ruins, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Big brother, what on earth happened here? He exclaimed. The surrounding land was devastated, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Bombs, Luo Tianxian declared firmly as he surveyed the wolf carcasses around him. Someone must have used those expensive, specially made bombs to wipe out the entire Silver Moon direwolf pack. Before he finished speaking, his eyes fell on the remains of the Wolf King, a body so mangled by the blast that it was nearly unrecognizable. Moon Spirit Liquid. Luo Tianxian's eyes suddenly lit up as he seemed to realize something, and he hurriedly led Luo Tianxiang toward the location of the Moon Spirit Liquid. This is impossible. Luo Tianxiang was dumbfounded as he stood before the stone platform. There, he witnessed a strange phenomenon. The Moon Spirit Liquid, which should have been taken, was still quietly stored within the stone platform, completely intact. Those people clearly wiped out the Silver Moon direwolf pack, so why didn't they take the Moon Spirit Liquid? This is really too strange, Luo Tianxian said, puzzled. While they were still bewildered, Luo Tianxiang suddenly asked, Big brother, what should we do? Should we take the Moon Spirit Liquid or not? Luo Tianxian's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, he replied, Take it. Since they didn't take it and have already left, the Moon Spirit Liquid is now ownerless. He immediately signaled the 3 powerful warriors at the 9th level to start collecting the Moon Spirit Liquid. A few minutes later, Luo Tianxian put away the last drop of Moon Spirit Liquid and made a decision with his team. To the east is the territory of the Sand Shark Beasts. We can't go there, or we'll surely meet our end. To the west is the territory of the Rock Beasts. We might try our luck there, he said calmly. In the Sand Shark Beast territory, the distant dunes remained silent. Suyi looked at the desolate expanse with some disappointment, seeing no sign of the Sand Shark Beasts that had long stayed hidden. The opportunity to lure such ancient beasts into eating bombs was indeed rare. How could this be? Suyi frowned. Only 2,500 Sand Shark Beasts were killed, and now they're extinct. This raised questions in his mind, but he didn't give up hope. In an instant, he realized that his vitality had surged to 322.7, and his mental strength had increased to 258.6, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. After all, the enemies he had slain were now master-level creatures, and relying solely on the previous method of mass slaughter was no longer feasible. At least, in this ancient secret realm, I encountered so many master-level ancient beasts. If I were back in the Lingwu Association of Tianling City, I probably wouldn't be able to kill even one exotic beast. However, Su Ye's gaze soon fixed on the fragments of the talent source stone on the ground, and his expression turned grim. Only 10 fragments. An intuition arose in his mind. Could it be that these things are difficult to drop? He recalled that when he had previously killed over 400 Silver Moon direwolves, 12 fragments had dropped, leading him to suspect that either he had been incredibly lucky or it had something to do with the blood-red mist. Never mind. Keep slaying the ancient beasts. While pondering over the matter of the talent source stone fragments, Suyi directed his 4 skeleton soldiers to explore ahead. He decided to consult President Wei about this issue once he returned. For days passed swiftly. At present, after successfully annihilating another group of ancient beasts, Suyi leaned against a sturdy ancient tree to rest. He opened his character attribute panel and carefully reviewed his stats. Character attributes. Name, Suyi. Talent, summoning current limit 560. Special abilities, skeleton soldier self-destruct, force first blood, teleportation. Vitality, 567.3. Realm, level 5 martial master. Physical control, initial mastery 33.84. Martial skills, stacked wave palm, misty wind step, 7-star lost step, red flame thunder tiger fist proficient 75.8. Mental power, 507.6. Realm, level 5 spiritual master. Soul control, initial mastery 23.75. Inventory, God Alliance coins, 14.5 million. Pure gold stones, 57 pieces. Heavenly essence liquid, 31 drops. Martial god level skeleton summon card, 10 cards. Talent source stone fragments, 45 pieces. Upon examining these figures, Suyi frowned slightly. Although there were numerous ancient beasts in the ancient secret realm, searching for them was extremely time-consuming. Each group of ancient beasts had powerful individuals, and even with the forced first blood attribute, the killing speed was still slow. Troublesome. The main issue is the low summoning limit. Suyi muttered, feeling disappointed with the progress over the past 4 days. Just then, a leisurely voice reached him. Young man. Alone. A middle-aged man in casual attire approached. Suyi warily played with the martial god-level skeleton summon card in his hand, a habit he had developed in this perilous environment. Truth be told, he was eager to encounter a deadly crisis just to witness the power of the martial god-level skeleton soldier's self-destruction. Something you need? Suyi asked coolly. Relax. The middle-aged man smiled warmly. If I intended to harm you, you'd be dead already. As he spoke, he released his own blue blood energy. 9 blue halos appeared instantly, and Suyi's pupils contracted sharply level 9 martial emperor. How could this be? This was a master-level ancient secret realm, accessible only to those of the master and spirit realms. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Talent. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement. My ability to enter the master-level ancient secret realm is indeed related to my talent. Now, you don't need to worry about me harming you. I just want to ask you something. Still holding the martial god-level skeleton summon card, Suyi cautiously asked, what is it? The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. This ancient secret realm has been experiencing some issues in the past month. Do you know what's happening? A strange blood-red mist has appeared in this realm, and anyone who enters it. The power of humans will be suppressed, while if ancient beasts get involved, they will go mad and their strength will surge. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Suyi, without holding back, revealed everything he knew. As expected, the eerie blood-red mist appeared in this secret realm. However, to better report to the Divine Alliance, he needed to understand more about this blood-red mist. Ding Kai, intrigued, focused his gaze on Suyi. Can you take me to find the blood-red mist you mentioned? After all, this is my first time in this ancient secret realm, and I'm not familiar with many things, Ding Kai said, with a hint of request in his tone. Hearing this, Suyi almost couldn't help but laugh. You're not familiar? Neither am I. Who isn't entering this ancient secret realm for the first time? He felt a bit impatient, but before he could refuse, Ding Kai spoke again. Young man, don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. As long as you can help me find that blood-red mist, you can ask for anything you need, as long as it's not excessive, Ding Kai said sincerely. Suyi raised an eyebrow, surprised by his offer. There's a benefit? Without hesitation, he agreed. Who could refuse such an opportunity for easy gain? All right, tell me, what do you want? Ding Kai asked, smiling broadly. Suyi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Kill the ancient beasts. While we search for the blood-red mist, if we encounter any ancient beast groups, I hope you can severely injure them, and I'll take care of the rest. As for the treasures guarded by those beasts, I don't need them. You can have them all. Ding Kai was taken aback. Injure the beasts, and then you finish them off? And you don't want the treasures they guard? You just want to kill them? Did the beasts wrong you somehow? Why do you hate them so much? Suyi looked at him calmly. Why? Is that not okay? He replied impatiently, a glint of determination in his eyes. Ding Kai was puzzled by Su Ye's hatred for the beasts, but eventually agreed. All right, I accept your terms, although I don't understand why you hate the beasts so much. Half an hour later, Ding Kai raised his hand, pointing into the distance, his eyes gleaming. Shadow wind rabbits. 783 of them. All severely injured. The rest is up to you. Suyi nodded and summoned 4 skeleton soldiers, instructing them to finish off the severely injured and dying shadow wind rabbits. Ding Kai was stunned by the scene. A summoning talent? A skeleton soldier type I've never seen before. His eyes flashed with shock, not expecting the first person he met in the secret realm to possess such a unique talent. Seeing Ding Kai's shock, Suyi inwardly sneered. Ding Kai looked young, and it seemed unlikely he would have such powerful summoning abilities. This kid looks young, if he's a high-level student. Will I meet him at the provincial genius training camp in a few days? Ding Kai wondered, his curiosity piqued. Ding. Successful kill of a living creature, blood vitality increased by 0.3. Mental power increased by 0.4. As the 4 skeleton soldiers swung their swords, slicing the severely injured shadow wind rabbits into pieces, system notifications echoed in Su Ye's mind. Ding. Successful kill of a living creature, soul control increased by 0.02. Crimson Thunder Tiger Fist proficiency increased by 0.2. Suyi felt a surge of exhilaration as he observed the scene before him. With the assistance of a martial emperor-level expert, the efficiency of killing ancient beasts had indeed improved significantly. He could clearly sense his strength steadily increasing, with all his attributes continuously enhancing. Suyi. Ding Kai suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the skeleton soldiers engaged in battle. I noticed the skeleton soldiers you summoned have the strength of a level 5 martial master. Are you a martial master or a spiritual master? What level are you? Brother Kai. I'm at the level 5 martial master stage. Suyi answered without hesitation. Ding Kai was taken aback by this revelation. Being a level 5 martial master himself and summoning skeleton creatures of the same level was no simple feat. He regarded Suyi seriously. Although your summoning talent is strong, you shouldn't rely solely on it. When encountering ancient or exotic beasts in the future, I suggest you fight them yourself first. Remember, no matter how strong summoned skeletons are, they can't surpass your own abilities. Combat experience, physical control, and the explosive power of martial skills are beyond what skeletons can achieve. Brother Kai seems genuinely concerned, Suyi thought to himself. But having skeleton soldiers on hand, why not take it easy? Nonetheless, he nodded in acknowledgement of Ding Kai's advice. I understand, Brother Kai. A day later, Ding Kai's patience was wearing thin. They had been roaming the secret realm, taking half a day just to find a group of ancient beasts, an inefficiency that was frustrating. In an entire day, they encountered only 5 groups of ancient beasts, far fewer than the 10 he had anticipated. Suyi, can we speed up our search for ancient beast groups? Ding Kai finally couldn't help but ask. Su Yi inwardly smiled wryly, wishing he could speed up as well. However, being unfamiliar with the secret realm, he could only wander around relying on luck. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he explained, Brother Kai, I know you're anxious, but the blood-red mist is unpredictable, so we have to search slowly. Ding Kai sighed. According to the Alliance's intelligence, the mysterious blood-red mist only appeared in the territories of ancient beast groups. Because of this, even with Su Yi leading him around, he never doubted Su Ye's intentions. Su Yi was completely unaware of the situation within the secret realm. He simply wanted to leverage the strength of the martial emperor-level expert Ding Kai to hunt more ancient beasts and enhance his own abilities. As for the mysterious blood-red mist, he believed it could only be found by chance. Another day had passed. Ding Kai had been observing Su Ye's actions, his frown deepening. This kid is just wandering aimlessly with me. After careful observation yesterday, he was almost certain of this suspicion. Su Yi. Ding Kai suddenly stopped, turning to look directly into Su Ye's eyes. Where are we now? How far is the nearest ancient beast territory? I have no idea. Su Yi replied without hesitation, his tone relaxed and natural. No idea? Ding Kai's voice rose sharply. And you say it so confidently? He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. You don't understand this secret realm at all. So why did you agree to help me find the blood-red mist? Su Yi blinked, looking innocent. Brother Kai, I only agreed to help you find the blood-red mist. I never said I understood this secret realm. Well, damn. Ding Kai laughed in frustration because he couldn't argue with that. Su Yi had never claimed to know the secret realm. Sigh, Ding Kai let out a long breath. Fine. Although you don't know the situation in the secret realm, at least you know the conditions for the appearance of the blood-red mist, and you've accompanied me in the search these past 2 days. Conditions for appearance? Su Yi tilted his head, asking, what conditions? Ding Kai was instantly stunned, looking at Su Yi in disbelief. This kid didn't even know the conditions for the appearance of the blood-red mist? The past 2 days had been pure luck? Su Yi, just go. Leave me alone. Ding Kai waved his hand, turning away to give Su Yi a solitary silhouette. Brother Kai, then I'll be off. Let's meet again if fate allows. Su Yi said, immediately releasing his orange blood energy. A minute later, a spatial vortex formed behind him, pulling him in. Meet again? Who wants to see you again? Ding Kai shook his head with a wry smile, then released his cyan blood energy, preparing to leave the secret realm. He only had 2 days because the day after tomorrow, he had to head to the provincial genius training camp. As for the blood-red mist in the secret realm, it would have to wait for others from the Divine Alliance to investigate. In the final moment of being transported out of the secret realm, Ding Kai couldn't help but curse to himself. The merit points that should have been mine are gone. I wonder which damn person will end up benefiting from this. After all, opportunities to earn merit points in a low-level ancient secret realm were quite rare. Outside the ancient secret realm, finally out, Su Yi stood at the exit of the secret realm, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. How much had he gained in these 2 days? He quickly checked his character attributes panel. Name, Su Yi. Talent, summon unit limit 640, skeleton warriors self-destruct, forceful first blood, instant blood transfer. Realm, 641.8, level 6 martial master, physical control at 40.62. Martial arts, stacking wave palm, misty wind step, 7-star maze step, crimson flame thunder tiger fist at minor mastery, mental power, 0.8. Realm, 600.2, level 6 spirit master, soul control at 31.33. Items, 15.5 million Divine Alliance coins, 63 pure gold stones, 38 drops of heavenly marrow liquid, 10 warlord level skeleton summon cards, 66 talent source stone fragments. The overall improvement was decent, but far from his expectations. If he had been more familiar with the secret realm's interior and had Kaiga's help, his strength could have increased much more. Su Yi pondered silently. After reviewing his attributes, he started walking towards the distance. Hey, are you leaving? A familiar voice called out from afar, sounding cheerful. Huh? Uncle Driver? What a coincidence. Su Yi was surprised to see the waving driver uncle and couldn't help but smile as he walked over. Buddy, I was waiting for someone here, and then I saw you coming out. What a coincidence. The driver uncle greeted warmly. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Su Yi replied with a smile. During the ride, the driver uncle chatted constantly, creating a light and pleasant atmosphere. Buddy, keep this business card. Next time you're in Yunyang City, make sure to contact me, and we'll have a meal together. The driver uncle handed Su Yi a business card as he got out of the car. All right, thanks. Su Yi accepted the card with a smile, and then headed towards the airport. 2 hours later, Su Yi successfully boarded the flight to Tianling City. Feeling a bit anxious, it's been 7 days. How are those 4 guys doing? Tianling City, Spirit Warrior Association, 5th floor. Haha. Finally took down that damn skeleton warrior. Lung Jin's voice was filled with excitement, as if he'd been through countless hardships. 7 days of hellish training, and we finally got it. Lin Mang, Qian Hao, and Zhu Xiyu all looked thrilled, with even a hint of tears in their eyes. No one knew how much effort they had put in during those 7 days of grueling training to defeat the skeleton warrior. Wei Tianyan stood nearby, silently observing with a satisfied smile. He understood that the 4 of them breaking through their bottlenecks was all thanks to the skeleton warrior. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the excited atmosphere. Su Yi, are you back? Wei Tianyan answered with a smile. President Wei, I just got off the plane. They'll be at the Spirit Warrior Association in 2 hours. Su Ye's voice came through the phone. Great. Once you're back, we'll head to the Provincial Genius Training Camp base immediately. Wei Tianyan hung up and called out to the 4. Quickly pack your things. We'll be leaving in 2 hours. 2 hours later, Su Yi arrived at the Spirit Warrior Association, feeling a slight excitement as he took in his surroundings. When Su Yi arrived at the Lingwu Association, Wei Tianyan took him to the rooftop, where Leng Jian, Lin Meng, and the others were already waiting inside the helicopter. Hey, you 4. Haven't seen me in 7 days. Did you miss me? Su Yi jumped into the helicopter, scanning the group with a playful smile. Brother Yi, I missed you so much I've lost weight. Qian Hao replied with a grin, stuffing snacks into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Fatty Qian, it's true you've lost a few pounds, but isn't that because of the skeleton soldiers? Lin Meng teased mercilessly, his eyes glinting with mischief. Lin Meng, can't you keep quiet? Qian Hao retorted, embarrassed and furious, dropping his snacks and lunging at Lin Meng, the 2 of them wrestling in the cramped space of the helicopter. This scene amused the others, filling the helicopter with laughter. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Leng Jian suddenly spoke up. Brother Yi, what's your current strength level? As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin fell silent. Zhu Xiyu, Wei Tianyun, and even the previously bickering Qian Hao and Lin Meng perked up, all eyes fixed on Su Yi. They were eager to know if Su Yi had broken through any barriers in the past 7 days. Wei Tianyun's gaze was particularly intense, wanting to confirm if Su Yi had advanced to a level 2 martial master or spirit master. After all, before Su Yi left, he was already a level 1 Lingwu master. Level 6 Lingwu master. Su Yi declared his strength level candidly, without any concealment. After all, once he joined the provincial talent training camp, everyone would find out sooner or later. Stunned. That word perfectly described everyone's reaction. Their eyes widened, jaws almost dropping to the floor. Especially Wei Tianyun, who looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his eyes filled with disbelief. Advancing from a level 1 Lingwu master to level 6 in just 7 days? This completely shattered his understanding of cultivation. In the past, there have been geniuses who practiced both martial and spiritual arts. But a person's energy and time are limited. Wei Tianyan thought, overwhelmed. Even those dazzling geniuses face slow progress because they chose to dual train in martial and spiritual arts, eventually fading into obscurity. But this kid Su Yi, not only is he dual training, but his progress is terrifyingly fast. Is he even human? Wei Tianyan was too shocked to speak, staring blankly at Su Yi. Level 6 Lingwu Master. Such a frightening summoning talent. Leng Jian snapped out of his daze, a wry smile on his face. Brother Yi, can't you be a normal person? How are we supposed to keep up with you? He had hoped that his efforts over the past 7 days would allow him to catch up to Su Yi. Little did he know, not only was he unable to keep up, but he couldn't even catch a whiff of Su Ye's trail. Seeing Leng Jian, Lin Meng, Qian Hao, and Zhu Xiyu nearly retreat into their shells from the blow, Wei Tianyun sternly admonished. Enough. Compare yourself to other people. Why are you always comparing yourselves to this monster, Su Yi? Right? Brother Yi is a monster. Without comparing ourselves to him, we're still geniuses. Encouraged by Wei Tianyun's words, the 4 of them seemed to find a lifeline, the light returning to their once disheartened eyes. What did I do? How did I become a monster? Su Yi watched their reactions, shaking his head helplessly, then thought to himself, oh well, a monster it is. After all, I'm just a tiny bit strong. 6 hours later, the helicopter hovered over a mountain, its rotor blades stirring up strong gusts that made the treetops sway violently. I won't waste any more words. Once you're in the genius training camp, don't disgrace Tianling City. Jump now. Someone will be there to catch you below, Wei Tianyun said firmly, addressing the 5 young individuals. As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Jian leapt out without hesitation, followed by Qian Hao, Zhu Xiyu, and Lin Meng. Only Su Yi remained, standing still. Su Yi, why aren't you jumping? Wei Tianyun asked, frowning slightly. Su Yi glanced at the 20-meter drop below, then turned to Wei Tianyun and said, President Wei, it's too high. Could I have a parachute? It's just over 20 meters. You want a parachute? Are you kidding? Wei Tianyun's mouth twitched. At this height, a parachute wouldn't even have time to open properly. After a few minutes of stalemate, seeing Su Ye's firm stance, Wei Tianyun reluctantly handed him a parachute. Hurry up and jump. You've truly set a precedent, the first in countless years to use a parachute for this. Just then, as if remembering something, Wei Tianyun retrieved a wooden box from beside his seat. Oh, These are the 50 mid-level spirit weapon cards you asked for. See you, President Wei. Suyi exclaimed excitedly, taking the wooden box and strapping on the parachute before jumping out of the cabin. In truth, he wasn't afraid of the height. He simply wanted to experience the thrill of parachuting. On the ground, in the woods, a middle-aged man in combat gear frowned and asked the four who had already landed, "What's going on? Why hasn't the last student from Tianling City come down yet?" The four exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond, when Lin Mang suddenly pointed skyward and exclaimed, "He's coming down. Brother Yi is coming down. And he's got a parachute." His words trailed off as he witnessed Su Yi deploying the parachute. Everyone was stunned. No one expected to see such a sight. A parachute. For a mere 20-meter drop, he used a parachute. The middle-aged man's face darkened instantly. Impressive. Tianling City really outdid itself, sending someone like him here. Su Yi landed smoothly, removed the parachute, and approached the middle-aged man. The man snorted coldly, pulling out 5 radar-like devices resembling pocket watches and tossing them to the group. "You must reach the training camp base by dawn. Anyone who is late will lose their spot in the genius training camp." He paused, then added, "Remember, there are many exotic beasts along the way, with the strongest reaching the first level of master. You not only need to hurry, but also deal with these threats." After finishing his words, the middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at Su Yi, then turned and walked away, his back radiating arrogance. Protecting someone like that from the shadows? This mission is really unpleasant. Yuan Wei, hiding in the shadows, muttered to himself with a face full of displeasure as he watched Su Yi and his group. On the other side, Long Jian quickly stepped forward, patted his chest, and confidently said, "Brother Yi, leave all the beasts on the road to us. You just follow behind." The other 3 nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. They all wanted to impress Su Yi. As for the odd situation of Su Yi descending with a parachute, no one asked about it, even if it meant leaving Yuan Wei with a bad impression of them. "All right," Su Yi nodded in agreement, but added, "But you can't kill them. You can only injure the beasts severely, because I need to finish them off." He didn't oppose Long Jian's suggestion, as it was an opportunity for them to showcase their skills. However, since there were rewards for killing beasts, even if the beasts were of low rank and the chances of winning were small, he didn't want to waste the opportunity. "Okay, let's set off then." Long Jian glanced at the setting sun and took the lead, stepping forward. "If we encounter any beasts, attack immediately, don't waste time." Walking at the back, Su Yi focused on the radar display in his hand, which clearly showed 5 routes. He looked up and announced to the 4, "In one night, I want all the beasts on these 5 routes to be taken down." Long Jian paused, turning around with confusion. "Brother Yi, the other 4 routes should belong to 4 other cities. Why are we helping them deal with the beasts?" Su Yi smirked, bluffing, "No reason. I just want to see where your limits are." "Our limits?" Instantly, flames of determination ignited in their eyes. Is this acknowledgement from a monster? They seemed invigorated, filled with excitement. In the shadows, Yuan Wei impatiently paced, muttering under his breath, dawdling around. "What are these 5 youngsters from Tianling City up to? I want to get back and rest early." He glanced at the distant group of 5, feeling increasingly frustrated. The beasts on the road were hardly a threat, and under normal circumstances, they should reach the training camp base within 2 hours. Unless their strength hasn't even reached the peak of a level 9 warrior or spiritualist. At that moment, Yuan Wei's eyes lit up. They've moved. And quite fast. He watched as the 5 individuals suddenly shot out like arrows. "Great. Looks like I can get back to the base to rest soon." But before that, he needed to record their combat performance to provide a strength assessment. With that in mind, Yuan Wei quickly followed. Minutes later, Long Jian encountered the first batch of beasts, his figure flickering as the black sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. Yuan Wei quickly recorded from the shadows. Long Jian, 1 orange soul mark. Level 1 spiritualist. Spiritual weapon, black sword. Instantly severely injured 7 level 9 beasts. However, the next moment, Yuan Wei's eyes widened. Wait a minute. What's that guy who came down with a parachute doing? Finishing them off. He watched in disbelief as Su Yi delivered a few punches, killing all the severely injured level 9 beasts, leaving him utterly stunned. Damn it. This guy not only avoids fighting the beasts by staying at the back, but he shamelessly goes in for the final blow. Yuan Wei gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Ye's retreating figure with contempt. In his mind, someone like that didn't deserve a spot in the elite training camp. The group of 5 continued to advance, with Yuan Wei reluctantly following behind. He carefully observed the other 4. Qian Hao, a level 1 martial artist, was like a fortress in battle with his defensive skills. Lin Mang, also a level 1 martial artist, struck swiftly and fiercely. Zhu Xiu, a level 1 spiritualist, had impressive command over her spells. When the 4 of them teamed up against the beasts, Yuan Wei was astonished 4 out of the 5 from Tianling City had already reached the level of a master. But when he thought of Su Yi only stepping in to finish off the beasts, his mood soured again. An hour and a half later, the five finally reached the training camp's base. Phew, finally a chance to rest. Yuan Wei sighed, eager to not see Su Yi anymore. However, what he saw next left him bewildered. The radar display showed that instead of entering the base, the five were heading towards Route 4. Just then, the intercom crackled with static, followed by the triumphant laughter of the person in charge of Line 1. Yuan Wei, why hasn't your team finished yet? The squads we were responsible for reached the base over 40 minutes ago. Yuan Wei watched as Leng Jian, Lin Meng, and the others began hunting beasts along Route 4. He replied calmly, you guys go ahead and sleep. I have a feeling we won't be returning tonight. With that, he ended the communication. 6 hours later, at 1 a.m., the five finally returned to the base. Incredibly, they had wiped out all the beasts on all 5 routes. What? Are they crazy? Yuan Wei emerged from the shadows, looking bewildered at these 5 maniacs. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Follow me, and I'll take you to your quarters. Tomorrow morning, gather on the first basement level. He suppressed his inner shock and led them into the base. After settling everyone in, Yuan Wei immediately headed to the commander's office. Despite the late hour, he knew Ding Kai was waiting for his report. Yuan Wei, what took you so long to return? Ding Kai asked directly. Major Ding, we were supposed to enter the base 6 hours ago, but this team is a bit unusual. Yuan Wei carefully chose his words. What do you mean by unusual? Ding Kai was intrigued. They first cleared all the beasts on Route 5. Then instead of entering the base, they moved on to Route 4. After that, they went to Route 3. Yuan Wei detailed the unconventional actions of this unpredictable team. They wiped out all the beasts on the 5 routes before returning to the base. Yuan Wei said as he handed a notebook containing detailed information on Su Yi, Leng Jian, and 3 others to Ding Kai. Ding Kai took the notebook with a look of disbelief on his face. They killed all the beasts on the 5 routes. Are they that bored? As he opened the first page of the notebook, Ding Kai's eyes lit up. Among the only 5 spots in Tianling City, 4 individuals had reached the master level. Considering that only 14 out of the 50 students in the entire Genius training camp achieved the master level this year, these students were naturally the focus of intensive training. Here, strength is the passport to more resources. Yuan Wei, why are there only 4 profiles here? Ding Kai asked, looking up. Yuan Wei's expression suddenly turned serious. Major Ding, the information on the 5th person is on the 2nd page. But before you look, I must warn you to prepare yourself. That person shouldn't even be in the Genius training camp. Ding Kai frowned. He knew Yuan Wei well, known for his integrity and never prejudiced without reason. What kind of person could make Yuan Wei so dismissive? With curiosity, Ding Kai turned to the 2nd page. What he saw was a series of puzzling records, parachuting down with a parachute, staying behind teammates the whole time, never taking the initiative to fight, and only finishing off beasts once teammates had heavily injured them. Heavily injured? Finishing off. Ding Kai's mind flashed back to the familiar figure in the secret realm. When he saw the name, Su Yi, at the end, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's him. It must be him. Ding Kai was almost certain that this Su Yi was the person he had encountered in the secret realm. Who else but that guy would harbor such intense hatred for beasts? A smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth as Ding Kai looked at Yuan Wei. Yuan Wei, you've been fooled by this kid. He's not as simple as you think. Major Ding, you know him? Yuan Wei asked, baffled. I do, and he's very strong. Ding Kai replied with a hint of amusement in his voice. I originally thought this year's big boss in the Genius training camp would emerge among Lin Chuan, Luo Tianxin, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan. Now, it seems things just got interesting. Yuan Wei's eyes widened in shock. What? This Su Yi is really capable of competing with those 4. The next morning, the cafeteria was bustling with chatter. Some were whispering, did you hear? The trainees from Tianling City only arrived at the base early this morning. It's not surprising, really. They haven't produced any top talent in years. The 5 who came this year don't seem special at all. Maybe even less so than previous years. Someone nearby scoffed. They're so weak, I wouldn't even bother to challenge them. The 4 sections of the cafeteria were already packed with trainees from the other 3 cities, leaving the 5 from Tianling City seemingly without a place to sit, forced to stand while eating. As Su Yi led Leng Jian, Lin Meng, and the others into the cafeteria, everyone's eyes instinctively turned toward them. The clatter of chopsticks echoed. Lin Chuan, upon seeing Su Yi, trembled, dropping his chopsticks and spoon. The terrifying image of a mushroom cloud that often haunted his nightmares flashed in his mind. It's him. His heart raced, his eyes filled with fear. The leader from Tianling City was actually Su Yi. How could this monster be in the same cohort? Lin Chuan's composure nearly shattered, but he quickly regained his senses, whispering to those around him, spread the word. Absolutely avoid any conflict with the people from Tianling City. If something happens, we won't be able to handle it. He was irked, filled with dread at the name that had once disturbed his peace. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxin also noticed Su Yi, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He then turned to Luo Tianxiang and said, quickly inform everyone, it's best not to clash with the people from Tianling City. Luo Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to communicate with the others. On the other side, Pei Tianyi and Lu Shan watched Su Yi and his group enter, sporting amused smiles. They were calculating whether Su Yi and his group would dare to sit near them after eating. If they did, it would give them something to do. Brother Yi, they seem so divided. It looks like we don't have a place to sit, Long Jian observed in a deep voice after scanning the room. Su Yi frowned slightly, glanced around, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Let's sit over there." At that moment, Luo Tianxin's voice rang out from the east side. "Su Yi, there's an open seat here. Come sit." Su Yi smiled slightly and headed over with Leng Jian and Lin Meng. Su Yi and his group sat down next to Luo Tianxin's table. Seeing this, Lin Chuan, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan frowned, seemingly pondering something. Luo Tianxin smiled at Su Yi. "Su Yi, didn't expect to see you again so soon." Su Yi gave a faint smile, glancing at Luo Tianxiang with a slight smirk. "Yeah, I bet you didn't expect I was the Su Yi you were investigating?" Hearing this, the Luo brothers were momentarily stunned. Then, their faces showed slight embarrassment as they exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. Su Yi chuckled softly and continued. "By the way, do you remember the Silver Moon Wolves pack in the Secret Realm? After we returned, guess what happened? The entire pack, including the Alpha, was dead." In the restaurant, Luo Tianxin suddenly spoke up to break the awkward silence. "I did it." Su Yi casually responded, then suddenly realized. "What? Are you saying you took out the wolf pack?" Luo Tianxin quickly changed the subject, pointing at the ceiling with feigned seriousness. "Su Yi, look, there are cows flying up there." "Cows flying up there? And I'm just blowing hot air down here." Su Yi's face was filled with disbelief, not even bothering to respond to such an obvious brush-off. 10 minutes later, after finishing their meal, Su Yi left with Leng Jian, Lin Meng, and the others. At that moment, Luo Tianxi sidled up to Luo Tianxin and whispered, "Big brother, Lin Chuan sent word not to provoke Su Yi and his group." "Oh." Luo Tianxin glanced in Lin Chuan's direction with a meaningful look in his eyes. This news quickly reached Pei Tianyi and Lu Shan, who decided to stay put and watch how things unfolded. On the basement level, Leng Jian eagerly asked, "Brother Yi, we're about to have our abilities tested. Are you planning to hide your true strength?" Su Yi pondered for a moment. "It depends on the situation. If I can't get the cultivation resources I want, I might reveal some of my abilities." 15 minutes later, as everyone gathered, a familiar figure appeared before them. It was Ding Kai, the head of this year's genius training camp. "No way. This is too much of a coincidence." Su Yi was so shocked to see Ding Kai that his eyes almost popped out. Ding Kai surveyed the group and calmly spoke. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ding Kai, the head of this year's genius training camp. You can call me Major Ding." He gave Su Yi a meaningful glance, which everyone noticed, hinting at some kind of connection between them. Ding Kai continued seriously, "The first thing you need to know is that we will be creating personalized training plans for each of you over the next month. You must complete the assigned training tasks daily or face severe punishment. If anyone wants to quit, now is the time to leave." Someone from Lu Shan's group stepped forward and asked, "Major Ding, what exactly are the punishments if we fail to complete the training tasks?" Ding Kai responded coldly, "Fail once, and you'll receive a 30-minute high-voltage shock. Fail twice, and it will be 40 minutes. The punishment time will accumulate with each failure." Upon hearing this, many who understood the severity of high-voltage shocks turned pale and began to tremble, fully aware of the terrifying consequences. A minute passed, then 2, then 3. The training ground was silent. Ding Kai looked around with satisfaction, noticing that no one chose to leave. A slight smile appeared on his lips. "Good. Since everyone has decided to stay, I'll move on to the second point." His voice echoed through the spacious training ground. "For the next month, after each day's training, there will be an hour of rest. After resting, you'll face challenges against beasts of the same level. Your rankings will be based on the number of beasts you defeat and the time taken. This ranking directly affects the amount of cultivation resources you receive." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a spark of anticipation in the eyes of the crowd. Without waiting for questions, he continued, "The third point is even more important. Every 7 days, there will be a grand melee. The top 10 will receive special rewards. These rewards can be requested within a specified range. Now, I'll open the floor for questions. 10 minutes, Ding Kai announced, and Su Yi eagerly stepped forward. "Major Ding, I'd like to ask, will there be enough beasts for the challenge?" Su Yi's eyes shone with eagerness. The question surprised everyone present. Ding Kai raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you plan to challenge dozens, or even hundreds at once?" "Enough." Ding Kai quickly regained his composure. "As long as you can kill them within the allotted time, we can replenish them indefinitely. That's my promise." Satisfied with the answer, Su Yi restrained his excitement and returned to the group. In the following 10 minutes, other trainees also posed questions, though none were particularly significant. When time was up, Ding Kai led everyone to the basement level. The vast training area was lined with various training rooms, gravity rooms, impact resistance rooms, mental power rooms, evasion rooms. Everyone's eyes lit up with delight, as the facilities were clearly more advanced than those at their school or the Spirit Martial Association. In the morning, you'll train in the cultivation rooms, with specialists adjusting the intensity. Ding Kai explained the schedule in detail. Your task is to constantly push your limits, enhancing your control over your physical body and soul. In the afternoon, professional trainers will provide unknown combat guidance to refine your fighting skills and martial techniques. In the evening, you'll use cultivation resources to boost your vitality or mental power. Of course, this is just the basic plan. Adjustments will be made based on each individual's progress. Standing before them, Ding Kai's gaze was sharp. He knew the real challenge was just beginning. There are also trainers providing unknown battle guidance. As soon as Ding Kai finished speaking, whispers immediately spread through the training camp. Even though it sounds simple, I have a feeling it's not that easy, someone murmured quietly. I've heard the intensity of this camp is beyond imagination. Everyone should prepare to shed some skin. Just as people were discussing, a synchronized marching sound came from afar. Dozens of staff members in uniform, holding tablets, walked in line with serious expressions. Groups of 5. Head into the training rooms that suit you best. Ding Kai's voice rang out again. Don't hold back your abilities. We'll tailor a training plan for each of you based on the test data. From Lin Chuan's group, 5 people stepped forward, each heading to a different training room. Standing not far away, Long Jian observed and turned to Su Yi, saying, Brother Yi, this talent training camp is indeed unique. They don't use special instruments to test blood energy and mental strength, but evaluate abilities in this way. That makes sense, Su Yi explained. Blood energy and mental strength can be temporarily boosted with external aids, so instrument data is inaccurate. This kind of practical test reflects true capability. I suspect there will be practical assessments later on. What are you planning to do? Lung Jian asked curiously. Will you hide your strength or give it your all? Su Yi grinned. I've decided to take it easy. The training plans don't mean much to me. I'd rather relax with a drink and watch you guys train. Seeing Su Ye's expression, Lung Jian pondered. Could it be? Brother Yi, you're here for the exotic beast challenges after daily training. Let's hope the camp's budget can handle it. Su Yi replied, indirectly confirming Lung Jian's guess. Meanwhile, the first batch of 5 had started their tests in the training rooms. As the staff continuously increased the intensity, the trainees' faces grew increasingly strained. Even when they reached their limits, the staff outside kept raising the difficulty. A few minutes later, when the training room doors opened, the 5 were sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, eyes filled with terror. Witnessing this, Su Yi made a silent decision. The training intensity is insane. I'm not going through this. Once I'm in there, I'll just lie down as soon as the intensity goes up. Why suffer when you can take it easy and still get stronger? Wow. 8 times gravity, 7 times evasion, 5 times durability. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixed on Lin Chuan, the team leader from Shenyang City. Those stats are off the charts, someone murmured. He must have reached the second stage of physical mastery, just beginning to grasp its secrets. As Lin Chuan emerged from the durability training room, he overheard the discussions and couldn't help but glance towards Su Yi in the distance. He chuckled to himself, thinking, a freak? Me? 8 times gravity, 7 times evasion, 5 times durability, what do they matter compared to that mushroom cloud? Brother Yi, why does that Lin Chuan keep looking at you? Lung Jian noticed the odd behavior and whispered, I don't know him. Su Yi responded calmly, meeting Lin Chuan's gaze. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan quickly averted his eyes. A reaction that made Su Yi wary seemed to have realized something alarming. In the subsequent tests, Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan also performed excellently, matching Lin Chuan's prowess, sparking another wave of amazement. An hour and a half later, it was Su Yi, Lung Jian, Lin Mang, and 2 others turned to be tested. All attention focused on them. However, as Su Yi entered the gravity training room, he shouted and collapsed under just 1 times gravity, causing an uproar. Is someone like that really fit to lead Tianling City? Zhou Sheng was about to mock when he caught Lin Chuan's sharp gaze. Zhou Sheng, Lin Chuan's voice was icy. Say another word about him, and you're done for. The teams from the other 3 cities began to murmur as well, but were quickly silenced by Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan. Luo Tianxian knew the truth, while the other 2 sensed from Lin Chuan's reaction that Su Yi was not as simple as he seemed. Outside the mental training room, Long Jian watched the crowd's discussions with a smirk. Go ahead and underestimate Brother Yi. When it comes to the beast challenge, you'll be in for a surprise. Finally, Ding Kai, looking displeased, questioned Su Yi as he exited the training room. Why didn't you take the test seriously? This affects your training plan for the next month. Su Yi calmly replied, Major Ding, this is my actual level. Please prepare the training plan based on these results. Hearing Ding Kai's scolding, Su Yi remained expressionless and casually said, You. Ding Kai was taken aback by Su Ye's indifferent attitude and was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. He took a deep breath, glanced at the crowd nearby, then pulled Su Yi aside. Su, I don't know what you're trying to do, but if you keep this up, it will really affect the morale of others, making it difficult for me to smoothly advance the training program. Are you thinking of leaving the training camp? Ding Kai was visibly angry, barely able to contain himself as he finished speaking. Su chuckled, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Ah, it seems trying to take it easy in the training camp can't continue if I hide my strength any longer. Ding Kai frowned, not quite understanding, but Su had already changed the subject. Major Ding, I heard that if you become the training camp's boss, you get some privileges. Is that true? Oh, planning to claim the boss title on the first day? Ding Kai was momentarily surprised, then a smile played at the corners of his mouth. That's right, becoming the boss does come with some perks. If that's what you want, then let's begin. Su smiled faintly, unfazed. As you wish. I'm looking forward to your performance too. All right. Ding Kai patted Su on the shoulder, his tone growing more enthusiastic. Let's go. Su is going for the boss title. If anyone's got a problem, step up and face him in a match. Ding Kai turned to the crowd, announcing the shocking news. Instantly, the place erupted. What? Him? Going for the boss title? Is this guy crazy? Interesting. Someone's daring enough to challenge for the boss title on the first day. Looks like we're in for a show. I bet he can't withstand 3 moves from any of Luo Tianxin, Lin Chuan, Pei Tianyi, or Le Shan. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the past, only the most exceptional talents would attempt to claim the boss title before the camp even started. Usually, such challenges took place in the final stages of training. As for Su Yetei didn't think he was that kind of genius. Su, even though we're on good terms, I can't just hand over the boss title to you. Luo Tianxin stepped forward coldly, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Pei Tianyi and Lu Shan followed closely, with faintly amused expressions, joining the fray. However, everyone's gaze quickly shifted to Lin Chuan, who remained motionless. Finally, Lin Chuan spoke calmly. Don't look at me. I have no desire to compete for the boss title with him because, in my heart, he's already the boss. Lin Chuan's words left the others exchanging glances, while Luo Tianxin, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan's brows furrowed instantly. Although they understood Lin Chuan's strength, they hadn't expected him to forego the challenge, leaving them feeling something was amiss. Meanwhile, Su paid no heed to their reactions, instead contemplating his next move. What should I do? Time to show off. But which move should I use? He pondered silently. Should I use the Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist to easily defeat opponents in its early mastery? Or should I bring out 50 mid-level spiritual weapon cards to shred their clothes to pieces? No, maybe I should summon 10 skeleton soldiers to hack and explode, watching them roll on the field. As he deliberated, Su Ye's eyes flickered, and his palms slightly sweated. He knew these people weren't enough to push him to his limits, but he had to put on a show for this contest. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Luo Tianxin, Pei Tianyi, and Leshan simultaneously unleashed their blood energy and soul marks, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. Luo Tianxin, a level 5 martial master. Pei Tianyi, a level 5 martial master. Leshan, a level 5 spirit master. The crowd watched as 5 orange halos sparkled beneath the feet of Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi, while 5 orange soul marks floated behind Leshan. They couldn't help but gasp in awe. Such power at their age? And Su Yi dared to compete with them for the title of the Great Demon King? Aside from a few like Lung Jian, Lin Meng, and Lin Chuan, no one believed in Su Yi. Su Yi squinted, assessing the strength of the 3, and thought to himself, only level 5? Should I hold back a bit to let them show off? He had expected stronger opponents, so he was relieved. He then released his orange blood energy, showing only 5 orange halos beneath his feet had suppressed his strength to the level of a level 5 martial master. Come at me together. Otherwise, it won't be fun. Su Yi smirked, his figure flashing as he charged towards the 3. Leshan stepped back with a smirk. You two go ahead. After all, this is a matter between martial masters. I'll stay out of it. Pei Tianyi also retreated, smiling at Luo Tianxin. Luo Tianxin, you know him, so I'll leave him to you. Otherwise, if I step in, I might hurt him. Damn, they're just using me to test Su Ye's strength. Yet they make it sound so nice. These 2 bastards are shameless. Luo Tianxin cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to face Su Yi. He smirked to himself. Since they're so shameless, I won't tell them about his special talent. Bang! The 2 clashed instantly, but Su Ye's speed and strength suddenly multiplied several times. Luo Tianxin couldn't even react before Su Ye's right hand was firmly pressed against his face. Su Yi lifted him high and slammed him hard into the ground. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. Su Yi had defeated Luo Tianxin in an instant. Swipe! Luo Tianxin sprang up from the ground, quickly retreating 7 or 8 meters to distance himself from Su Yi, his eyes filled with shock. Damn it! This guy's physical control has definitely reached the rudimentary stage, and his activation level is far beyond mine. This is insane. He had thought Su Ye's greatest asset was his special summoning talent, but now he realized Su Ye's own strength was equally terrifying. Pei Tianyi, let's attack together and use our martial skills. Otherwise, we don't stand a chance against him. Luo Tianxin decided to involve Pei Tianyi, not wanting to rely solely on his own talent. All right, Pei Tianyi agreed, having realized that Su Yi was a tough opponent. Swipe, swipe. The two simultaneously executed their martial skills, charging at Su Yi once more. Great. Two of them are in the ring. I wonder when the last one will join. Su Yi laughed heartily, rushing to meet them. No martial skills. With nothing but his sheer physical strength, Su Yi fiercely battled against Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi. His movements were fluid and every strike was perfectly executed, leaving him unyielding. Even when faced with the powerful martial techniques of the two, Su Yi remained composed and dealt with them effortlessly. Watching from the sidelines, Ding Kai's pupils contracted with shock. He could hardly believe that Su Yi, with his extraordinary talent, also possessed such terrifying physical prowess. Level 5 Martial Master. A gasp rose from the crowd. This is his true strength. Lin Xuan recalled the yellow-haired figure who was blown to bits by over 2,000 skeleton soldiers in the secret realm and shook his head, sighing inwardly. Su Yi is too cunning. He was clearly pretending to be weak to lure in the strong. I must keep my distance from him in the future. Then, turning his gaze back to the battlefield, he wondered, I wonder if he can summon skeleton soldiers at the level of a level 5 martial master. If he can, even with Luo Tianxin and the others giving their all, they might still struggle to contend. The thought of the vast army of skeletons sent a shiver down Lin Xuan's spine. After several minutes of intense combat, Pei Tianyi whispered to Luo Tianxin, "We've underestimated Su Yi. He's this strong without even using martial techniques. Shouldn't we have Lushan join in?" Agreed. Luo Tianxin immediately consented, and the two of them shouted towards Lushan, not far away. "Lushan, get in here." 18 flying knives sliced through the air, and Su Yi deftly evaded the first wave of attacks with his agile footwork, then retreated to create some distance. Now this is interesting. Su Yi grinned. You should have all come at me together from the start. Before he finished speaking, 5 orange soul marks appeared behind him, and 50 golden cards flew out from his chest, swirling around him. Boom! Ding Kai sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts. A level 5 spirit martial master. The crowd erupted in excitement. No one had expected the low-key Su Yi to be this powerful. Lin Xuan sighed to himself. You're only seeing the surface. His most terrifying aspect is his talent. Facing them, Luo Tianxin and his companions finally felt immense pressure. Especially Luo Tianxin, who was well aware of Su Ye's unique summoning talent. After a long silence, Luo Tianxin finally spoke. What should we do? Should we use our talents? Hold on. Let me first gauge the extent of his soul control. Leshan raised his hand in a gesture of caution, his eyes showing a hint of wariness. You guys test his martial skills. If he really can't withstand it, then use our innate abilities. After all, once we use those, the fight will basically be over. Luo Tianxin nodded slightly. All right, let him fight with all his might. He then turned to Su Yi on the other side and shouted, Su Yi, use your martial skills. Show us just how strong you really are. What? You want me to use my martial skills? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be? Do they have a trump card? His mind raced, quickly concluding, innate abilities. Their trump card must be their innate abilities. With this thought, a smile crept onto Su Ye's lips, and excitement flickered in his eyes. After all, until now, the only person he had encountered with innate abilities was Ding Kai. Scarlet Flame Thunder Tiger Fist. As Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi charged towards him, Su Yi quickly gathered his energy into his right fist and unleashed it with a look of exhilaration. Scarlet flames like waves. Thunder serpents surging. A thunderous flame tiger, crackling with lightning, suddenly appeared in everyone's view, plunging the entire training ground into silence. At the same time, 50 golden cards swirled around Su Yi, piercing the air with sharp whistling sounds as they shot towards Leshan like arrows. Damn! High-level martial skill, Scarlet Flame Thunder Tiger Fist. Luo Tianxin's face changed dramatically, his pupils contracting rapidly. And the flames like waves, the lightning like serpents. This is at the minor success stage. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the Thunder Flame Tiger, Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their strongest martial skills, attempting to counter the overwhelming attack. Not far away, Leshan was manipulating 18 flying knives, trying to fend off the onslaught of the 50 golden cards. However, his face soon showed a bitter smile. All 50 golden cards are at mid-level spirit weapon grade, and the speed and power unleashed in controlling the cards far surpass my own. This proves his soul control is far above mine. Leshan thought to himself, damn, he's truly a monster. After venting his frustration, Leshan quickly adjusted his strategy, pulling the 18 flying knives back to form a defensive stance, desperately resisting the relentless attack of the 50 golden cards. A minute later, the battle came to a halt. Luo Tianxian and Pei Tianyi struggled to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths as they slowly got up from the ground. Meanwhile, Leshan, covered in small wounds, staggered over to join them. 3 against 1, and they were utterly defeated. Faced with this unacceptable yet undeniable outcome, a bitter smile appeared on all 3 of their faces. That bastard Lin Chuan. Luo Tianxian gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Chuan in the crowd. He definitely knew about Su Ye's strength, but he didn't tell us. Damn it. The 3 were seething with anger. Enough about Lin Chuan. Pei Tianyi took a deep breath and looked at Su Yi, who stood calm and composed across from them. Let's use our innate abilities next, or we really won't be able to beat him. Agreed. Luo Tianxian and Leshan immediately concurred with the suggestion. Su Yi, we admit you're strong. Luo Tianxian declared loudly. But we still have our innate abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light burst from Luo Tianxian's body, blinding like the sun. Innate ability, golden body protection. A chorus of gasps and murmurs erupted around them. Defense increased tens of times. Even if Su Ye's high-level martial skill reached the minor success stage, he can't break through Luo Tianxian's golden body. At the same time, a giant bear shadow appeared behind Pei Tianyi, radiating an intimidating aura. Innate ability, spirit of the violent bear. Strength increased tens of times. Apart from Luo Tianxian, no one else has ever been able to withstand a punch from Pei Tianyi. 3 figures intertwined on the training ground. Pei Tianyi was the first to unleash his talent, a fierce aura sweeping across the field. The crowd erupted in gasps, their eyes fixed on the 3 individuals in the center. Suddenly, the temperature on the training ground plummeted, a chilling cold enveloping the area. Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to Lu Shan, the wielder of the ice power talent, capable of freezing everything in an instant, was now demonstrating his terrifying ability. So what if they use their talents? It's just asking for humiliation. Lin Chuan observed coldly from the crowd, his tone dripping with disdain. Meanwhile, Ding Kai muttered excitedly to himself, a clash of talents. Su Yi, let's see how strong your skeleton soldiers really are. Standing in the arena, Su Ye's eyes glinted with a hint of battle spirit. As expected, their trump cards are their talents. But there's no rush to summon the skeleton soldiers yet. Let's first see just how strong their talents are. As he spoke, an incredible aura burst forth from him. 6 orange halos, 6 orange soul marks, clearly marking him as a level 6 spirit martial master. This scene caused an uproar, with everyone widening their eyes in disbelief. Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan cursed inwardly. Damn, this guy was hiding his strength all along. Does he have to be this cunning? They finally realized that in the previous battles, Su Yi had just been toying with them. Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, let's join forces, Lu Shan said solemnly. Su Ye's mastery over his physical body and spirit far surpasses ours, and his level is a whole stage higher. We can't beat him in an unknown fight. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Tianxian and Pei Tianyi launched a coordinated attack on Su Yi. Unwilling to be left behind, Lu Shan unleashed a chilling aura. Freeze. Ice began to form around Su Ye's feet, but he merely smiled lightly, releasing a burst of blood energy that shattered the ice. Yet, the ice crystals quickly reformed, forcing him to continuously release blood energy to fend them off. The battle quickly heated up, with Luo Tianxian and Pei Tianyi launching fierce close-range attacks. Su Yi unleashed a Scarlet Flame Thunder Tiger Fist, which forced Luo Tianxian back 6 or 7 steps, but failed to break his protective golden body. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Tianyi launched a ferocious assault on Su Yi, while Lu Shan's ice power spread, attempting to encase Su Yi in ice. Even though Su Yi controlled 50 golden cards to shatter the ice crystals, he struggled to keep up with the rapid spread of ice. He silently acknowledged, talents are indeed a formidable power. With my current strength alone, I'm no match for the 3 of them. Su Yi unleashed a powerful burst of blood energy, shattering the ice around him before swiftly creating distance. He looked at the 3 opponents, a faint smile playing on his lips. I've had enough fun. This battle can end now. Had enough fun. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Pei Tianyi and Leshan looked puzzled. He was about to use his talent. The upcoming battle would no longer be a conventional one. Seeing this, Luo Tianxian's gaze darkened as he straightforwardly said, he's more than just that. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Tianyi and Leshan were stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. What? He has a talent too? That's right. Not only does he have a talent, but it's a special summoning talent. Luo Tianxian added, his tone heavy with pressure, and his summoned creatures are an unprecedented type of skeleton warriors. Hearing this, Pei Tianyi and Leshan could hardly believe their ears. A level 6 spirit warrior. Not only had he mastered his physical body and spirit, but he had also reached the initial stages of mastery, even cultivating advanced martial skills and achieving a minor success. This was beyond comprehension. Coupled with that special summoning talent, it was utterly astounding. He summoned them. Skeleton warriors. Luo Tianxin's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as he whispered, "Watch closely. The battle is about to begin." As his words fell, 10 skeleton warriors suddenly emerged from the void, raising their bone swords and charging towards the enemy. Luo Tianxin did not hesitate, moving swiftly towards the skeleton squad. Pei Tianyi followed closely, fully prepared to launch an all-out attack. But just then, Leshan suddenly shouted, "You two hold off all the skeleton warriors. I'll." Before he could finish, a skeleton warrior appeared before him in an instant, its bone sword glinting coldly, the tip aimed at Leshan's throat. The sharp blade lightly pierced his skin, bringing a sharp sting. Leshan gulped in fear, his face pale and eyes filled with terror. Damn, how is this skeleton warrior so fast? Leshan was shocked, his heart racing. It can teleport. Su Yi can not only summon skeleton warriors, but these summoned skeletons match us in speed and strength. Pei Tianyi's expression turned serious. These summoned creatures are a nightmare for any spirit warrior. The battle suddenly intensified, catching everyone off guard with Su Ye's talent. Watching the precise attacks of the skeleton warriors, Leshan found himself overwhelmed, his eyes filled with helplessness. For skeleton warriors charged at Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi, their speed and strength so formidable that they could barely fend them off. The speed and strength of these skeleton warriors don't resemble a level 6 spirit warrior's abilities at all. Luo Tianxin gritted his teeth in disbelief. This is just too unreasonable. Pei Tianyi, stop talking. These skeleton warriors are pushing us to the brink. We need to deal with them quickly. Luo Tianxin growled in frustration. While Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi were still struggling against the 4 skeleton warriors, Su Yi smiled calmly, his gaze shifting to Ding Kai in the distance. Major Ding, I'm going to end this battle, but you might need to help, or there will be a risk to lives. Ding Kai was momentarily stunned by these words. Then his eyes focused as he saw the remaining skeleton warriors heading towards Luo Tianxin and Pei Tianyi. Without hesitation, he rushed to join them. The battle had completely changed, and with Ding Kai's involvement, the situation became even more complex. The power of the skeleton warriors and Su Ye's hidden talent put everyone in an unprecedented predicament. Whether Su Yi was telling the truth or not, as the chief organizer of this training camp, he had to ensure everyone's safety and prevent any accidents from happening. Boom. Right before their eyes, Ding Kai suddenly appeared next to Su Yi. Su Yi smiled and snapped his fingers without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, creating a scene of overwhelming impact. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This skeletal creature not only has incredible combat power, endurance, and the ability to teleport, but it can also self-destruct. It's terrifying. Su Yi is a monster, and the skeleton he summoned is equally abnormal. The Great Demon King. Su Yi absolutely deserves that title. The crowd standing at a distance was completely shocked. The explosion's power and the visual impact of the mushroom cloud were etched deeply into their minds, making Su Ye's terror feel oppressively real. TCH. What's this little mushroom cloud compared to the super mushroom cloud in the secret realm? It's nothing. Lin Chuan muttered disdainfully, a cold smile playing on his lips. Beside him, Lu Shan was nearly in tears from fear, hurriedly turning to his skeleton soldier, seemingly wanting to know if it could do something equally terrifying. Hey, skeleton bro, can you self-destruct? By the way, aren't you tired of holding that sword? Why not take a break? As the dust gradually settled, the figures of Ding Kai, Luo Tianxin, and Pei Tianyi slowly emerged. Although the self-destruction of a 6th-level martial warrior skeleton was powerful, it didn't significantly harm Ding Kai. However, if enough of these skeletons self-destructed, he would face a considerable threat. This kid is truly full of surprises, Ding Kai thought to himself, casting a complex glance at Su Yi. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxin, still catching his breath, cursed under his breath. Su Yi, you bastard. I treated you sincerely, and you blew me up with a skeleton. That's inhuman. Luo Tianxin, still trembling slightly from the terrifying explosion, felt a mix of emotions. Su Yi is truly a frightening guy. Being in the same cohort as him is my biggest misfortune. In Pei Tianyi's eyes, the fear had not completely dissipated. He stared in Su Ye's direction, the chill in his heart lingering because he had been just a step away from death moments ago. Moments later, the challenge against Su Yi had ended. Luo Tianxin, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan all failed in their attempts. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Su Yi? Ding Kai scanned the crowd, his voice resonant and provocative. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. The entire field remained silent. No one dared to step forward. Since no one dares to challenge, I hereby declare Su Yi as the Great Demon King of this year's Genius Training Camp. Ding Kai announced solemnly, pausing before continuing. If anyone wishes to contest the title of Great Demon King, they can challenge him in the future. No one responded, and the atmosphere was tense as Ding Kai announced Su Ye's title as the Great Demon King. Alright, next is free activity. We'll conduct combat tests in the afternoon. Ding Kai succinctly arranged the afternoon's activities before turning and leaving the underground level. Luo Tianxun, Pei Tianyi. We may not be able to defeat Su Yi, but I can't stand that Lin Chuan is getting away with everything. So, I want to take him down. What do you guys think? After leaving Ding Kai, Lesan immediately sought out Luo Tianxun and Pei Tianyi, his eyes burning with an unyielding anger, his voice low yet unable to hide his frustration. We've known each other for over 2 years. He knew about Su Ye's situation and didn't tell us. That's just wrong. We have to deal with him. Lesan clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. Upon hearing Leshan's proposal, Pei Tianyi's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, he nodded in agreement, his face full of eager anticipation. Why are you both looking at me? Luo Tianxun noticed their gazes fixed on him, and he grinned with a dangerous smile. Let's go? Let's get him. With that, he took the lead, striding towards Lin Chuan. Not far away, Lin Chuan was sitting alone in a corner, resting, when he noticed the three approaching him. Why are those three coming over? Are they looking to ask me about Su Yi? Lin Chuan frowned in thought, but seeing the energy and aggressive expressions they exuded, a sense of unease quickly spread within him. What the heck? They're coming to get me. Are they crazy? I wasn't the one who bullied them. If they've got guts, they should go after Su Yi. As the trio got closer, Lin Chuan had no choice but to get up quickly, ready to face the impending confrontation. From afar, Lung Jian and Lin Meng and their group of 4 noticed the scene. Hey, Brother Yi, look. They're about to fight. One of them excitedly pointed out, and the 4 of them immediately ran over to watch the spectacle, their faces full of schadenfreude. Su Yi watched the comical scene of Luo Tianxun and the others chasing Lin Chuan around, and couldn't help but smile. Joy is meant to be shared. These 4 really have quite the relationship. Su Yi chuckled softly, then turned and walked towards a staff member. Su Yi, is there something you need? Seeing Su Yi approach, Su Song immediately put down his work and asked respectfully. After all, Su Yi's status was no longer that of an ordinary student, and even staff members like Su Song had to treat him seriously. I need some things. Can you help me buy them? Su Yi got straight to the point. Su Song immediately perked up. What do you need? Nutritional supplements? Soul-nourishing liquids? Special minerals for crafting spiritual weapons? Advanced martial arts techniques? Or, I'm not looking for those things, Su Yi interrupted his guesses. I want sunflower seeds, chilled drinks, cold beer, skewers, a grill, charcoal, various seasonings, and things like that. Su Song's eyes widened, momentarily unable to believe his ears. You're not asking for cultivation resources, but a bunch of food and drinks? Are you here on vacation, or what? After regaining his composure, Su Song looked at Su Yi seriously. Su Yi, are you sure you want these things? That's right, just those things. Su Yi confirmed with a nod, a relaxed smile on his face. It'd be best if you could prepare a month's worth. After all, while they're training, I can't just sit idly by. I've got to keep myself entertained. This. Su Song hesitated for a moment. Su Yi, I understand your request, but whether it can be approved depends on Major Ding's decision. How about you wait here, and I'll go talk to Major Ding about it. With that, Su Song quickly walked towards the elevator. On the 5th basement level, in a sealed room, Ding Kai was reporting the situation via a secure phone line. Colonel Zhang, this is all the information about Su Yi. What should I do next? Ding Kai's voice echoed in the confined space, waiting for further instructions from his superior. Ding Kai stood in the secret room, gripping the phone tightly, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had been waiting for a full 2 minutes, and the silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Just as he was about to lose his patience, a deep voice finally emerged from the receiver. Spare no effort in training, no matter the cost. If there are any issues, come to me. The call ended abruptly, leaving Ding Kai holding the phone, standing in place. Spare no effort in training, no matter the cost. Ding Kai repeated softly, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This outcome was exactly what he had anticipated. Su Ye's talent was extraordinary, almost monstrous. If such a prodigious talent wasn't worth cultivating, then who was? As soon as Ding Kai stepped out of the secret room, his phone rang insistently in his pocket. The ringtone echoed through the hallway. Su Yi used his privileges? He wants us to prepare something for him. Su Song's voice came through the line, tinged with confusion. Ding Kai chuckled. Wait for me in the office on the 1st floor. I'll be right there. Moments later, Ding Kai pushed open the door to the office of the chief administrator on the 1st floor. Su Song was standing by the desk, holding a list with a peculiar expression on his face. What? Ding Kai took the list, his eyes widening instantly. Snacks, drinks, beer, barbecue? What does he think this is? Does he also want us to get him a few beauties? Upon learning of Su Ye's requests, Ding Kai was so infuriated that he was trembling all over, even his fingertips shook. Major Ding. Su Song cautiously addressed his enraged superior. He also said it would be best to prepare a month's supply. So, should we get it for him? Absolutely not. Ding Kai slammed the table, his voice thunderous. Tell him to come see me immediately. A few minutes later, Su Yi entered the room, his expression calm. Ding Kai wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Su Yi, though you've become a formidable figure and have certain privileges, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want in the training camp. He raised one finger. Firstly, the items you requested are denied. Another finger went up. Secondly, I will create a training plan for you, and you must follow it diligently. Finally, a third finger. Lastly, if you have any legitimate needs, just ask, and I will do my best to accommodate you. Su Yi listened, hands in his pockets, remaining relaxed and unfazed by the reprimand. Major Ding. He met Ding Kai's gaze directly. Since I have achieved my current strength, it proves that I have my own effective training methods. So, no matter what training plan you devise, I won't follow it. He paused before continuing. As for legitimate needs, I require a large number of beasts of the same level, as many as possible, because I enjoy life and death battles with them. Only through that can I quickly grow stronger. If possible, I hope to spend all my time fighting beasts, except for eating and sleeping. Fighting beasts every day? Is that his training method? Ding Kai frowned, not responding immediately, but instead, he walked out of the office. A few minutes later, Ding Kai returned, his expression much calmer. Su Yi, I agree to your request. He spoke solemnly. From now on, you can access the combat realm on the second basement level at any time. As for the beasts, for every one you defeat, we'll replenish it. Su Yi nodded, turning to leave, but paused at the door, looking back at Ding Kai. Major Ding, constantly fighting beasts can be quite boring. That's why I wanted those snacks and drinks, to have something to do in my downtime. But now, since you've denied that request, I won't need any breaks. I hope you won't regret this decision. With that, Su Yi exited, leaving Ding Kai standing alone in the office, deep in thought. Regret? Impossible. Watching Su Ye's departing figure, Ding Kai shook his head slightly, clearly not taking the warning seriously. When Su Yi reached the second basement level, the staff immediately approached to explain the situation. This level features 5 warrior level and 10 master level battle realms, each containing a total of 100,000 beasts. The warrior level realms house level 9 beasts, while the master level realms contain beasts ranging from level 1 to 5. The staff member added that Major Ding had arranged for a batch of level 6 beasts to be delivered the next day. Activate the entrance to master level battle realm 1. I want to go in right now. Su Yi said eagerly. Just as he was about to enter the realm, he turned around with a serious expression and instructed, by the way, only Major Ding is allowed to view my data in the realm, understood? The staff member nodded with a knowing smile. Got it. After all, with Su Ye's current status, not everyone was entitled to access his battle data. Once inside the realm, Su Yi immediately unleashed his full power. No more holding back, let's go all out. With 640 skeleton soldiers, he launched a massive beast extermination campaign, aiming to eliminate all the beasts before anyone else arrived. 2 hours later, Su Yi checked his attribute panel. Name Su Yi. Talent Summoning Limit 720, Skeleton Soldier Self-Destruct, Force First Blood, Teleportation. Health 723.6. Level 7 Martial Master. Physical Mastery Novice Level 46.77. Martial Skills Stacking Waves Palm, Misty Wind Step, 7-star Mystic Step, Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist Minor Success, 12.3. Mental Power 678.6. Level 6 Spirit Master. Soul Mastery Novice Level 38.25. Items 18.8 million Alliance Coins, 77 Pure Gold Stones, 49 Heavenly Marrow Liquid, 10 Martial God Level Skeleton Summon Cards, 66 Talent Source Stone Fragments. Just average, Su Yi assessed internally. Despite the vast number of beasts, the high proportion of low-level beasts meant he had to kill 70 or 80 to earn a reward. However, he did confirm one thing. Talent Source Stone Fragments only dropped from ancient beasts. Su Yi, how did you come out so quickly? The staff member asked, puzzled. I don't like fighting in the same place for too long. I want to switch realms. Su Yi casually fabricated an excuse. The staff member didn't press further. All right, I'll take you to Master Level Battle Realm 2. An hour and 50 minutes later, Su Yi was transported out once more. The staff member, already understanding, said, Su Yi, I get it. Let's head straight to Master Level Battle Realm 3. Without a word, the staff member led Su Yi straight to the next battle realm. Just as Su Yi stepped into the 3rd division level battle realm, the staff member's phone suddenly rang. Yes, Su Yi is still in the battle realm. Understood. The staff member hung up, a hint of envy flashing in their eyes. Even Major Ding canceled today's beast challenge because of him. Truly deserving of the title Great Demon King. Time ticked by, and after a full 14 hours, all the beasts in the 10 division level battle realms lay defeated by Su Yi. His vitality had reached an astounding 999.9, but his mental strength was only at 903.4. It seems I can only move on to the challenger level battle realm, Su Yi said, signaling the staff to lead the way. At 4 a.m., A duty officer watched the surveillance screen, unable to hold back a sigh. This guy started at 10 a.m. yesterday and has been fighting beasts for a full 18 hours straight. It's unbelievable. No wonder he's so powerful. By 8 a.m., in the training ground on the underground first floor. Suyi isn't here? Ding Kai looked around and then made a call. Zhang Yuan, is Suyi with you? Good, I see. Thanks. Hanging up, he pondered. Why is this guy so obsessed with fighting beasts? Is this really his unique way of training? 3 hours later, at 11 a.m., Ding Kai stood in the center of the training ground, his face dark. Tang Jun, Wei Jiang. A total of 38 people failed to complete the morning training plan. All of you will undergo 30 minutes of high-voltage electric shock punishment. The rest are dismissed, and will start combat training in the afternoon. Seeing the trainees who were to be punished, Ding Kai felt a surge of anger. So many failing on the first day was far beyond his expectations. Suddenly, something came to his mind. Right, I should check on that guy Suyi. Soon, Ding Kai arrived on the second underground floor and found Zhang Yuan to inquire about Su Ye's whereabouts. Major Ding, Suyi left just 10 minutes ago, said he was going back to his room to rest. Oh, what time did he arrive this morning? Ding Kai asked casually as he walked over to the computer. What time this morning? He hasn't left since yesterday. Zhang Yuan's words hit Ding Kai like a sledgehammer, freezing him in place as a strong sense of unease surged through him. Battlefield Secret Realm. I need to check the situation immediately. Ding Kai snapped back to reality and quickly walked over to the computer to check the data for the number 1 division-level Battlefield Secret Realm. As the data appeared on the screen, Ding Kai's pupils constricted sharply. 100,000 alien beasts, completely annihilated. Su Yi, that madman, had managed to kill all the beasts in just over 20 hours. Major Ding, do you want to check the status of the number 2 division-level Battlefield Secret Realm? Zhang Yuan's voice came from the side. Ding Kai turned abruptly, his voice slightly trembling. He went to the number 2 Secret Realm too? Not only that, Zhang Yuan continued to report. He's been to 10 division-level and 5 commander-level Battlefield Secret Realms. According to him, he doesn't like staying in the same place for too long, so he switches realms every hour or so. What? Ding Kai's face changed dramatically, and he immediately rushed to the monitoring room of the number 2 division-level Battlefield Secret Realm. 5 minutes later, cold sweat had soaked through Ding Kai's shirt. In 25 hours, 1.5 million alien beasts, including those at the commander level, were all wiped out. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning behind Su Ye's words before he left. Zhang Yuan. Ding Kai suddenly turned around. From now on, without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or check any Battlefield Secret Realm. Understand? Understood. Zhang Yuan replied, standing at attention, watching Ding Kai's hurried departure, realizing the seriousness of the situation. In a secure room 5 floors underground, Ding Kai picked up an encrypted phone and dialed a familiar number. One Battlefield Secret Realm having issues was his responsibility, but problems in all realms had to be reported to the colonel. Ding Kai, I've already given clear instructions on Su Ye's training plan, and I've approved the Division Level 6 alien beasts he requested. What's the issue now? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Colonel Zhang. Ding Kai took a deep breath. Within 25 hours, Su Yi has cleared all the alien beasts from the Battlefield Secret Realms, including the commander-level ones. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the line. Colonel Zhang, you know the alien beast challenge plan I devised, but now all the beasts are gone. Ding Kai stood in the office, his expression serious as he made a request over the phone to the colonel on the other end. I would like to request 50,000 level 9 beast class beasts and 100,000 level 1 to level 5 general class beasts. Additionally, regarding the 20,000 level 6 general class beasts approved yesterday, I suggest increasing the number to 200,000. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Not until the 5th minute did the colonel's voice finally come through. Approved. Also, provide him with snacks, drinks, and a small barbecue, and limit his battle time with the beasts to 4 hours a day. As for the number of beasts, replenish as many as he consumes each day. Hearing this, Ding Kai immediately raised a new question. Colonel, Su Yi can slaughter 150,000 beasts in 25 hours. I suspect he's hiding his true strength. Should we ask him for clarification? No need. The colonel replied decisively. Everyone has their own secrets. Since he doesn't want to disclose them, we won't pry. With that, he hung up the phone. Ding Kai looked at his now dark phone screen and chuckled wryly to himself. Just yesterday, I said I had no regrets, and today I'm already contradicting myself. How frustrating. He then left the secret room and headed towards Su Ye's room on the first floor. At that moment, Su Yi was in room 1, reviewing his latest attribute panel. Name Su Yi. Talent summoning, with a current limit of 990 units, including skeleton soldiers self-destruct, forced first blood, and teleportation. Vitality 999.9. Realm level 9 ultimate martial master. Physical mastery initial insight 81.46. Martial skills stacking wave palm, Misty Wind Step, 7-star Elusive Step, Crimson Flame Thunder Tiger Fist Small Success 93.6. Mental Power 999.9. Realm Level 9 Ultimate Spirit Master. Soul Mastery Initial Insight 70.62. Items Divine Alliance Coins 37.82 million. Pure Gold Stones 108. Heavenly Essence Liquid 72 drops. Martial God Level Skeleton Summon Card 10. Talent Source Stone Shards 66. Not bad. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. The strength of a level 9 ultimate spirit and martial artist, with significant improvements in physical and soul mastery, and the Crimson Flame Thunder Tiger Fist is about to break through to the grand completion stage. These 150,000 beasts have indeed been beneficial. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Bottleneck task issued. Please eliminate 100,000 level 9 or higher general class beasts. Upon successful completion, the bottleneck will be lifted and a mysterious gift will be awarded. No time limit. Eliminate 100,000 level 9 or higher general class beasts. Suyi chuckled lightly. With my current status as a great demon king, this task is simply no challenge. He quickly planned in his mind. Complete the bottleneck task, break through to the martial sovereign realm, and add this selfless rescue entry. Suddenly, a clear knocking interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Major Ding, what brings you here? Suyi opened the door to find Ding Kai standing outside, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected to see him at this time. Ding Kai's expression darkened immediately, and he strode into the room. Huh? I took care of the beasts for you. I handled the situation. And now you ask why I'm here. Suyi closed the door and got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Major Ding, are you here because of the 1.5 million beasts? That's right. Ding Kai nodded, still looking incredulous. I came because of those 1.5 million beasts. Suyi, I really underestimated you. In 25 hours, you managed to kill 1.5 million beasts. That's just crazy. Suyi merely shrugged lightly, a confident smile on his lips. Crazy? Wait until I break through to the 9th level martial sect. Then the number of skeleton soldiers I can summon will reach 9,990, and if I get a lucky critical hit, that's 99,990 skeleton soldiers. Now that would be truly insane. Seeing that Suyi wasn't going to elaborate further, Ding Kai didn't press the issue and instead moved on to business. Alright, let's talk business. I've managed to secure you 2 million 6th level master beasts. They should be delivered over the next few days, so you shouldn't go to the battle secret realm and wipe out beasts below your level anymore. After all, others need those beasts too. 6th level master beasts? Only 2 million. Suyi didn't look excited. Instead, he seemed disappointed. That's not even enough for me to kill in 2 days. Ding Kai's mouth twitched at his words, his voice rising slightly. 2 million? And you think that's not enough? These are beasts at your level. You think you can just slaughter them without a care? He took a deep breath and continued. Suyi, these 2 million 6th level master beasts. You definitely won't finish them in 2 days. Because from now on, you only have 4 hours a day to fight them. Oh, and about the snacks, drinks, and barbecue you requested, I approve them. Find something else to do when you're not busy. With that, Ding Kai got up and headed for the door, clearly feeling embarrassed for having contradicted himself and not wanting to stay any longer. Wow, couldn't handle it for even 2 days. That's a bit disappointing. Suyi teased, watching Ding Kai's retreating figure. He seemed to have anticipated the restriction on his battle time, but hadn't expected Ding Kai to give in so quickly. Just as Ding Kai was about to step out the door, Suyi suddenly spoke up. Major Ding, I have something to tell you too. I've been hiding my strength. My true power is at the 9th level peak of a spirit martial artist, and I feel like I'm about to break through. So, could you exchange those 2 million beasts for 100,000 9th level master beasts and 1.9 million 1st level sect beasts? Ding Kai froze, as if struck by lightning. Hiding strength? 9th level peak spirit martial artist? About to break through? These words echoed in his mind, making it hard to believe that a student who hadn't even taken his college entrance exam possessed such power. Alright, I'll look into it and get back to you. Ding Kai's voice was a bit dry as he responded. After maintaining a facade of calm, Ding Kai quickly left Suye's room. His steps were hurried, and his brow was furrowed, clearly troubled by the seemingly simple request. Such a small request, and I still need to go back and study it. This genius training camp isn't entirely reliable. Ding Kai muttered to himself as he walked, his voice filled with helplessness. Watching Ding Kai's retreating figure, Suyi sighed and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He had planned to stay at the training camp for a month, but in just 2 days, the camp was already struggling with his minor requests. In the dimly lit chamber 5 floors underground, the air was thick with tension. Ding Kai stood in the center, staring at the encrypted phone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The training camp has been running for 2 days, and I'm either in the chamber or on my way there. Ding Kai muttered through gritted teeth. This is just ridiculous. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up the phone. As the head of the training camp, He had done almost nothing else these past 2 days, dedicating all his efforts to attending to Su Yi alone. Taking a deep breath, Ding Kai dialed the familiar number. Ding Kai, what's happened now? The weary voice of the colonel came through immediately, clearly annoyed by the frequent calls over the past 2 days. Colonel, Su Yi has been hiding his true strength. Ding Kai got straight to the point. His actual level is a 9th level peak spiritual martial artist, and he's about to break through. So he wants to exchange the 2 million beasts for 100,000 9th level master beasts and 1,900,000 first level sect beasts. There was a long silence on the other end. Only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Approved. The colonel finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of resignation. However, the daily 4-hour combat time with the beasts will be reduced to 3 hours. Also, when you're free, keep him company during meals and conversations, so he doesn't get too bored in his downtime. With that, the call was decisively ended. Ding Kai stood frozen, phone in hand, eyes wide with disbelief. Me, the head of the training camp, to keep him company during meals and chats? He muttered incredulously, as if he'd just heard the most absurd order in the world. In the afternoon, on the first underground level training field, 14 trainees were engaged in unknown combat training, their uniforms soaked with sweat, their breathing heavy and labored. Meanwhile, in a corner of the training field, Su Yi sat leisurely on a folding chair, holding a skewer sizzling with oil in one hand and an ice-cold beer in the other. We're out here training hard, while Brother Yi is back there enjoying food and drink. It's tough. Is this the privilege of a demon king? The trainees occasionally glanced towards Su Yi, their eyes filled with envy and frustration, their training becoming increasingly distracted. Noticing the trainees' state, Ding Kai anxiously approached Su Yi and whispered, Su Yi, maybe we should move to another place? You have no idea. This morning's training plan had 38 people who didn't complete it. So, I'm very concerned about the afternoon training plan. He gestured towards the distracted trainees. But now, with the two of us enjoying food and drink here, it's seriously affecting their combat training. Su Yi took a bite of the skewer, the grease sliding down his mouth. He wiped it slowly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Not training properly. Then should I help them out? He set down the beer bottle, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. Lieutenant Ding, do you need my help? At this moment, Su Yi flashed a devilish grin, looking at Ding Kai as he spoke, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Help me. Ding Kai's eyes lit up with a hint of curiosity upon hearing Su Ye's words. How exactly would you help? I'll help you train them. Make sure they complete their training plan every day. Su Yi replied with a smile. So what do you think? Want to let me give it a shot? Ding Kai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and gestured for him to continue. Interesting. Tell me your idea. He didn't agree immediately, wanting to hear Su Ye's detailed plan first. Su Ye's eyes showed determination as he spoke softly. Let them engage in real combat. You know, the combat instructors are still human. Do they really dare to push these citywide talents to their limits? As it stands, the trainees get distracted, and the instructors can't deliver a decisive blow. Such combat training is meaningless. So, my suggestion is to have the instructors step back, record each trainee's shortcomings during combat, and then provide professional guidance afterward. As for the combat itself, I'll handle it. My skeleton soldiers will take the field. Su Yi glanced into the distance, calmly laying out his plan. Ding Kai's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the proposal. Su Ye's points were valid, but whether this idea was feasible remained uncertain. It needed to be tested. Stop. All combat instructors, step aside and start recording the combat data of your assigned trainees. Ding Kai turned and commanded the instructors in the distance. The trainees were stunned by this sudden change and began murmuring among themselves. What's happening? The instructors aren't joining the combat but are instead recording data, someone whispered in confusion. I don't get it, but something feels off. However, Lung Jian, Lin Mang, and a few others had already formed a chilling suspicion. Major Ding, if the instructors aren't sparring with us, what about our combat training? Luo Tianxian stepped forward, asking anxiously. I'll handle your combat training. Su Ye's voice cut through the air like a cold breeze, echoing in everyone's ears. Suddenly, 300 skeleton soldiers appeared before them, each unique in form and ranging in strength from a level 9 warrior to a level 5 martial master. Each trainee was matched with a skeleton soldier of equivalent strength. But there's one thing you should be aware of, Su Yi added with a slight smile, his eyes carrying an unmistakable seriousness. My skeleton soldiers won't hold back in combat, so I suggest you give it your all. Before anyone could react, Lung Jian, Lin Mang, Qian Hao, and Zhu Xiu had already found their respective matches and engaged in battle without hesitation. Fight! The other trainees quickly adjusted and charged at their skeleton opponents. Despite their confusion over why their combat partners were skeletons, they followed orders and gave their all when Ding Kai didn't stop them. As the battle intensified, the trainees realized they were being overpowered by the skeleton soldiers. Some were injured within minutes, bearing visible marks. Seeing this, Ding Kai's expression turned uneasy. He asked with concern. Suyi, are you sure about this? What's the problem? If they don't get bruised, how is it real combat? Suyi replied nonchalantly, his gaze cold and resolute, showing little concern for the trainees' pain. This is more authentic. Do you want them to live sheltered lives? Tension filled the air as the battle continued, each trainee giving their all against their skeletal adversaries. I've already had the skeleton soldiers hold back their strength. Otherwise, they'd take out these kids with just one strike. Suyi said with a slight smirk as he glanced at Ding Kai. Ding Kai was momentarily taken aback by the comment, furrowing his brows. These weren't kids at all. Each one was a top talent carefully selected from various cities. However, he just shook his head helplessly, deciding to continue observing the training before making any decisions. Turning his attention to the crowd, Ding Kai noticed the special treatment given to Luo Tianxun, Pei Tianyi, Lin Chuan, and Lu Shan. Unlike the others, who faced unknown battles, each of them had to contend with 5 skeleton soldiers at once. It was clear that Suyi had a preference for them. Despite unleashing their individual talents, the 4 were still struggling under the relentless assault of the skeleton soldiers. Watching this, Ding Kai couldn't help but smile. Suyi's ability to challenge 14 people so severely with just talent alone was indeed formidable. Damn it, Luo Tianxun muttered in frustration as he dodged the skeleton's attacks. Every time I see these skeleton soldiers, I think of that terrifying mushroom cloud in the secret realm, afraid they'll explode at any moment, making it impossible to focus on fighting. The other 3 were in similar dire straits, each facing a barrage of attacks from 5 skeleton soldiers. Outside the fray, 14 combat instructors were diligently jotting down notes, the sound of their pens scratching against paper. Half an hour later, everyone lay on the ground, battered and exhausted. Watching this, Ding Kai calculated that he would need to enlist help from the senior officers to prepare a significant supply of healing potions and recovery items. Otherwise, this kind of training couldn't continue. At that moment, one of the combat instructors quickly approached Ding Kai and reported, Lieutenant Ding, although they only lasted half an hour before being wiped out, we've identified many of their shortcomings in actual combat. These skeleton soldiers are more suitable opponents for them than we are. Ding Kai nodded in understanding and turned to Suyi, asking, can your skeleton soldiers handle the next month's combat training? They can, Suyi replied with a grin. But we need to add beasts. Isn't 10,000 level 9 master beasts and 190,000 level 1 sect beasts enough? Ding Kai replied with a wry smile. I'll have to look into this thoroughly and get back to you tomorrow. Just then, Ding Kai's phone rang, interrupting their conversation with its persistent chime. The half-mutants sent by the hostile organization have infiltrated Tianyu Mountain. It's time to close the net. A cold voice came through the phone. Understood. I'll deal with the half-mutant here right away. Ding Kai hung up the phone, his gaze sweeping over the trainees before finally settling on one of them. Suyi raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Half-mutant? Isn't that the monster created by the hostile organization, half-human and half-beast? Hearing the term half-mutant, Suyi quickly recalled some information about the organization and the half-mutants from his merged memories. The hostile organization is an evil group dedicated to studying the blood of exotic beasts. They inject modified exotic beast blood into humans, granting them extraordinary powers. However, the cost is dire. Those who wield this evil power not only transform into half-human, half-beast monsters, but also gradually lose their sanity. Once their mind is completely eroded, they become ruthless killing machines. In other words, the hostile organization is undoubtedly the most evil entity in this world. Major Ding, is there a half-mutant in our base? Suyi asked curiously. That's right. Even before this half-mutant entered the base, the Divine Alliance had already gathered all information about him. Ding Kai replied with a faint smile, adding, we allowed him in to lure out members of the hostile organization and reveal the base's exact location. Now that the half-mutant has entered Tianyu Mountain, it's time to act. What? The hostile organization sent more people? Suyi's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He looked up at Ding Kai and asked in a low voice, Major Ding, could there be a half-mutant at the martial god level? This question caught Ding Kai off guard, and he stared at Suyi with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Are you hoping for a martial god-level half-mutant to appear? No, not at all. I was just asking casually. Suyi quickly explained with a smile. Feeling awkward under Ding Kai's gaze, he changed the subject. By the way, Major Ding, who is the half-mutant? Ding Kai nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping toward the 14 people not far away, and simply said, from Shenyang City. Lule. As soon as he spoke, all the combat instructors appeared in front of their respective trainees, almost without hesitation, picking them up and running away. The trainees were bewildered, only now realizing what had happened. Soon, only Lu Lei was left on the training ground. Ah, I've been discovered. Lu Lei stood in the empty field, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and his aura became violent. His body began to swell rapidly, his clothes stretching to the point of bursting. Fur sprouted from his skin, and long black hair quickly covered his entire body, his crimson eyes filled with a vicious aura. Holy crap! A half-mutant. The trainees in the distance were stunned, their eyes wide open. Especially the 9 from Shenyang City, who could hardly believe that the companion they had been with for so long was actually a half-mutant. Major Ding, one of them exclaimed. The atmosphere instantly froze. A flash of shock crossed Su Ye's mind, but he quickly regained his composure. I know I won't be leaving this base alive today. Lu Lei stood before the numerous trainees, a crazed gleam in his eyes. But what I want to say is that these so-called geniuses you've trained are nothing but ants to me. His gaze swept over the trainees and finally rested provocatively on Ding Kai. Ding Kai sneered with disdain and turned to Lin Chuan, who stood not far away. Lin Chuan, he's from your city. You take care of him. All right, Lin Chuan responded, darting towards Lu Lei like an arrow, taunting. Lu Lei, you're nothing but a waste. Even after injecting the beast serum, you're still a waste in my eyes. Damn it. How dare they humiliate me like this? Lu Lei's heart burned with anger. Just wait. When the semi-human elites from the organization storm this base, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. With a furious roar, he charged at Lin Chuan. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. Su Yi watched from the sidelines, silently analyzing. Lu Lei only has the strength of a level 4 martial master, but after his transformation, his power has surged to level 5. I must admit, this beast serum developed by the organization is quite something. Su Yi, Ding Kai suddenly spoke up. The beast serum developed by the organization is graded. The one Lu Lei injected is just the most basic version. If he had used a higher grade serum, even Lin Chuan wouldn't stand a chance against him. The beast serum is graded? This organization is intriguing. Su Ye's eyes gleamed with interest. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Random task issued. Eliminate the 2 semi-humans hidden within the base. Success will remove 10,000 level 9 beast heads from the bottleneck task. Failure incurs no penalty. Task duration, 1 day. The system then revealed the identities of the 2 semi-humans. Lu Lei from Shenyang City and Lu Shan from Nandan City. What the hell? Lu Shan is also a semi-human. And it seems even the Divine Alliance doesn't know about this. Su Yi was astounded. Lin Chuan's using his talent. The battle's about to end. Ding Kai's voice suddenly broke in. Lin Chuan unleashed his talent, directly controlling Lu Lei's shadow. Lu Lei was paralyzed, helplessly watching as Lin Chuan, wielding a sharp dagger, approached him step by step. Damn it. Why haven't the organization's people stormed in yet? I'm not willing. I refuse to accept this. Lu Lei's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Just then, a skeleton soldier wielding a bone knife suddenly appeared in front of Lu Lei. Under the shocked gazes of Lin Chuan and Lu Lei, the skeleton soldier unexpectedly self-destructed. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Lu Lei's figure disappeared into the rising mushroom cloud. A brilliant mushroom cloud blossomed under everyone's gaze, leaving them all stunned. Su Yi, the notorious Demon King, had snatched a kill during the battle. Damn, my first blood is gone. Lin Chuan looked at Su Yi with a face full of grievance. This was the first half-human I've encountered. He looked as if he'd been dealt a great injustice, like a wronged bride. At that moment, 10 skeleton soldiers at the 6th level of the Martial Master realm suddenly appeared, tightly surrounding Lu Shan. Brother Yi, don't blow up. We're on the same side. Lu Shan shouted in fear. Su Yi, why are you surrounding Lu Shan with skeleton soldiers? Ding Kai's urgent voice came from the side. Because Lu Shan is also a half-human, Su Yi stated slowly. What? Ding Kai turned sharply to Lu Shan, immediately ordering. All combat instructors, evacuate your teams immediately. Stay away from Lu Shan. Although he couldn't confirm Su Ye's claim, Ding Kai dared not take any risks concerning the safety of the city's talents. Su Yi commanded the skeleton soldiers to make way, revealing a cold smile to Lu Shan. Stop pretending. I know you're a half-human. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? How could I be a half-human? Lu Shan feigned innocence on the surface, but inside, he was deeply shocked. His identity was unknown even to the Divine Alliance. So how did Su Yi find out? Lu Shan, whether you admit it or not makes no difference. I'm going to kill you either way. Su Yi's voice was icy and piercing. Su Yi, are you insane? What did I ever do to offend you? Lu Shan roared in anger, looking to Ding Kai for help. Only Ding Kai could save him now. Lieutenant Ding, today, either Lu Shan or I must die. Either I blow him up, or you kill me. Su Yi declared firmly. Suddenly, Lu Shan burst into laughter. No more pretending. The game's up. He knew full well that if Ding Kai had to choose between them, he would undoubtedly pick Su Yi. Su Yi, how did you discover my secret? Boom. This statement struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's minds. Faces were etched with disbelief. Lu Shan was truly a half-human. I don't want to waste words on a dead man. Su Yi snapped his fingers and softly said, explode. With the deafening sound of an explosion, Lu Shan's figure vanished into the mushroom cloud. However, No mission completion notification sounded in his mind. Huh? Not dead. Suyi narrowed his eyes, focusing on the mushroom cloud before him. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from within the dust. As a heavy sound of footsteps echoed, a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, emerged step by step from the mushroom cloud. This figure no longer resembled a human. Its body was covered in hard scales, its feet transformed into menacing crocodile paws, and a thick crocodile tail trailed behind it. This was Leshan's current form, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded, blowing things up at the slightest disagreement. Suyi, you really are something else. Leshan snarled, his face slowly shedding the scales as he glared at Suyi with venomous eyes. Suyi did not reply. With a wave of his hand, 10 skeletal warriors of the 8th level martial master realm appeared out of thin air, quickly surrounding Leshan. This scene left Leshan completely bewildered. Had thought that after his transformation, his strength had surged to the 8th level martial master realm, enough to give Suyi a good beating. But who would have thought that the opponent could summon such formidable skeleton warriors? Explode. Suyi ordered coldly. Boom. Another gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and Leshan's figure vanished within it once more. The many students watching from afar, especially Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan, were completely stunned. Had Suyi held back during yesterday's battle for the title of Demon King? A deep sense of helplessness welled up inside them. Still not dead, Ding Kai and Suyi said in unison. Sure enough, the heavy footsteps sounded again. When Leshan's form emerged from the dust, everyone gasped in shock. His body was now marked with eerie blood-red patterns, reminiscent of Orochimaru's curse mark from Naruto, emanating a chilling aura. 9th level peak martial master. Ding Kai sensed Leshan's surge in power and turned to Suyi. Is it over? Suyi did not answer, but instead summoned hundreds of skeleton warriors in succession. 100, 200, 300, up to 500 9th level martial master skeleton warriors encircled Leshan. Seeing this, Leshan finally showed a look of terror. 500 skeleton warriors, sending you to your great-grandmother. Explode. With Su Ye's command, the 500 skeleton warriors simultaneously self-destructed, and the terrifying energy instantly engulfed Leshan. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded in Su Ye's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a random task, eliminating 10,000 of the required 100,000 9th-level master-level beasts. Gazing at the colossal mushroom cloud in the distance, Ding Kai was left speechless in shock. 500 9th-level martial master skeleton warrior. Such summoning power was simply outrageous. What frightened him even more was that, knowing Su Ye's habit of concealing his true strength, this was probably not even his real limit. Suyi, I need to leave for a while. I'll leave the practical training of the trainees to you. As soon as Ding Kai finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly left the basement. Suyi watched his retreating figure and smiled slightly. Then he turned to the remaining 47 trainees, his voice low with a hint of an imperceptible threat. Everyone, if you need to take healing pills, do it now. Don't delay in taking pills to restore your vitality and mental strength. I'm giving you an hour to rest, and then we'll resume practical training. The trainees shivered at once, and then frantically pulled out various pills from their pockets, eagerly working to restore their vitality and mental strength. By now, they fully understood that although they weren't afraid of any instructor in the training camp, not even Ding Kai, they were filled with dread when it came to Suyi. It wasn't just because of Su Ye's strength, but also because of his army of skeleton soldiers, which had become their nightmare, as these skeletons could nearly kill them. Meanwhile, a new message spread through the base. A second half-mutant had been discovered in Leshan, Nandan City. This half-mutant had been injected with an unusual beast serum and had been eliminated. Upon receiving the news on the first floor, Ding Kai immediately took out his phone, called a friend, and briefly reported the situation. Understood, came the cold voice on the other end of the line. The people sent by the mutant organization have all been dealt with. Continue your training. Our people will be stationed outside. The voice was devoid of any extra emotion before the call ended. Mutant organizations, such a hassle, Ding Kai muttered with a helpless smile, putting away his phone and heading towards the elevator. He pressed the button for the 5th basement level and descended to the secret chamber. As he entered, he looked at the encrypted phone on the table and frowned. I have to call the colonel again. I hope I don't get scolded. Taking a deep breath, he finally dialed the number. The call was quickly connected, and the colonel's voice came through. Ding Kai? What happened this time? You know, every time I see your number, I get a headache. Ding Kai chuckled helplessly. Colonel, first, Su Ye's skeleton soldiers have replaced the practical instructors for unknown training with the trainees, and it's been very effective. However, if we want him to take on this role long-term, he's asked for additional beasts. Second, because the skeletons are really hitting the trainees hard, I want to request a batch of healing and recovery pills to help them train better. Third, besides Lu Lei, a second half-mutant appeared in the base lesson in Nandan City, and Su Ye's 509th level martial master skeleton soldiers have already killed him. The colonel on the other end was clearly shocked, pausing for a moment before asking in surprise, "What? Skeleton soldiers more effective than practical instructors? 509th level martial master skeletons? What kind of talent is this?" Ding Kai smiled wryly. "Yes, Su Ye's talent is truly unexpected. I'll report the Leshan half-mutant incident to the higher-ups. As for the beast issue, approved. Also, increase Su Ye's quota by 1,000,000 level 1 sect-grade beasts. However, the challenge time must be reduced from 3 hours to 1 hour. Additionally," he paused, his tone becoming more serious, "the mutant organization over there is becoming increasingly troublesome." The colonel's voice came through the phone. "When you have time, keep him company, eat with him, drink with him, have a good chat with him. Make sure he doesn't always think about hunting down the beasts. After all, with the way he's going, we can't afford to support him." With that, he hung up the phone. Ding Kai looked at the darkened phone screen with a bitter expression. Sigh. Training never ends, and neither does keeping him company. It's really tough for me. 10 minutes later, in the training ground, Su Yi, who was enjoying a barbecue, saw Ding Kai enter the underground training area. He immediately put down his skewer and got straight to the point. "Major Ding, have you heard of the talent source stone?" Ding Kai was taken aback, thinking that Su Yi, being a gifted individual, should know about it. He explained, "The talent source stone only exists in ancient secret realms. It has just one purposito: enhance one's talent level, making it stronger." Su Ye's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "Enhanced talent level? There's a level to talents? Why doesn't my summoning talent have this information? Could it be the system gave me this summoning talent at max level?" Ding Kai continued, "By the way, about the matter you mentioned earlier regarding exchanging beasts, I've looked into it. As long as you take charge of the cadets' practical training, I'll add 1,000,000 first-level Zon-class beasts for you. These 3,000,000 beasts will be delivered in batches over the next 2 days. However, your daily challenge time with the beasts will need to be reduced from 3 hours to 1 hour." Su Yi frowned slightly, showing a hint of disappointment. Once he breaks through to the zone realm, he'll need more vitality and mental strength, and without enough beasts, his progress will be limited. "Major Ding," Su Yi asked after a moment of silence, "I want to know, what are the requirements to enter the alternate realms?" Ding Kai patted Su Yi on the shoulder. "First, you need to graduate from a martial arts university, then join the military, and pass rigorous assessments to qualify for guarding or exploring alternate realms. Su Yi, don't worry about that now. Focus on improving your strength and getting into a top martial arts university first." Su Yi looked at Ding Kai with a gaze that seemed to say he was being foolish, thinking, "With my current strength, getting into a top martial arts university should be a breeze." Noticing Su Ye's expression, Ding Kai smiled and reminded him, "Su Yi, I admit you're strong, but there are billions of people in the human race, and many are stronger than you. So focus on improving your strength. Getting into the top martial arts universities isn't that easy. Someone my age stronger than me?" Su Ye's eyes flashed with interest, sparking a keen curiosity about the top martial arts university. "Su Yi, come over to my place tonight. I have something to show you, something you've never seen before." With those words, Ding Kai turned and left the basement level, seemingly unconcerned about the upcoming practical training. With Su Yi around, he no longer needed to worry about anything. "Something I've never seen before?" Su Yi pondered, watching Ding Kai's retreating figure, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. What could it possibly be that would prompt such a mysterious invitation? 50 minutes later, the break was over. Everyone, disperse to the training ground immediately. You have only 10 seconds. Su Yi set down his skewer, surveyed the resting trainees, and shouted loudly. "Xiong Chao, 3 seconds over. Ing Zihua, 2 seconds over. Dong Kong, 2 seconds over." He rattled off 8 names in one breath. The latest was 5 seconds over, and the quickest was still 1 second late. "Break." He uttered a single word, not loud, but full of authority. In the blink of an eye, 8 ninth-level warrior skeleton soldiers appeared behind them. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds followed, and the 8 trainees clutched their chests, collapsing to the ground in pain. The other trainees gasped, eyes wide with fear, questioning whether Su Ye's training would push them to their limits, or even beyond. "Next, the real combat begins." Su Ye's voice was calm and clear, but this time is different. "Each of you will be paired with a skeleton soldier 1 level below you, which will launch suicide attacks at any moment. So, in the upcoming battles, you must stay focused." He scanned the 47 trainees, his face stern and unyielding. "Damn, is he trying to kill us?" one trainee thought, eyes filled with disbelief. In other places, the big boss is the champion of the trainees, doing everything to benefit them. "But our big boss is the camp's representative, finding ways to torture us." He shook his head in resignation. "I knew it wouldn't be easy when I came here, but I never imagined the one tormenting us would be one of our own. Can you believe it?" Listening to the despair around him, Su Ye's gaze remained firm, seemingly unaffected by the murmurs and fears. On the first floor, in the head office. "This kid is ruthless," Ding Kai remarked with a satisfied smile as he watched the surveillance footage. Although Su Ye's methods were extreme, the skeleton soldiers undeniably doubled the training's effectiveness. Wait, something's not right. He furrowed his brow, realizing Su Yi is so capable, handling all the needs and managing the trainees. Does that make me, the head, just a bystander? He chuckled to himself. Am I just here to eat, drink, and chat? Shaking his head, he mused that he might be the most relaxed head of any training camp, perhaps even so relaxed it was boring. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Ding. How are the trainees you're in charge of this year? Are you busy these days? A hearty laugh echoed from the other end of the phone as soon as the call connected. What? How are the trainees? Ding Kai paused at the question, glanced at the monitor, and saw a line of trainees being overpowered by skeleton soldiers of the same level. He couldn't help but sigh and replied calmly. These trainees aren't doing well, to say the least. As for being busy, it's a bit complicated to explain. What? Busy? Complicated? The person on the other end was clearly puzzled by Ding Kai's response. He frowned and asked, Old Ding, have you seen the new orders? New orders. Ding Kai put down his skewer, picked up his phone, and scanned through it. His eyes suddenly lit up. I haven't checked yet. What's the order? The content of the order appeared vividly on the phone screen. To enhance the trainee's sense of urgency, a sparring competition will be held in 3 days with 2 neighboring provinces' genius training camps. The method of competition is up to you, and the winning side will receive a substantial amount of cultivation resources. After reading, Ding Kai pondered for a moment and then suddenly realized. He quickly asked, Old you, are you from Shihai Province, coming to spar with our Nanling Province? Haha, that's right, it's us from Shihai Province. Old you laughed heartily on the other end. Though we're friends, I won't hold back in this matter. However, you can decide the competition method. Let's do 1v1, picking opponents for each round. The loser steps down, the winner continues, until one side has no one left standing. Ding Kai proposed a fair and straightforward competition method. Great. Then wait for us at the training camp base. I'll bring the trainees over in 3 days. Old you agreed immediately and hung up before finishing his sentence. This kind of competition should be unpredictable, but I've already foreseen the outcome. Ding Kai sighed, his brows furrowed, feeling a wave of disappointment. It's no fun, really no fun. He placed the skewers on the fire, his eyes distant. Elsewhere, Su Yi stood next to some injured trainees, watching them writhe in pain on the ground. He spoke coldly. Lung Jian, I have over 1,300 bottles of Grade 2 nutrient solution and 1,200 bottles of Grade 2 soul nourishment solution here. You 4 take them first and divide them up tonight. The surrounding trainees were stunned, then erupted in exclamations. We can only get 3 bottles of Grade 2 nutrient or soul nourishment solution each day, and you're giving away over 1,000 bottles to just 4 people? That's incredibly generous. Trainees from other cities looked on enviously, their eyes filled with a purple tinge of jealousy. Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan exchanged awkward glances. Clearly, they couldn't match such abundant cultivation resources. Nevertheless, the 3 decided to give away a few bottles each, better than giving nothing at all. Meanwhile, the 9 trainees from Nandan City looked pale. Their leader, Les Han, had just been killed by Su Yi in a challenge. The battlefield was chaotic with the trainees' scattered energy, yet it was charged with a palpable tension. Take a break. You only have 1 hour to rest. After that, we'll have the final combat drill of the day. And this time, your opponent won't be skeleton soldiers, it'll be me. Su Yi announced with a mischievous grin, his tone challenging. What? We've been training hard while you've been enjoying yourself. And now you want to personally take us down. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the trainees erupted in disbelief and frustration, their voices rising in a chorus of complaints and shock. An hour later, Su Yi entered the training ground with 509th level martial master skeleton soldiers. Everyone was stunned. What? You said it would be you alone against the 47 of us. Now you're bringing in 509th level skeleton soldiers? How is that fair? Can't you just fight us like a normal person? One trainee exclaimed in disbelief, nearly stumbling. The others were equally shocked, wondering what was going on. But soon, the battle began. Time ticked by as the 47 trainees struggled against wave after wave of attacks, barely able to fight back. They gave it their all, but ended up with bruises and swollen faces. The battle concluded in just 20 minutes. As the trainees left the training ground with pig-headed faces and tears in their eyes, they couldn't help but feel resentment towards the grueling fight. After a busy day, time to grab a bite to eat and then find Major Ding. Su Yi casually dusted off his hands and headed out of the training area. He muttered to himself as he walked to the dining hall. Once there, he quickly finished his meal, feeling quite satisfied. An hour later, having eaten his fill, he tidied up a bit and changed into clean clothes, ready to meet Ding Kai. Su Yi, take a look at these documents. Remember, don't share them with anyone. Ding Kai said seriously, handing over a set of papers as soon as Su Yi entered. Su Yi took the documents and quickly scanned through them. his expression growing serious as he read. The documents contained information about ancient warriors, individuals with unique physiques capable of cultivating ancient secret arts and techniques at an astonishing speed, possessing terrifying strength. Heavenly anomalies, individuals with special physiques who can perfectly merge with beast serums, using their internal powers without losing sanity. Their full strength is unknown and can be enhanced by merging various beast serums. Gifted individuals, those who have awakened innate powers, possessing various formidable abilities. The strongest known gifted individuals can wield up to 8 different powers. Heavenly mystics, a unique group with traits such as a venomous body that causes devastation or perpetual bad luck affecting others, leading to misfortune or even death. Some have extraordinary luck, constantly encountering opportunities and fortune. The aberrant organization, engaged in research on beast blood, ancient beast blood, gifted individuals' blood, and heavenly mystics' blood. Their main base is yet to be discovered. The Shadow Pavilion, the most enigmatic assassin organization, elusive and impossible to trace. The all-knowing tower, capable of providing any information as long as the price is paid. If they refuse payment, it means the information is beyond their reach. For Su Yi, this information was like a gateway to a new world, pulling him from a small, confined space into a vast, perilous, and unknown realm. Su Yi, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. There's much more that you don't have the clearance to know yet, Ding Kai said, his tone somber. I showed you this to make you realize that the world is far more complex than you imagine. Don't let your strong abilities make you dismissive of others. Remember, there's always someone better. Su Yi remained silent, his emotions mixed. Suddenly, he recalled a question he had earlier, his expression turning serious. Major Ding, do you think they're bomb-proof? He asked, looking at Ding Kai with a serious tone, as if searching for an answer. Are you resistant to explosions? This unexpected question left Ding Kai momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. He had imagined dozens of questions Su Yi might ask, but never anticipated this one. Su Yi, Ding Kai said gravely, looking directly at him. I know you can summon hundreds of skeletons of the same realm. They can teleport and self-destruct. But have you ever considered how many strong individuals are in those powerful factions? Even if your skeletons can self-destruct, no matter how many there are, can you really blow them all up? More importantly, have you thought about your own safety when facing those special groups? Inwardly, Su Yi thought, right to the point. Without the system, these would indeed be my fatal weaknesses. I have to admit, Major Ding has researched me thoroughly. Outwardly, he simply smiled and said, Major Ding, I understand. I won't be arrogant anymore. Seeing Su Yi's sensible response, Ding Kai nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly his purpose in showing that information to correct this young man's arrogance. Oh, by the way, Ding Kai called out to Su Yi as he was about to leave. A new order has come down. In 3 days, we are to have a sparring match with the neighboring province's talent training camp. The winning side will receive a large amount of cultivation resources. For the next 3 days, you're in charge of training those trainees. Helping with training is fine, and winning for the camp is no problem. Su Yi seized the opportunity. But more beasts need to be added. The previously promised 300,000 exotic beasts were indeed not enough for him to kill. Ding Kai sighed. I'll look into it. He then gestured for Su Yi to leave. After leaving the room, Su Yi had a plan in mind. To obtain more exotic beasts from the training camp, he needed to focus on the 47 trainees. He planned to use the cultivation resources he had to help the trainees enhance their strength, confident that the high-level officials of Nanling province wouldn't shortchange him. 10 minutes later, all the trainees, including the female ones, were gathered in the first-floor bathhouse, their faces filled with confusion. Everyone, get into the bath immediately. Su Yi's voice echoed in the bathhouse. I've infused 20 drops of heavenly essence liquid into it. How much you can absorb depends on your own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the area around the bath erupted into chaos. Everyone knew the preciousness of the heavenly essence liquid, a cultivation resource they dreamed of but rarely saw. One by one, they rushed into the pool, afraid of being a moment too late. The next morning, all the trainees gradually entered the training room, and Ding Kai immediately noticed something unusual overnight. All of the trainees had significantly improved their skills. This wasn't normal, something was definitely off. With his brow furrowed, Ding Kai felt an uneasy premonition. Thinking of this, he promptly ordered someone to call Luo Tianqian over. Heavenly Marrow Elixir. Hearing Luo Tianqian's explanation, Ding Kai's expression changed dramatically, revealing disbelief. Su Yi actually has Heavenly Marrow Elixir, and he's let everyone use it. The rarity of the elixir was astounding. Even the provincial-level genius training camp had only acquired 30 drops, meant as special rewards for the top 10 trainees in the weekly grand battle. Accepting favors makes one obligated. Ding Kai thought to himself. Su Yi's move was clearly forcing the provincial department to make a hefty sacrifice, leaving them no choice but to spend money. As a look of sudden realization appeared on Ding Kai's face, he decided not to dwell on these details. Forget it. I'll leave these issues for the colonel to worry about. Today, I'll just enjoy some food and drinks and have a chat. With this in mind, he headed towards the elevator. In the secret chamber on the 5th basement level, Ding Kai pressed the phone dial button, but all he heard was a long, busy tone. A busy line? Ding Kai was puzzled. This encrypted phone was directly connected to the colonel's, and no other devices could reach it. If he couldn't get through now, it meant the colonel had disconnected the encrypted line. A few minutes later, Ding Kai reached the first floor, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Ding Kai, what's up? The moment the call connected, Li Ming's cold voice came through. Li Ming, can you call Colonel Zhang for me and tell him I have an urgent matter? Ding Kai got straight to the point. You want me to call Colonel Zhang because you have an issue? What's going on? Did you two have a falling out? Li Ming sounded a bit taken aback on the other end. The reason? Ding Kai said seriously. The colonel has disconnected the encrypted line. Even if you call him, he probably won't answer. Li Ming was silent for a moment before finally replying softly. All right, hold on. After hanging up, Ding Kai gave a faint smile, turned, and continued towards the elevator. Su Yi, where are you going? At the elevator entrance, Ding Kai saw Su Yi about to leave and couldn't help but ask. Lieutenant Ding. Su Yi smiled slightly. Officer Zhang said a batch of exotic beasts has arrived. I'm heading to the battle realm on the 2nd basement level to experience it firsthand and face the beasts. The exotic beasts just arrived last night, and you're already going to challenge them today? Ding Kai was surprised, then shook his head in admiration, clearly finding Su Ye's decisive action a bit exasperating. The two entered the elevator together, and the doors slowly closed behind them as they descended to the 2nd basement level. The 50,000 grade 9 beasts delivered last night have all been deployed in the eastern area of the number 1 grade combat realm. Upon seeing Su Yi, Zhang Yuan immediately approached to report the deployment of the beasts. Officer Zhang Yuan, thank you for your hard work. Su Yi nodded in gratitude, his tone sincere, and then, without hesitation, turned and headed toward the entrance of the combat realm, his stride firm and his gaze sharp. Inside the number 1 grade combat realm. A critical hit. As soon as he entered the realm, Su Ye's eyes lit up, unable to hide the smile on his face. This summon actually resulted in a critical hit. Especially among the 9,990 skeleton soldiers arrayed before him, there were unexpectedly 32 powerful level 1 martial lord skeleton warlords, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. Su Yi almost laughed out loud, his grin stretching to his ears, his eyes full of excitement. 50,000 beasts, all gathered in the eastern area, and before him was an army of skeleton soldiers summoned in a critical hit. 10 minutes, he murmured softly, his tone full of confidence. I want to eliminate all the beasts in 10 minutes. That way, I can save the remaining 50 minutes for future use. With these words, Su Yi waved his hand, leading the formidable skeleton army to charge toward the eastern area. 13 minutes later, a teleportation light appeared at the edge of the realm, and Su Yi re-emerged at the exit. He shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. The summoning limit is still too low. It took 3 minutes longer. Despite exceeding the expected time, the overall results were still satisfying. He took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and then turned to walk toward Zhang Yuan. As soon as Zhang Yuan saw Su Yi, he approached with a surprised smile on his face. Su Yi, how did you finish so quickly? Oh, by the way, another batch of beasts will arrive at noon, about 30,000 of them. However, they're not of the same grade. I'm not sure of their exact level. Su Yi's eyes lit up, and his expression became serious. Officer Zhang Yuan, I'm not feeling my best today, so I came out early. I'll come back to challenge the beasts once they arrive at noon. Anyway, I have an hour of combat time each day, and I still have 47 minutes left today. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan laughed. All right, once the noon batch of beasts is settled, I'll contact you. Meanwhile, 5 floors underground at the training camp, in a secret room. Ring, ring, ring. An encrypted phone call broke the silence of the room. Ding Kai had been waiting for over 10 minutes for this call. He quickly answered, only to hear a voice filled with frustration on the other end. Ding Kai, unlike other colonels, I barely receive calls from the training camp in a month. But me, in 3 days, I'm either on the phone with you or dealing with your requests. What are you doing? Can't I have a day off? The colonel's voice was filled with anger, resonating through the room as if it could pierce the eardrums. Ding Kai suppressed his laughter and cautiously spoke. Colonel, well, how about we send Su Yi to the neighboring province? Don't you dare. The colonel's roar was almost instantaneous. After a few seconds of silence, he finally calmed down, his tone steady. Tell me, what's up with Su Yi this time? Ding Kai spoke seriously. Colonel, the first thing is, you should be aware of the new orders from above. Su Yi promised to train all the trainees to ensure victory in the final competition, but he set a condition: more beasts. He paused before mentioning the second issue. Additionally, to enhance the trainees' abilities, he personally funded 20 drops of heavenly marrow liquid for everyone last night. He plans to provide another 40 drops tonight and tomorrow night. Such rare resources being provided by a trainee himself. If our provincial department doesn't make any gesture and the news gets out, it's not just about face. The key issue is, if the higher-ups inquire, it would be difficult to explain. After all, no training camp expects trainees to supply their own cultivation resources. After listening to this, the room fell silent again. The colonel didn't respond immediately, but the pin tightly gripped in his hand was already making a creaking sound from the pressure. They'll keep pushing him to his limits. All right, try not to contact me unless it's necessary. On the other end of the line, Colonel Ding responded unusually quickly. Ding Kai looked at the disconnected call and shook his head with a wry smile. Only 3 days have passed. I wonder if the colonel can hold on for the rest of the time. He left the secret chamber and took the elevator straight to the second basement level. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Yuan approached him. What? Not in good form today? So he only stayed in the combat zone for 13 minutes. After hearing the report, Ding Kai felt a pang of concern and immediately turned to the computer to check the situation inside the combat zone. The screen showed that all the beasts had been cleared out, and he let out a cold laugh. Haha, Su Ye's words are deceptive. I knew it would be like this. Ding Kai shut down the computer and headed towards the elevator. Zhang Yuan, full of curiosity, watched him go. What exactly happened in the combat zone? On the first basement level, in the training ground, Ding Kai took a skewer from Su Yi and expertly turned it on the grill while conveying a message. Su Yi, train the recruits, push them to their limits. When the competition in 3 days, push them further. You used your elixir to help all the recruits improve their strength. Keep pushing. Su Yi grinned widely at these words, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I knew the training camp wouldn't take advantage of me for nothing. Just then, Ding Kai's phone rang. He put it on speakerphone, and Li Ming's cold voice came through the speaker. Ding Kai, the rogue group is here again. Do you need me to let some weaker half-breeds in, so your recruits can experience real combat? Lieutenant Ding, let me go, Su Yi shouted excitedly upon hearing the news, already leaning forward as if ready to dash out at any moment. Seeing Su Ye's eager expression, Ding Kai replied into the phone. Li Ming, let in all the half-breeds below the zone level. Route 3, get your recruits ready. Li Ming responded briefly before hanging up. Su Yi immediately strode towards the elevator, turning back to assure Ding Kai. Lieutenant Ding, I won't let you down. Outside the base, Su Yi walked while pondering. Defeating beasts grants cultivation resources. Defeating ancient beasts yields talent stone fragments. So, defeating half-breeds, does it also offer some special item rewards? With that thought, he waved his hand, and 10 9th level martial skeleton warriors appeared out of thin air. He then led this squad straight to Route 3. In the shadows, Li Ming watched with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Ding Kai only sent out one recruit? Wait a minute. A talent user. And a special summoning talent at that. Watching Su Yi summon the skeleton soldiers, a spark of interest lit up in Li Ming's eyes. Interesting. I want to see how strong you really are. Silently, he followed them. Not far ahead, 3 half-breeds had already appeared, a tiger body, a turtle back, and a wolf arm. Su Yi gave them no chance to speak, directly ordering the skeleton soldiers behind him. Attack! Whoosh! 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 The skeleton soldiers shot towards their targets like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, 3 skeleton soldiers teleported in front of the 3 half-mutants. Before the half-mutants could react, the skeletons tightly embraced them. Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions echoed in succession, and 3 magnificent mushroom clouds rose into the sky, reducing the half-mutants to ashes instantly. Too low-level, too few in number, no rewards gained. Su Yi thought to himself as he continued to search the forest for traces of half-mutants. He was completely absorbed in the hunt, even forgetting that he was in the middle of a bottleneck mission, where killing creatures would not yield any rewards. In the shadows, Li Ming witnessed everything, too shocked to speak. Teleportation? Self-destruction? What kind of summoned creatures are these? Staring at the distant, unsettling mushroom clouds, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is insane. A genius like this has appeared in Nanling province this year. Coming back to his senses, he continued to track Su Ye's movements. After a few minutes of searching, Su Yi stopped and began summoning skeleton soldiers. In an instant, 990 skeletons lined up neatly, surrounding him. Act freely. When you encounter a creature, hug it and self-destruct. At his command, the skeletons dispersed like a tide in all directions. This can't be. Li Ming's eyes widened. His limit isn't 10, but hundreds of skeleton soldiers? This talent is simply outrageous. As he was reeling from the shock, a sense of danger suddenly approached from behind. As he turned, a skull with eyes burning with black soul fire was already inches away. Boom! Another loud explosion erupted. Although Li Ming managed to dodge the fatal blow in time, his clothes were shredded into pieces by the blast. Damn it! I got ambushed by a skeleton soldier. He emerged from the mushroom cloud with a grim expression, then found a large tree and punched a hole in it to hide inside. Meanwhile, Su Yi finally remembered that he was on a bottleneck mission and that killing creatures wouldn't bring any rewards. Shaking his head with a sigh, he turned and headed back toward the base. At that moment, Ding Kai appeared in the distance. Major Ding, what brings you here? I heard the explosions and came over, worried something might have happened to you. Heading back now. Yeah, it's boring here. Might as well go back for some skewers and drinks. Ding Kai glanced thoughtfully in the direction where Li Ming was hiding and said to Su Yi, you head back to the base. I'll handle the remaining half-mutants. After Su Yi left, Ding Kai walked directly toward the tree where Li Ming was concealed. Haha. When Ding Kai arrived at the big tree and saw Li Ming hiding in the tree hollow with only his head sticking out, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Ming, what's going on with you? Ding Kai clutched his stomach, noticing Li Ming's face growing darker. He managed to suppress his laughter, composed himself, and asked, blown up by the skeleton soldiers summoned by your trainee. Li Ming replied through gritted teeth, a trace of annoyance in his eyes. It was so sudden. I couldn't save my clothes. His voice carried obvious embarrassment, his face alternating between red and white. What? You got blown naked? Ding Kai's eyes widened before he burst into laughter again. Haha, sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but I just can't help it. Finally, Ding Kai gestured for Li Ming to hide his head as well, then quickly ran back to the base, returning with a clean set of clothes in less than 10 minutes. Ding Kai, Li Ming, now dressed, adjusted his collar with a frown. Who is that trainee? He's a bit too much. Tianling City. Su Yi. Ding Kai answered briefly, a hint of caution in his voice. That's all I can tell you. Huh. Li Ming was taken aback by this. Then his eyes widened as if he'd thought of something unbelievable. Ding Kai, could his information already be? Li Ming, just keep it to yourself, and don't spread it around. Ding Kai interrupted, patting Li Ming on the shoulder. All right, if there's nothing else, I have to get back to my duties, he said with a smile, turning to stride back toward the base. Personal information lockdown. I wonder what level it is. Li Ming mused quietly, watching Ding Kai's departing figure, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. At the base, on the underground training floor, half-humans, ancient martial artists, celestial beings, gifted ones, heavenly mystics. Defeating these people should yield different special rewards. Su Yi pondered while munching on a skewer. Once I complete the bottleneck task, I must find a chance to verify it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the base. What? 100,000 first-level beasts of the sect realm. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened at the report from the transport personnel, his voice rising several octaves. What is it? Is the provincial department suddenly rich? His expression was filled with disbelief, considering the value of even the lowest-level sect realm beast. We're just responsible for escorting them. The transport personnel replied expressionlessly. As for the specifics, you can ask your superiors. Oh, and another batch of beasts will be delivered tonight, so get ready for the handover. With that, he headed to the elevator and left the second underground floor. Another batch tonight. Zhang Yuan stood there, completely baffled. How many beasts are they bringing in? What on earth is the provincial department planning? He had worked at several provincial talent training camps, but had never seen such a scale. Right? The beasts have arrived. But Su Yi doesn't need them. I should let him know in advance so he doesn't waste a trip at noon. With that in mind, Zhang Yuan took out his walkie-talkie and quickly contacted Su Song, the training ground staff member. A short while later, at the training ground, Su Yi, Officer Zhang Yuan from the second underground floor, said he needs to talk to you. Su Song hurried over to Su Yi, handing him the walkie-talkie before sensibly stepping back 10 meters to ensure he wouldn't overhear the conversation. Officer Zhang Yuan, have the beasts arrived? Su Yi pressed the walkie-talkie button and asked directly. Su Yi, yes, the beasts have arrived. Zhang Yuan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. But this batch consists of first-level sect realm beasts, and with their strength, you won't need them, so I thought I'd let you know in advance to save you a trip at noon. The ones delivered are sect realm beasts. Su Yi's eyebrows raised slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although it fits the task requirements, killing them would be a waste. After all, once I break through to the sect realm, these first-level sect beasts could bring me significant rewards. A shrewd gleam flashed in Su Yi's eyes as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and made a decision. Officer Zhang Yuan, in that case, I won't go over now. When you have a 9th-level master beast to send over, then I'll come. Su Yi replied firmly. All right, I'll notify you then. Zhang Yuan responded briefly before promptly closing the intercom. Su Yi turned around and walked up to Su Song, a polite smile on his face as he handed back the intercom. Officer Su Song, thank you for your help. No trouble at all. If you need anything, feel free to contact. Su Song was cut off mid-sentence as his gaze shifted over Su Yi's shoulder, seeing Major Ding Kai appear at the slowly opening elevator doors. He quickly corrected himself. Contact Major Ding. Moments later, Su Yi watched as Ding Kai focused on grilling skewers for him, inhaling the aroma wafting through the air. Unable to resist, he complained, Major Ding, it's not right for me to be eating and drinking here every day. How about you let me out for a few days to find something to do, and then I'll come back in 3 days? Ding Kai paused, looking up with wide eyes at Su Yi. eating here, drinking here, and having people chat with you for free. And you're not satisfied with this treatment? You still want to go out and have fun for a few days? Flipping the skewers in his hand, his tone turned serious. Suyi, the training camp has its rules. And this idea of yours violates those rules, so it's not approved. Doesn't the big demon king have privileges? Can I use them? Suyi asked unwillingly, his eyes sparkling with hope. The skewer almost slipped from Ding Kai's hand as he slapped his forehead abruptly. Darn. Got too used to serving him. I forgot he's the big demon king of the training camp. Remembering the big demon king's privileges, Ding Kai immediately set down the sizzling skewers, wiped his hands, and quickly walked towards the elevator. Wait here, I'll go figure it out. Huh? What's going on? Why does everything need figuring out? Suyi watched Ding Kai's hurried departure, full of confusion. Arriving at the familiar door of the underground level 5 chamber, Ding Kai shook his head helplessly. Here we go again. Maybe I should just move in here. He pushed the door open, picked up the secure phone, and dialed the number he knew by heart. As soon as the call connected, the colonel's urgent voice came through the receiver. Ding Kai? Say no more. I understand. It's about adding more beasts, right? I'll add them, even if I have to sell everything. Ding Kai sighed inwardly. Oh, Suyi, look at what you've done to the colonel. He could clearly sense the colonel's voice tinged with a hint of despair, evidently worn out by Suyi's antics. Colonel, it's not about adding more beasts this time. Ding Kai quickly explained. Suyi feels staying in the training camp is boring and wants to go out for a couple of days. The other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds before the colonel's voice turned unexpectedly calm. Approved. Find someone trustworthy to protect him. Half an hour later, outside the base. Li Ming, after you drop Suyi off, don't rush back. Stay with him and protect him for a few days. Ding Kai stood by the helicopter, his gaze sternly fixed on Suyi, who was already seated inside the cabin, leaving no room for argument in his tone. Li Ming frowned, a clear look of displeasure on his face. Ding Kai, I'm not a member of your provincial department, so I have no responsibility or obligation to protect your people. Besides, I'm currently on a mission. His voice was cold and resolute, his eyes locked onto Ding Kai. I don't care. I'm entrusting him to you. If anything happens to him, it's your responsibility. Ding Kai insisted, then added, by the way, he's the big boss of this year's training camp. With that, Ding Kai turned and strode back toward the base, giving Li Ming no chance to argue. Damn it. Protecting the big boss is quite a burden. Li Ming muttered, watching Ding Kai's retreating figure with furrowed brows. Shaking his head in resignation, he then stepped toward the helicopter. Once airborne, Li Ming controlled the aircraft and coolly asked, Suyi, where to? Anywhere's fine. I just want to have some fun for a couple of days. Suyi replied, unfazed by Li Ming's cold demeanor, even smiling casually. Any recommendations, sir? Li Ming was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, before finally suggesting, Fengtian City, Laming Martial Arts Hall. My family owns it. Interested? Huh, a martial arts hall? Suyi was momentarily taken aback, memories flashing through his mind. There's one in Tianling City too. But the original owner of this body didn't visit often because he couldn't afford to hire a sparring partner as a customer. And as a sparring partner, he wasn't skilled enough. After some thought, Suyi nodded. All right, sir. Let's head to your Laming Martial Arts Hall. With that confirmation, Li Ming promptly adjusted the course, and the helicopter flew toward Fengtian City. For hours later, the helicopter landed smoothly on the rooftop platform of the Lingwu Association building in Fengtian City. As they disembarked, a burly, authoritative-looking man in his 50s approached them with a broad stride. Li Ming, it's been years since you've come back. The man's stern expression was quickly replaced by a smile, his eyes filled with the joy of reunion. Uncle Lei, I'd love to visit more often, but I just can't find the time. Li Ming's tone softened noticeably as he spoke to Lei Chun, a rare smile appearing on his face. All right, I know you're busy. Lei Chun waved a hand dismissively, then turned his curious gaze to Suyi. And who's this young man? Li Ming immediately positioned himself in front of Suyi, his tone becoming cautious. Uncle Lei, I can't disclose his identity right now. He'll tell you when the time is right. By the way, is the car ready? He deliberately changed the subject. A glint flashed in Lei Chen's eyes as he thought to himself, even I'm not trusted with this. This young man must have quite the background. However, he showed no outward signs of his thoughts, and simply nodded. The car's been ready for a while. Follow me. The three of them entered the building and took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Lei Chen led them to a brand new white SUV and handed the keys to Li Ming. Li Ming, here are the keys. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of an imposing structure. Suyi got out and looked up at the towering 7-story martial arts hall, his eyes wide with amazement. Sir, your family must be quite wealthy. It's all right, Li Ming replied nonchalantly, then gestured for Suyi to follow. Come on, he'll show you around. With that, he led Suyi into the martial arts hall. As soon as they stepped inside, they were both struck by the sight before them. What's going on? You have such a big martial arts school, yet you don't even have a decent sparring instructor? As soon as they stepped into the lobby, a commotion could be heard from the reception area. A burly man was loudly questioning as he slapped the front desk. Another troublemaker. Li Ming scoffed with disdain. Those three martial arts schools are only capable of this. With that, he prepared to take Su Yi to the second floor. Hmm? A troublemaker? The other three martial arts schools. Su Ye's eyes lit up, having caught Li Ming's words despite their quietness. This could be interesting. Officer, are those three martial arts schools targeting your school? Su Yi turned to Li Ming, his face showing anticipation. Li Ming nodded. That's right. Our Laming Martial Arts School is the top in the city. Whether it's the facilities or the staff, we're far superior to the other three schools. His voice carried a tone of pride. But instead of improving themselves, those three schools are always envious of our business. So, they often send people to cause trouble. Let's go? We have nothing else to do. So let's go challenge them. Su Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted Li Ming's shoulder after hearing the explanation. You, the great demon king of Nanling province. Want to challenge them? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yi, are you serious? Seriously, I couldn't be more serious. Su Yi assured, thumping his chest. 3 days, 1 school a day. With that, he eagerly dragged Li Ming out of the martial arts school building. Sitting in the car, Li Ming still looked worried. Su Yi, isn't this a bad idea? After all, given our positions, if the higher-ups find out, we'll be in trouble. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, Major Ding will handle it. Su Yi dismissed his concerns, bringing up Ding Kai. Ding Kai will handle it. Can he really? Li Ming wondered to himself. If Ding Kai could handle this, he'd eat his hat. Officer, stop hesitating. Let's just do it. Nothing will happen. Seeing Li Ming's hesitation, Su Yi coaxed him further, his tone persuasive. All right, let's do it. Finally convinced, Li Ming floored the gas pedal, and the car shot towards the first martial arts school like an arrow. 15 minutes later, Su Yi and Li Ming stood in front of the entrance of the Hongming Martial Arts School. As they pushed the door open, the sounds of training and cheers filled their ears. Ding! There's a half-mutant in the Hongming Martial Arts School. Just as they entered, a system prompt echoed in Su Ye's mind, making him pause with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. There's a half-mutant in this school. Su Yi thought to himself, his expression turning serious. Half-mutant Lin Longsheng. Instantly, information about the half-mutant appeared in Su Ye's mind. Officer, do you know someone named Lin Longsheng? Su Yi asked Li Ming with a serious expression. Lin Longsheng. Li Ming frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. How do you know him? He's the owner of this martial arts school. Officer, how strong is this Lin Longsheng? Su Ye's gaze turned sharp, his voice deep and determined. I want to take him down. Blow up Lin Longsheng. Li Ming frowned, looking at Su Yi in disbelief. What's gotten into him? Reason. Su Yi met Li Ming's gaze, enunciating each word clearly. He is a half-alien. Su Ye's tone was firm, and whether Li Ming believed him or not was up to him. What? Lin Longsheng is a half-alien. Li Ming's expression changed drastically. He didn't say another word and quickly turned to leave the martial arts hall, instructing Su Yi without looking back. Wait here for me. In a secluded corner outside the martial arts hall, Li Ming swiftly took out his phone and dialed Ding Kai's number. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. Ding Kai, was the second half-alien at the base discovered by Su Yi? Huh? How did you know it was Su Yi? Ding Kai's voice was filled with confusion. I never told you about that. Snap. Having received the answer he wanted, Li Ming hung up immediately, a trace of seriousness crossing his face. Back inside the martial arts hall, Li Ming spotted Su Yi waiting and called out, Su Yi, come with me. We're going to see Lin Longsheng. Huh? Su Yi was slightly surprised. You didn't believe me just now. What changed your mind so quickly? Sir, do you believe me now? Yes. Li Ming nodded seriously. I went out and did some research. I have a feeling you wouldn't joke about something like this, so personally, I believe you. Su Yi thought to himself, Major Ding likes to research whenever there's an issue. And this officer does too. Did they graduate from the same school? A few minutes later, the two arrived at the director's office on the 5th floor. Major Li, what brings you here? Lin Longsheng greeted them with a polite smile, his eyes landing directly on Li Ming. Swish. Without responding, Li Ming turned into a blur and appeared right in front of Lin Longsheng. Boom. With a heavy punch, Lin Longsheng was knocked out cold, collapsing softly to the ground. Su Yi was dumbfounded. We came here to talk to him, and you knocked him out with one punch. Rip. Ignoring Su Ye's shock, Li Ming tore open Lin Longsheng's shirt and examined his body under Su Ye's horrified gaze. Beast mark. Li Ming pointed to a red mark on the sole of Lin Longsheng's foot, a cold glint in his eyes. Lin Longsheng is indeed a half-alien. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. Colonel Nye, I've discovered a half-alien in Fengtian City. His identity is confirmed. Please start an investigation immediately. A few minutes later, Li Ming hung up and turned to Su Yi, a rare smile on his face. Su Yi, capturing Lin Longsheng, the half-alien, is mainly your achievement. Tell me, what reward do you want? Going out for a couple of days and ending up with an unexpected gain? Su Ye's eyes lit up, and he answered without hesitation, "Sir, I want alien beasts in the zone realm, as many as possible." Li Ming raised an eyebrow. Huh? Not cultivation resources, not martial arts techniques, but alien beasts. Although Li Ming didn't quite understand why Su Yi was so fixated on the exotic beast rewards, he patiently explained, "Su Yi, capturing Lin Longsheng was indeed a significant achievement, but he is just an average strength half-mutant. According to the merit point system, the number of sect-level exotic beasts you can exchange for is indeed limited." Su Ye's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward slightly. "What if I can help you catch more half-mutants?" Looking at the sudden excitement on Su Ye's face, a sense of unease crept into Li Ming's heart. What happened next left Li Ming utterly astonished. Tianyu Building, 27 half-mutants. Yulong Community, 12 half-mutants. XX Food Factory, 5 half-mutants. Su Yi listed each location and number as if reciting from memory. In just one day, they scoured a tenth of Fengtian City and astonishingly identified a total of 1,236 half-mutants. Back at the hotel room, Li Ming stared at Su Yi in disbelief. "How on earth did you find all these half-mutants?" "This is my second special ability," Su Yi calmly explained. "Whenever a mutant is nearby, I can sense their presence and even accurately discern their information." "You were already impressive, and now you're telling me you have another ability?" Li Ming gasped in shock. But he didn't doubt it, knowing that in this world, talents were numerous and abilities varied wildly. Besides detecting mutants and knowing their names, does this ability have any other functions? Li Ming inquired further. Su Yi shook his head. "Just those two abilities." "Got it. You should rest now. I'll apply to the higher-ups to exchange all the merit points you earned today for sect-level exotic beasts." With that, Li Ming quickly left the room. Back in his own room, Li Ming immediately made a call. "Colonel, today we captured a total of 1,236 half-mutants. I'll send you the detailed information shortly." There was a 2-minute silence on the other end of the line. "Li Ming, did you stumble upon a nest of half-mutants?" The colonel finally spoke, his voice filled with disbelief. "Colonel, do you remember Su Yi, the one I mentioned earlier?" Li Ming hastily explained. "He has a second ability that allows him to sense nearby half-mutants and identify them. It was this ability that enabled us to capture so many in just one day." In the Dongying military district, after hearing Li Ming's report, Nie Wu's expression turned unusually serious. The implications of Su Ye's second ability, which accurately pinpointed half-mutants, were not lost on him, especially for the Divine Alliance. "Ling Ming, from now on, you are not allowed to continue searching for half-humans." Nie Wu's voice came through the communicator, stern and commanding. "Immediately bring Su Yi back to the training camp base in Nanling Province, and ensure his safety along the way." "Colonel, I'll take Su Yi back right now," Ling Ming responded promptly, then shifted the conversation. "But before that, shouldn't we fulfill his reward? He did help capture over 1,000 half-humans." Nie Wu sipped his tea and asked, "What does he want? Cultivation resources or martial arts techniques?" "Beast. A Zon-level beast," Ling Ming replied decisively. "He wants to exchange all his merit points for a Zon-level beast." "A Zon-level beast?" Nie Wu raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, but quickly nodded in agreement. "Approved. I'll arrange for the beast to be sent to the training camp base." Meanwhile, in a hotel in Fengtian City, Su Yi was staring at a God of War-level skeleton summoning card in his hand, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. "Catching only 1,000 half-humans a day is too inefficient," he thought to himself. "Should I go big? Summon God of War-level skeleton soldiers, one for each person, and sweep through Fengtian City under the cover of night to capture all the half-humans." Just as he was about to use the summoning card, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Opening it, he found Ling Ming standing outside, speaking urgently. "Su Yi, the higher-ups have ordered you to return to the training camp base immediately. Be at the Spirit Warrior Association in 5 minutes." "You've got to be kidding me," Su Yi grumbled with displeasure. "I was just about to make a big move and capture all the half-humans." Seeing this, Ling Ming quickly concocted an excuse. "The higher-ups said if you catch any more half-humans, there won't be any beast rewards." "What? No beast rewards?" Su Yi lost his enthusiasm instantly, grumbling as he packed his luggage. "You guys really don't play fair." 5 minutes later, the two drove to the Spirit Warrior Association. As the helicopter lifted them into the sky, Lei Chun rushed to the rooftop, shouting at the sky, "Ling Ming, you bastard. Leaving over 1,000 half-humans behind. Don't worry, Uncle Lei, someone will take over tomorrow." Ling Ming's voice drifted on the wind. "I'll bring you some good wine next time." Watching the helicopter disappear into the night sky, Su Yi sighed. Didn't get to challenge the martial arts hall, and didn't catch enough half-humans. This trip was a waste. Sitting in the helicopter, Su Yi gazed out at the passing scenery, unable to resist a silent critique in his mind. After a 4-hour flight, the helicopter landed smoothly outside the base. A man in military uniform approached with a determined stride, standing straight in front of Su Yi. "I'm Major Li from the Dongying military district. You can call me Major Lee, he said, his expression serious and eyes sharp. For the next month, if you face any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Just then, a familiar voice came from the entrance of the base. Li Ming. Ding Kai approached briskly. If Suyi encounters any problems, our provincial department will handle them. No need for the Dongying military district to worry. Li Ming turned to face Ding Kai, responding bluntly. As far as I know, Suyi needs a large number of exotic beasts. Has your provincial department managed that? Oh, Ding Kai's eyes lit up. Are you saying the Dongying military district can handle this? Suyi stood aside, watching the two majors argue over him, secretly delighted. If Major Li in a fit of anger could get me a few million high-level exotic beasts, that would be fantastic. Li Ming calmly replied. We'll do our best to help. Do you need our assistance? Hearing this non-committal answer, both Ding Kai and Su Yi showed a trace of disappointment. We don't need your help, Ding Kai said, pulling Su Yi away. I'll take him to rest first. Once inside the base, Ding Kai brought Su Yi to a room and got straight to the point. What have you been up to all day? While tidying up his bed, Su Yi answered nonchalantly. Not much, just spent the day in Fengtian City capturing semi-exotics. But the yield was average. After a whole day, I only caught a little over 1,000. What? Ding Kai's eyes widened. You said you were going out for fun, and you ended up capturing semi-exotics all day? And you caught over 1,000. After calming his shock, Ding Kai continued to probe. How did you find all those semi-exotics? Su Yi explained seriously. Major Ding, I actually have a special ability to detect semi-exotics near me, and even know their names accurately. Like Lishan before, I discovered him using this ability. Upon hearing this, a thought flashed through Ding Kai's mind. A second ability, and one that can find semi-exotics. No wonder Li Ming made such promises. Su Yi must have caught the attention of the Dongying military district. With this realization, Ding Kai immediately left the room and hurried to the elevator. This crucial information needed to be reported to the colonel right away. In the room, Su Yi woke up from a brief nap on the helicopter, unable to fall back asleep. He sat up, a look of determination in his eyes. Forget it. I'll go check out the second basement level. He quickly got up and strode out of the room, heading straight for the elevator. As the numbers on the elevator display caught his eye, basement level 5, Su Yi frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What is Major Ding doing on basement level 5 at this hour? He watched as the elevator numbers descended from basement level 5 back to the first floor, deepening his suspicion. Basement level 2. Su Yi pressed the button. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly, and Zhang Yuan, who was recording the number of beasts, turned around with a delighted smile on his face. Su Yi, you're back. Zhang Yuan quickly approached. Just in time. This morning, they delivered another 50,000 level 9 beasts. I've already placed them in the western area of the level 1 combat zone. The remaining 50,000 level 9 beasts have arrived. Su Ye's eyes lit up, his heart racing. Does this mean I can complete the bottleneck task today? He eagerly headed towards the level 1 combat zone, filled with anticipation. I wonder what good things the mysterious package will contain after completing the bottleneck task. Upon entering the combat zone, Su Ye's eyes sparkled with battle intent. Let's go. Once I break through to the sect level and add the self-sacrifice entry, I won't have to be so low-key anymore. With that, he quickly summoned 990 skeleton soldiers, leading this army towards the western area. Meanwhile, in a secret room on basement level 5, Ding Kai was on an important phone call. Ding Kai, I just checked, and Su Ye's identity lock level has exceeded my clearance. The voice on the other end, a colonel, sounded grave. It seems he's already caught the attention of higher-ups. What? Ding Kai's face showed a hint of shock. Even you can't access Su Ye's personal information anymore? Ding Kai, I suspect that the higher-ups will contact me by tomorrow, the colonel continued, and I will mention Su Ye's beast requirements. So, advise Su Yi not to accept benefits from the Eastern Military District yet. Tell him to perform well at the Martial Arts University so that more military districts will compete for him, allowing him to gain more benefits. Colonel, I understand. I will inform him. Ding Kai responded solemnly as the call ended. As Ding Kai made his way to the elevator, he pondered. Not even graduated high school, and already caught the attention of the higher-ups. Su Yi is truly a prodigy. But, will they nurture him fully, or let him grow freely? When he saw the elevator numbers stop at basement level 2, Ding Kai's eyes lit up. Damn. I leave. And he heads to basement level 2 right after. His first thought was that Su Yi had already taken action. Half an hour later, within the combat zone, Su Yi stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of beasts. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 100,000 level 9 beasts, bottleneck removed, and a mysterious package awarded. Ding. Successful kill, reward. Blood vitality increased by 0.3, mental power increased by 0.2. Ding. Successful kill, blood vitality increased by 0.2, body control increased by 0.03. Ding. Successful kill, reward. 3 grade, 3 nutritional liquids. As the last level 9 beast fell, Suye's mind was filled with the continuous sound of system notifications. He secretly rejoiced that the random task he completed earlier had erased the requirement of killing 10,000 beasts, as the current tally of 50,000 just met the task's demands, leaving no room for additional rewards. He quickly brought up his personal attributes panel, which was filled with dense data. Name, Suyi. Talent, summoning current limit of 1010 types, skeleton soldier self-destruct, forceful first blood, teleportation. Vitality, 1012.3. Level 1 martial master. Body control, novice 82.79. Martial skills, stacking waves palm, confusing wind step, 7-star mystical step, red flame thunder tiger fist proficient 98.7. Spiritual power, 1020.8. Level 1 spiritual master. Soul control, novice 72.33. Various items were also listed. 37.82 million divine alliance coins, 116 pieces of pure gold stone, 18 drops of heavenly marrow liquid, 10 martial god level skeleton summoning cards, 66 fragments of talent source stone. Feeling the surging power within, Suyi was secretly delighted. The strength of a level 1 spiritual martial master is dozens of times greater than that of a level 9 extreme spiritual martial practitioner, and the boost from this major breakthrough was indeed astounding. System, open the mysterious gift pack. Suyi eagerly commanded. The system immediately responded. Ding. Mysterious gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the grand summoning spell. Effect. The number of summoned skeleton soldiers increases tenfold, usable 10 times a day. This reward made Suye's eyes light up, and joy was written all over his face. His biggest issue had been the insufficient number of skeleton soldiers, and this grand summoning spell, which enhances the number tenfold without needing a critical trigger, was a godsend. Suyi, are you ready to head back and rest? Seeing Suyi standing in a daze after teleporting out, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Suyi snapped back to reality, his gaze firm as he replied. Officer Zhang Yuan, I still have half an hour left today. I want to enter the level 1 combat secret realm. What? That place is filled with level 1 beasts. You can't possibly. Zhang Yuan's words trailed off as he saw a brilliant yellow aura of blood energy burst forth around Suyi, causing him to swallow the rest of his sentence. Not even 18, yet to take the college entrance exam, and already a level 1 martial master. Zhang Yuan muttered in disbelief, staring at the youth enveloped in a yellow aura. Officer Zhang Yuan, can I enter the level 1 combat secret realm now? Suyi asked with a confident smile. Yes, of course you can. Suyi, you truly are a monster. Zhang Yuan finally came to his senses and proceeded to lead Suyi towards the entrance of the level 1 combat secret realm. In the sacred battle realm, 40,000 level 1 beasts awaited. The number is still too small. Let's just sweep through them. As Suyi stepped into the realm, his hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from within. Without hesitation, he cast a grand summoning spell, a confident smile playing on his lips. 1, 2, 3. With each low chant, the shadows of skeletal soldiers flickered into existence. The sound of bones assembling echoed, and the white skeletons glimmered with a ghostly light in the dim realm. In less than a minute, 10,001 skeleton soldiers stood neatly arrayed before Suyi, forming an impressive sea of white bones. Suyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the massive army he had conjured. This is the skeleton army I wanted, he murmured, satisfaction evident in his voice. He raised his hand, pointing forward like a general commanding an army. Advance. Kill any living creature you encounter. The skeleton army sprang into action, the clattering of bones resonating throughout the realm. Soon, over 20 massive rock turtles appeared in view, their heavy shells etched with rock-like patterns, seemingly indestructible. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, hundreds of skeleton soldiers teleported in front of the rock turtles, their sharp bone blades striking down in unison. With sheer numbers on their side, they hacked the turtles to death before they could retreat into their shells for defense. With so many skeletons, there's usually no need for self-detonation. Suyi mused as he observed the battle. But if we encounter a tough opponent, having over 10,000 skeletons self-destruct, combined with the forced first blood effect, would be a nightmare for them. Looking at the lifeless rock turtle corpses on the ground, Suyi chuckled with amusement and led his skeleton army onward. He chose to ignore the constant system notifications ringing in his mind. Half an hour later, Suyi halted, surveying the realm now turned into a graveyard. The time was too short. Only managed to kill over 20,000 level 1 beasts, he lamented, but quickly shrugged it off. Oh well, the rest won't escape. I'll save them for tomorrow. With that thought, Suyi initiated the process to leave the realm. A flash of light, and Suyi was transported back to the real world. Zhang Yuan stood by the teleportation point, a puzzled expression on his face upon seeing Suyi. Suyi, how come you're out so soon? Suyi was momentarily taken aback, but then explained. Officer Zhang Yuan. My time was up. Zhang Yuan shook his head, pointing to the clock on the wall. Suyi, it's already 3 a.m., meaning the hour you just used counts as today's time. But you still had 47 minutes left from yesterday's Beast Challenge time. So, if you want to continue challenging the beasts, you can. It's the next day, and I still have 47 minutes left. Suye's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, he turned and strode back toward the realm entrance. By 8 a.m., all trainees had begun their training for the day. Ding Kai headed to the second underground level to find Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, did Suyi go to the sacred battle realm? Ding Kai asked urgently upon seeing Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan immediately set down his materials, promptly replying. He did. He's broken through the bottleneck and reached level 1 martial sovereign. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Ding Kai covered his forehead with his right hand, sighing. Well, those 40,000 beasts are probably all done for. Then, Ding Kai checked the situation in the sacred battle realm on the computer, and the data on the screen made his eyes widen. There's still one beast left out of 40,000? What does this mean? Are they teasing me? Seeing that there was still one living beast in the battle realm, Ding Kai could only smile wryly. Taking a deep breath, Ding Kai headed straight for the elevator, muttering to himself, I'm never coming to check on this battle secret realm again. The outcome is always the same, whether I see it or not. At 2 p.m., Suyi woke up feeling completely refreshed after a satisfying sleep. He sat up in bed, stretched, and felt invigorated. Then, he opened his character attribute panel. Check character attributes, Suyi commanded. His eyes fixed on the panel. Recalling the battle from the early morning, had just finished clearing all the beasts and went straight to sleep upon returning to his room. He hadn't yet checked his current strength today. Name, Suyi. Talent, summoning current limit, 2,100. Ability, great summoning usable 3 times today. Unit, skeleton soldiers self-destruct, forced first blood, teleport. Vitality, 2,109.8. Realm, level 2 martial master body control, entry level, 6.335. Martial arts, stacking waves palm, misty wind step, 7-star mysterious step, crimson flame thunder tiger fist proficient 50.7. Mental power, 2007.6. Realm, level 2 spirit master soul control, entry level, 5.236. Items, divine alliance coins 53.7 million, pure gold stone 208, heavenly essence liquid 118, martial god level skeleton summoning card 10, talent source stone shards 66. He noticed that after breaking through to the sect realm, each minor realm advancement required more accumulation of vitality or mental power, reaching 1,000 points. The rewards for killing creatures were becoming increasingly meager, now still at 0.x. It seemed that to improve, he needed to kill more creatures. Furthermore, both his body and soul control had reached the entry-level stage, but the reward base had dropped to 0.00x. Breaking through to the minor completion stage might reduce it to 0.000x, making the difficulty of improvement evident. The only solution was to continue killing creatures. System, add this self-sacrifice for others entry. Suyi commanded firmly. Ding. System notification, entry added successfully. With the system's notification, Suyi immediately summoned 5 skeleton soldiers, hiding them in the wardrobe. As long as there were skeleton soldiers summoned by him outside, they could take damage on his behalf no matter where they were. Alright, with this self-sacrifice for others entry and 10 martial god-level skeleton summoning cards, I've got an extra lifeline. He nodded with satisfaction, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Then, Suyi left the room and headed towards the elevator. Basement level 1, training ground. What the heck? Didn't they say Brother Yu was out? How is he back in just 1 day? A trainee cursed under his breath, feeling a bit uneasy. Geez, I didn't get to spar with the skeleton soldiers yesterday. Now today's happiness is gone. Another trainee muttered dejectedly. As Suyi stepped into the training ground, all 47 trainees shuddered in unison, their bodies tensing involuntarily, eyes filled with fear. Oh, faced with the intense and grueling training, they showed no fear. Even when subjected to the terrifying electric shock punishment, they gritted their teeth and persevered. But when it came to Su Yet-hei, were genuinely afraid. At this moment, noticing the trainees' expressions as if facing a formidable enemy, Ding Kai couldn't help but laugh. Logically, as the leader of the combat training, he should be the one they feared most after all. He was Major Ding. Their combat performance doesn't seem very effective. Ding Kai observed the matches with a slight frown. Perhaps, I should take over. Suyi suddenly suggested. He noticed that the trainees were not giving their all against the combat instructors, unlike their fierce efforts against the skeleton soldiers. He knew that if this continued, the training's purpose would be compromised. He had promised Ding Kai to take on this task. All combat instructors, step aside. From now on, Su Yi will lead the combat training. Ding Kai ordered decisively. Upon hearing this, all 47 trainees tensed up, their expressions growing more serious. They understood that from now on, The so-called training would become true combat. If they didn't give it everything, they might not even make it out unscathed. Gentlemen, Suyi began, a meaningful smile playing on his lips as he scanned the room. Previously, your combat training involved fighting a skeleton soldier of the same level, along with a self-destructing skeleton soldier one level below you. But this time, I plan to introduce a brand new mode. He paused, his tone becoming playful. And I believe you'll find this new combat mode very much to your liking. Whoa, one trainee muttered instinctively. When Brother Yi smiles, it's life or death. I'm a bit nervous. Don't panic, just dig out that old set of clothes, or you'll waste another new one, someone replied, trying to keep it lighthearted. A new mode, a new experience. Another murmured, eyes filled with resignation. When will these happy days ever end? Despite the murmurs, they only dared to whisper in the corners. On the sidelines of the training ground, Ding Kai also turned to look at Su Yi. A mix of anticipation and curiosity in his eyes. She was intrigued by this so-called new mode. Su Ye's smile faded, his voice turning serious. From now on, you are a single unit. You will face endless attacks from my army of skeleton soldiers. Whether you choose to fight alone or work together is up to you. All right, combat training began. As soon as he spoke, the ground trembled in the distance. Figures of skeleton soldiers emerged from all directions, holding bone swords, advancing in neat formation towards the group. 100. 300, 500, 1,000. The trainees watched the approaching skeleton soldiers, their numbers rapidly increasing until they reached a total of 1,000, all of them at the 7th level of warrior realm. 7th level skeleton soldiers? Is that it? Someone scoffed, sounding somewhat relieved. No matter how many, they're easy to handle. I thought this new mode would be terrifying, but it's just this? Gave me a scare. Yet some remained serious, watching the tide of skeleton soldiers and whispered, don't celebrate too soon. Endless attacks are probably the key words. This combat is far from simple. Attack! Suyi commanded sharply, waving his arm. In an instant, 1,000 skeleton soldiers stepped forward in unison, bone swords slicing through the air, rushing towards the 47 trainees like a cold, merciless tide. Attack! Disrupt their formation. Luo Tianshun leaped forward to engage the enemy, issuing orders with a firm voice. Otherwise, we'll be on the defensive, and that could be troublesome. With his command, the 47 trainees quickly spread out, following Luo Tianshun's lead into battle. A new round of combat erupted under Su Ye's cold, trial-like gaze. The battle erupted fiercely. On the battlefield, the sound of clashes between the trainees and skeleton soldiers echoed continuously. However, the outcome of the fight was unexpected. The skeleton soldiers, significantly weaker than the trainees, were being overwhelmed despite their numbers, harvested like wheat by the trainees. After observing for a moment, Ding Kai turned to Su Yi and said, Su Yi, these skeleton soldiers are too weak. Even with their numbers, it's useless. I think you should summon stronger skeleton soldiers to really challenge them and create a sense of urgency. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Major Ding, how about this? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi formed seals with his hands and initiated a new round of summoning. The ground trembled as skeleton soldiers surged forth 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in the blink of an eye. The entire 500 square meter underground level was completely occupied by a sea of bones. The scene was utterly shocking, leaving everyone frozen in place. Ding Kai, the staff, and the 47 trainees engaged in battle all stood wide-eyed, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. No wonder Su Yi can defeat beasts so quickly. Ding Kai's mind was in turmoil. It turns out his summoning limit far exceeds my imagination. It has completely surpassed my understanding. At this moment, Ding Kai finally realized a fact. Su Yi had been hiding his true strength all along. Suddenly, a scream pierced through the brief silence. A trainee's arm was slashed by a skeleton soldier, blood streaming from the wound. This scream acted like a signal, snapping the other trainees out of their shock and back into the fight against the skeleton soldiers. Ding Kai frowned and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi, facing so many 7th level warrior skeleton soldiers, they don't stand a chance. So, I think this kind of combat training doesn't have much meaning for them. Su Yi calmly countered, Major Ding, did I ever say the ultimate goal of this combat training was to kill all the skeleton soldiers? What do you mean? Ding Kai looked at him in confusion. Su Yi smiled and explained, escape. When facing an unbeatable enemy, if you don't hurry and escape, are you waiting to be served on a platter? Escape? Can you even play like that? Ding Kai's eyes widened, completely taken aback by this perspective. Teamwork. Carve a path to survival. That's the real objective of this combat training. Su Yi's words made Ding Kai suddenly understand. Can't deny it. Su Yi really knows how to play. Ding Kai couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Half an hour later, when Su Yi retracted the remaining 2,000 skeleton soldiers, the trainees on the training ground were all battered and exhausted, collapsing on the ground. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, their faces filled with fatigue and shock. I thought facing skeleton soldiers of this level, we could easily handle them. Who would have thought? In the end, it was us being handled. Thousands of skeleton soldiers. Brother Yi is simply not human. It's insane. The trainees' inner complaints were endless, but no one dared to voice them. Luo Tianxian struggled to stand up, looking at Su Yi with confusion. Brother Yi, this new combat mode doesn't seem to help us much. What's the reason? Su Yi asked with a slight smile, his gaze fixed on Luo Tianxian. Luo Tianxian, with a serious expression, analyzed logically. First, these skeleton soldiers are far weaker than us. Fighting them won't improve our combat experience or help us identify our weaknesses. Second, the disparity in strength is too great, preventing us from reaching our limits in battle and thus hindering any breakthroughs. Third, facing a vast number of skeleton soldiers would only lead to endless fighting, leaving us exhausted, which is detrimental to our mindset. Why not run away? Su Yi suddenly inquired. Run away? Luo Tianxian was momentarily stunned, confusion flashing in his eyes. Su Yi continued to ask, if such battles are pointless and affect our mindset, why not choose to escape? Why not work together to carve a path to survival? The 47 trainees suddenly understood, whispering among themselves. The real aim of this training wasn't to fight to the death, but to test their teamwork and their ability to find a way out in dire situations. Rest for an hour, then proceed to the second round of combat training, Su Ye's voice announced. Relief spread across their faces. Knowing the true purpose of the training made the upcoming challenge appear simpler. Yet, some remained cautious, aware that the next round might be more difficult. At that moment, Ding Kai stepped forward, looking directly at Su Yi. Su Yi, do you dare to fight me? Want to know my true strength? Su Yi grinned. No problem, but should we make a bet? What do you want? Ding Kai asked, intrigued. 10,000 first-level exotic beasts from the sect, Su Yi stated his terms, a number he had carefully considered rather than an outrageous demand. Ding Kai calculated internally. The number was significant, but within his capability. He nodded in agreement, and then led Su Yi to the third basement level. The floors and walls here are made of special materials. Even I can't damage them. Ding Kai explained. Feel free to go all out. Major Ding, how do you want to fight? Su Yi asked. You decide. Ding Kai said excitedly. Su Yi chuckled to himself, thinking that letting him set the rules was like asking for trouble. Upon hearing Ding Kai's words, Su Yi responded without hesitation. Major Ding, let's have a showdown between you and my skeleton soldiers to see who lasts the longest. Ding Kai raised an eyebrow and agreed without hesitation. He then leapt several times, quickly creating distance from Su Yi to prepare for the battle. I don't plan to stay low-key, but I can't reveal all my cards either. I should hold back some of my strength, Su Yi thought to himself. With that in mind, he decided not to use his grand summoning technique yet, and to display only the strength of a first-level Lingwu sect member. The threat of a second level might scare Ding Kai too much. Su Yi began to cast a spell, chanting, 100, 300, 500, 2000. With his gestures, a powerful summoning wave swept across the area. 2,000 skeleton soldiers, each with the strength of a first-level martial sect, appeared and stood in formation before him. A bright yellow halo glowed beneath each soldier's feet, making them appear extraordinarily imposing. Ding Kai was astonished by the sight. The sheer number of skeleton soldiers made his eyes widen in disbelief. Over 1,000 skeleton soldiers, all at the first-level martial sect? How is this possible? Can a human truly possess such talent? His previous assumptions about Su Ye's skeleton soldiers were completely shattered. 3 minutes. Ding Kai sneered with disdain. Do you really think you can defeat me in 3 minutes? Let's see how you plan to do that. Su Yi smiled calmly, holding up 3 fingers. The battle will end in 3 minutes. Ding Kai looked puzzled. 3 minutes? Even if you were a 9th-level martial emperor, it wouldn't be that easy. This is your chance, Su Yi replied calmly. Ding Kai snorted, extending his hand as the surrounding air grew heavy. His blood energy rapidly expanded, enveloping him in a protective shield, ready to face the oncoming assault. At that moment, Su Yi gave the command, attack. Instantly, all 2,000 skeleton soldiers surged towards Ding Kai like a tide, surrounding him in a flash. Explode. With Su Ye's order, the skeleton soldiers began to self-destruct. Thunderous explosions echoed in all directions, shaking the entire world. Smoke and fire rose into the air, throwing the battlefield into chaos. The mushroom clouds of the explosions rose before Ding Kai, engulfing his entire view. But Ding Kai kept his eyes fixed ahead, feeling the intense tremors as his face turned pale. Impossible. How can these first-level martial sect skeleton soldiers cause such damage? As he reeled in shock, a sharp pain brought him back to reality. Was injured. He had just used his blood energy to protect himself, and theoretically, these attacks shouldn't have penetrated his defenses, but now he felt the unmistakable wounds on his body. Damn it. Ding Kai quickly became alert, scanning his surroundings, but finding nothing, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Just then, a cold wind swept over him. and the skeleton soldiers reappeared in front of him. Their eyes glowed with black soul fire, locking onto his position. Explode. Suye's voice came from afar, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Holy crap, they're going to blow me to bits. Ding Kai's heart trembled as he quickly channeled his energy, reinforcing his blood energy shield. However, wave after wave of explosions followed relentlessly. The intense impact nearly overwhelmed Ding Kai's protective shield, and his body was once again engulfed by the mushroom clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously through the underground levels, shaking the entire underground base and causing the temperature to rise sharply, shattering the air. Ding Kai was completely engulfed in the relentless explosions, unable to react. His consciousness began to blur under the intense pain, as if the whole world was collapsing. Explode, explode, explode. The successive explosions finally crushed his last line of defense. A minute later, a disheveled figure burst out from the mushroom cloud. Ding Kai was desperately fleeing, quickly widening the gap between him and Su Yi to over 20 meters. Trying to run? Su Yi smirked, seeing through Ding Kai's plan to evade the skeleton soldiers and survive the remaining 2 minutes. Without hesitation, he commanded the 2,000 skeleton soldiers behind him to simultaneously teleport. As Su Ye's power grew, the teleportation range of these skeleton soldiers had increased from an initial 10 meters to an astonishing 50 meters. Damn it, Ding Kai cursed, anger boiling inside him as he saw the overwhelming number of skeleton soldiers that not only caused real damage, but could also teleport and self-destruct. These skeleton soldiers are just ridiculous. Suddenly, the 2,000 skeleton soldiers behind Su Yi vanished into thin air. Ding Kai felt a sense of foreboding just as they reappeared all around him, forming an impenetrable circle. Boom! Another massive mushroom cloud rose into the air, engulfing Ding Kai. Unbelievable. A dignified level 9 martial emperor being chased and bombarded by martial sect-level skeleton soldiers. This is so humiliating. Ding Kai dashed out of the explosion, cursing as he continued to run for his life. By now, he had abandoned any hope of victory, just wishing to endure the 3 minutes of torment. Watching Ding Kai flee 100 meters away, Su Yi looked on with resignation. Looks like I'll have to use the grand summoning technique, he thought. With a base of 600, transforming into 6,000 skeleton soldiers should be enough to occupy the entire third underground level. Immediately, countless white rings of light appeared across the ground, swiftly covering every corner of the third underground level. An overwhelming number of skeleton soldiers, armed with bone knives, poured out from the light circles, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. Thousands of summoned creatures of the same level. Ding Kai looked at the despair-inducing sight and smiled bitterly. Forget it, I won't resist anymore. Explode. Su Ye's voice rang out. Boom. A thunderous explosion occurred, and a mushroom cloud filled the entire space of the third underground level. Su Yi, who had already taken refuge in the elevator, closed the door, shielding himself from the blast's aftermath. A minute later, when the third underground level returned to calm, Su Yi stepped out of the elevator. Su Yi, stop summoning. I surrender. At that moment, Ding Kai, looking a bit pale, saw Su Yi raise his hand to summon more skeleton soldiers and urgently shouted, Stop. I surrender. Hearing Ding Kai admit defeat, Su Yi flashed a victorious smile and walked over to Ding Kai with a concerned expression. Major Ding, are you okay? Ding Kai stared at him in disbelief. You blasted me with thousands of skeleton soldiers and then ask if I'm okay? Seeing the concern on Su Ye's face, Ding Kai felt like punching him and then asking, Does that hurt? In the basement training area, Ding Kai skillfully flipped sizzling skewers on the grill and casually asked, Su Yi, did you hold back during our fight earlier? No holding back. Su Yi straightened up, answering seriously. I gave it my all in that fight. Really? Ding Kai eyed him skeptically. Absolutely. As true as it gets. Su Yi thumped his chest, though his eyes shifted evasively. Major Ding, why don't you believe me? There should be more trust between people. Ding Kai chuckled coldly. Strong skills. Great talent. Yet you spent 3 years of high school at the bottom of the class. How am I supposed to believe someone like you? Noticing Su Ye's shifty eyes, Ding Kai was convinced Su Yi had indeed held back during their fight. Forget it. Ding Kai thought to himself. If this kid won't admit it, I won't push. After all, his rank is much higher than mine now. With that, he focused intently on grilling the skewers, letting go of the issue. An hour later. Break's over. Time for combat training. Su Yi checked the time and called out to the 47 trainees. The trainees stood up, preparing for battle. Some psyched themselves up. Here we go? Let's see how I handle those pesky skeleton soldiers this time. Others planned cautiously. Better calculate the route to the elevator and make a dash for it. A few nervously rubbed their hands, feeling a bit tense. I have a hunch he might pull something. Soon, white circles of light appeared on the ground, and as they flickered, skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives emerged from the circles. Whoa, these aren't 7th level warriors, they're 9th level warriors, one trainee exclaimed. Just as I thought. The difficulty has increased. Yi is as tricky as ever. This is insane. How are we supposed to fight this? Everyone froze, completely caught off guard by Su Ye's sudden increase in training difficulty. Ah! At that moment, a trainee's scream pierced the air, snapping everyone back to reality as they engaged in battle with the oncoming skeleton soldiers. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly came from the elevator. The doors slowly opened, and Li Ming's figure emerged from inside. Li Ming looked around at the scene fighting, screaming, and a seemingly endless sea of white bones and was completely stunned, even questioning if he had come to the wrong place. What on earth is happening here? Bang! With a thunderous crash, Ding Kai, enveloped in a bluish aura of blood, charged through the ranks of skeletal soldiers like a human tank and came to a steady stop in front of the elevator. Ding Kai, what's going on? Li Ming asked urgently, seeing Ding Kai emerge from the dense army of skeletons. Combat training. Ding Kai replied nonchalantly. Li Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. 47 trainees against countless skeleton soldiers, and you call this combat training? That's insane. Ding Kai, this training is too intense. They're just kids who haven't even taken their college entrance exams yet. Li Ming said sternly, eyeing Ding Kai. Ding Kai shrugged. Why are you telling me this? I'm not in charge of the combat training. Anyway, why are you here? Wait, what did you say? As the head of the training camp, you're not responsible for the combat training. Li Ming asked incredulously. Then who's in charge? Su Yi, Ding Kai replied with a slight smile. Got a problem with that? A trainee is responsible for the trainee's combat training? Li Ming was completely shocked. As the safety officer for the provincial genius training camp, he had never heard of such an arrangement. I admit Su Yi is strong, but isn't it reckless to let a trainee handle such important training? This decision was personally approved by the colonel, so don't worry about it, Ding Kai interrupted. So why are you here this time? Delivering beasts. 200,000 level 1 beasts of the zone realm, for Su Yi. Get someone to receive them. Why send so many beasts without reason? Is the military district swimming in money? Su Yi exchanged merit points for them after we captured some half-humans together yesterday. Get someone to handle the reception. A few minutes later, after Ding Kai had arranged for the reception, Li Ming couldn't help but ask, since you don't have to be responsible for anything, what do you do all day in the training camp? Eat, drink, and chat, Ding Kai said awkwardly, glancing at Su Yi in the distance. My job now is to make sure Su Yi is well taken care of. What the heck? Li Ming was immediately annoyed. I'm out there every day, eating and sleeping in trees, protecting all kinds of people in the wind and sun, and here you are, just having fun? We're both human, so why do you get to have it so easy? Upon discovering that Ding Kai was living a life of luxury at the base while he himself was struggling outside, Li Ming's mindset completely collapsed. Hey, Major Li, what brings you here? Su Ye's voice suddenly rang out from a distance as he approached. Ding Kai's eyes lit up with an idea. Right? Li Ming and I are such good friends. Shouldn't we share good fortune and face challenges together? He grinned slightly and shouted to Su Yi. Su Yi, Major Li said it's boring outside, so he wants to spar with you. Li Ming's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, internally screaming. I came to deliver the beasts. Why am I suddenly sparring with Su Yi? And with my strength compared to his, wouldn't that just be bullying? He quickly elbowed Ding Kai, his eyes full of warning, signaling him not to mess around. Spar? Is there a prize? Su Ye's eyes lit up with excitement, his face full of eagerness. After all, 1,000 beasts are still beasts. Ding Kai quickly responded. Yes, there's a prize. If you win, Major Li will give you 1,000 first-level beasts. Plus, the sparring rules are the same as before. He'll only fight your skeleton soldiers, not you. Li Ming stood there, his mind blank and expression frozen in disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Watching Su Yi and Ding Kai settle the matter without him, he was completely bewildered, his mouth twitching slightly. Without giving him a chance to object, Su Yi and Ding Kai each took an arm and hauled the still-dazed Li Ming down to the 3rd underground level. You guys fight it out. I'll be waiting on the 1st floor. Ding Kai clapped his hands, beaming as he spoke, then quickly slipped into the elevator to the 1st floor, leaving the two of them in the vast underground space. Once the elevator doors closed, Li Ming finally snapped back to reality and turned to Su Yi, his face filled with disbelief. Su Yi, are you really going to fight me? You do realize I'm at the 9th level of Martial Emperor, right? His voice carried a hint of concern, as he genuinely didn't want to overpower him. Fight, Su Yi replied decisively, his eyes firm, as he began the summoning ritual with a series of hand signs. Ding! Triggered a lucky critical hit, summoning quantity multiplied by 10. The system's prompt rang clearly in Su Ye's mind. A critical hit? 2,000 skeleton soldiers turned into 20,000. Su Ye's pupils constricted, completely stunned by the system's notification. Meanwhile, in the underground space, countless white circles appeared like stars, densely filling the area. An endless stream of skeleton soldiers emerged from these circles, their joints clicking, with hollow eyes glowing an eerie blue. Soon, The third underground level was once again overrun by the skeleton army. But unlike before, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, leaving no space on the ground. 6 to 7,000 skeleton soldiers occupied all available ground space, and the ones that followed began climbing onto the shoulders of those in front, forming second and third layers of a skeleton tower. The underground level was now a dense forest of skeleton soldiers, exuding a chilling aura. Are you kidding me? The ground can't even accommodate the skeleton army anymore. How many have been summoned? Li Ming gaped at the towering skeleton army around him, his jaw nearly hitting the floor, eyes wide in disbelief. By now, Suyi had quietly retreated to the elevator, pressing the button to ascend. As the elevator doors slowly opened, he stepped inside, turning to face Li Ming. Major Li, my skeleton soldiers can self-destruct. Be prepared. With the elevator doors beginning to close, Suyi's eyes sharpened as he gave the final command to all the skeleton soldiers. Explode. Boom. As the elevator doors fully closed, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire third basement level. The blast wave bounced back and forth in the confined space, with dust and debris swirling in the air. It took a full 3 minutes for the terrifying aftermath of the 2,000 skeleton soldiers' self-destruction to finally dissipate, leaving the air still thick with the smell of gunpowder. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Suyi stepped back onto the third basement level, his gaze immediately locking onto a disheveled figure not far away. Major Li, are you okay? Suyi quickly ran towards Li Ming, who was dressed like a beggar, his hair a chaotic mess, and his whole body trembling, his voice full of concern. Li Ming lifted his dust-covered face, eyes filled with grievance. I've been blown to bits like this, and you still ask if I'm okay? He was nearly on the verge of a breakdown, thinking he was just there to deliver a beast, yet suddenly found himself in this miserable state. Moments later, Ding Kai saw Li Ming stepping out of the elevator, was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Whoa, it was just a friendly match. Did you really have to go all out on the look? Li Ming, you really know how to entertain. What do you mean all out on the look? Li Ming glared at Ding Kai, his eyes practically spitting fire. The reason I'm like this is all because of you. If looks could kill, Ding Kai would have been torn to shreds. Suyi interjected at this moment. Major Ding, just sparring with Major Li caused the cadets' skeleton soldiers to disappear. So, I need to go back and summon a new batch for them. Can't stay here with you guys. With that, he turned and headed back towards the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Suyi's voice came from inside. Major Li, don't forget about the wager. Hearing this, Li Ming could only manage a bitter smile. I came to deliver a beast, got blown up, and then lost 10,000 level 1 exotic beasts. Who can I even complain to about this? Once the elevator doors fully closed, Ding Kai asked with a puzzled expression, Li Ming, what's going on with you? It was just a few thousand skeleton soldiers. Was it really necessary to get blown up like that? A few thousand skeleton soldiers? Wasn't it more like tens of thousands? Li Ming sharply noticed something amiss and directly questioned. Ding Kai, you're so practiced at setting me up. You must have been blown up before. When you got blown up, how many skeleton soldiers did Suyi summon? Ding Kai thought for a moment and replied, I don't know. I really don't know the exact number. But I can definitely say that the skeleton soldiers he summoned filled the entire third basement level. Did they stack up? Li Ming asked, his eyes fixed on Ding Kai. Stack up? Stack what? Ding Kai looked puzzled. You don't know? Ding Kai, this bastard doesn't even know. Li Ming's mindset completely collapsed, his voice changing pitch. Ding Kai, let me tell you. The skeleton soldiers that blew me up not only filled the whole third basement level, they stacked up in 2 layers. Can you imagine the scene where the entire space of the third basement level is occupied by skeleton soldiers? His expression twisted, as if reliving that terrifying moment surrounded by skeleton soldiers. Ha ha ha. Ding Kai was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. I knew it. Suyi didn't use his full strength when sparring with me. And when I asked him afterward, he played it off. Now I caught him. Li Ming was left speechless. Li Ming trembled with anger, feeling as if his fury would burst from his chest. He glared at Ding Kai's unabashedly laughing face, his anger erupting like a volcano. This jerk was mocking his misjudgment of Su Ye's strength, rubbing salt into his wounds. 2 hours later, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Su Yi appeared at the entrance. Su Yi, is today's combat training over? Ding Kai immediately approached with a warm smile. Yes, it's finished, Su Yi replied briefly, glancing around with a slight frown. Major Ding, why are you the only one here? Where's Major Li? Ding Kai stifled his laughter and pretended to be serious, saying, he's gone. Said he needed to find a quiet place to calm down. No idea what's up with him. Gone. Su Yi nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. I was hoping to ask when the exotic beasts I exchanged my merit points for would arrive. With that, he said no more and headed straight to his room. The next morning, Su Yi woke up with excitement for the upcoming competition. Tomorrow, the talent camp from the neighboring province is coming over. I'm actually a bit excited, he muttered to himself. then fell into a new dilemma. But what should I do today? Going to the training ground to eat, drink, and have fun seems pointless. Frustrated, Suyi ruffled his hair, then suddenly had a bright idea. Right? I've completed the bottleneck task. I can go out and hunt half-mutants now. That way, I can earn rewards and test if killing half-mutants grants special rewards. With this thought, he quickly dressed and headed to the training ground. In the underground training area, Ding Kai listened to Su Ye's plan with a furrowed brow, looking troubled. What? You want to go out and hunt half-mutants again? Ding Kai took a deep breath and said earnestly. Suyi, can't you stay here? You know, we received several batches of exotic beasts yesterday. If you're really bored, you could just hunt those. But Suyi was firm in his decision. Major Ding, I really don't want to hunt exotic beasts today. I want to hunt half-mutants. Please, just let me go. He was determined to verify his theory that killing half-mutants might yield special rewards like talent source stone fragments. Fine, go find Major Li then, Ding Kai said with a resigned shake of his head, waving Suyi off. As soon as Suyi left, Ding Kai took out his phone and called Li Ming. Outside the base, Li Ming received the call, and upon hearing that Suyi wanted to hunt half-mutants, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What? Suyi wants to hunt half-mutants. After hanging up, Li Ming internally ranted. Blowing me up yesterday. Annoying me today. Is Suyi here to torment me? Despite his complaints, he immediately headed toward the base. After all, given the current circumstances, Suyi's safety was paramount. In the distance, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, growing louder with each step. Li Ming stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed. Has the military sent more people again? However, when a sea of white bones came into view, Li Ming was momentarily stunned. An army of skeleton soldiers marched in formation, creating a breathtaking and overwhelming scene. Too bold. Li Ming's gaze fixed on Su Yi, who was at the forefront of the skeleton soldiers. What is this kid up to? Major Ding. Finally found you. Su Yi approached Li Ming with a relaxed smile. Su Yi, what's the deal with summoning so many skeleton soldiers? Li Ming pointed to the vast army of bones behind him. To kill half-breeds. Su Yi explained with a grin. With this skeleton army, we can blow them up on sight. This way, I don't get tired, and they don't suffer. Li Ming was momentarily speechless. Blow them up on sight? Not suffer? What? Are they supposed to thank you when they get blown up? Put the skeleton soldiers away for now, Li Ming said seriously. Summon them only when the half-breeds show up. Having this many skeletons will give away our position. 2 hours later, Su Yi, lying on a tree branch, couldn't hold back any longer. Majorly, when are the half-breeds going to show up? Ding Kai took a bite of a wild fruit and explained, the half-breeds' attacks are unpredictable. We must always be on the lookout and ready to engage as soon as we spot them. If I had known, I would have stayed at the base, eating barbecue and drinking beer, Su Yi sighed. Suddenly, Li Ming's radio crackled with urgency. Majorly, a large number of beasts have appeared on Line 1, requesting support. Line 3 as well. Reports from 5 different lines came in, and Li Ming's expression grew serious. Su Yi, however, was excited. 5 lines with lots of beasts. The enemy organization is practically handing us a fortune. Su Yi, return to the base immediately. Li Ming ordered sternly. I don't know how the enemy organization managed to bypass intelligence and bring in these beasts, but they will disrupt our plans. The upcoming battle isn't suitable for you. Su Yi looked at Li Ming in surprise. Did we blow Major Li's brain yesterday? With me here, these beasts are nothing. Exactly. These creatures can be handled by Su Yi. Upon hearing Su Ye's suggestion, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught on and asked, Su Yi, how do you plan to deal with these creatures? Assign 2 people to each route and lure all the creatures back to the base. After that, you don't need to worry about it, Su Yi said calmly. Li Ming nodded without hesitation. All right, head back to the base immediately, and I'll arrange for the team to bring these creatures over. With that, Li Ming swiftly began issuing orders, while Su Yi wasted no time and dashed towards the base. Shortly after Su Yi left, Li Ming's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID Qin Long, his expression changed instantly. Qin Long, a powerful figure. When he answered, a deep voice came through the line. Li Ming, do you need us to intervene? Master Qin, we found a solution for the creature problem, so there's no need for your intervention, Li Ming replied respectfully. Good. Qin Long's voice was brief and forceful, and the call ended as soon as he spoke. Meanwhile, Su Yi had reached the outskirts of the base, his face showing excitement. I originally planned to deal with some half-humans today, but I didn't expect to also handle these creatures. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. They're here. Let's begin, Su Yi thought, and immediately cast the great summoning spell. In an instant, an army of tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers appeared, exuding a chilling aura like a moving mountain of death. Each skeleton soldier emitted the aura of a second-level martial master, their presence intimidating. At the same time, Ding Kai emerged from the base and was instantly overwhelmed by the sight of the vast army of skeleton soldiers. The visual impact of 2,000 versus 20,000 was entirely different. Wait a minute. Are all these skeleton soldiers second-level martial masters? Ding Kai exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening at the sight of the yellow glow beneath the skeleton soldier's feet. A huge wave of shock surged through him. Damn, Suyi has been hiding such strong power. Major Ding, why are you out here? Suyi noticed Ding Kai and quickly approached him, asking with a hint of confusion. Ding Kai glanced at the skeleton army, his expression serious. Do not let the skeleton soldiers self-destruct or use their teleportation abilities. They are only to engage the creatures in normal combat, understood? Suyi was taken aback. No self-destruction and no teleportation? What? Why? Ding Kai shot him a stern look. You know very well the magnitude of the destruction and commotion caused by the skeleton soldiers' self-destruction. If you can't control it, the different organizations will definitely take notice, and then we'll be in trouble. Hearing Ding Kai's warning, Suyi frowned slightly but didn't ask further, understanding that Ding Kai had a valid point. Major Ding, I understand. Suyi responded solemnly and immediately ordered all the skeleton soldiers to cease self-destruct and teleportation. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and on the distant horizon, a dense horde of strange beasts gradually came into view. Witnessing this daunting scene, even Ding Kai's expression turned unusually grave. Suyi, hold the beast horde at all costs. We'll handle the beasts that are level 2 and above in the Zong realm. Ding Kai commanded in a deep voice. At the same time, nearly 100 instructors in identical uniforms, ranging from the Wang realm to the Huang realm, streamed out from the base, ready for battle. Suyi signaled with a wave, and 20,000 skeleton soldiers, neatly arranged, marched in unison to charge at the beast horde. The two armies soon clashed, and the battle erupted instantly. Attack! Ding Kai ordered, leading the instructors into the fray. Observing from above, Ding Kai quickly noticed a startling detail. Even without their self-destruct and teleportation abilities, Suyi's skeleton soldiers displayed remarkable combat prowess, managing to kill beasts of the same realm with a single strike. This discovery left him astounded. As the fierce battle raged on, Suyi remained at the rear, directing the fight. As skeleton soldiers fell, he continuously summoned new forces to maintain the scale of 20,000 soldiers. System rewards notifications kept popping up, but in the urgency of the moment, he had no time to check them. The battle lasted a full 2 hours. Nearly 1,000,000 strange beasts were ultimately annihilated, leaving Ding Kai and the instructors utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. With the crisis averted, Suyi quickly checked his attribute panel. His stats had significantly improved, with blood vitality at 2,851.8, second-level Wuzong realm, and mental strength at 2,685.3. His inventory was now filled with numerous rewards, including Divine Alliance coins, refined gold stones, and celestial marrow liquid. Although the number of beasts was enormous, 70% were in the Zhe and Shi realms, so the yield was average. Suyi evaluated the battle results privately. Ding Kai approached Suyi from behind and said, Li Ming was right. The alien organization unleashed these beasts to disrupt our deployment and create an opportunity to strike the base directly. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful shockwave from a distant battle reached them. The strong from the alien organization have made their move. It seems they're testing our strength. At that moment, Ding Kai stepped forward without hesitation, standing firmly in front of Suyi to shield him from the intimidating shockwaves of the battle. His body swayed slightly from the impact, yet he remained as steady as a rock. Suyi, time to go, Ding Kai said firmly, his eyes resolute. The rest is up to their military department. After blocking the aftershock, Ding Kai turned around, gesturing to Suyi, and the two swiftly retreated towards the base. In the lounge on the first floor of the base, Suyi sat on the soft sofa, directly facing Ding Kai, and asked bluntly, Major Ding, there's something I've never understood. Why did we expose the base's location to the hostile organization? Ding Kai calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and replied with a composed expression. To lure out the half-humans. Then eliminate them and obtain the beast serum from their bodies. Eliminate half-humans. Obtain beast serum from their bodies. Suyi was taken aback, furrowing his brows. He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined the truth was to acquire this serum. Major Ding, why does the Divine Alliance want the beast serum from their bodies? Suyi pressed on, his eyes shining with curiosity. I can't say. Ding Kai's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone carrying a firm decisiveness. This question touched upon the confidential realm of the Divine Alliance, something he couldn't disclose lightly. Can't say? Interesting. Suyi's lips curled into a slight smile, a knowing look in his eyes. This world is becoming more and more intriguing. He didn't pursue further, knowing that the answer would eventually come to light. Suddenly, Ding Kai remembered something and changed the subject. Oh, the talented trainees from the West Sea province will arrive at our base early tomorrow. If you plan to have some fun with them, don't be too harsh. Leave them some dignity. After all, the head of their training camp is a good friend of mine. All right, Don't worry, Major Ding. I'll take it easy tomorrow. Su Yi agreed with a smile, though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. In the afternoon, in the training ground on the basement level of the base, the skeleton soldiers summoned by Su Yi were engaged in a fierce battle with the trainees. The skeleton soldiers moved swiftly, attacked accurately, and defended tightly, showcasing astonishing combat instincts. Ding Kai stood on the sidelines, closely watching the battlefield and silently admiring. Impressive strength. Terrifying combat instincts. The skeleton soldiers summoned by Su Yi are incredibly powerful. Just then, Ding Kai's phone rang. He took it out and frowned slightly. Old you? Why is he calling me? With curiosity, he answered the call. What? You're arriving soon? Weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow morning? Ding Kai's voice was filled with surprise, and then his tone turned odd. What? You miss me? So you want to have a drink with me tonight? After the call ended, Ding Kai stood there for a moment, then turned to the training ground and announced loudly. Combat training is temporarily suspended. Everyone take a break immediately. Major Ding, what's going on? Su Yi hurried over, asking with confusion. The talented trainees from the West Sea province are arriving soon. Not sure why they're coming early, Ding Kai explained, clearly not believing old Yu's ridiculous reason of missing him. Arriving early? Su Yi pondered, a thoughtful look in his eyes, whispering to himself. Could they be trying to gauge our strength? On the other side, aboard a small aircraft, a voice rang out. Attention, everyone. You have only this afternoon to assess their capabilities. And tomorrow, during the competition, make sure to go easy on them. Don't let them lose too miserably. After all, the head of their training camp is a friend of mine, and I need to save face for him. He stood on the plane, his gaze stern as he scanned the 50 trainees, speaking in a deep tone. Major Yu, you've told us this 100 times. Don't worry. We'll definitely go easy on them and make sure they don't lose too badly. The young man with the staff wiped his weapon and flashed Yu a relaxed smile. Exactly, Major Yu, don't worry. We've got it under control, chimed in a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders, dressed in a black combat suit. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to the bald young man in the corner. Mengshan paused slightly before finally speaking. Sorry, no matter who the opponent is, I won't hold back. It's a sign of respect for them. The atmosphere inside the plane suddenly froze, with everyone staring at Mengshan, as if waiting for him to explain. He sighed helplessly. Well, you're not wrong. But going easy on them is also a form of protection. If you beat them too badly, it can really affect their morale. You're right, Mengshan replied, waving his hand to indicate he understood. Half an hour later, the plane landed smoothly, and on the ground, Ding Kai had been waiting for some time. Old Yu, tell me, why did you arrive early? Ding Kai asked with a smile as he looked at Yui. You rascal. If you won't say, neither will I. Yui chuckled at Ding Kai. Mainly, I missed you. It's been over 3 years since we last met. All right, enough of that. Come on, let me show you around the training ground, and let the trainees get to know each other. Ding Kai led the way to the underground level. As they entered the underground level, a group of trainees was engaged in combat. Seeing the arrival from Shihai province, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to them. What's that smell? The group from Shihai province was suddenly drawn to a delicious aroma and couldn't help but look in one direction. There, a barbecue grill, charcoal, fresh skewers, and various seasonings were set up, along with chilled drinks. The person busy grilling the skewers was a young man named Su Yi. The group from Shihai province was stunned, unable to comprehend why such things were allowed in this strict training camp, let alone someone grilling them. It seemed absurd. Ding Kai, this is a training ground. How can you let someone grill here? He finally couldn't help but frown, looking at Ding Kai with disbelief. Haha, it doesn't interfere with the training. They're used to it, Ding Kai responded with a smile. At this moment, the young man with the staff, Zhang Wei, suddenly spoke up. Major Yu, can I have a match with that person? Zhang Wei, tomorrow is the competition. Today behave yourself, do you hear me? Yui frowned, his voice stern. All right, but that person is strong. I'll be the first to challenge him tomorrow. Zhang Wei's words carried an unmistakable competitive spirit. As his words fell, the surrounding trainees fell silent for a moment, seemingly anticipating the upcoming competition. Looking at Luo Tianxian in the distance, Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Suddenly, Zhang Wei remarked on how strong that person was, which surprised Yui. After all, Ding Kai had always emphasized how lousy this batch of trainees was. All right, Ding Kai's voice came in just then. I have plenty of space here, let them train freely. Let's go have a drink. Yui quickly picked up the cue and issued an order to everyone. Everyone, free training. Then he turned to Zhang Wei, advising, Zhang Wei, I'll leave this place to you. Make sure nothing goes wrong. On the training ground, Chu Lingyue, dressed in a black combat suit, watched Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan closely. With a serious expression, she said to Zhang Wei, this southern province training camp doesn't seem as weak as Major Yu said. Indeed, Zhang Wei responded with excitement. I thought tomorrow's competition would be boring, but now I'm actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Meng Shan, though silent, kept his gaze moving between the three, clearly considering them formidable opponents. On the other side, Pei Tianyi looked at the three from the Western Sea province in the distance and chuckled to his companions. Those three must be the strongest from the Western Sea training camp. It seems they've set their sights on us. Lin Chuan glanced at Su Yi, who was leisurely off to the side, and added, "They think the three of us are the strongest. Little do they know there's a hidden powerhouse here." Luo Tianqian suddenly had a bright idea. "I have a thought. During tomorrow's competition, whether we can win or not, let's deliberately lose to them. It'll give Brother Yi some amusement. What do you think?" Pei Tianyi and Lin Chuan were initially taken aback, but soon shared a knowing, mischievous smile and nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei, unable to hold back, approached Su Yi, who was busy grilling and eating skewers, and asked, "Hey, why aren't you training?" "Training is so tiring," Su Yi replied earnestly. "Isn't it much better to eat and drink here?" Zhang Wei was stunned. He had imagined all sorts of scenarios before coming over, but he never expected this answer. It was just because of laziness? Such a reason left him momentarily speechless. Then why did you come to the training camp if you're afraid of getting tired? Isn't it more comfortable to eat and drink at home? Hey bro, this is a provincial-level genius training camp after all. Aren't you afraid of getting kicked out for slacking off like this? Zhang Wei frowned slightly as he watched Su Yi leisurely grilling skewers. Su Yi turned the sizzling meat skewers in his hand, a smug smile playing on his lips as he thought of Ding Kai, who always kept him company with food and conversation. Not afraid. I've got connections. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed, understanding dawning on him. So that's how he got in. Seeing that Su Yi remained focused on his skewers, Zhang Wei said no more and turned to leave. "Hey bro, the skewers are ready. Want some?" Su Yi called out, only to find that no one was there anymore. He shook his head helplessly and turned his gaze towards the training field. The scene before him made him frown. 4 to 7 trainees were engaged in so-called combat training, but it was all half-hearted, lacking any real combat significance. As the instructor responsible for combat training, Su Yi was instantly infuriated by this perfunctory attitude. "Luo Tianqian, Pei Tianyi, Lin Chuan." Su Yi shouted sharply. "Are you just tickling each other? Why aren't you giving it your all? Remember, by the end of today's training, if nobody has any bruises, you'll be in big trouble the day after tomorrow." His thunderous shout was like an explosion. The three of them trembled, their eyes instantly turning sharp. The other 44 trainees also stopped, their expressions serious. They all understood that this warning was meant for everyone. Not far away, Zhang Wei looked at the scene in disbelief. That guy's just a fake genius who got in through connections, and he dares to speak like that? Before his words had faded, a loud crash came from the training field. The previously restrained sparring instantly shifted gears, martial skills fully unleashed, weapons drawn, each move aiming to draw blood. Even more astonishing, despite injuries, the trainees from Nanling showed no signs of backing down, their fighting spirit only growing stronger. The trainees from the Shihai training camp watched in shock. These people treated training as a life-and-death battle, seeing their companions as opponents, unafraid of blood, undaunted by the prospect of death. This intense training mentality forced them to admit in terms of combat training, they were indeed far behind. At this moment, an assistant coach at the Shihai province training camp observed his trainees with a grave expression. His voice carried a hint of shock. Not only that, the experience and instincts they displayed in battle are terrifying. This is certainly not their first time engaging in combat of this level. In comparison, our combat training seems like child's play. Another assistant coach quickly agreed, expressing a similar view. These words made the trainees from Shihai province bow their heads in shame. They had to admit they were not up to the standard of their opponents. The thought of facing these battle maniacs the next day stirred a sense of fear within them. Boom! A more intense wave of battle energy suddenly erupted from afar. As Luo Tianqian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan engaged in a chaotic fight, the eyes of Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue were drawn to them. On the battlefield, golden protective auras glimmered, massive bear shadows roared, and eerie shadow powers spread. Each of the three unleashed their innate abilities, and the intensity of their battle far exceeded that of others by several times. They're using their innate abilities? This is just combat training. Zhang Wei and his companions watched with serious expressions. They knew that while their strength and talents might be comparable, they were indeed outclassed in combat experience, instinctive reactions, and sheer determination. 10 minutes later, most participants had exhausted their energy and spirit, their bodies covered in wounds, yet none had fallen, because their opponents were also persevering. The battle quickly devolved into a primal hand-to-hand combat. Do we even need to hold back? The trainees from Nanling province are like madmen who don't care about their lives. The Shihai province trainees were shocked as they watched their bloodied yet fiercely fighting opponents, unable to comprehend how they could fight to such an extent. Assistant Coach Zhou, do we have any hope of winning tomorrow? Zhang Wei approached an assistant coach, asking with a heavy heart. Zhang Wei, do you think you can beat any one of those three? Assistant coach Zhou pointed at the bloodied Luo Tianxian and his companions, inquiring in return. I don't know. Zhang Wei shook his head as he watched the three, who were already seeing red. Sigh. Assistant coach Zhou sighed, saying, I'll report this to Major Yu. We need to adjust our combat training methods when we return. He thought to himself that Zhang Wei and the others had indeed been too sheltered, while Nanling Province's training approach was evidently more effective. On the other side, Su Yi watched everyone's performance with satisfaction. Not bad. This is real combat. He silently decided to add 20 extra drops of celestial essence to his bath tonight as a reward. At this moment, Su Yi was unaware that he had already caught the attention of many trainees from the Shihai Province training camp. What? The skewer guy got in through the back door. No wonder the trainees listened to him. Tomorrow's competition. I want to challenge the skewer guy, and nobody better try to stop me. I'm going to compete with you. If you're not convinced, let's settle this with a fight. Whoever wins gets to challenge the skewer guy. When the trainees at the Shihai Province training camp heard about Su Yi, they were in an uproar, almost all of them eager to challenge him the next day. Compared to the frenzied trainees, Su Yi was undoubtedly the most suitable opponent for a challenge. Before the battle even began, Shihai Province's reputation was already in tatters. This time, Shihai Province truly lost face. As the trainees' arguments grew more heated, the expressions of the two assistant instructors at the base darkened. Clearly, they hadn't expected these geniuses, who had never faced setbacks, to be so fragile. This interprovincial exchange competition exposed several issues. 15 minutes later, all the trainees from Nanling Province were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. The staff at the base immediately stepped forward to distribute healing pills and restorative potions. At this moment, the two assistant instructors' eyes became serious. Quickly realizing that the staff at the Nanling Province training camp were clearly accustomed to this situation, they had prepared ample healing supplies in advance, indicating that these trainees were under far more strain than anticipated. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Officer Su Song finished their training exchange and prepared to leave. Su Yi greeted Su Song before heading straight to the elevator, planning to descend to the second underground level. The second underground level was Su Ye's target, to break through to the third level of the Lingwu sect. Upon arrival, he set a clear goal for himself this time. He must achieve the breakthrough. There are currently 600,000 first-level sect realm beasts in the combat secret realm. You can enter to challenge them at any time, Zhang Yuan informed him briefly. Su Yi nodded. Officer Zhang Yuan, open the combat secret realm. I'm going in now. Before he finished speaking, Su Yi was already striding toward the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a room on the first floor, Ding Kai and you were having a quiet conversation. Old Yu, has anyone in your training camp challenged for the title of Great Demon King? Ding Kai asked, his tone somewhat playful. The training camp has only been going for 5 days. How could anyone have challenged yet? Yu shook his head. The top 3 here are evenly matched. I expect they'll compete for the title of Great Demon King by the end of the training. But Ding Kai just smiled. No, someone has already succeeded, and it's quite an impressive person. Succeeded? Was it that young man Zhang Wei mentioned earlier? Yu seemed a bit surprised. It's not surprising. His strength is on par with Zhang Wei's, and with the trainee's skill level being so low, it shouldn't be a problem for him to succeed. At that moment, Yu's phone suddenly rang. What? That's insane. Are they crazy? Yu exclaimed, glancing at Ding Kai as his expression turned grave. 2 minutes later, the call ended, and the atmosphere became tense. Yu hung up the phone, his brows furrowed as he turned his gaze to Ding Kai, who was sitting across from him. Ding Kai, are your training camp's practical exercises for real? Yu's expression was serious, his tone filled with disbelief. Ding Kai picked up his glass, swirling the amber liquid gently, a dismissive smile playing on his lips. What else? Just play around with those kids? Ding Kai, you're ruthless. Aren't you afraid something might go wrong? Damn, you're a real daredevil. Yu grabbed his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing. The situation described by the assistant coach on the phone had truly shocked him. Ding Kai didn't respond immediately, but thought to himself, ruthless? Can I be more ruthless than Su Yi? Afraid of things going wrong? Isn't that what the colonel is for? I'm not the daredevil. I'm just here to eat, drink, and chat. After dinner, Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and 47 other trainees headed to the bathhouse, just as Ding Kai and Yu emerged from their room. The two still carried a faint scent of alcohol, their steps slightly unsteady. Yu suddenly stopped, eyes wide. Ding Kai, I get going to the bathhouse, but having both men and women in the men's bathhouse isn't that a bit much? He pointed at the group that included female trainees, his expression full of shock. Come on, let me show you what extravagance really means. Ding Kai couldn't help but laugh at Yu's reaction and grabbed his arm, striding toward the bathhouse. As they entered, Yu's eyes immediately locked onto a figure by the pool. Isn't that the kid who was grilling skewers at the training ground? Su Yi stood alone by the pool, while the other 47 trainees were already soaking in the steam-filled bath, their expressions full of anticipation. Listen up. Today I'll add 40 drops of heavenly essence. How much you can absorb depends on your own abilities. Su Yi held 4 small bottles, unaware of Ding Kai and Yu Yi's arrival, and poured the crystal clear liquid into the pool. What? Heavenly essence? And 40 drops of it? Are you kidding me? When did Namling province become so wealthy? Yu Yi's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, finally understanding what Ding Kai meant by extravagance. Coming to his senses, Yu Yi spoke with envy. Ding Kai, your province is really generous. What province? All that heavenly essence is Su Ye's own, and he offered it to the other trainees on his own initiative. It has nothing to do with our province. Ding Kai corrected him immediately, a hint of pride in his voice. His own? And he offered it willingly to others? Who is he? How can he be so wealthy? Yu Yi's eyes flashed with shock, as he knew all too well what kind of wealth 40 drops of heavenly essence represented. Moments later, they exited the bathhouse, night having fully set in. Ding Kai suddenly stopped and turned to Yu Yi. Old Yu, the competition starts tomorrow. How about we make a bet? Yu Yi's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, a bet? Let's hear it. Want to bet on who will win tomorrow? Ding Kai's eyes gleamed with challenge as he leaned slightly forward. If our training camp loses, I'll give you 20 drops of celestial essence. But if we win, you owe me 100,000 first-tier beasts of the Zone realm. What do you say? He smirked, locking eyes with Yu Yi. Are you interested in this wager? Yu Yi furrowed his brow at the proposal, hesitating to respond. 20 drops of celestial essence? 100,000 first-tier beasts of the Zone realm? Though the stakes were within his means, the assistant coach's warning echoed in his mind. Every trainee in this camp was a daredevil, and 3 of them were as strong as Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Linghua. The odds of their training camp winning were slim. No bet. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yi decisively declined the wager. Afraid to gamble? Are you really that timid? A sly look crossed Ding Kai's eyes as he recalled Su Yi. Adjusting his stance, he proposed again. Old Yu, let's change the bet. One of our trainees will take on all of yours. If we lose, you'll still get the 20 drops of celestial essence. But if we win, you owe us 100,000 first-tier beasts of the Zone realm. How about it? One trainee against all of ours. Yu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at Ding Kai. Is your trainee crazy, or are you? Before he finished speaking, he had already nodded in agreement. If he refused this time, Ding Kai would have endless material to mock him with for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Su Yi had returned to his quarters, sinking into the soft bed. Show personal attribute panel. He commanded the system, and detailed data appeared before him. Name, Su Yi. Talent, summoning current limit 3180. Abilities, grand summoning 9 uses left today. Units, skeleton soldiers, self-destruct, forced first blood, teleport, self-sacrifice. Vitality, 3185.9. Realm, 3rd level martial sect. Physical mastery, entry level 11.657. Martial skills, stacking waves palm, mist wind step, 7-star mirage step, crimson flame thunder tiger fist mastery 83.7. Mental power, 2841.6. Realm, 2nd level spirit sect. Soul mastery, entry level 8.942. Items, divine alliance coins 66, 500, refined gold stones 307, celestial essence 157 drops, martial god level skeleton summoning cards 10, talent source stone fragments 66. It's not enough. Su Yi frowned. After breaking through to the 3rd level of martial sect, first-tier beasts of the Zone realm are completely inadequate. The chances of getting rewards are too low. He realized he needed to find a way to acquire a large number of 3rd-tier beasts of the Zone realm. Time to sleep and recharge. Su Yi tucked the blanket between his legs and closed his eyes. Then be ready for tomorrow's Interprovincial exchange competition. The next morning, Su Yi got up early and headed straight to the underground training ground. As soon as he entered, he noticed a stranger standing in the center of the arena, middle-aged man with a commanding presence and piercing gaze. Who's that? Su Yi wondered, eyeing the unexpected guest. He quickly approached Ding Kai and whispered, Major Ding, who's that imposing man? Ding Kai lowered his voice in response. He's sent from above. His purpose is to oversee the interprovincial exchange competition. If there's any suspicion of match fixing, not only will the rewards be revoked, but the involved training camps will also face thorough investigations and severe penalties. Upon hearing Su Ye's inquiry, Ding Kai briefly introduced the identity and purpose of the other person. All right, do whatever you want over here. I need to go over and accompany him. With that, he quickly walked toward the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Yi had already set up a grill, started the charcoal, and was skillfully skewering fresh meat to begin grilling. This scene immediately caught Qi Jinnen's attention. He frowned slightly, turned to Ding Kai, and asked, Ding Kai, what is your trainee doing over there? Grilling skewers. Ding Kai replied awkwardly. Lord Qi, would you like to have some? Qi Jinnen's expression immediately darkened. Have some? Is that what I mean? Ding Kai, this is a provincial-level genius training camp. Do you think grilling skewers here is appropriate? It's not appropriate. Ding Kai resorted to his trump card. But he's the big boss of our training camp. He has special privileges. There's nothing I can do about it. The big boss. Qi Jianen's gaze suddenly became sharp. The training camp started only 6 days ago, and he's already challenged for the title of big boss? And succeeded? His gaze lingered on Su Yi for a moment. Then he asked, "By the way, has this been reported?" "It has been reported. His name is Su Yi." Ding Kai directly revealed the name. Qi Jianen immediately checked his phone, and moments later, his eyes widened in surprise. "Insufficient permissions? I can't access his information. Lord Qi, should I ask him to remove the grill?" Ding Kai secretly chuckled, deliberately asking. "No need. Let him grill. Make sure not to disturb his enjoyment of the grilled skewers." Qi Jianen had completely put aside his previous displeasure, clearly intimidated by Su Ye's mysterious identity. Half an hour later, trainees from both camps began arriving at the training ground. Qi Jianen activated the micro recorder on his chest and announced, "Let's begin. 1v1 matches. Choose your opponents. Yue, since you're the guests, you can choose first." Ding Kai offered the priority to them. Yue turned around and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Before he could finish, his trainees eagerly raised their hands and shouted, "Me. Let me go first. Major Yue, let me take the first shot." This enthusiastic response left Yue momentarily stunned, hadn't expected so many to compete for the first match. Interesting. Very interesting. Ding Kai scanned the lineup of trainees from Shihai Province, a playful smile tugging at his lips. The trainees from Shihai Province are quite amusing. Yesterday, they were scared out of their wits by our combat training, but today they're fighting to be the first up. On the training ground, Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and the other 47 trainees watched the scene unfold with surprise in their eyes. Ding Kai suddenly remembered an important matter and raised his voice to announce to everyone, "Listen up. In the upcoming matches, you must give it your all. If you're caught throwing the match, not only will your rewards be revoked, but the training camp will also face severe penalties." This unexpected rule brought a look of disappointment to the faces of Luo Tianxian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan. They had been looking forward to watching Su Yi thrash the Shihai Province trainees, but now it seemed unlikely. "Wang Hu, you're up first." Yu Yi's voice broke the brief silence. A lean young man strode out from the Shihai Province lineup, a smug expression on his face. Wang Hu felt secretly pleased. Although he was the weakest in the Shihai training camp, dealing with a so-called genius who got in through the back door would be a piece of cake. He pointed at Su Yi, who was focused on grilling skewers, and shouted loudly, "I challenge him." This declaration caused an uproar among the Shihai Province trainees. "Whoa, Wang Hu is ruthless. He just snatched the skewer guy. Oh no, the skewer guy is taken. Who am I supposed to challenge now?" Meanwhile, the trainees from Nanling Province were completely bewildered. The opponent had chosen to play their trump card right off the bat. Not far away, Su Yi was engrossed in the aroma of his skewers, and upon hearing the challenge, he looked puzzled. "Challenge me." "Su Yi, someone's challenging you. Get over here," Ding Kai urged. Responding to the call, Su Yi ran to the arena. Opposite him, Wang Hu immediately unleashed a red aura, with 9 red halos appearing at his feet, showcasing his level 9 warrior prowess. Facing such a weak opponent, Su Yi stood there, stunned. Seeing this, Wang Hu grew even more conceited, scared already. As expected from a phony genius who got in through the back door. Wang Hu, at the peak of level 9 martial. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hu was hoisted high by a large hand and slammed to the ground, instantly knocked out. Looking down at Wang Hu, Su Yi shook his head helplessly. "Even though Major Ding told me not to go too hard, I just can't bring myself to pretend against an opponent like this." "Brother, don't blame me, it's just that you're too weak." The training ground fell into a deathly silence. The crowd looked at Su Yi with disbelief in their eyes, not because of anything else, but because Su Yi, who also revealed himself as a level 9 warrior, displayed speed and strength dozens of times greater than Wang Hu's. Body mastery. Initial insight stage. Quickly, everyone shared the same speculation. This wasn't without basis. Su Yi's recent action involved no martial skills, so the significant difference clearly lay in his body mastery. First match. Victory goes to Nanling Province. Qi Jianen's voice echoed through the silent training ground. For the second match, Nanling Province will send out a trainee to challenge someone from the Shihai Province training camp. Ding Kai scanned the 47 trainees and directly asked, "Who wants to go?" Upon hearing this, the 47 trainees uniformly turned their heads to the side, as if it had been rehearsed. Someone muttered softly, "Brother Yi finally got his chance to play? You're asking which of us will go?" Seeing this, Ding Kai's face was immediately filled with frustration. Then he turned to Su Yi. "Su Yi, you continue fighting." Su Yi walked up to Ding Kai and lowered his voice to confirm. Major Ding, are you sure you want me to continue fighting?" He was concerned if the next opponent wasn't at the same level of strength, he would have to keep increasing his own power. "Yes, just keep fighting and end this boring match quickly," Ding Kai replied, then turned his gaze to Yu Yi. Yue, do you remember our bet? Let your trainees all challenge him. As long as someone defeats him, you win. A bet? You dare discuss a bet in front of me? Qi Jiannen's face suddenly darkened, his voice tinged with evident anger. What is this? Am I just a figurehead as the inspector? Despite this, he ultimately held back, knowing that the bet involved Su Yi, and he couldn't interfere easily. He decided to report the situation later. Yue was momentarily stunned, then realized, oh, so this Su Yi is the one you mentioned before, the one who would single-handedly take on our entire training camp. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. All right, I'll have all the trainees challenge him. With that, he walked toward his group of trainees. By then, Su Yi had already returned to the competition area and directly pointed to a blond young man in the Shihai province training camp. I want to challenge him. Hearing his name, Pang Tianxuan's face lit up with a hint of joy. Challenge me? His happiness coming so suddenly. Although he knew Su Ye's body mastery had reached the initial insight stage of the second phase, he was confident as a level 1 martial master. His body mastery was still in the beginner stage, but had reached a 98.7 activation level. He was absolutely confident in defeating Su Yi. Boom! As Pang Tianxuan stepped into the competition area, he immediately unleashed an orange aura, and an orange halo appeared beneath his feet. Pang Tianxuan, level 1 martial. Bang! Before he could finish his introduction, a large hand had already appeared like lightning before him. In the next instant, just like Wang Hu, Pang Tianxuan was lifted high and slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Another instant defeat. The students from Shihai province stared in shock at the unconscious Pang Tianxuan on the ground, then shifted their gaze to Su Yi, who was enveloped in an orange aura. This seemingly unassuming skewer vendor had displayed skills far beyond anyone's expectations. It dawned on them that they had misunderstood who Ding Kai referred to as the Great Demon King. It wasn't Luo Tianxuan, but the unassuming Su Yi. Yue looked at Su Yi in the distance with a serious expression and called out, Miao Hai, you're up. The short-haired young man named Miao Hai panicked. My abilities are about the same as Pang Tianxuan's. He knew what he was up against and couldn't help but warn his similarly skilled companions. Guys, I'll be waiting for you over there. Miao Hai stepped onto the competition field and briefly introduced himself. Miao Hai, first-level martial master. Bang! The familiar sound echoed again. Without even looking, it was clear that Miao Hai had already fallen. Yue sent out Lu Haifeng, Feng Zhishan, Zhou Ting, and others, but the outcome was the same. None could withstand a single move from Su Yi. Watching as 23 students lay neatly on the field, Yue finally sighed and pleaded with Ding Kai. Please, ask your student to go easy on us. With our relationship, do you think I'd intentionally embarrass you? Ding Kai responded seriously. Seeing Yue's confusion, Ding Kai explained directly. I've already told Su Yi to hold back. Otherwise, his ferocity would be 100 times worse. 23 are down, and you call this holding back? Yue was incredulous. Once Yue accepted that Su Yi was indeed the legendary Great Demon King, he had no choice but to believe Ding Kai. He turned and called out, Sun Chen, you're up. Finally, it's my turn. The tall Sun Chen took a deep breath and stepped onto the field. Sun Chen, second-level martial master. A hint of interest flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Good. Finally not a first-level martial master or spirit master. Upon hearing Sun Chen's words, an additional orange glow appeared beneath Su Ye's feet. This change caused Sun Chen's face to turn pale instantly. It's over. I'm going down too. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his body lift off the ground and then lost consciousness. Not far away. A level 2 martial artist, someone exclaimed. I knew the barbecue guy was hiding his strength. As another companion collapsed, a wave of helplessness washed over the remaining trainees. They looked at Su Yi with a mix of fear and uncertainty, unsure if he had even more power yet to be revealed. Within just 5 minutes, the outcome was clear. 11 level 2 martial trainees, 8 level 3, and 4 level 4 trainees were all lying on the competition ground. Only Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue from the West Sea Province training camp remained standing, while the 47 trainees from the Nanling Province had already moved to the grill, enjoying skewers and leisurely watching the one-sided match. Meng Shan, Chu Lingxue, Zhang Wei turned to his companions. Do you think when we go up, Su Yi will reveal the strength of a level 5 martial artist? He will, Meng Shan replied decisively. So when we go up, let's use our talents right away. You two men are such slowpokes. Chu Lingxue interrupted their discussion. I'll go first. With that, she headed toward the competition ground, 5 orange soul marks appearing behind her. Finally, it's almost over, Su Yi remarked as Chu Lingxue approached, elevating his strength to the level of a 5th-tier martial artist. This kind of match is really boring. Sure enough, when another orange glow appeared beneath Su Ye's feet, the three of them could only smile bitterly. They knew that even with their talents, the odds of winning against such a vast power gap were slim. Chu Lingxue, level 5 spirit master. Chu Lingxue announced as she stood her ground, purple flames surging from her body. Hmm? A level 5 talent spirit master. Interesting. A gleam appeared in Su Ye's eyes. 50 steel needles, as thick as fingers, lined up in front of Chu Lingxue. Su Yi, make your move. Let me see how strong you really are. Before she finished speaking, Su Yi had already flashed in front of her. He ignored the steel needles and purple flames, grabbed Chu Lingxue, and slammed her heavily to the ground. Body control. Third stage. Mastery. Watching this scene, Ding Kai, Yu Yi, and Qi Jianan widened their eyes in shock. Not even 18. A level 5 martial artist. Mastery of the body. Third stage. Proficient. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, Yu Yi's eyes widened in shock, completely taken aback by Su Ye's terrifying strength. His voice quivered. Scary. Too damn scary. When did that brat Su Yi reach the proficient stage in body mastery? Just then, Ding Kai's voice emerged from the side, tinged with confusion. Hearing this, Yu Yi and Qi Jianan turned their heads simultaneously, staring at Ding Kai with incredulous eyes. How could the head of the training camp be unaware of his own trainee's true strength? This was absurd. On the test field not far away, Chu Lingxue's attacks were completely ignored by Su Yi, and even her talents failed to harm him in the slightest. It was utterly unbelievable. Zhang Wei and Meng Shan stood on the sidelines, looking at Chu Lingxue lying on the ground, then at the unscathed Su Yi, their eyes filled with despair. They couldn't comprehend why, despite being of similar age, there was such a vast difference in their abilities. Zhang Wei, Meng Shan said with a bitter smile, I'm going to lie down first. See you when we wake up. With that, he walked straight to the test field, and with a dull thud, his body fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Another familiar sound echoed from the field, and Zhang Wei wore a wry smile as he walked towards the test field, muttering to himself, Let's all lie down together then. After Zhang Wei also fell in the test field, Qi Jianan immediately announced, The test is over. Southling Province wins. Gentlemen, I need to report the results and the video of the test immediately. They'll be off, Qi Jianan said, quickly leaving the underground floor. Once Qi Jianan was gone, Yu Yi turned to Ding Kai, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Ding Kai, can you tell me about Su Ye's true strength? Ding Kai didn't hesitate and answered directly. Level 2 Spirit Martial Master. Mastery of the body, 3rd stage, proficient. Mastery of the soul, 2nd stage, beginner. High-level martial skill, Crimson Flame Thunder Tiger Fist, minor achievement. 50 mid-level spirit weapon grade cards. He paused and added, That's what I know for now, but it might not be his full strength. This kid is very cautious, always hiding some strength as a trump card. Yu Yi's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. His strength is actually at the 2nd level of the sect realm, and he's dual cultivating spirit and martial arts? Even with high-level martial skills, he's achieved minor success. He was utterly shocked, never expecting Su Ye's strength to be this terrifying. Oh, and, Ding Kai suddenly added, he also has a talent, and his own strength pales in comparison to his talent. He has a talent? And his talent is even more terrifying than his own strength. Yu Yi was completely stunned, his mind blank. He couldn't imagine what kind of talent could overshadow Su Ye's already monstrous strength. A thought flashed through Yu Yi's mind. Pressure breeds motivation. He decided to find a way to keep Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue here, even if just for a few days or a couple of weeks. Yu Yi turned to Ding Kai, asking seriously, Ding Kai, if I want to keep Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue here, what would it cost? Have the 3 of them stay with me? Isn't that nonsense? Upon hearing this from Yu Yi, Ding Kai frowned and shook his head. Yu Yi, we belong to different provinces. Even if I wanted to help you, it's not up to me. Listen, Ding Kai. Yu Yi quickly interjected, a hint of urgency on his face. I know it's not up to you. That's why I'll contact Colonel Feng, and he can reach out to Colonel Zhang above you. Ding Kai suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up slightly. Oh, I see. Then his tone shifted to a more serious one. Well, you better prepare some exotic beasts. Level 1 and Level 2 beasts, the more, the better. But whether it will work out still depends on Colonel Zhang's decision. Yu Yi was taken aback, furrowing his brows. No need for cultivation resources? No martial arts techniques? No personnel arrangements? Just a lot of exotic beasts? Although he didn't quite understand, he nodded, turned aside, and took out his phone to contact his superior. Ding Kai's gaze shifted to the distance, where Su Yi was sitting with the trainees, eating and drinking heartily, laughter echoing around. Ding Kai's lips curled into a slight smile. Su Yi, I'm really going all out to get you more exotic beasts. Looking at this genius, Ding Kai felt a sense of pride. Having the chance to mentor such talent was a stroke of luck in his life. 10 minutes later, Yu Yi returned briskly, looking relieved. Ding Kai, it's all settled. I don't know the exact cost, but Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxu will need your care for the next half-month. Ding Kai patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Then his expression turned stern. However, since they're staying, they must follow our training camp rules. If they can't adapt, don't blame me for sending them back. He glanced toward the center of the training field, where the three were still sprawled out, looking disheveled. 20 minutes later, when Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingshu heard the news, their eyes widened in unison. What? We have to train at the Nanling province training camp for the next half-month? And follow all of Major Ding's orders. Their shock was evident. Yi patted their shoulders, his tone firm. Train well here. Remember, our province paid a hefty price to keep you here. So don't let me down. With that, he turned and walked towards the elevator, his figure showing a hint of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Ding Kai skillfully flipped skewers, the aroma of grilled meat filling the air, as he smiled at Su Yi. Su Yi, for the next half-month, those three's combat training is also up to you. All right, Su Yi replied without lifting his head, focused on his meal. Ding Kai paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. Agreed? Just like that. He set down the skewers, puzzled. Su Yi, don't you need any beasts for this? Hearing this, Su Yi stopped abruptly, looking up with a glint in his eye. Can we add beasts to this? He licked his lips, his eyes lighting up. Then I want a batch of level 3 exotic beasts. A level 3 beast at the Zone Realm? Has this kid broken through again? Ding Kai showed a flash of surprise in his eyes upon hearing Su Ye's request. Su Yi, there are no level 3 beasts at the Zone Realm. But we do have 1.5 million level 1 and 1.5 million level 2 beasts at the Zone Realm. Are you interested? Ding Kai teased, looking at Su Yi with a playful tone. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught the meaning in Ding Kai's words, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, so that's why you asked if I wanted more beasts. You were prepared all along. Of course, I'll take them. He flashed a carefree smile. Boom. At that moment, the air was filled with the shockwaves of distant battles. What the heck? Why are they fighting? Su Yi looked towards the distance in surprise. Luo Tianqian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan were locked in combat with Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue. This is quite a spectacle. Su Yi chuckled, grabbing some sunflower seeds, skewers, and a beer, ready to join the scene. This kid, take me along if you're going to watch the fun. Ding Kai shook his head, laughing helplessly, and then grabbed the remaining skewers, planning to follow. Ring ring. Suddenly, Ding Kai's phone rang, breaking the tension of the battle. It's the colonel calling. Ding Kai's expression changed when he saw the caller ID. He quickly hung up without answering. Then, he headed towards the elevator, a puzzled look on his face. The 5th underground floor, in the secret room usually, in the one looking for the colonel. Why is he reaching out to me today? He dialed a secure number, and once connected, the colonel's voice came through. Ding Kai, tell Su Yi to prepare. Someone will come to pick him up tonight. Someone's picking up Su Yi tonight? Ding Kai asked, puzzled. Colonel, is something going on? The colonel paused before speaking in a serious tone. Remember the ancient secret realm that appeared recently near Dongling City? It's a Zong-level secret realm. So far, the Divine Alliance has sent over 500 people to explore it, but fewer than 100 have returned, and the intelligence gathered is minimal. Now, the higher-ups have decided to send Su Yi to try. A Zong-level secret realm? Highly dangerous? Ding Kai frowned, feeling a bit worried. Perhaps we should ask Su Yi for his opinion first. The colonel's voice remained calm. The person picking him up tonight will ask if he's willing to go. If he agrees, he'll receive 2 million level 2 Zone Realm beasts and 1 million level 3 Zone Realm beasts. If he declines, he won't be forced and will continue with the original training plan. If you think it's necessary, you can inform him about this in advance. With that, the colonel ended the call. Great. Ding Kai muttered helplessly. Just when he was thinking of providing Su Yi with level 3 beasts, now this offer comes along. Su Yi will definitely be tempted. This kid has always been interested in hunting beasts. I doubt he'll pass up this chance. Meanwhile, on the first basement level training ground, Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue were at a disadvantage against Luo Tianqian, Pei Tianyi, and Lin Chuan because they held back, unable to unleash their full combat potential, which was undoubtedly the reason for their defeat. From now on, for the next half-month, their combat training needs more focus. Ding Kai analyzed the situation calmly, his eyes sharp and already forming a plan. After the battle, Su Yi gazed at the 3 people in front of him, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, Chu Lingxu, meet here at 2 p.m. sharp for combat training. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode away from the basement level. Zhang Wei and the others exchanged puzzled looks. What's going on? Zhang Wei frowned. He's definitely strong, but is it really his place to oversee our combat training? At that moment, they noticed something unusual about the atmosphere around them. The 47 other trainees were wearing knowing smiles, adding to their confusion. Luo Tianqian smirked slightly. You 3 don't know about Yi Ji's identity, do you? What identity? Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask. The Demon King. Luo Tianqian enunciated, the chief person in charge of combat training. This revelation hit them like a bolt from the blue, and the 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. They could understand the moniker Demon King, having experienced Su Ye's prowess firsthand. But chief of combat training? How could a trainee hold such a position? Seeing their stunned expressions, Luo Tianqian remarked meaningfully. I advise you to brace yourselves. The next 2 weeks will be a period you'd rather not remember. With that, he left the training ground with the other trainees. In room 001 on the first floor, Suyi had just laid down on his bed when he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Major Ding Kai standing outside. Major Ding, is there something you need? Suyi stepped aside to let him in. Ding Kai wore a serious expression. Suyi, an ancient sect-level secret realm has appeared in Dongling City. The Divine Alliance has already lost over 400 people trying to investigate. They want you to give it a try. Are you interested? Hearing Dongling City and ancient secret realm, Suyi immediately recalled the news he had heard when he first arrived in this world. Ding Kai started to say more, but Suyi's excited voice interrupted him. I'll go. When do we leave? Now. Suyi, Ding Kai said gravely. This secret realm could be life-threatening at any moment. Are you sure you want to go? Go? Instead of just eating, drinking, and playing at the training camp every day, why not explore the unknown ancient realms? Suyi replied without hesitation to Ding Kai's repeated inquiry, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for the unknown. Ding Kai sighed, his shoulders slightly slumping. Well, since you've decided to go, get ready. Someone will come to pick you up tonight. He paused, lowering his voice. By the way, this is actually what the higher-ups want. If you go, they'll offer you some benefits 200,000 second level and 100,000 third level beasts of his own realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Kai turned and left the room, his footsteps gradually fading away. Suyi looked at the closed door, frowning slightly. There are benefits, but they didn't tell me up front. A knowing smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself. It seems they don't want me to take risks. I must admit, Major Ding is a good guy. With that, Suyi took out a card glowing faintly from his pocket, a Wuxian-level skeleton summoning card. He gently stroked the card's surface with his fingertips, thinking to himself, I hope this unknown ancient realm can help me use this Wuxian-level skeleton summoning card. At 2 p.m., in the underground training ground, Zhang Wei stood in the center of the training ground, watching Ding Kai leisurely grilling skewers in the distance, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Major Ding really doesn't handle the students' combat training. Meng Shan approached from the side, lowering his voice. Zhang Wei. It seems that Su Yi is actually responsible for the students' combat training. A student in charge of student combat training. I've seen it all today. Zhang Wei couldn't help but shake his head and complain. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the edge of the training ground. He's here. Brother Yi is here. Everyone, stand at attention. The students quickly formed into lines. Su Yi walked steadily to the front of the students, his gaze sweeping over each one of them. Today, we'll conduct 1v1 combat training. As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, white circles of light appeared in front of everyone. And then skeleton soldiers slowly emerged from the circles, their joints making faint clicking sounds, with hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly blue light. What? A talent? He actually has a talent. Zhang Wei, Meng Shan, and Chu Lingxue were dumbfounded, as if rooted to the spot. Luo Tianqian's voice came from the side, tinged with a warning. Let me remind you, don't underestimate these skeleton soldiers. And whatever you do, don't get distracted during the fight. Though they didn't fully understand, the three of them took this warning to heart, their expressions growing serious. Combat training, begin. With Su Ye's command, Luo Tianqian, Pei Tianyi, and 47 other students immediately charged at the skeleton soldiers matching their own level, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the training ground. Zhang Wei and the other two exchanged glances and quickly chose their opponents. Soon, they were engaged in battle with the skeleton soldiers, the sound of metal clashing against bone ringing out continuously. Damn, is this really a summoned creature? Zhang Wei, being pressured by a skeleton soldier, couldn't help but curse. In that moment of distraction, the skeleton's bone blade slashed across his arm, leaving a bright red wound. Blood dripped down his arm as Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? These skeleton soldiers actually dare to cut? Zhang Wei looked down at the gruesome wound on his right arm, breaking into a cold sweat. In that moment, he finally understood why the trainees from Nanling province pushed themselves to the limit during combat training facing these skeletal soldiers. Any lapse in focus could result in being maimed. Not far away, Meng Shan and Chu Lingxue were also in dire straits. Both were injured, their training uniforms stained with blood. This harsh reality made them realize that giving anything less than their all here meant risking death. Major Ding, they finally got into the zone. Su Yi remarked with a slight smile from the sidelines, addressing Ding Kai. Indeed, Ding Kai chuckled lightly, raising his glass. If they don't, they'll end up with even worse injuries. The two of them watched the training while enjoying a drink, as Su Yi was leaving that night, making this possibly their last chance to drink together. Half an hour later, the training ground was a scene of chaos. All the trainees lay on the ground, exhausted and bearing wounds. The base staff quickly moved in to distribute healing and recovery pills to everyone. Phew. This hellish training is finally over. Zhang Wei muttered to himself after taking a pill, still shaken. I can't even touch Su Ye's shadow, and the skeleton soldiers he summons are absurdly strong. Meng Shan's voice was filled with frustration. Don't lose heart, Zhang Wei and Chu Lingxue said in unison. We should compare ourselves to people, not monsters. Just then, Su Ye's voice rang out from a distance. Rest for an hour, then continue with the second round of combat training. The three of them were stunned. We're already this injured, and there's more. As night fell and the clock struck 8, the roar of helicopter blades cut through the night sky as a military helicopter landed steadily outside the base. A long-haired female colonel in uniform nimbly jumped out. Su Yi, that's the colonel. Watch your words, Ding Kai reminded him. Su Yi sized up the officer, who outranked Ding Kai by 2 levels. Colonel, I've briefed him on the situation, and he's ready to depart at any time, Ding Kai reported, standing to attention. Long Yufei nodded briefly. Then let's go. She turned and headed towards the helicopter without saying another word. Before leaving, Su Yi handed 10 small vials of celestial essence to Ding Kai. Here are 100 drops of celestial essence for them. Also, leave these 100 skeleton soldiers here for continued combat training. Stay safe, Ding Kai advised earnestly. Su Yi nodded in agreement and strode towards the helicopter. Soon, it disappeared into the night sky. Inside the cabin, Long Yufei got straight to the point. Su Yi, we have 10 teams entering the ancient secret realm simultaneously. Are you planning to act alone, or join one of the teams? Join the team. However, once we enter the secret realm, I might leave the team at any time. Su Yi thought for a moment before stating his intentions directly. All right, Long Yufei agreed without hesitation. Once we arrive, you can choose from any of the 10 teams. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat to rest. Seeing this, Su Yi smirked slightly. If you're going to sleep, I will too. Let's see who sleeps longer. With that, he leaned back and closed his eyes, mimicking her posture. Long Yufei's eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened, secretly observing Su Yi. He seems ordinary enough. So why was he specifically assigned to enter the ancient secret realm? She wondered to herself. 10 hours later, the helicopter finally neared their destination. In the distance, the entrance to the ancient secret realm was faintly visible. Finally, we're here. Su Ye's eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. This unusual reaction caught Long Yufei's attention. Facing such a dangerous and unknown realm, he's not only unafraid but actually excited. Su Yi, Long Yufei said seriously, there are a few things I must remind you of. First, this sect-level ancient secret realm is extremely perilous. You must remain vigilant at all times inside. Second, people from other factions will also enter the realm, so don't trust anyone easily. Third, if you encounter danger, do not engage in unnecessary battles. Your main task is to explore the realm, map it out, and mark the dangerous areas. Understand? Understood. Su Yi replied firmly. The helicopter landed steadily about 100 meters from the secret realm's entrance. The 10 teams, already resting there, stood up as they saw this. Just as Su Yi stepped onto the ground, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! There is a half-alien in the 3rd team. Following that, information about the half-alien, Hua Xiaotong, appeared in Su Ye's mind. Interesting, the alien organization really does infiltrate everywhere, he thought, secretly observing the female members of the teams. Su Yi, which of these 10 teams do you want to join? Long Yufei asked directly after disembarking. At her words, the expressions of all the team members changed abruptly. They all knew that adding an unfamiliar member could not only fail to boost their combat power, but might also affect their team's cohesion. Colonel, I want to join the 3rd team because I like the number 3, Su Yi said, deliberately concealing Hua Xiaodong's true identity. He planned to deal with this potential threat himself once inside the secret realm to avoid being targeted by the alien organization. Just because you like the number 3, you want to join the 3rd team? Long Yufei clearly didn't believe this reason. Who are you fooling? Long Yufei scanned the all-female 3rd squad with a smirk of disdain. Men and their lies, trusting you would make me a fool, she mocked inwardly before raising her voice to announce. Hua Xiaotong, from now on, he's the 5th member of your 3rd squad. Despite her inner disdain, Long Yufei forcefully assigned Su Yi to the 3rd squad. She immediately turned to the captains of the 10 squads, her gaze intense. Now, all squads, check the pills, food, and water in your backpacks. In 5 minutes, we enter the secret realm. Su Yi stood aside, frowning slightly at the 5-woman 3rd squad. 3 women, 1 drama, 5 women, a mess. This is going to be tricky. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. Long Yufei gave her final instructions. Stay safe. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately without hesitation. Everyone nodded solemnly and then filed in. Once inside the ancient secret realm, Hua Xiaotong quickly confirmed their location. She raised a map marked with only 8 locations. Everyone, be careful. This is Poison Moon Valley. Not only are the insects highly toxic, but even the plants are filled with poison. Oomph. Acting like she knows what she's doing, Su Yi sneered inwardly. Once inside the secret realm, there's no way to send messages outside. Perfect for getting rid of you. With that thought, he quietly summoned a horde of skeleton soldiers. Before Hua Xiaotong finished speaking, she found herself surrounded by countless skeleton soldiers. She froze, unable to comprehend where these skeletons came from. Hua Xiaotong, do you know why I joined the third squad? Su Ye's voice suddenly broke the silence. All eyes turned to him. Why? Hua Xiaotong's voice came from within the circle of skeletons. Because I know you're a half-blood, Su Yi revealed coldly. The other 4 team members widened their eyes in disbelief. Interesting. So I've been found out. Hua Xiaotong sneered. But do you think these skeleton soldiers can kill me? Before she finished speaking, a violent aura burst from within the circle. Wings sprouted from Hua Xiaotong's back, and she soared into the air, effortlessly breaking through the skeleton's enclosure. Teleport. Su Yi commanded. 3,000 skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives flashed into the air, surrounding Hua Xiaotong once more. As the skeletons were about to fall, Su Yi decisively gave the final order, explode. With a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. A blood-curdling scream followed, echoing over Poison Moon Valley. Alive. Hearing Hua Xiaotong scream, the remaining 4 members finally reacted, quickly rushing to Su Ye's side to form a human wall, protecting him behind them. Su Ye's eyes were cold and unyielding as he summoned the skeleton army once more. If one blast won't kill you, then let's try 2. Let's see how long you can last. He fixed his gaze on Hua Xiaotong, who was stumbling out of the mushroom cloud, and issued the command to attack. Su Yi, I'll kill you. Hua Xiaotong, with her wings damaged and her body covered in blood, roared ferociously, her eyes filled with rage. When she noticed another large group of skeleton soldiers appearing behind Su Yi, her pupils dilated in terror, and she turned to flee. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Hua Xiaotong attempted to escape, 3,000 skeleton soldiers quickly surrounded her, forming an impenetrable circle. Detonate. At Su Ye's command, the 3,000 skeleton soldiers simultaneously self-destructed in midair. No! Amidst the dazzling mushroom cloud, Hua Xiaotong's anguished wail echoed from the explosion's center. After her broken body fell from the sky, Su Yi turned to the 4 people in front of him, speaking calmly. The order to eliminate Hua Xiaotong came from the colonel. This matter should not be disclosed. Understood. The 4 nodded immediately, showing no doubt about Su Ye's explanation. One long-legged woman stepped forward, her eyes shining with admiration. Su Yi, since Hua Xiaotong is dead, why don't you take over as captain? Me as captain? Su Yi noticed the 4 women looking at him expectantly. Exploring secret realms with beautiful companions doesn't sound too bad, he thought to himself, ready to accept the role. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A random task has been issued. The host must kill 1 million ancient beasts at level 3 or above in the sect realm, and 10,000 semi-humans at level 3 or above in the sect realm alone in the ancient secret realm. Success will earn you an extreme martial skill inheritance stone. Failure carries no penalty. Task duration, 30 days. A random task? And the reward is an extreme martial skill inheritance stone. Su Yi was momentarily stunned. He then looked at the long-legged woman and politely declined. Sorry, I have another task at hand, so I can't take on the role of captain. Hearing Su Ye's response, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the 4 women. All right, I have to go. Be careful, Su Yi said, and with the women's reluctant gazes following him, he swiftly walked away. Su Yi actually went to the depths of Poison Moon Valley. It seems he really does have another task. Watching Su Ye's figure disappear into the depths of Poison Moon Valley, the 4 exchanged glances before turning to leave the valley. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Not long after, strange noises arose from the surroundings, causing Su Yi to stop in his tracks, alert. Thud. A skeleton soldier suddenly sensed something and abruptly plunged its bone knife into the ground, resulting in a muffled grunt. Swish. The skeleton soldier withdrew its bone knife, and a spray of corrosive green blood erupted from beneath the surface. Thud, thud, thud. Immediately, the 9 skeleton soldiers beside Su Yi began stabbing the seemingly ordinary ground with their bone knives. As the sharp blades pierced the earth, streams of corrosive green blood erupted from below, drawing eerie arcs in the air. The skeleton soldiers quickly unearthed 15 half-meter-long ancient beast corpses resembling caterpillars. Through the scan of his smart glasses, Su Yi learned these were soft poison bugs, a first-level ancient beast in this domain. Soft poison bugs, a species unique to Poison Moon Valley, Su Yi noted while analyzing through his smart glasses. They excel at lurking underground for ambushes, and their blood is highly corrosive, but they have weak defenses. Unfortunately, they're too weak. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Ye's mind. The colonel's task was just to map the area and mark danger zones. Why not sweep through the entire secret realm? The ancient beasts, cultivation resources, and rare minerals I encounter could all be my spoils. With this thought, Suyi immediately cast a grand summoning spell. In an instant, 30,000 skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives lined up behind him, presenting a spectacular sight. Advance. Eliminate any threats. With Su Ye's command, the skeletal army marched forward in unison. Before leaving, he made sure to store the 15 soft poison bug corpses in his system's space, determined to leave no trace of his passage. Soon, system notifications echoed in Su Ye's mind. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Blood energy increased by 0.2. Physical control increased by 0.003. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist proficiency increased by 0.1. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Obtained 100,000 Divine Alliance coins and a talent source stone fragment 1. Catching up, Su Yi saw hundreds of ancient beast corpses scattered on the ground, including red sting scorpions and purple poison bees of various grades. He quickly recorded the information, stored their bodies in his system space, and continued to follow the army. After 2 hours of sweeping through, the team reached the deepest part of Poison Moon Valley. Here, a towering black ancient tower over 10 meters high stood majestically. A legacy tower? Interesting, Su Yi murmured to himself, stepping directly into the tower. Inside, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight: a colossal ancient beast, 5 meters tall and entirely green, resembling an oversized toad. Unknown species, unknown power. Su Yi stared at the information displayed on his smart glasses, furrowing his brow. The Divine Alliance's proud beast information database knew nothing about this ancient creature. As he pondered, the gigantic toad-like ancient beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its murky gaze turned to Su Yi, and with a swelling throat, it launched a thick green water jet. The water jet came too fast. Su Yi had no time to react before being flung backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Before his brain could process what had happened, the system alert sounded. Ding! The host has suffered a fatal injury, absorbed by the skeletal soldiers outside. Beyond the tower, a skeletal soldier's body dissolved into nothingness under the corrosive green liquid. This thing can kill me with just a spit, Su Yi thought with a grave expression, focusing on the massive toad and immediately launching a counterattack. Grand summoning. This time, he summoned only 2,000 skeletal soldiers, leaving the remaining 10,000 outside the tower as a backup. As the toad-like beast turned its attention to him again, Su Yi decisively commanded, "Teleport." 20,000 skeletal soldiers instantly surrounded the ancient toad. Explode. With a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud engulfed the ancient beast. However, just as Su Yi thought he succeeded, a deafening rumble echoed from within the cloud. The ancient beast casually slapped the ground, and the resulting air current dispersed the mushroom cloud from the self-detonation of 20,000 third-level skeletal soldiers without a trace. Cracks like a spider web spread across the ground. Su Yi realized it was time to use a more powerful method. System: use a martial god-level skeleton summon card. As the summon card dissipated into light, space began to distort, forming a swirling black vortex. A terrifying aura emanated from the vortex, suffocating. Emerging from it was a golden skeleton, standing 3 meters tall. Holy crap! A golden skeleton soldier! Su Yi exclaimed, trembling with excitement at the sight of such a formidable presence. The golden skeleton warrior emerging from the spatial vortex caught Su Yi's eye, and he couldn't help but think, that's insanely cool. However, before he could take a closer look at this imposing figure, the golden skeleton merely glanced at the giant toad opposite and then, without hesitation, turned back into the vortex. What just happened? Su Yi was bewildered. The skeleton warrior appeared, took a look, and left. It was utterly baffling. But before he could ponder further, a more powerful aura erupted from the spatial vortex. Following that, a towering white skeleton soldier, standing a full 3 meters tall, stepped out and landed firmly in front of Su Yi. The system chimed in just in time. The martial god-level skeleton summon card is active for 1 hour. Take it down. Su Yi immediately pointed at the giant toad, issuing the attack command. By then, the ancient toad beast had risen, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, the two figures leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce battle. Boom! The toad beast's forepaw collided with the skeleton's bone sword, and the destructive aftermath of the clash swept through the entire space. The system's notifications echoed continuously in Su Yi's mind. The host has sustained lethal damage, absorbed by the external skeleton warrior. One skeleton after another was obliterated in the terrifying aftermath. Although Su Yi remained unharmed, he knew he couldn't linger and quickly dashed out of the tower. That was terrifying. Su Yi exclaimed in shock as he escaped the ancient tower. That toad beast actually possessed the power of a martial god. How could such a powerful ancient beast appear in a sect-level ancient secret realm? Luckily, he had the martial god-level skeleton summon card. Otherwise, he might not have survived today. Su Yi waited outside for 30 minutes until the system finally notified him. Successfully killed the creature. Rewards. 20 talent source stone fragments, 20 ancient jade toad essence blood, and 1 ancient secret technique scroll. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from the entrance of the ancient tower. Soon, a figure emerged from the ancient Toero war god-level skeleton soldier, though now it had only one bone arm left, and much of its body was severely corroded. Hiss! Suyi gasped in shock. The intensity of the battle exceeded his imagination. Staring at the battered war god-level skeleton soldier before him, he asked the system, what was going on with that golden skeleton soldier earlier? The system's voice echoed in his mind. The ancient jade venom toad didn't require the golden skeleton soldier's assistance, so it returned. Returned without a fight? Is that even possible? Suyi was stunned and continued to inquire. Why did both the white bone skeleton soldier and the golden skeleton soldier appear? Aren't they both war god level? The system explained in detail. Skeleton soldiers are divided into various levels. The higher the level, the stronger they are within the same realm. You can currently summon only the ordinary level white bone skeleton soldiers. To upgrade, a significant amount of talent source stones is needed. A look of surprise crossed Suye's face. Skeleton soldiers can upgrade? And with talent source stones? How many does it take to advance to the next level? To upgrade from ordinary to black iron level, you need to consume 10,000 talent source stones. The system calmly replied. 10,000? That's daylight robbery. Suyi exclaimed. One last question. How many talent source stone fragments make up one talent source stone? 10 fragments can be combined into one talent source stone. Realizing it would take 100,000 fragments for a single upgrade, Suyi couldn't help but feel that the journey ahead was daunting. Now that my questions are answered, it's time to raid the ancient tower. With the half-intact war god-level skeleton soldier, he ventured inside. Whoa! Seeing the deep, bone-revealing slash marks covering the ancient jade venom toad's corpse, Suyi glanced at the half-intact skeleton soldier beside him, thinking, I thought you were in bad shape, but it's worse off. A few minutes later, after confirming the first floor was empty, Suyi pulled out a war god-level skeleton summoning card and prepared to explore the second floor. As he ascended to the second floor, his attention was immediately drawn to the scene before him. What is that? A poison pool. When Suyi reached the second level of the tower, a massive pool came into view. Instead of clear water, it was filled with a strange, thick green liquid that emanated an unsettling aura. Narrowing his eyes, Suyi cautiously tore off a piece of his sleeve and tossed it into the pool. As soon as the fabric touched the liquid surface, it vanished without a trace. This horrifying sight made Suyi gasp in shock. It was clearly a pool of deadly poison. As he pondered the situation, his attention was drawn to a stone platform on the western side of the pool. Carefully avoiding the poisonous pool, he approached the platform. 6 large characters were inscribed on its surface. Enter the poison pool. Open the 100 meridians. What does it mean? Suyi frowned, pondering for a moment, but he couldn't unravel the mystery. Shaking his head, he decided to leave the puzzle for now and turn towards the stairs leading to the third level. The scene on the third level was even more bizarre. A skeleton sat cross-legged, as if waiting for a long time. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed from the skeleton. Fated one, place your hand on my forehead. You will inherit my legacy. Suye's heart stirred, and he strode towards the skeleton. However, the moment his fingers touched the skeleton's forehead, a powerful force violently repelled him. The voice, now filled with anger, declared, Damned inferior being, you are not worthy of my legacy. This insult thoroughly enraged Suyi. With a cold laugh, he commanded the half-damaged martial god-level skeleton soldier beside him. Chop this skeleton into pieces. I want to take it back to feed the dogs. The skeleton soldier raised its bone sword and struck heavily at the skeleton. With a crisp clang, the sword left no mark on the skeleton. This unexpected turn of events made Suyi's eyes widen, but soon, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Enforce the bleeding effect. Suyi muttered, beginning to summon more skeleton soldiers. In no time, 100 skeleton soldiers stood in formation. He ordered coldly, chop it. Cut that skeleton into pieces, or else the dogs won't have an easy meal. Bang! Just as 100 skeleton soldiers raised their bone swords to strike, the hollow eyes of the skeletal remained suddenly ignited with 2 green soul flames, like eerie emerald fires flickering to life in the desolate darkness. Wretched lowborns, perish! An ancient voice echoed from the skeletal remains, followed by a dense green poisonous mist that spread rapidly. The nearest 100 skeleton soldiers were instantly corroded to nothingness the moment the mist touched them, leaving not even a trace of bone dust. Damn, that poisonous mist is intense. Suyi exclaimed in shock as he watched the skeleton soldiers vanish in an instant. He quickly dashed towards the stairway, shouting to the half-damaged war god-level skeleton soldier, Go, blow up that bastard. Boom. As Suyi escaped the 3rd floor of the tower, a deafening explosion erupted from inside, tearing through the air and causing the entire space to tremble. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After waiting for a full 3 minutes, Suyi cautiously returned to the third floor from the stairway. Huh. Suyi raised an eyebrow, seeing that the skeletal remains were still intact, seemingly unharmed. He could hardly believe his eyes. A war god-level skeleton soldier self-destructed, and it didn't even scratch its bones? This is absurd. However, although the skeletal remains appeared unscathed, Suyi noticed that the poisonous mist that had filled most of the space had significantly dissipated, and the green soul flames in the skeletal eyes were noticeably dimmer. These subtle changes stirred something in his heart. It seemed that this creature was not invincible. In that case, let's see who lasts longer. With this thought, Suyi swiftly waved his hand, summoning 2,000 skeleton soldiers, commanding, teleport beside the skeletal remains, and if you're not corroded, self-destruct immediately. Swish, swish, swish. As the command was given, 2,000 skeleton soldiers vanished from their original positions, silently appearing around the skeletal remains. However, before they could launch their attack, the overwhelming poisonous mist instantly corroded them into ash. Wave after wave, Suyi showed no mercy, continuing to command, keep going. I can summon skeleton soldiers infinitely, but I don't believe you can keep releasing that poisonous mist forever. Watching as another 2,000 skeleton soldiers were corroded by the mist, Suyi unhesitatingly summoned a new batch and continued issuing the teleportation and self-destruction orders. He relentlessly launched wave after wave of skeleton soldiers at the skeletal remains, once, 10 times, 100 times, until he could no longer count how many waves he had summoned. Time seemed to stand still, with only one conviction remaining in his here: the must destroy those skeletal remains. As time passed, the skeletal remains began to panic. It hadn't expected the seemingly weak lowborn to continuously summon skeleton soldiers. It dared not ignore them, for it clearly felt that although the skeleton soldiers were weak, they could gradually deplete its power, bit by bit, eventually posing a threat to its existence. Although the damage was negligible, if left unchecked, it would inevitably accumulate into a fatal threat. Wretched lowborn, you cannot harm me, and I cannot harm you. Why not stop and have a proper talk? Feeling its remaining strength continuously draining, the skeletal remains finally couldn't resist proposing a negotiation with Suyi. Talk my ass. I'm taking your bones. Hearing the skeletal remains taunt, Suyi sneered, waving his hand and continuing to order more skeleton soldiers, teleport, and self-destruct. Wretched lowborn. The skeletal remains' fury became increasingly uncontrollable, with the green soul flames in its eyes burning more fiercely. Are you looking to die? With a roar from the skeletal figure, the green soul flames in his eyes flickered violently. Suddenly, a dense, nearly impenetrable toxic mist erupted from around him. This time, the mist spread several times faster than before, quickly enveloping the unprepared Suyi. A barrage of system alerts rang frantically in Suyi's mind. Ding! Host has suffered fatal damage. Damage absorbed by the skeleton soldiers outside. The continuous alerts almost overwhelmed his consciousness. Damn it! That bastard dared to ambush me. Suyi, enraged, stood in the midst of the toxic mist and cast a grand summoning spell. He set the base number to 2,000, knowing that setting it to 3,000 would cause the 10,000 skeleton soldiers outside the tower to vanish. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Countless white circles began to appear on the third floor of the tower. Suyi was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. A critical hit? The grand summoning spell can trigger a lucky critical hit. Though 200,000 skeleton soldiers weren't enough to annihilate with one blow, the sheer number was intimidating. Watching the endless stream of skeleton soldiers emerging from the circles, Suyi grinned and swiftly retreated from the toxic mist. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, the skeletal figure exclaimed in terror. How can a lowly inferior being possess such terrifying innate power? He vaguely sensed that he might meet his end at the hands of this inferior being. A few minutes later, although the toxic mist could corrode the skeleton soldiers, it was also depleting itself. When Suyi returned to the third floor, the mist could only cover half the space. Without hesitation, he began a new round of summoning. Young friend, stop. Feeling his power nearing its end, the skeletal figure finally conceded. Your strength has earned my recognition. I can allow you to receive my legacy. You're on the brink of death, and you're still acting superior? Suyi sneered. Sorry, I don't need your recognition of my strength, and I couldn't care less about your so-called legacy. Just wait here to die, and afterward, I'll take your bones to feed the dogs. The skeletal figure could no longer release toxic mist, helplessly watching as countless skeleton soldiers slashed at him relentlessly. 5 hours later, with a crisp crack, the skeletal figure's skull was split in two, and the two green soul flames gradually dimmed and finally vanished into nothingness. Ding! Successful kill of a living being. Reward: 50 increase in physical control, 50 increase in soul control, and a lower Huangtier ancient technique. As the skeleton completely perished, a crisp reward notification sounded in Suyi's mind. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide open. This can't be possible. Suye's heart raced. My physical and soul control are already at the third stage, the proficient level. Usually, the improvement from killing a living being is a tiny increment like 0.00x. And now, a sudden increase of 50. After the shock, Suye's lips curled into a smile of sheer delight. This reward is so generous. A few more kills like this, and I'll be unstoppable. Calming himself, he immediately checked the other rewarding Yugong. The system information quickly unfolded in his mind. In Yugong, a lower Huangtier ancient technique, can only be cultivated by those who have opened 50 acupoints. Opening acupoints. Suyi frowned, staring at the technique description. Does cultivating this ancient technique require opening acupoints? What does that even mean? Suddenly, a realization flashed in his mind. Suyi quickly stored the skeleton in his system space and rushed to the second floor of the tower. He recalled the words he had seen on a stone tablet earlier. Enter the poison pool. Open 100 acupoints. Could it be that the poison in this pool is meant to impact the acupoints? Standing on the stone platform by the poison pool, Suyi pondered. Whatever, I'll collect all this poison liquid first and ask Major Ding about it later. With that thought, he waved his hand, collecting the entire pool of poison liquid into his system space. Returning to the first floor of the tower, Suyi glanced at the corpse of the ancient jade poison toad. Although he found it somewhat disgusting, he decided, as unpleasant as it is, I'll take it too. With a casual wave, he stored the corpse in his system space as well. Moments later, Suyi exited the ancient tower, taking a deep, contemplative look at the mysterious structure. The inheritance tower, the martial god-level guardian beasts, the unknown strength of the skeletons, opening acupoints, lower Huangtier ancient techniques. He murmured to himself, this world is becoming more and more fascinating. Then, Suyi performed a grand summoning, leading 30,000 skeleton soldiers toward the exit of the Poison Moon Valley. An hour later, a group of 8 appeared outside the Poison Moon Valley. At the forefront was a stern-faced young man, who warned the other 7 with a serious expression. Everyone, be extra careful. According to the reports from our spies, this valley is not only home to numerous poisonous ancient beasts, but even the seemingly ordinary plants are toxic. Ho Xiao, we'll be careful, responded the bald young man standing to the right of the stern-faced leader, though he showed a hint of doubt. But we've already explored 3 perilous areas and lost over 30 people without even a glimpse of the inheritance tower. I'm starting to doubt whether such a tower truly exists in this ancient secret realm. The stern young man looked resolute, his voice unwavering. Whether it exists or not, and no matter the cost, I must find it. It's my only chance to turn things around. With that, he led the other 7 into the Poison Moon Valley. A few minutes later, the stern young man suddenly halted, cautiously scanning the surroundings, and whispered, everyone, stay alert. I have a feeling something's not quite right about this Poison Moon Valley. After walking for a long time without encountering a single venomous ancient beast, the eerie calmness put the stern-faced young man on high alert. The other 7 immediately formed a defensive formation, tightly protecting him in the center. Master Hua, should we continue going deeper? The bald young man cautiously asked Huafifan. Yes, we move on. Huafifan responded with a piercing gaze and unwavering determination. Half an hour later, the group of 8 reached the deepest part of Poison Moon Valley. The inheritance tower stood majestically before them, yet no one showed the slightest hint of joy. The eerie calmness along the way had already said it all, someone had beaten them to it. Worse still, the inheritance might have already been claimed. Upon entering the first floor of the tower, the empty hall lacked even the shadow of a guardian ancient beast, intensifying the unease in their hearts. Ascending to the second floor, they found the inheritance pool completely empty. Huafifan clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. On the third floor, the situation was even more despairing. The venomous ancient beasts of Poison Moon Valley, the guardian beasts of the inheritance tower, the special energy liquid of the inheritance pool, and even the remains of the inheritance had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Which thief has plundered Poison Moon Valley clean? Huafifan was so furious he nearly spat blood. Meanwhile, elsewhere, ding! 500 meters ahead, a squad of 10 half-humans detected. Among them, 3 at level 3, 3 at level 4, 3 at level 5, and 1 at level 6. The system notification rang, and Su Ye's eyes lit up. He immediately led his army of skeletons in pursuit. Not far away, a group of people was celebrating their haul. Brother Zhang, in just 7 days, we collected the blood of 18 ancient beasts and 1 unknown type. We've really hit the jackpot this time. A one-armed young man, pale but brimming with excitement, exclaimed. Don't worry, I'll only take 30% of the points this time, and the remaining 70% will be divided among you, Zhang Hui said with a smile. You've all contributed significantly. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. The 10 people immediately went into combat mode, aware that danger could strike at any moment in this unknown secret realm. Soon, a vast sea of white bones came into view. Holy crap! Over 10,000 summoned skeleton creatures. Zhang Hui quickly calculated in his mind. I need them to buy me some time to escape. Brothers, these skeleton soldiers are merely paper tigers. Charge with me, he shouted. Silence fell all around. No way. An ominous feeling rose within Zhang Hui as he slowly turned to look back. Damn it. They really ran away. Seeing the 9 people already far in the distance, Zhang Hui gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, then turned sharply and fled desperately. Think you can escape? Can you really get away? Watching the 10 of them turn to flee, Su Ye's lips curled into an amused smile. Without hesitation, he issued the teleportation command to his army of skeleton soldiers. In an instant, the distance of 500 meters was reduced to nearly 100 meters. 10 seconds later, the skeleton army teleported again. In less than half a minute, 3 semi-humans at the 3rd level of the zone realm were surrounded tightly by skeleton soldiers from all directions. No self-destruction. With no mercy, they were directly cut down. Ding! The system notification sounded. Kill successful. Reward. Vitality 0.3, mental power 0.2. With the tragic deaths of the 3 semi-humans, the system reward notification echoed in Su Ye's mind again. Su Ye couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Keep killing. I'm not after these ordinary rewards, he snorted coldly, leading the skeleton army in pursuit. 3 minutes later, 3 semi-humans at the 4th level of the zone realm, dead. 5 minutes later, 3 semi-humans at the 5th level of the zone realm, dead. Ding! The system notification sounded again. Kill successful. Reward. Talent source stone fragment 1. Talent source stone fragment? Killing these semi-humans actually yields talent source stone fragments? Hearing the notification in his mind, Su Ye was a bit disappointed but quickly regained his composure. Oh well, I need these fragments anyway. Another way to obtain them isn't a bad thing. With this thought, Su Ye ordered the skeleton army to continue sweeping the secret realm. He gave up chasing the semi-human at the 6th level of the zone realm. No matter how hard he chased, he feared he couldn't catch up. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui, who managed to escape, found a safe corner and quickly released the yellow blood energy within his body, then stood still. A minute later, a spatial vortex appeared behind him and swallowed him whole. That was terrifying. Zhang Hui cursed inwardly, fear flooding his heart. Those skeleton summons aren't just numerous, they can teleport. It's insane. I need to report this to the organization immediately. He turned to leave, looking for a safe place to report the incident. But just then, 5 men in military uniforms suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Who are you? Zhang Hui didn't finish his question before one of the men knocked him out with a swift chop. Take him, confirm his identity, the leader ordered coldly. Another man hoisted Zhang Hui onto his shoulder and turned to leave. Someone's coming out over there. The leader spotted a portal not far away and immediately led the remaining 3 team members swiftly towards the target. We must not let any semi-human escape. Inside the secret realm, the skeleton army continued its rapid sweep, each kill accompanied by the constant chime of system notifications. Ding! Successful kill. Reward. Mental power 0.3, soul control 0.002. Ding! Successful kill. Reward. Heavenly Marrow Liquid 2, Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist proficiency 0.1. Ding! Successful kill. Reward. Talent source Stone Fragment 1. As the skeleton army advanced swiftly, the barrage of rewards left Su Ye dazzled. Soul-eating ants are social creatures that appear in swarms of at least 10,000 at a time. They move like a black tide. The mimic snake is an ancient beast capable of changing its body color to perfectly blend with its surroundings, often hiding in trees to launch a sudden deadly attack on unsuspecting prey. Su Ye sat on a flat rock, his fingers moving swiftly as he recorded information about the ancient beasts whose tribes he had annihilated. His eyes were focused, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. 2 days later, a massive army of skeletal soldiers numbering in the tens of thousands has appeared in the secret realm. This news spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of various factions within the realm. At the edge of an ice pond shrouded in white mist, the water glowed with a ghostly blue light, exuding an intense chill. Check character attributes. Su Ye, submerged in the bone-chilling water of the ice pond, showed no change in expression as he directly commanded the system. A translucent blue screen immediately appeared before him. Name, Su Ye. Talent, summoning current limit 4150. Abilities, grand summoning 7 uses remaining today. Unit types, skeleton soldier, self-destruct, compulsory first blood, teleportation, self-sacrifice. Vitality, 4152.6. Realm, level 4 martial saint. Physical mastery, proficient 72.238. Martial skills, layered wave palm, enigmatic wind step, 7-star elusive step, red flame thunder tiger fist perfection 24.5. Mental power, 3633.7. Realm, level 4 spiritual saint. Soul mastery, proficient 66.951. Items. Ancient Jade Poisonous Toad Essence Blood 20. Pure Goldstone 483 pieces. Heavenly Essence Liquid 301 drops. Martial God Level Skeleton Summoning Card 9. Talent Source Stone Fragment 489. Ancient Secret Technique Scroll 1. Lower Yellow Grade Technique 1. Random Task. Ancient Beast Level 3 or above 237511100000. Semi-Humans Level 3 or above 175100000. My strength has advanced to a Level 4 Spiritual Martial Saint. A hint of joy flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Both my physical and soul mastery have improved, and I've fully comprehended the Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist. He stood up from the ice pond, water droplets sliding down his muscular frame. Overall, these past 2 days of slaying over 2 million ancient beasts and some semi-humans haven't been in vain. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, but then frowned slightly as his gaze fell on the random task. The number of ancient beasts and semi-humans still needed to be killed is quite daunting. Ancient beasts are one thing, but finding semi-humans at or above level 3 is indeed a challenge. At that moment, a rush of footsteps could be heard approaching from a distance. The skeletal army finally found him. A man in black attire, Yujun, spotted the orderly rows of thousands of skeleton soldiers wielding bone blades near the ice pond and was visibly pleased as he hurried over. Swish! Sensing the arrival, 4,000 skeleton soldiers instantly turned, their hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie green light, all staring at Yujun as they prepared to attack. Suyi, don't attack, I'm on your side. Seeing the thousands of skeleton soldiers focus on him, Yujun's face changed, and he quickly raised his hands, shouting. Suyi squinted his eyes. You say you're on my side? He gestured for the skeleton soldiers to hold back and looked at Yujun, who had stopped 10 meters away. Who are you? Suyi. I'm with the Divine Alliance. Yujun exhaled in relief and quickly explained. There are 100 of us who entered the secret realm to find you. Find me. Suyi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why? We've received new orders for you to leave the secret realm immediately. Yujun said urgently. Colonel Long is waiting for you outside. Suyi was taken aback, then showed disbelief. I just got here 2 days ago, and now I have to leave? Are you kidding? I haven't killed enough yet. Though Suyi believed Yujun's words upon hearing about Colonel Long, the thought of leaving now was hard to accept. He glanced at the skeletal army around him, and then at his task panel, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Do you know why they want me to leave the secret realm? Suyi paused for a moment, then looked up at Yujun, a hint of confusion in his voice. No idea. Our orders were simply to find you as quickly as possible and inform you to leave the secret realm immediately. Yujun replied, shaking his head with a tone of helplessness. All right, I understand. Suyi nodded firmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a yellow aura, and the air around him grew heavy, the pressure of his presence palpable to everyone nearby. He stood there, waiting quietly. A minute later, the space behind him twisted, and a vortex appeared silently. Without hesitation, Suyi was drawn in and disappeared into the vortex. Outside the ancient secret realm, 5 men in military uniforms quickly reacted to the new teleportation signal. Someone's coming out again. Let's go. The leader commanded, and the 5 men swiftly took to the air, heading towards the entrance of the secret realm. Soon, they saw a young man appear before Themet with Suyi. Who are you? Suyi examined the 5 uniformed men standing in front of him, a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Bang! One of the uniformed men ignored Su Ye's question, stepping forward swiftly and delivering a powerful chop to the back of Su Ye's neck. Take him. Confirm his identity. The leader began to say, but suddenly stopped, stunned. He saw that Su Yi, who should have been knocked out instantly, was instead staring at him with a half-smile. What's going on? The leader frowned slightly, a sense of unease creeping over him. Why didn't he pass out? The soldier who had struck Su Yi noticed this too, his eyes filled with surprise. Without hesitation, he aimed another chop at Su Ye's neck. Bang! The dull sound echoed again. Su Yi merely twisted his neck a couple of times, showing no signs of losing consciousness, and continued to wear that provocative smile. Damn! The soldier cursed in frustration, angrily striking Su Ye's neck repeatedly. Bang! 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 He continued to chop, but Su Ye's neck simply emitted a series of dull thuds, and Su Yi stood there unfazed, staring intently at him. 2 minutes later, the soldier finally stopped, looking at Su Yi with a mix of confusion and disbelief. The other 4 team members also stared at him, as if he were a monster. How is he still fine? One of them muttered under his breath. Had enough fun? Su Yi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Then take me to see Colonel Long. The leader's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. They had assumed Su Yi was just another ordinary traveler from the secret realm, but his words made the leader cautious. Could this guy actually be one of their own? And have an unusual relationship with Colonel Long? Take him. The leader nodded reluctantly, and led Su Yi towards where Long Yufei was located. Why do you always knock out people who come out of the secret realm before taking them? Su Yi asked curiously as they walked. Orders, the leader replied tersely, his eyes fixed straight ahead. A few minutes later, they arrived at a military tent, and the leader called out, Colonel Long, a young man who teleported out of the secret realm wants to see you. Shortly after, Long Yufei emerged from the tent. Seeing Su Yi, her expression softened immediately. Su Yi, you finally made it out. She spoke as she led Su Yi directly into the tent. Watching them leave, the leader's face changed dramatically. He stood there, stunned, his heart pounding. It's over. He's really one of us. And his relationship with Colonel Long is so good. What have I done? The leader's mind was in turmoil, replaying the series of chops he had delivered. Did you summon the army of skeleton soldiers that appeared in the secret realm? Long Yufei asked sternly, her eyes fixed on Su Yi. Yes, Su Yi admitted without hesitation. And have you been to all those dangerous places like the Bamboo Leaf Forest, Sand Mud Swamp, Poison Moon Valley, and Hidden Stone Mountain, killing the ancient beasts there? Long Yufei pressed further. Yes, Su Yi replied decisively. Long Yufei took a deep breath and continued. So, did you also take the ancient beast corpses, heavenly materials, and cultivation resources from those perilous places? This question made Su Ye's heart skip a beat as he suddenly realized something. Were they worried he had looted all the treasures from the secret realm? Seeing Su Ye's delayed response, Long Yufei urged, Su Yi, I'm asking you, did you take all those things? No, Su Yi answered seriously, I didn't touch those things. They must have been taken by others who went there after me. After all, I had already killed all the ancient beasts in those dangerous places. Such an act. Long Yufei rolled her eyes at him. This guy really knows how to put on an act. She then explained, Su Yi, we're not asking you to hand over those things. We want to buy them from you. After all, you can't possibly use all those cultivation resources yourself. This made Su Yi ponder. They didn't want him to turn them in, but instead wanted to purchase them? A light bulb went off in his head. Rather than exchanging for exotic beasts, why not exchange for talent origin stones? Major Long, what do you intend to use to buy these cultivation resources? Su Yi asked directly. Seeing Su Yi drop the act, Long Yufei smiled. This guy, as soon as we talk about buying, he stops pretending. The higher-ups know you need a lot of exotic beasts, so we plan to exchange them with you. I don't want exotic beasts. I want talent origin stones. Su Yi stated firmly. Long Yufei looked puzzled, as this didn't match the information she had. She took a deep breath and said, Su Yi, you should rest for a bit. I need to look into this matter. Okay. Su Yi left the tent, but instead of resting, he headed straight for the secret realm entrance. He calculated in his mind. Talent origin stones are extremely rare and valuable, and the current cultivation resources might not be enough to exchange for many. To acquire more talent origin stones, he must first gather more cultivation resources. With this thought, he walked into the secret realm entrance without hesitation. Inside the tent, after Su Yi left, Long Yufei quickly took out a black encrypted phone from her pocket. Her slender fingers swiped rapidly across the screen before dialing a special number. The call was answered almost immediately. Long Yufei, have you found Su Yi? A loud male voice asked urgently from the other end. Colonel Zhao. Yes, I found Su Yi. Long Yufei straightened her back, a hint of relief in her voice. Phew, a long sigh of relief came from the other side. Good to hear. The ancient secret realm in Dongling City is under our northern military district's jurisdiction, so we have priority access to all the cultivation resources, techniques, and treasures inside. We can't let that kid take everything for himself. He paused, his voice filled with admiration. But I must say, that kid is incredibly powerful. No wonder they wanted me to seek his help. Colonel Zhao's voice suddenly became urgent. Did you talk to him? Is he willing to sell his cultivation resources? Long Yufei switched the phone to her other hand and reported succinctly. I did. He's willing to sell his cultivation resources, but he doesn't want exotic beasts. He wants talent source stones. What? No exotic beasts, wants talent source stones. Colonel Zhao's voice rose sharply, clearly shocked by this news. That kid is really unpredictable. I was already starting to purchase a large number of exotic beasts here. Colonel Zhao sounded perplexed, clearly not expecting Su Yi to make such a request asking for exotic beasts at the provincial level, trading them at the Eastern Military District, and now suddenly changing to talent source stones at the Northern Military District. Talent source stones are special resources. Colonel Zhao's tone turned serious. Even in our Northern Military District, we have fewer than 100,000 of them. So, negotiate with him again. Tell him the resources he has won't be enough to exchange for many talent source stones, and it's better to trade for exotic beasts. Colonel. Understood. Long Yufei responded firmly, standing at attention. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, Colonel Zhao hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone, Long Yufei smiled wryly, put away her phone, and stepped out of the tent, ready to find Su Yi for further negotiations. Moments later. What? That kid went back into the secret realm. Long Yufei's face was full of shock upon learning that Su Yi hadn't gone to rest, but had re-entered the secret realm. She was completely taken aback. This is bad. Long Yufei frowned. If nothing unexpected happens, Most of the cultivation resources in this secret realm might be looted by Su Yi alone. With this thought, she quickly turned back to the tent, her fingers trembling as she took out the encrypted phone and promptly dialed Colonel Zhao's number. Long Yufei, did you reach an agreement so quickly? Colonel Zhao's excited voice came as soon as the call connected. Long Yufei took a deep breath, paused for a few seconds, and then spoke with difficulty. Colonel, Su Yi went back into the secret realm. The other end of the line fell into a deathly silence. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. Hang up. I'll prepare the talent source stones. Colonel Zhao's voice finally came through, indicating that he had guessed Su Ye's intentions and gave up on resisting. Inside the ancient secret realm. How did I get transported to Poison Moon Valley again? Upon entering the secret realm and seeing the familiar surroundings, Su Yi gave a resigned smile and headed straight into the depths of Poison Moon Valley. He planned to revisit the Inheritance Tower, thinking there might be areas he missed last time. However, when he reached his destination, he was stunned. The Inheritance Tower had vanished without a trace. What the heck? Where's the tower? Who stole the Inheritance Tower? Su Yi looked around in disbelief, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. Could the tower itself be a priceless treasure? This idea filled him with regret, as if he had missed a golden opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, before his arrival, Huafifan and his group, upon finding the tower looted, had vented their anger on it, completely destroying the Inheritance Tower. Learn from mistakes and be more thorough next time. Su Yi silently reminded himself, then led an army of 40,000 skeletons out of Poison Moon Valley. Considering the dangerous eastern area had been thoroughly scavenged, Su Yi decided to explore westward. 2 hours later, they arrived at a cave entrance with the words, Mysterious Spider Cave, inscribed above. Form 3 columns, enter in a long line, and eliminate any ancient beasts encountered. Su Yi ordered at the narrow entrance, and the skeleton army began to move systematically. Only 10 seconds later, the procession halted. Su Yi realized they had encountered an ancient beast. Looking at the descending cave, he regretted not being able to widen the entrance, but quickly thought of checking the situation himself. He instructed the first row of skeletons to raise their arms, then leap backward to land on their arms. The skeletons transformed into a conveyor belt, transporting the reclining Su Yi forward. You've got to know how to play the game. Su Yi chuckled with satisfaction. Moments later, using the night vision feature of his smart glasses, he saw the scene ahead and couldn't help but gasp. A dense mass of spiders of various sizes and bizarre shapes filled the cave. Forget it. Let the skeletons handle these disgusting creatures. Su Yi dismissed the spiders' attacks and advanced deeper into the cave. At the deepest part of the cave, a group of 20 people stared fearfully ahead there. A giant, formidable multicolored spider was glaring at them menacingly. Everyone swallowed hard, fear spreading through their hearts. Big brother. The spider ancient beast serum we've injected has perfectly fooled the spiders in the cave. So, do you think it can also trick this big guy? A man dressed in casual clothes asked in a low voice, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I don't know. Why don't you go and try? Hu Ihai sneered, his eyes filled with provocation. No need to try. Liu Yang was startled by the suggestion and quickly stepped back, waving his hands. I feel like it won't fool that big guy. The 5-colored venomous spider. Level 9 in the zone realm. But I think its strength might have already reached the peak of level 9. Let's not take any risks. Let's return to the cave and collect as much ancient spider beast blood as we can. Hu Ihai listened to Liu Yang and, casting a cold glance at the 19 people behind him, made a decision. Let's go. Back to the cave. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ding. There are 20 half-humans in the underground cave. 7 at level 2, 5 at level 3, 4 at level 6, 3 at level 7, and 1 at level 9 of the zone realm. As Su Yi was heading deeper into the cave, the system's notification suddenly sounded. 20 half-humans in the underground cave? How did they get in? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Yi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Never mind. Although I don't know how they got in, I know they definitely won't be coming back. With a smirk, Su Yi quickened his pace. 5 minutes later. Holy crap. That's one massive spider. Su Yi finally entered the spacious underground cave, and the sight before him made him gasp. But he soon noticed the 20 half-humans quietly retreating near the giant 5-colored spider. Su Yi was puzzled. Why aren't those 20 half-humans making a move? Don't they want the poisonous herbs and the special toxic minerals near the 5-colored venomous spider? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Yi's mind, and he smiled slightly. How about giving them a little help? With this thought, Su Yi immediately summoned 3,000 skeleton soldiers to block the exit back to the cave. Meanwhile, 20 skeleton soldiers were ready to teleport. Teleport. Self-destruct. Target. Giant 5-colored spider. Su Yi issued the command. Swish. In the blink of an eye, 20 skeleton soldiers appeared beside the 5-colored venomous spider. At that moment, the 20 retreating half-humans saw the suddenly appearing skeleton soldiers and stopped in shock, completely stunned. Damn it. Where did these summoned skeleton creatures come from? They'll wake up the five-colored venomous spider. Run. Huihai was the quickest to react, shouting sharply. Boom. With a loud explosion and the resulting tremor, the entire underground cave seemed to shudder. A mushroom cloud erupted in the distance, flames soared, and dust filled the air. It exploded. Huihai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the mushroom cloud. Those 20 skeleton soldiers actually exploded. Screech. The distant five-colored venomous spider, startled by the blast shock wave, let out a piercing screech, and its massive form instantly lunged forward. At that moment, a disturbing sound of leather scraping emanated from the mushroom cloud. Under the terrified gaze of Huihai, Lu Yong, and 18 others, a massive figure emerged from the cloud. It was a gigantic, multicolored venomous spider. Damn, Huihai couldn't help but curse. Just a glance at the mushroom cloud, and we get targeted by a multicolored venomous spider? Where's the justice in that? Watching the enraged spider charge at them, he quickly shouted to the others, "Retreat! Get back to the cave." The group immediately turned to retreat to the cave entrance they had come from. However, upon seeing the entrance blocked by a dense wall of skeleton soldiers, their hearts sank. With the spider in front and skeletons behind, they found themselves in a predicament they had never anticipated. This is a setup. We're being trapped here. Huihai realized at once that someone with summoning abilities had orchestrated this ambush. Boss, what do we do? Lu Yong anxiously asked, glancing at the approaching spider and the wall of skeletons. Huihai quickly analyzed the situation. There are too many skeletons, and they can self-destruct. Charging through would cause heavy casualties, and we might not even break through before the spider catches us. He decisively ordered, "Fight! Take on the spider." The 20 semi-humans immediately engaged the multicolored venomous spider in fierce combat. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Su Yi, who was controlling everything in the shadows, appeared leisurely. He took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his system space and began snacking as he watched the spectacle unfold. A few minutes later, Su Yi noticed that 2 semi-humans at the second level of the sect realm were faltering. He promptly directed 20 skeleton soldiers to surround them. The 2 heavily injured semi-humans were stunned to find themselves suddenly encircled by 10 fourth-level sect realm skeletons. I'm only at the second level, yet I'm surrounded by 10 fourth-level skeletons? Boom. Before they could finish speaking, they vanished into the mushroom cloud. Witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining 18 were utterly demoralized. Huihai roared, "Brothers, if we're going down, let's take the bastard who's ambushing us with us." With that, he led the charge towards the skeleton army. Trying to drag me down with you? Su Yi scoffed, then performed a grand summoning. In an instant, 40,000 skeleton soldiers filled the entire underground cave. The overwhelming sight of the skeleton army left everyone in shock. Even the rampaging multicolored venomous spider froze in its tracks. "Cut them down," Su Yi commanded, and the skeleton army began their massacre. With a single command from Su Yi, the battlefield was instantly awash with blood. 5 second-level and 5 third-level semi-human cultivators didn't even have a chance to fight back before the onslaught of the skeleton army overwhelmed them, their screams echoing through the air. The remaining 8 semi-humans were thrown into a panic, desperately trying to break through the encirclement. However, no matter how fiercely they swung their blades, the skeleton soldiers seemed endless. For every one they cut down, another would immediately take its place. Within just 10 minutes, all the semi-humans had fallen beneath the skeletal army, except for Huihai and the colorful venomous spider. Damn it, Huihai gritted his teeth. These skeleton soldiers, only at the 4th level of cultivation, were somehow ignoring his defenses, each strike leaving a wound. He was now covered in injuries, his energy nearly depleted, and his situation was dire. "Brother," Huihai shouted while dodging the skeleton's attacks, "if you spare my life, name your price." Upon hearing this, Su Yi chuckled and gestured for the skeleton soldiers to clear a path. Huihai was overjoyed at the sight, not caring what price he had to pay as long as he could survive. However, just as he was about to escape, a large figure blocked his path. Su Ye's voice followed, "Want to live? Then kill the colorful venomous spider. Here's your chance, seize it if you can." Huihai's expression darkened. He knew he was no match for the colorful venomous spider, especially now that he was severely injured, unable to use even a third of his peak strength. "Brother, can't we negotiate a different condition?" he tentatively asked. "Do you think this is a market where you can haggle?" Su Yi replied coldly, "There's only one condition. Kill it and live, or fail and die." Without further words, Huihai launched an attack on the colorful venomous spider. To his surprise, he found that the spider was even more severely injured than he was. Sensing an opportunity, he intensified his assault. Yet, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to the spider, the surrounding skeleton soldiers surged forward, forcibly separating them. Huihai froze, then bitterly murmured to himself, "So, that bastard never intended to let me go from the start." With a flurry of blades, blood splattered everywhere. The skeletal warriors moved in perfect unison, their sharp bone blades piercing into Hu Ihai's body in an instant. With the fall of this half-mutant, the strongest ancient beast in the Shin Spider Cave was slain. Su Ye's eyes narrowed as he immediately commanded the skeleton army to attack. Amidst the sound of clattering bone armor, the skeleton army advanced in a continuous stream, quickly pushing deeper into the cave. Nothing was left in their wake. The corpses of half-mutants, the remains of multicolored poisonous spiders, the toxic plants scattered everywhere, and even the special poisonous minerals were all collected by Su Yi into his system space. After completing this task, he turned towards the cave entrance, preparing to deal with the remaining spider ancient beast's corpse. Half an hour later, the entire Shin Spider Cave had been cleared. Su Yi led his 40,000 skeleton warriors forward, searching for the next target to plunder. Meanwhile, outside the ancient secret realm, Long Yufei was issuing orders to a neatly assembled group of 10,000 ninth-level personnel from the sect's military district. Hear me. You have only one mission on this trip: to seize all cultivation resources outside the perilous areas. Remember, do not enter any dangerous zones, do not act alone, and do not engage in conflict with the skeleton army. Minimize casualties. Understood. Understood. The resounding response of 10,000 voices echoed to the skies. Watching this elite force enter the secret realm in an orderly manner, Long Yufei couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Su Yi. Oh Su Yi. Look at what you've driven us to. If there are any more ancient secret realms, the Major General might not dare to invite you again. 2 days later, complaints were rampant outside the secret realm. Damn it. I've been robbed 3 times in just 2 days. How are we supposed to survive in this secret realm? Consider yourself lucky. I've been robbed 5 times by that 10th Sandstrong group. At least the 10,000 group only takes unclaimed resources. That skeleton army is ruthless, taking everything in sight, not even leaving a single bitter tea seed behind. The news quickly reached the military camp. Hearing about Su Ye's rampant looting with the skeleton army, a sense of unease inexplicably rose within Long Yufei. At that moment, Su Yi was inside the secret realm, tallying up his spoils. I really didn't want to resort to this, but since everyone else started looting, I had no choice but to act to ensure the district gets more cultivation resources. This is all for the sake of the military district, and even if I'm held accountable, I have a clear conscience. Big brother, can I leave now? A timid voice suddenly piped up from nearby. Let's go. Su Yi nodded at the tattooed young man with just a single bitter tea seed left, signaling to him. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, the tattooed young man sprang up and bolted away as if chased by a demon, fearing even a moment's delay could spell doom for his bitter tea seed. Am I that scary? Su Yi chuckled wryly, watching the figure flee in panic, then gestured for his army of skeleton soldiers to continue marching forward. Half an hour later. It's them. The Marauder Legion. Su Yi's eyes narrowed as he spotted the dense crowd ahead. He immediately ordered his skeleton army to halt. The 10th Sandstrong Legion formed a formidable line. Come on, let's see who can outdo whom. Su Yi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, facing the massive opposing army. Boom! At that moment, the 10th Sandstrong army unleashed their blood energy and soul marks simultaneously, their powerful aura surging like a tidal wave. 9th level martial sect or 9th level spirit sect. I can't take this on. Su Yi's expression turned grave. He knew very well that if the opponents attacked with full force, they could wipe out his 40,000 skeleton soldiers in an instant. Summoning them again would take time, and that time would be enough for the enemy to kill him. The summoning limit is still too low. Facing an opponent with a significant power gap, but not an overwhelming numerical difference, Su Yi weighed his options. Either escape or use the martial god-level skeleton summoning card. Meanwhile, in the opposing army, it's a skeleton army. We can't engage them. The Legion leader, Jin Changming, whispered orders to his followers. When I shout charge, everyone turn and run. Got it? Back with Su Yi, after a brief contemplation, he abandoned the idea of fleeing. No way. Running like this would be too humiliating. He decided to test his luck. If the 9 great summoning spells didn't trigger a lucky critical hit, he'd use a martial god-level skeleton summoning card. Great summoning spell. Su Yi formed hand seals, and white circles of light appeared on the ground. The skeleton army in front of him began to vanish gradually. Soon, a newly summoned army of 40,000 skeleton soldiers stood neatly before Su Yi. Again, without a lucky critical hit, Su Yi was unwilling to give up and continued casting the great summoning spell. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. The opposing 10th Sandstrong army watched the skeleton soldiers disappear and reappear repeatedly, utterly baffled by this seemingly pointless summoning. Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered, skeleton soldier count multiplied by 10. On Su Yi's 8th attempt at the great summoning spell, a system notification echoed in his mind. Countless white summoning circles surged around like waves. In the blink of an eye, a 400,000 strong skeleton army appeared before Su Yi, completely encircling the opposing 10th Sandstrong Legion. A boundless sea of bones. This is the skeleton army I wanted to see. Suyi looked at the endless white sea of bones before him, his eyes shining with excitement. In the opposing army, a soldier reported in terror, "Commander Jean, they're surrounded, layer upon layer, all skeleton soldiers." The adjutant stood on a companion's shoulders, gazing at the dense army of skeletons before them. With a serious expression, he said, "Given the current situation, it's not just about avoiding conflict. Even if a clash occurs, escaping might be a problem for us." "What's the number?" Jean Changming asked, his brow furrowed. "Let me check." The adjutant put on specially made military smart glasses and surveyed the endless sea of skeleton soldiers. After a moment, he jumped down from his companion's shoulders and reported with a grave expression. "The skeletons extend beyond the detection range of the smart glasses, but from what I've detected, there are at least 300,000 of them." 300,000. Jean Changming looked up and laughed bitterly. 300,000. The terrifying number made him realize that escape might be impossible today. In the distance, Suyi watched the surrounded enemies coldly, calculating in his mind. "Although they're encircled by my skeleton army, getting them to hand over their cultivation resources might require a stronger approach." With this thought, he decisively ordered 40,000 skeleton soldiers to stand by, while the remaining 360,000 retreated 20 meters to avoid the impending self-destructive blast. Inside the encirclement, Jean Changming sensed something was amiss. "Everyone, get ready for battle," he commanded, just before 40,000 skeletons simultaneously self-destructed. Boom! A deafening explosion sent a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, swallowing the entire 10th Sandstrong Legion. A minute later, as the dust began to settle, the Legion's figures reappeared. Jean Changming's face was ashen as he looked at the regrouping skeleton army, feeling a chill in his heart. The skeletons' ability to self-destruct, compounded by their numbers, was terrifying. If the remaining skeletons all exploded, they would surely perish. At that moment, Suye's voice came from outside the encirclement. "Hand over your cultivation resources, and I'll let you go." "Commander Jean, what should we do? Surrender or fight?" the adjutant asked urgently. "Surrender," Jean Changming replied without hesitation. Compared to cultivation resources, the lives of 10,000 men were far more important. Soon, 10 valuable spatial rings were handed over to a skeleton soldier. Spatial equipment. Suyi took the rings, his eyes lighting up. "These are worth a lot. With these spatial rings as cover, using the system space would be much more convenient in the future." Seeing the mountain of cultivation resources inside the rings, Suyi couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these bandits have certainly looted a lot." "Make way, let them pass," Suyi commanded. After inspecting the 10 spatial rings, he issued orders to the skeleton army. Soon, a path made of bones appeared before the 10th Sandstrong army, clear and ominous like a passage of death. "Move out." Seeing the skeleton army had cleared a path for them, Jean Changming gestured forward and immediately led the team out of the encirclement. 10 minutes later, everyone released their blood energy and soul seals, quickly exiting the secret realm. Jean Changming promptly instructed, "Find a safe place to regroup, keep a low profile, and make sure no one discovers our true identities." As the image of the skeleton soldiers faded into the distance, Jean Changming spoke in a deep voice, "Disperse and vanish quickly." With a wave of his hand, a spatial vortex formed behind each person. In an instant, they were all absorbed into the vortex and disappeared. Outside, at the edge of the secret realm, after 2 days of effort, it was all snatched away. Jean Changming looked at the receding scene, unable to suppress a bitter smile. At the same time, he wondered if Colonel Long would scold him once he found out. As the spatial vortex stabilized, Jean Changming emerged outside. Without pausing, he quickly ran towards the military tent, his sense of anxiety growing stronger. Moments later, he arrived outside the tent, standing firm, his eyes flickering. "Colonel Long, I'm back with an important report." "Back in just 2 days? And with something important?" Long Yufei raised an eyebrow at the sound, a sense of unease rising within her. She quickly responded, "Come in." Jean Changming entered the tent and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Long Yufei. Her gaze carried undeniable pressure, prompting him to speak candidly. "Yes, in the past 2 days, we successfully collected a large amount of cultivation resources. But just as we were about to withdraw, we encountered a skeleton army and were unfortunately robbed by them." "What? All 10,000 of you, all at the 9th level of the sect realm, were robbed by tens of thousands of 4th-level skeleton soldiers?" Long Yufei's expression changed abruptly. Disbelief etched across her face as she quickly questioned, "Your strength couldn't handle even a few thousand skeleton soldiers?" Jean Changming sighed. "Colonel Long, while we can defeat thousands of skeleton soldiers, we were up against over 300,000 this time. Moreover, these skeleton soldiers could self-destruct, putting our team in a dire situation." 300,000? What are you saying?" Long Yufei's pupils contracted sharply, and disbelief clouded her features. almost as if she thought Jean Changming was joking. Jean Changming sighed again. Not just a few thousand, but 300,000. This time, we truly encountered unprecedented trouble. It seems if we continue to enter the secret realm to compete for cultivation resources, we need a strategy. We'll have to bring the resources out in batches. He continued, his gaze firm. Long Yufei was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. You all should rest first. I need to think about this issue further. As soon as she finished speaking, Jean Changming was signaled to leave. Long Yufei immediately took out a secure phone and dialed a number. Once connected, a familiar, booming voice came through. Long Yufei, what's going on? Major Colonel. Long Yufei's brow furrowed as she reported in a serious tone. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The colonel inquired. Long Yufei hesitated for a moment, then decided to separate the situation. She took a deep breath and began. Colonel, the 10,000 troops you transferred were just ambushed by Su Ye's skeleton army. But fortunately, there were no casualties. Ambushed, but no casualties. The colonel was taken aback, clearly not comprehending the situation immediately. After a moment of silence, he asked anxiously, what's the bad news then? The bad news is that all the cultivation resources the 10,000 troops gathered in the past 2 days were taken by Su Yi. Long Yufei said solemnly. What's worse is that Su Yi has been hiding his true strength. The limit of the skeleton army he can summon is not just tens of thousands, but actually hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. The colonel's face turned pale instantly, nearly collapsing. Hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers. The cultivation resources in the secret realm might all have to be bought back. Outside the ancient vine forest, when Peng and Su Zhao's hearts were still racing, they had just escaped from the dangerous forest, their minds still unsettled. That was terrifying. When Peng murmured, those ancient vines could actually attack intruders. Luckily, we reacted quickly, or we might have died in there. Poor old third and fourth, Su Zhao sighed. They were too reckless. If only they had been more cautious, they might have survived. After a brief silence, when Peng shook his head, preparing to leave, this place is too dangerous. No one can conquer it. Let's go. Just then, a muffled sound came from afar, followed by a slight tremor in the ground, as if something massive was approaching. Prepare for battle. When Peng instructed in a low voice, immediately readying himself for combat, Su Zhao gripped his weapon tightly, watching cautiously into the distance. Seconds later, a white spectacle unfolded before their eyes. A sea of white bones extended to the horizon, seemingly endless. Damn, it's the skeleton army. When Peng's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat as he saw the vast, dense army of skeleton soldiers. Realizing it was the bandit, Su Ye's forces within the secret realm, he quickly grabbed Su Zhao and fled without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Yi discovered a new target in another area. Seeing the distant ancient vine forest, he was delighted and immediately commanded his 360,000 skeleton soldiers to attack. In less than 10 minutes, the skeleton army led by Su Yi swept through the ancient vine forest like a torrent. The once resilient vines were instantly destroyed by the onslaught of skeleton soldiers, unable to withstand the attack. When Peng and Su Zhao, who turned back to witness this scene, were utterly shocked. They had thought themselves lucky to escape, only to see the ancient vine forest decimated by the skeleton army, leaving them stunned and speechless. Elsewhere, Su Yi was reveling in the joy of success, a sly grin on his face as he watched his army of over 300,000 skeleton soldiers ravage everything like a pack of beasts. He was exhilarated, exclaiming, with so many skeleton soldiers, it feels amazing. Just charge forward without a care. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the land trampled by his skeleton army, already planning his next move. Ding! Thousands of hybrid beings are rapidly heading towards your location. Please prepare for battle in advance. The system's alert echoed in Su Ye's mind, causing a sly smile to form on his lips. He had been troubled by the lack of hybrid beings to confront, and now they were coming to him willingly. The army of 300,000 skeleton soldiers has just been summoned, so the opposing organization shouldn't be aware of them yet, Su Yi thought, a glint of cunning in his eyes. This is a perfect opportunity to catch them off guard. With that in mind, he immediately commanded the skeletal army. In an instant, the massive undead force teleported and submerged 2 meters underground. Once I enhance the summoning limit, this underground ambush tactic will be quite effective, Su Yi mused with satisfaction, positioning the remaining 20,000 skeleton soldiers in front of him. Although he regretted losing over 30,000 skeletons during the battle at the ancient vine forest, the current setup was more to his liking. 5 minutes later, the army of thousands of hybrid beings appeared in sight. Their leader, Inze, stepped forward and called out, "Mighty, gifted one. Are you afraid to come out and have a chat?" Mighty gifted one. Su Yi was taken aback. It seems they don't know who I am. When Su Yi did not respond, Inze continued to taunt. What's wrong? Are you only brave enough to hide behind those skeletons? Before he finished speaking, a skeleton soldier suddenly appeared in front of Inze and self-detonated, catching him off guard. The explosion echoed around them, startling all the hybrid beings with the unexpected attack. The skeletal army parted to form a path of bones, and Su Yi emerged slowly. I come out when I want to, and stay hidden when I don't. What are you barking about? Inze's expression grew grim. He pondered. I've injected the serum made from the blood of 5 defensive ancient beasts. I shouldn't fear even 5 peak-level martial or spiritual masters. Yet, a mere level 4 skeleton soldier's self-destruction injured me? This is absurd. Hey, weren't you asking me to come out for a chat? Su Yi broke the silence with a cold smile. Now that I'm here, what do you want to talk about? Inze's face turned sour as if he'd swallowed something bitter. Inwardly, he cursed, damn it. What is there to talk about? I wanted to mock him before killing him, and now I don't even dare to speak. I must not reveal our intent to kill him. Otherwise, I would definitely be taken away by his army of skeleton soldiers. Inze thought in fear, sweat beading on his forehead. In that case, I'll just make up an excuse. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to Su Yi, who stood opposite him, forcing a smile as he said, our organization has taken notice of your talent, and that's why we're here to invite you to join us. At that moment, a burly man next to Inze nudged him with his elbow, whispering, Leader, didn't the organization say this person is uncontrollable and should be eliminated before he rises? Why are you recruiting him? Inze's expression turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the man, his voice like ice. Xiaohu, are you questioning my decisions? The man shivered under Inze's icy gaze, quickly waving his hands. No, not at all. Su Yi observed the scene with a slight frown. Sending thousands of semi-humans to recruit me? What, if I refuse to join, you'll just eliminate me? He didn't immediately respond to Inze's proposal, but instead asked, what if I refuse to join? Then I'll report this back. Someone else will come to talk with you. Inze replied firmly, prioritizing his own safety over a conflict with Su Yi. This response left everyone stunned. Not only was Su Yi baffled, but even the dozen semi-humans who knew the truth of the mission exchanged confused looks, because Inze's answer was completely unexpected. Leader In, are you defying the organization's orders? The 13 informed semi-humans quickly surrounded Inze, their eyes full of doubt. After all, if the mission failed, they would also face punishment. Inze looked them in the eye, resolute. That's right. I can't carry out this mission. If you want to continue, do it yourselves. I'll return to face the organization's punishment. With that, he turned and left, leaving the thousands of semi-humans behind. Su Yi watched the scene, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Are they having an internal conflict? At this point, a man named Song Tianhu stepped forward, temporarily assuming leadership. He faced Su Yi, speaking coldly. Kid, let me be straight with you. Our organization never intended to recruit you. We came here to ensure you never leave. Understand? Not recruiting me. So you're here to kill me. Su Yi thought, his eyes following Inze in the distance. That guy wouldn't dare attack me. Maybe he's afraid I'll blow him up with skeleton soldiers. Attack. Just as Su Yi was pondering, Song Tianhu ordered the semi-human army to launch an assault. Su Yi smirked. All right, since you're dropping the act, so will I. With that, he commanded his army of 300,000 skeleton soldiers hidden underground to teleport to the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the massive semi-human army found themselves surrounded by countless skeleton soldiers. The skeletons surged like a tide, flooding the entire battlefield. Even Inze, who had left earlier, was encircled by the outermost skeleton soldiers, unable to escape. The besieged half-human army was utterly bewildered, staring in disbelief at the skeletal soldiers that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. An eerie silence enveloped the area, as if even the air had turned solid. Standing at the center of the encirclement, Inze watched wave after wave of skeleton soldiers flood in like a relentless tide, and he completely broke down. Damn it, he shouted, swinging his fist in fury. I said no fighting, but you just had to go ahead and fight. Look where that's gotten us now. We're all doomed. His eyes widened as he glanced at the surrounding skeletal army, filled with frustration and anger, nearly ready to explode. Why? Why couldn't you wait until I was far away to start the battle? What a bunch of idiots. Complete idiots. Meanwhile, Su Yi stood at a distance, observing the scene with a cool detachment, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he commanded the skeleton army to self-destruct. In that instant, the battlefield seemed to freeze, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the earth to its core. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud, tens of meters high, rose into the sky, blotting out the sun with its dust and smoke. The terrifying shockwaves spread like a torrent, whipping up fierce winds and engulfing everything around it, as if even the air was being torn apart, plunging the world into chaos. Holy crap, I retreated several kilometers away, and it's still not safe. Su Yi's heart pounded wildly as he saw the explosion's shockwave rushing towards him like a ferocious beast. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. Quickly, he summoned a skeleton soldier, teleporting himself instantly. As soon as he landed, he summoned another and teleported again. The continuous teleportation took him further and further away until he could no longer hear the explosion, and the shockwaves had diminished. Only then did he stop. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Rewarded with Source Stone Fragments 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Suyi smiled, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Rewarded with a 0.3 increase in vitality and a 0.002 increase in physical mastery. The system chimed again, seemingly still rewarding him for his recent actions. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Rewarded with 3 drops of Heavenly Marrow liquid and 2 units of level 3 nutrient solution. Suyi's smile widened as he muttered to himself, not bad. Then, the system chimed again, momentarily surprising him. Ding. Reminder, random task is halfway complete. Keep up the good work. Feeling a spark of motivation, Suyi quickly opened the task panel to check his progress. The screen displayed the task he had just completed. Random task. Ancient beasts above level 3 of the sect realm 46258110000. Half-humans above level 3 of the sect realm 10237100000. It seems those half-humans were at least level 3 of the sect realm, he mused, then couldn't resist checking his own status. I've broken through to level 5 martial sect, Suyi noted with satisfaction, observing his attributes. Physical mastery is at the entering the hall stage, activation level at 81.462. There's still some gap in mental strength and soul control, but it's close. With a casual flick, Suyi refocused on the tasks, contemplating his next move. As expected, even the weakest of the half-aliens in the army were above level 3 in the Zone realm. Suyi surveyed the battlefield, noticing that the number of half-aliens he had slain had surpassed 10,000. A satisfied smile involuntarily crept onto his face. A few kilometers away, Jin Changming led a legion of 10,000 soldiers in a frantic search within the secret realm. The higher-ups had issued an uncompromising order: ensure Su Ye's safety at all costs. When he learned that Su Yi, who commanded the skeleton army, was on their side, he was utterly astonished. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from a distance. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, dominating the entire view. The powerful shockwave hit, causing the ground to quake violently, and everyone instinctively halted, staring in shock at the horizon. It's Su Yi. He must have encountered the half-alien army. Jin Changming's expression changed dramatically as he immediately ordered, advance at full speed towards the mushroom cloud. However, after advancing only 2 kilometers, the legion was forced to stop. The intensity of the explosion's aftermath was beyond what they could withstand. Jin Changming gazed at the persistent mushroom cloud, a bold guess crossing his mind. Did he detonate all the skeleton soldiers? Commander Jin, there's someone ahead, the deputy suddenly alerted. A blood-soaked man staggered forward, collapsing as he neared Jin Changming. Help me. His voice was weak, yet he clung tenaciously to the last thread of consciousness. Jin Changming examined the injured man closely and soon discovered a red beast mark on his back. Seeing this, Inze's eyes filled with despair. Deputy, use 3 flying swords to send this guy back, Jin Changming ordered coldly. Why? Just because I'm a half-alien? Inze asked, unwilling to accept his fate. Because the person you want to kill is the one I'm sworn to protect, Jin Changming replied icily. So go to hell. As the 3 flying swords lifted him like a stretcher, Inze was utterly broken. Damn it. If I'd known it would end like this, I wouldn't have bothered running. I might as well have died back there. Everyone, spread out immediately. Conduct a thorough search for Su Yi within a 20-kilometer radius. Jin Changming's command was loud and clear. His adjutant had just sent Inze away using a flying sword, and the 10th Sandstrong army swiftly dispersed in all directions. Half an hour later, anxious reports came in one after another. Commander Jin, the northern area is clear. No sign of the target. Commander Jin, nothing in the east either. Seeing that no one had found any trace of Su Yi, Jin Changming sighed helplessly. Let's leave the secret realm for now. We must report the situation here to Colonel Long immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yi was leading his 50,000 skeleton soldiers further into the secret realm. I've used my last 2 grand summoning spells today, but unfortunately, no lucky critical hits, he murmured to himself, his gaze resolute as he looked ahead. 5 days later, after he and his skeleton army had slain over 300 ancient beasts, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the random task. Reward: Extreme Martial Skill Inheritance, Stone 1. Finally, Suyi eagerly took out the inheritance stone and placed it on his forehead. Instantly, his consciousness was drawn into a special space where a burly middle-aged man appeared before him. Comprehend carefully. A deep voice resonated as the man reached out to touch Su Ye's forehead. 3 hours later, Suyi opened his eyes, delight gleaming in them. Extreme Martial Skill, Void God Finger. It can harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, far exceeding expectations. Continuing to lead his skeleton army in hunting ancient beasts, Su Yi was determined to master the Void God Finger before leaving the secret realm. 7 days later, having spent a total of 20 days in the secret realm, Su Yi released his yellow blood energy and checked his attribute panel. Name: Su Yi. Talent: Summoning current limit 8610. Ability: Grand Summoning Spell 9 uses left today. Unit: Skeleton Soldier Self-Destruct, Force First Blood, Teleport, Self-Sacrifice. Blood Energy: 8610.8. Realm: Level 8 Martial Master. Body Control: Slightly Accomplished 1.8962. Martial Skills: Stacked Wave Palm, Lost Wind Step, 7-star Lost Step, Red Flame Thunder Tiger Fist Perfection 100, Void God Finger Subtle 57.32. Mental Power: 8120.9. Realm: Level 8 Spiritual Master. Soul Control: Slightly Accomplished 0.9325. Items: Ancient Jade Poison Toad Essence 20, Refined Goldstone 1103, Sky Marrow Liquid 1025 drops, Martial God Level Skeleton Summoning Card 9, Talent Source Stone Fragment 8962, Ancient Secret Technique Scroll 1, Lower Yellow Rank Technique 1. In 20 days, he had not only swept through most of the secret realm, but had also advanced his cultivation to the level of an 8th level spiritual martial artist. Both his physical and spiritual control had reached the 4th stage, indicating a slight mastery. Su Yi examined the various data on his character attribute panel, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This trip to the secret realm had yielded far more than he had anticipated: a supreme martial art, an ancient secret scroll, a lower-level yellow rank technique, and a vast amount of cultivation resources that could be exchanged for talent origin stones. It was truly a profitable venture. Just as he was basking in his joy, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared behind him, swiftly pulling him in. Su Yi, you finally decided to come out. As soon as he emerged outside the ancient secret realm, Long Yufei's clear voice reached his ears. Colonel Long, has something happened? Seeing Long Yufei waiting for him, Su Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Follow me, Long Yufei said succinctly, leading Su Yi towards the military camp. Once inside the camp, Long Yufei got straight to the point. Su Yi, although it's allowed to seize cultivation resources from each other in the secret realm, you've already gained so much. Why did you still take from others? Colonel Long, I did it to ensure the military district could acquire more cultivation resources, Su Yi replied without hesitation, using the excuse he had prepared in advance. For the military district? Long Yufei's eyes widened in surprise. How did you come up with such a shameless reason? She knew well that the resources Su Yi had were something the military district had to purchase. All right, let's not dwell on that for now, she said, waving her hand dismissively and extending her hands. Hand over the stuff. What stuff? Su Yi asked, feigning confusion. The spatial rings. Those 10 spatial rings belong to our military district. You have to hand them over. But the contents inside are yours, Long Yufei explained, a bit awkwardly. Su Yi was stunned upon hearing this. Did that mean the army he had looted was actually his own side? Here are 9 spatial rings. Su Yi placed 9 rings on the table. They contain all the cultivation resources I obtained. As for how many talent origin stones they can be exchanged for, you can calculate. I'll wait for the result. 9? What about the other one? Long Yufei's sharp gaze fixed on Su Yi. I lost it. Su Yi lied without batting an eye. This spatial ring not only had a large capacity, but also helped him conceal the secret of his system space. Such a treasure couldn't be given up easily. Lost it. Long Yufei was so exasperated that her mouth twitched. Do you think I'm a fool? Colonel Long, if there's nothing else, could you send me back to the training camp? The final assessment is coming up, and I need to prepare. Su Yi finally broke the silence, looking at Long Yufei, who had been quiet for a while. All right, you can rest in another tent for now. I'll take you back in an hour. Long Yufei nodded calmly, gesturing for Su Yi to leave the tent. She then sat down quietly, took out an encrypted phone, and quickly dialed a number. Hello, Colonel. Here's the update. 9 of the spatial rings have been returned, but he said the last one was lost. As for the cultivation resources he obtained in the secret realm, they are all in those 9 rings. You can calculate their value later. The voice on the other end was steady and firm. Understood. Remind him that he's already been targeted by the alien organization. Although the Divine Alliance has intervened and reached some kind of agreement with them, it doesn't mean they'll leave him alone. He needs to keep a low profile from now on, understood? The words were concise, and the colonel hung up the phone directly. The Divine Alliance actually got involved? Long Yufei looked at the now silent phone, a hint of shock in her eyes. She could sense that Su Ye's potential had been recognized by the upper echelons of the Divine Alliance, which meant he posed both a significant threat and opportunity. Moreover, he was only 18. An hour later, Su Yi and Long Yufei met again, this time on a private plane. Su Yi, there's something I need to remind you of. Your actions in the secret realm were too conspicuous. The alien organization has made you a target, Long Yufei said seriously, looking at Su Yi. Got it, Su Yi replied casually, his expression calm. You're so calm? That's the alien organization, you know? Long Yufei looked at him in disbelief, unable to understand why Su Yi was so composed. Afraid? Who's afraid? The alien organization. Su Yi smiled slightly, suddenly changing his previously nonchalant demeanor, looking seriously at Long Yufei. I'm asking if you're afraid. How did it become about the alien organization? Long Yufei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Yi to counter-question her like this. Never mind, talking to this kid is exhausting. Long Yufei sighed inwardly. Then her gaze turned serious. Su Yi, the Divine Alliance has intervened and reached some kind of agreement with the alien organization. So, in the short term, they won't make a move on you. But you need to be careful and keep a low profile in the future, understood? The Divine Alliance is protecting me? Su Yi's eyes showed a hint of surprise, not expecting the Divine Alliance to intervene so quickly and offer him protection. Colonel Long, I understand. I'll act more discreetly in the future, Su Yi said solemnly. Good. Long Yufei nodded in satisfaction and then closed her eyes to rest. However, Su Yi thought to himself, low profile? That's definitely not happening. I'll only become more flamboyant in the future. 10 hours later, outside the training camp base. Su Yi, I'm with the Northern Camp Army District. If you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me anytime. Long Yufei stood expressionless by the plane, her voice carrying a subtle hint of concern. Su Yi smiled slightly, watching Long Yufei leave, filled with anticipation for the challenges ahead. As Su Yi walked towards the base entrance, a glint of sharpness flashed in Long Yufei's eyes. She quickly stepped forward and raised her voice to call out to him. Hearing Long Yufei's shout, Su Yi paused slightly, furrowing his brows. Why do these words sound so familiar? He mused to himself. Colonel Long. A loud voice came from the base entrance. If Su Yi encounters any difficulties, our provincial department will handle it. No need for your northern military district to worry. Ding Kai strode out from the entrance with a look of obvious displeasure. As he approached Su Yi, he muttered under his breath, damn it. Su Yi went out with Li Ming and got noticed by the Eastern Military District. Now he goes out with Colonel Long, and the Northern Military District is on to him. What's going on? He's with our provincial department now. Long Yufei heard this, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Ding Kai, I'm just conveying the colonel's message. If your provincial department has any complaints, take it up with our colonel. With that, she turned and gracefully boarded a private plane parked nearby. Ding Kai quickly reached Su Yi, eyes full of curiosity. Su Yi, tell me, what exactly did you do over there? Entered the secret realm, seized cultivation resources, and then sold them to the Northern Military District. That's all. Su Yi replied nonchalantly, as if it were just a trivial matter. Ding Kai's eyes widened in shock. Seizing cultivation resources and selling them to the Northern Military District? Is that even a thing? Come on. Ding Kai snapped back to reality, grabbing Su Ye's arm. I have wine. You have stories. Let's go to my room and chat over drinks. With that, he led Su Yi briskly through the base entrance. Inside the room, Ding Kai nearly crushed the wine glass in his hand. What? You led an army of skeleton soldiers to sweep through countless perilous places. He took a swig of wine and exclaimed again. What? You left others with nothing but a bitter pill in the secret realm with your skeleton army. When he heard that Su Yi led the skeleton army to destroy tens of thousands of semi-humans, Ding Kai was utterly speechless, staring in awe at the young man before him. Su Yi. Ding Kai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. How did you annihilate an army of over 10,000 semi-humans? Su Yi took a sip of wine, a slight smile on his lips. Over 300,000 skeleton soldiers self-destructed, sending them straight to their ancestors. Over 300,000. Ding Kai felt a chill run down his spine, nearly dropping his wine glass. This guy can summon over 300,000 skeleton soldiers. The number was so staggering, he found it hard to process. Lieutenant Ding, there's something I want to ask you. Su Yi set down his glass, his expression turning serious. Do you know about the Inheritance Tower? What? The Inheritance Tower? Ding Kai shot up from his seat, eyes wide. You saw the Inheritance Tower in that secret realm? He quickly moved closer to Su Yi, breathless with excitement. Su Yi, did you enter it? Did you obtain the inheritance inside? I did. Su Yi nodded, his tone still calm. But the guy inside said I wasn't qualified to receive the inheritance. So I just killed him. What? You killed the master of the Legacy Tower? Ding Kai sprang from his seat, his voice echoing through the room in shock. His eyes were wide open, and disbelief was written all over his face. A few moments later, once Ding Kai had calmed down a bit, he locked eyes with Su Yi and asked, word by word, Su Yi, did you really find the Legacy Tower? Did you really kill its master? You're not joking, right? It's absolutely no joke, Su Yi replied, waving his hand to produce a skeleton from the system space. The most striking feature of the skeleton was the skull, which was neatly split in half. Ding Kai leaned in to inspect it, feeling the faint aura emanating from the bones, and gasped, this pure aura. There's no doubt about it. This is the skeleton of an ancient powerful being. Ancient powerful being? Su Yi frowned slightly. Major Ding, Why do you call him an ancient powerful being? And during the legacy, why did he call me a lowly person? Ding Kai didn't answer directly, but waved his hand dismissively. Su Yi, go back to your room and rest for now. Understanding the cue, Su Yi left the room. Once back in his room, he lay on the bed, pondering. Is Major Ding unwilling to answer because he doesn't know? Or am I not qualified to know these things yet? The next morning, a rapid knocking on the door woke Su Yi from his sleep. Opening the door, he was surprised to see Ding Kai. Major Ding. Su Yi stepped aside to let him in. Ding Kai got straight to the point. Su Yi, with 2 months left until the college entrance exams, have you chosen your target university? There are 5 top martial arts universities. I'm still considering, Su Yi answered honestly. Star Martial Arts University. Ding Kai said firmly. If you want to get stronger, you must aim for Star Martial Arts University. Star Martial Arts University? Su Yi looked puzzled. I've never heard of it, and it doesn't seem to be among the top 5. Ding Kai gave a mysterious smile. Those 5 top martial arts universities? They're nothing compared to Star Martial Arts University. Let me put it this way. Any student from Star Martial Arts University can easily outmatch all the geniuses from those 5 schools. That's ridiculous. Su Yi exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide open. One student can defeat all the geniuses? Is Starlight Martial Arts University really that impressive? Su Yi frowned at Ding Kai, his eyes full of doubt. As a martial artist, he had never heard of this school's reputation, which made him skeptical of Ding Kai's claims. Major Ding, if Starlight Martial Arts University is as formidable as you say, why haven't I heard of it before? Ding Kai smirked slightly. Because Starlight Martial Arts University isn't part of the regular application process, which is why most people aren't aware of its existence. A special martial arts university outside the usual application scope? Su Yi's eyes lit up, instantly intrigued. What kind of people are the students there? Su Yi, do you remember that secret document you read before? Ding Kai asked meaningfully. Su Yi's eyes widened in surprise, a bold idea forming in his mind. Are you saying that the students at this school are all special groups like ancient martial artists, celestial mutants, gifted individuals, and celestial mystics? It seems you've guessed it, Ding Kai replied with a satisfied smile. So, are you interested in this martial arts university? I'm very interested. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, Major Ding, how can I get into Starlight Martial Arts University? Ding Kai explained in detail. After the college entrance exams, you need to take your Great Demon King title certificate to participate in the entrance assessment. As long as you pass the assessment, you can enter Starlight Martial Arts University. But I must warn you, the difficulty of this entrance assessment is beyond your imagination. With that, Ding Kai patted Su Yi on the shoulder and left the room. Watching Ding Kai's departing figure, Su Yi pondered. Ordinary people without connections must earn the Great Demon King title to qualify for the assessment, while those with power and influence don't face such stringent conditions. It seems true fairness doesn't exist in any world. Su Yi shrugged and headed towards the elevator. When he reached the second basement level, he ran into Zhang Yuan. Su Yi, when did you get back? Zhang Yuan greeted him warmly. I got back last night. Su Yi replied with a smile, then went straight to the point. Officer Zhang Yuan, I want to enter the sect-level combat secret realm. How many exotic beasts are there currently? Su Yi stood at the entrance of the battle realm as Zhang Yuan quickly reported the situation inside. Currently, there are 4.5 million beasts in the western area. Among them, 1.5 million are at rank 1, 2 million at rank 2, and 1 million at rank 3. Although the number and level of these beasts weren't particularly high, they were better than nothing. Su Yi stepped toward the entrance, and Zhang Yuan skillfully activated the teleportation array. Once inside the realm, Su Yi unhesitatingly cast a grand summoning spell, and 80,000 skeleton soldiers lined up before him. Advance. With the brief command, the skeletal army sprang into action. In just 20 minutes, Su Yi was transported out of the realm. Zhang Yuan, observing the young man with impressive battle speed, kindly reminded him, Su Yi, you're leaving the training camp tomorrow. You could spend the whole day in the realm today. Su Yi immediately understood Zhang Yuan's goodwill was being reminded to seize the last opportunity for training. Thank you, Officer Zhang, but there's no need. With that, he directly took the elevator to the basement level. The great Su Yi, leaving tomorrow, I'll really miss him, Zhang Yuan murmured softly, watching the elevator doors close. When Su Yi arrived at the basement training ground, he was taken aback by the scene. Everyone was either grilling and drinking or singing and dancing, a complete celebration. It's Yi. Yi is back. Luo Tianxian was the first to spot him and called out loudly. In no time, Su Yi was pulled into the celebrating crowd. What? Graduation celebration? Su Yi asked in confusion. But hasn't the graduation assessment been conducted yet? Graduation assessment. That was finished yesterday. Luo Tianxian explained with a laugh. Don't worry. Even though you weren't there, you got full marks. Su Yi was dumbfounded. I rushed back just to show off during the graduation assessment, and it turns out it's already over? At that moment, Ding Kai's voice came from the makeshift stage. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. Students, Let's release the stress of this month. Yeah. Cheers erupted from the students, and the atmosphere grew even more energetic. Watching his classmates revel in the madness, Suyi shrugged helplessly. I really want to join them, but I honestly have no stress to release. Saying this, he opened his character attribute panel to review the gains from killing ancient beasts and semi-mutants over the past 20 days. Suyi looked at the data in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. 8,962 pieces of talent source stone fragments. This number was far too low. System, is there any way to quickly acquire more talent source stone fragments? He inquired in his mind. The system's prompt immediately echoed in his head. Talent source stone fragments are a special reward. When the host defeats ancient beasts or semi-humans, the reward can be designated as a special reward. It's important to note that only special rewards can be designated. Regular rewards like increased vitality, mental strength, or martial arts proficiency cannot be specified. Suye's eyes lit up with excitement. This discovery immediately gave him a clear direction for his actions over the next 2 months. Just then, Ding Kai approached him and asked, Suyi, with 2 months left until the college entrance exam, what are your plans when you return? I'm going to various sect-level ancient secret realms to seize cultivation resources and then sell them to the Northern Military District, Suyi replied confidently. Ding Kai was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. Going to the secret realms for supplies again? Are you addicted to selling? He then added, Suyi, why not consider selling to our Southern Province department first? Keep the benefits close to home. The department is short on cultivation resources too? Suyi nodded. Major Ding, I can prioritize the department, but I only want talent source stones. Do you have enough in stock? Only talent source stones? Ding Kai's expression turned serious. Those are scarce resources. I'll need to look into this and get back to you. With that, he quickly headed towards the elevator. Watching Ding Kai's departing figure, Suyi couldn't help but think to himself, research again? Why does Major Ding always say he needs to research whenever something comes up? Soon, Ding Kai arrived at a secure room on the 5th basement level. He chuckled to himself. I just talked to the colonel last night, and now I have to call again. This damn sense of deja vu. He picked up the encrypted phone and dialed a number. On the other end, the colonel's voice spoke first. Ding Kai, what's happened now? Colonel. Ding Kai got straight to the point. Suyi plans to go to various sect-level ancient secret realms over the next 2 months to stock up and sell to the Northern Military District. I suggested he prioritize our department, but he only accepts talent source stones in exchange. The talent origin stone is a scarce resource. Ordinary cultivation resources are not worth exchanging for it. So, I approve this trade. With that, the colonel abruptly hung up the phone. What on earth is going on? Ding Kai stared at the disconnected call, bewildered, unable to make sense of the situation. Just a moment ago, it was deemed not worth exchanging, and now it's suddenly approved? It felt like a joke being played on him. Moments later, Ding Kai arrived on the underground level. What he saw left him utterly speechless. What the heck is going on here? People singing on stage, and skeletons dancing below. He stared wide-eyed at the skeleton soldiers wildly gyrating to the music, countless questions flooding his mind. The person on stage continued to sing passionately, while the skeleton soldiers had dropped their bone swords and swayed to the rhythmic music, creating a scene both bizarre and indescribable. Is this the graduation celebration? Ding Kai's eyes flashed with disbelief. He had never witnessed such an exhilarating scene before. Major Ding, isn't this graduation celebration just explosive? Should we have a few skeleton soldiers jump up and set off some dazzling fireworks? Suyi suddenly appeared in front of Ding Kai, his face brimming with excitement. Skeleton soldiers going crazy enough, and you want them to jump and set off fireworks? Ding Kai immediately refused Suyi's suggestion. He thought to himself, fireworks? This guy just wants to blow up my base. However, as soon as Ding Kai finished speaking, he sighed inwardly, knowing that Suyi never played by the rules. After a day of revelry, it was finally time to end. 47 trainees reluctantly prepared to leave, except for Lung Jian, Lin Meng, Qian Hao, and Zhu Xiu. Everyone else gave Suyi a sincere hug. They all knew that it was thanks to Suyi's help that their strength had skyrocketed in just a month. Whether it was through practical training with skeleton soldiers or soaking in the heavenly marrow liquid, their progress was inseparable from Suyi's guidance. The next morning, outside the base. Suyi, if you encounter any trouble after you return, contact me anytime. Also, the trade we discussed earlier will proceed as you suggested. Our provincial department will exchange talent origin stones for your cultivation resources. Ding Kai stood nearby, smiling as he spoke to Suyi. All right. Suyi nodded, glancing at the helicopter not far away, ready to leave. Just before boarding the helicopter, Suyi suddenly stopped and turned to Ding Kai, his voice booming. Major Ding, when can I get answers to the questions I asked the night before last? Xingyao, there, you might find some of the answers you seek. Ding Kai smiled slightly in response, waved goodbye, and turned towards the base's exit. On the helicopter, Wei Tianyun eagerly asked, Suyi, did you earn the title of Great Demon King? Yes. Su Yi grinned confidently. The competition was tough, but I gave it my all and secured the title. The competition was strong? Who was strong? We haven't heard of anyone like that. Long Jian, Lin Meng, and others recalled the first day of training when Luo Tianxun, Pei Tianyi, and Lu Shan were almost blown up by countless skeleton soldiers, and they couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha. Good, good. Su Yi, you didn't disappoint me. Wei Tianyun laughed heartily, his face full of admiration. President Wei, since I've brought glory to Tianling City, shouldn't I get a reward? Su Yi seized the moment of Wei Tianyun's excitement to ask for a reward. Oh, so it's about the reward, huh? Wei Tianyun looked at Su Yi and couldn't help but laugh in response. At that moment, Long Jian, Lin Meng, and the other two were suddenly enlightened after hearing Su Ye's words, finally understanding the intention behind his earlier statements. Su Yi, this honor was earned through your hard work, and you deserve a reward. Tell me, what do you want? Wei Tianyun looked at Su Yi intently. Talent source stones. Su Yi replied without hesitation. The more, the better. Wei Tianyun was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, frowning slightly. This kid's appetite was even bigger than when he asked for martial skills and spiritual tools before. After pondering for a moment, he held up 3 fingers. 3. Within my authority, I can reward you with up to 3 talent source stones. All right, 3 it is. Su Yi agreed happily. Although it wasn't a large number, it was an additional gain, and he was quite satisfied. Wei Tianyun then turned his attention to the others. All right, tell me about your current strength. Lung Jian and the others reported one by one. Their progress greatly astonished Wei Tianyun. In just a month, not only had they all broken through to the 4th level of the Master Realm, but they had also reached the initial stage in either physical mastery or soul mastery, with activation levels exceeding 10. Su Yi, what is your current strength? Wei Tianyun and the other 4 focused their gaze on Su Yi. 8th level Spirit Martial Sect, Su Yi said calmly. Both physical mastery and soul mastery have broken through to the 4th stage, with some minor achievements. These words sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. A young man who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam had reached such a level. Wei Tianyun's expression turned serious. Su Yi, has the training camp mentioned Xingyao to you? Yes, they have. I will go. Go? That's where you truly belong. Wei Tianyun waved his hand grandly. Oh, and I'm increasing your talent source stones to 5. The extra 2 are a personal gift from me. 6 hours later, on the rooftop of the Lingwu Association building in Tianling City. As Su Yi and the others stepped off the helicopter, Wei Tianyun quickly approached him. Su Yi, with your current strength, you don't need to return to Tianling First High School. Would you like me to inform the principal? Wei Tianyun asked earnestly. President Wei, I would appreciate it if you could let the principal know. I have other plans for the next 2 months. Su Yi nodded slightly. All right, come with me to get the talent origin stones, and then I'll call the principal. Wei Tianyun led the way towards the building entrance. Watching the two walk away, Lin Meng turned to Lung Jian. I wonder if President Wei has forgotten about the 4 of us. Lung Jian looked puzzled. Well, it's hard to say. At that moment, Wei Tianyun suddenly turned back and called out to them. You 4 should head back to school. Then he hurried back into the building. Well, it's clear now, Lung Jian said with a wry smile as he headed towards the rooftop exit. Brother Yi is the favorite, and we're just the extras. Lung Jian, wait for us. Lin Meng quickly called to Qian Hao and Zhu Xiyu to catch up. 10 minutes later, Su Yi stood outside the Lingwu Association building with 5 talent origin stones. Next, I need to find clues about the ancient Zong-level secret realm. Following the address provided by Wei Tianyun, he took a taxi to an antique shop. Inside, a middle-aged man greeted him. Young man, what are you looking for? Information, Su Yi replied directly. The middle-aged man sized up Su Yi and smiled knowingly. Follow me. In a private room on the 2nd floor, the middle-aged man sat down and asked, Young man, who sent you? What information are you looking to buy? Introduced by President Wei. I want to know the locations of Zong-level ancient secret realms. Oh, introduced by Wei Tianyun, was it? A flash of interest crossed the man's eyes. I'm Liang Feng, just call me Boss Liang. But regarding information on secret realms, I'll need more specific details like quantity, scope, existence time, and so on. You need to be clear about these. Hearing Liang Feng's professional inquiries, Su Yi nodded inwardly. This Wanzaloo certainly lives up to its reputation, even just as a branch. Young man, have you thought about your specific requirements? Liang Feng asked, seeing Su Yi deep in thought. Not yet, let me think, Su Yi pondered. With Su Ye's current strength, it would take him at least 20 days to thoroughly explore an ancient secret realm. Reflecting on this, he realized he could clear a maximum of 3 such realms. His goal was now clear. He turned to Liang Feng, his eyes resolute. I need 3 secret realm locations, all preferably within Nanling Province, and they shouldn't be too far from each other. As for how long these realms have existed, the shorter the better. His voice was low and calm, as if issuing a command. Liang Feng nodded, understanding Su Ye's requirements. Got it. Wait here for a moment. With those words, he stood up and walked out. 936,700,000 God Alliance coins. Su Ye's gaze fell on the number on the table, calculating silently. All these coins would be used to purchase information to help him complete his mission. Meanwhile, in a secret room on the basement level, Liang Feng sat in front of a computer, typing rapidly to input Su Ye's request. Soon, a prompt appeared on the screen, indicating a cost of 9,000 credits. 1 credit, 1 God Alliance coin. Liang Feng murmured, quickly calculating. The information costs 9,000 credits, so I'll charge him 20,000 God Alliance coins. Confidently, he clicked the payment button. Ding! As the transaction completed, Liang Feng's phone buzzed with a notification. The alert tone echoed in the silent room. Next, let's check his identity. Liang Feng looked at his phone, a sly smile appearing on his lips. He was eager to uncover Su Ye's true background. A few seconds later, he uploaded a photo of Su Ye, which he had secretly taken earlier, to the computer. 10 seconds later, the computer screen abruptly flashed a red warning box with the word "Warning" prominently displayed. Below it, a line read, "Insufficient permissions, query denied." What? How is this possible? Liang Feng was stunned, his eyes fixed on the warning box, his expression changing. He hadn't expected that Su Ye's identity information would be beyond his access level. Who is this guy? Liang Feng wondered, countless possibilities racing through his mind. Ultimately, he had to suppress his curiosity and close the warning notification. 5 minutes later, Liang Feng returned to the private room with a file. He handed a piece of paper to Su Ye, speaking in a neutral tone. Here's the information you wanted. The price is 20,000 God Alliance coins. What? 20,000 God Alliance coins? Su Ye was momentarily surprised, then exclaimed. But his reaction wasn't due to the price being too high. He found it surprisingly low. This kid thinks 20,000 God Alliance coins is expensive? Liang Feng was speechless at Su Ye's reaction, realizing he had underestimated the young man's confidence. Normally, he should have quoted the price and waited for Su Ye's agreement before proceeding with the transaction. Yet, with such a cheap price, he hadn't anticipated this reaction. With a wry smile, he softly said, "If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. You can also try searching online yourself, though it will take some time and effort." Expensive? Not at all. I actually think it's too cheap, Su Ye said as he pulled out his phone from his pocket, signaling Liang Feng to show the payment code. Liang Feng was taken aback, glanced at Su Ye, and then looked back at his previous behavior. Not too expensive? Then what was with your surprised reaction earlier? Before finishing his sentence, Liang Feng had already displayed the payment code with a hint of helplessness. A few seconds later, Su Ye completed the payment and quickly began to check the information on the screen. Shenyang City, 130 kilometers east, ancient sect-level secret realm, appeared 7 years ago. Yuanhe City, Zilin County, 70 kilometers north, ancient sect-level secret realm, appeared 4 years ago. Tianling City, Changhe County, 80 kilometers east, ancient sect-level secret realm, appeared 6 years ago. Su Ye scanned through these addresses, pausing briefly at 2 familiar locations, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Huh, there's one in this city. Shenyang City has one, and I remember Lin Chuan is from Shenyang, right? And there's another in Yuanhe City. Isn't Luo Tianxin from Yuanhe? He muttered to himself, pondering over it. The connection between these locations and people he knew made him hesitate about whether he should catch up with them and explore the secret realms. Do you need to purchase any more information? Liang Feng's voice interrupted his thoughts, sounding somewhat expectant. No need. Su Ye waved his hand and replied. Boss Liang, take me downstairs. Downstairs. Liang Feng led Su Ye to the shop entrance, responding quietly with a hint of approval in his eyes. Little brother, if you ever need more information, feel free to come to me. I'll give you a 10% discount. Great. I'll definitely come if I need anything. Su Ye nodded, his words sincere, and then he turned and left the antique shop. Once outside on the street, Su Ye got into a taxi. As soon as he opened the door, he asked without hesitation, Driver, can you take me to Changhe County? 3,000. The driver immediately quoted a price. 10,000. The faster, the better. Su Ye raised the offer without hesitation, his tone firm. The driver seemed surprised by his straightforwardness and immediately stepped on the gas, speeding towards the destination. 3 hours later, Su Ye got out of the car, paid the fare, and his gaze fell on the faintly visible entrance to the ancient secret realm in the distance. He walked towards it slowly, feeling a bit conflicted. Just as he was about to step into the realm, a voice full of surprise called out. Su Ye, is that really you? Su Ye turned around, raising an eyebrow slightly, only to see a young man in a blue combat suit approaching with 8 companions. Lu Dong. He stared at the young man, recalling their not-so-distant past together as classmates. Meeting now was quite unexpected. Su Ye, you're not planning to enter this sect-level ancient secret realm alone, are you? Lu Dong stepped closer, his eyes showing a mix of shock and doubt. Looking at the nearby secret realm entrance, he seemed to guess Su Ye's intentions. Are you crazy? Even if you want to take a risk, you can't gamble with your life. Su Yi smiled faintly, nodding, his tone calm, yet undeniable. Yes. The college entrance exam is coming up, so I'm planning to take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. You? Lu Dong's eyes flashed with concern upon hearing this. No. Su Yi, you're crazy. You shouldn't go into this sect-level secret realm alone. If you really want to take a risk, it shouldn't be like this. He paused, suddenly seeming to think of something, and turned to the bald man beside him. Big brother, our team is short one person, right? Why not take him with us? He's my classmate, and his character is definitely trustworthy. The bald man frowned slightly, examining Su Ye's face. After a moment of silence, he asked, what's his strength? 3, third-level warrior. Su Yi answered directly without hiding anything. The bald man glanced at him, pondered for a few seconds, and then nodded. Okay. Lu Dong still remembered Su Ye's capabilities, despite his long-standing reputation as the lowest-ranked student in their grade. What? A level 3 warrior? The bald man widened his eyes in disbelief. I can't handle that. After learning about Su Ye's strength, the bald man frowned and immediately refused his inclusion, even though Lu Dong, his own brother, personally invited Su Yi. Big brother. Lu Dong stepped forward quickly. Even though he's not strong, he's steady. He won't cause us any trouble. Lu Dong's eyes were filled with a pleading light as he tried to persuade his brother further, not wanting to see Su Yi perish in the secret realm. The bald man rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. All right, but let me be clear. If we encounter a crisis that even I find difficult, I won't be able to look after him. Faced with Lu Dong's persistent request, the bald man finally agreed reluctantly. Su Yi, who had been listening to their conversation, was utterly confused. I appreciate your kindness, but I never said I wanted to join your team. Watching Lu Dong plead with his brother and eventually succeed in getting him into the team left Su Yi bewildered. Lu Dong quickly approached Su Yi, patting his shoulder with a smile. Su Yi, my brother is a level 8 martial master. With him around, we're very safe. You just need to stick close to us, and after we get out, I'll make sure my brother shares some cultivation resources with you. Su Yi frowned and looked at Lu Dong, puzzled. Lu Dong, we're classmates, but we haven't really interacted much over the past 3 years. Why are you helping me? Because you brought warmth to my entire high school experience. Lu Dong's eyes shone with genuine gratitude. Me? Brought warmth to your high school experience? Su Yi was completely baffled by Lu Dong's response. Suddenly, a realization hit Su Yi. Wait a minute. Lu Dong, the one who's always second to last in the grade. In a flash, Su Yi recalled a crucial piece of information from his memories. No wonder he's grateful. No wonder he said I brought warmth to his high school. It's because I've always been at the bottom, so he wasn't the last. Understanding the situation, Su Ye's mouth twitched into a wry smile. He never expected the reason for Lu Dong's help was because he had been consistently propping him up. Su Yi, stop standing there. Hurry up and catch up. Lu Dong's voice called from not far away. Only then did Su Yi notice that the team was already entering the secret realm. Coming. Despite understanding the reason, Su Yi decided to stick with the team for a couple of days before finding an excuse to leave. Inside the ancient secret realm, the light was dim, and the air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura. We're currently in the eastern part of the realm, said the bald man, Lu Xia, as he pulled out a yellowed map and pointed to a mark on it. There are 8 dangerous areas here that haven't been conquered yet, and among them, the Sky Serpent Valley is our target this time. Big brother, what should we be careful of once we enter the Sky Serpent Valley? Lu Dong asked as he leaned forward. Lu Xia put away the map, glancing at Su Yi and Lu Dong. You and your classmate just need to stick close to us. You don't need to worry about anything else. With that, Lu Xia led the group toward the Sky Serpent Valley. Just stick close. No need to worry about anything. Su Yi followed silently at the back of the group, thinking to himself, this isn't much different from following behind skeleton soldiers. Hearing Lu Xia's words, Su Yi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Su Yi, why are you spacing out again? Hurry up and catch up. Lu Dong's urgent voice came from ahead, snapping Su Yi out of his thoughts. He quickly caught up with the group, while silently giving an order in his mind. System. Set the rewards for slaying any ancient beasts or half-mutants to be talent source stone fragments. The system's notification promptly echoed in his mind. Special reward designation successful. Reminder, the designated reward effect will automatically deactivate upon exiting the current secret realm. Su Yi, stay close to me, Lu Dong whispered, a hint of concern in his eyes. Only by staying by my side can you ensure your maximum safety. Su Yi felt a warmth in his heart, thinking, this guy has a good plan. By sticking close to him, if there's danger, his brother saving him means saving me. Out loud, he cheerfully replied, don't worry, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Half an hour later, the group suddenly stopped. Ahead of them stood 3 men in combat gear, blocking their path with unfriendly expressions. Damn, it's marauders. Lu Dong's face changed drastically, tension in his voice. At that moment, the 3 marauders simultaneously emitted a yellow aura. with 9 halos appearing beneath their feet. 9-level martial masters. This sight tightened the nerves of everyone, including team leader Lucia. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lucia's command was relayed to each team member through their earpieces. Instantly, the entire squad burst with energy and soul marks, ready for combat. Suyi, I'm sorry, it's my fault for getting you involved. Lu Dong turned to Suyi, his voice filled with guilt. If I hadn't brought you into the team. Don't say that. Suyi interrupted him, then curiously asked, but why aren't you scared at all? Lu Dong gave a wry smile. My brother always said, be prepared to die when entering a secret realm. This isn't my first life or death situation. I've come to terms with it. Just as Suyi was about to make a move, Lu Dong suddenly said seriously, actually, there is one thing I'm afraid of, and that's your strength surpassing mine. This left Suyi stunned. You're not even afraid of death, but you're afraid of me being stronger than you? At that moment, a brazen shout came from the other side. Hey, hand over all your cultivation resources. If you do, the 3 of us might just leave you with a complete corpse. Attack. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia's eyes sharpened, and he immediately led his 17 members into the enemy ranks. Determination was etched on their faces. Even knowing they were no match, they were ready to fight to the death. There was no other choice. Suyi stood still, quickly forming hand seals. A flickering summoning circle appeared out of thin air near the 3 marauders. As the light shimmered, 3 skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives emerged from the circle, their joints creaking. Under the stunned gaze of Lu Xia and his team, these skeleton soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the marauders, blades flashing and sparks flying as bone met weapon. Holy crap, someone exclaimed. 3 skeletons with only the strength of an 8th-level martial artist are actually overpowering 3 9th-level martial artists? I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The skeleton soldiers moved with fluid grace, each strike precise and deadly, their bone knives leaving a chilling gleam. Though the marauders were stronger, they were forced to retreat repeatedly, left in a sorry state. This unbelievable scene left everyone present in awe. Stop staring. We need to get out of here. Lu Xia shouted urgently to the others, snapping back to reality. Lu Dong excitedly patted Su Yi on the shoulder, his eyes shining with excitement. A gifted one. There's a gifted one helping us nearby. Su Yi, we're really lucky today. Yeah, we're really lucky. Su Yi responded with a forced laugh, inwardly thinking, if I weren't worried about discouraging you, I wouldn't have even summoned the skeleton soldiers. Su Yi no longer feared 9th-level martial artists. His physical mastery had reached the 4th stage, and the skeleton soldiers perfectly replicated his physical strength, naturally overpowering 9th-level martial artists. However, if the opponent's physical mastery had reached the 3rd stage, the outcome would be uncertain. Lu Dong, gather your classmates and stick close to us. We need to seize this chance to escape. Lu Xia ordered loudly after retreating, urgency clear in his eyes. Got it, big brother. Lu Dong replied, hoisting Su Yi onto his shoulder without hesitation and quickly following the team members away. Caught off guard by the sudden move, Su Yi was speechless. Afraid I can't run fast enough? Just carrying me like this? His gaze drifted over Lu Dong's shoulder to the 3 marauders still entangled with the skeleton soldiers in the distance. Let me give you one last gift, Su Yi thought, casting another summoning spell. Instantly, hundreds of skeleton soldiers appeared, surrounding the 3 marauders with bone knives gleaming coldly. In 3 minutes, self-destruct. Su Yi commanded the 300 skeleton soldiers in his mind. Moments later, Su Yi made a decision. Never mind. Lu Dong is protecting me, so I'll escort them to the Sky Serpent Valley and help them acquire the training resources they need. As for my strength, it's better not to reveal it. Realizing he was the only beacon of hope in Lu Dong's heart, Su Yi decided to continue hiding his strength and assist discreetly. There was another reason for his choice. The Sky Serpent Valley, where the team was headed, was a perilous place. After helping them obtain the desired resources, he could take the remaining resources for himself. Rest for 10 minutes, then we move on. Lu Xia signaled everyone to stop and rest, his voice weary yet vigilant. Lu Dong gently set Su Yi down, patting his chest with a smug look. Su Yi, how was that? Did you feel the wind-like speed? A level 5 martial artist. As fast as the wind. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Su Yi's mouth twitched a few times before he chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, I felt it. I just wonder when I'll be able to reach that speed too. Lu Dong patted Su Yi on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. Don't worry. As long as we can successfully get the cultivation resources in the Heavenly Serpent Valley, I'll share some with you. Then you'll have enough to buy first-grade nutrient fluid. Work hard, and you'll definitely reach level 5. Su Yi frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Dong, your big brother is so strong. You should have enough money to buy nutrient fluid. Why haven't you continued to improve your strength? My talent is limited. Lu Dong shook his head, a touch of helplessness in his tone. Even with a lot of nutrient fluid and cultivation resources, my improvement is limited. So it's better to let my big brother use the resources. He gave Su Yi a meaningful look. Why are you looking at me? Su Yi felt a pang of anxiety from that look, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Wait, could it be that his decision not to improve is somehow related to me? 10 minutes. We're moving out. Lu Xia's voice interrupted Su Ye's thoughts. Everyone stood up, ready to set off, continuing towards Heavenly Serpent Valley. 3 hours later, the group finally arrived outside the valley. Lu Xia turned to face them, his gaze lingering on Lu Dong and Su Yi. Lu Dong, Su Yi, you two stay at the back, responsible for collecting ancient beast blood and any cultivation resources you find. Got it, big brother. Lu Dong responded immediately. He pulled a black dagger from his waist and handed it to Su Yi, a hint of pride in his eyes. Su Yi, I know this job well. Just follow my lead. All right. Su Yi didn't hesitate, taking the dagger and gently running his fingers along the blade. A few minutes later, the group entered the valley. Su Yi cautiously surveyed the surroundings, his brow gradually furrowing. Something's not right. We haven't encountered a single ancient serpent, and there's no sign of spiritual herbs or minerals. Leading the way, Lu Xia also sensed something amiss. He raised his hand, signaling the group to slow down, a flash of wariness in his eyes. Hiss hiss hiss. An eerie sound echoed from all around. As Su Yi and the others proceeded, ancient serpents suddenly emerged along the path, as if commanded to let them enter the depths of the valley. As the group moved closer to the heart of the valley, Lu Xia's expression grew more serious, a mounting sense of unease gripping him. Stop! Lu Xia abruptly signaled, his voice low and tense. Retreat immediately. Hiss hiss hiss. However, when they turned to leave, they found themselves surrounded by a dense mass of ancient serpents, blocking their way out. Faces turned pale, and they gripped their weapons tighter. Su Yi calmly assessed the situation, a glint of insight in his eyes. The ancient serpents aren't attacking. It seems like they're trying to prevent us from leaving. Hearing this, Lu Xia glanced at Su Yi thoughtfully, then decided, let's keep moving forward. The group cautiously advanced, and to their surprise, the ancient serpents actually retreated. They backed off. Let's keep going. They really backed off. Lu Dong exclaimed, looking at Su Yi in astonishment. Su Yi, how did you figure it out? Su Ye's eyes showed a hint of wariness. When we came in, there wasn't a single ancient serpent in sight. But as soon as we tried to leave, they all showed up. It definitely looks like they're trying to stop us from leaving. Upon hearing Lu Dong's inquiry, Su Yi was about to elaborate on his thoughts when Lu Xia's voice suddenly came from ahead. Su Yi, what do you think is causing this situation? Su Yi shook his head, looking serious. I don't know. I'm afraid we'll only find the answer at the deepest part of the valley. 10 minutes later, as the group navigated through the dark mountain path, the view suddenly opened up. A colossal, jet-black serpent, over 20 meters long, lay coiled at the valley's bottom, its scales reflecting a cold sheen in the dim light. Lu Xia put on her smart glasses to scan the creature, her eyes widening in shock. A king realm. There's an ancient serpent here that has broken through to the king realm. This astonishing discovery threw the entire team into panic. It's over. Against a king realm ancient beast, we don't stand a chance of survival. Despair was written all over the team members' faces. At that moment, the king realm ancient serpent spoke, its voice deep and commanding. Humans, I offer you two choices. Either battle my kin to the death, or turn on each other, allowing the last survivor to leave the heavenly serpent valley. Intelligence. This king realm ancient serpent has developed intelligence. The group was even more shocked, as it was extremely rare for either exotic or ancient beasts to develop intelligence. Lu Xia was the first to react, loudly warning. Don't fall for it. It wants to see us destroy each other. A hint of mockery flashed in the serpent's eyes. I give you 10 seconds to decide. Without hesitation, Su Yi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We choose the first option. Boom. Lu Xia immediately unleashed her yellow blood energy, her gaze sweeping across each team member. Don't let me look down on you. The other 7 team members exchanged glances and simultaneously released their blood energy and soul imprints, exuding fierce determination. Damn. So what if it's a king realm ancient serpent? I'm going first. Lu Dong, releasing his red blood energy, charged at the serpent without a second thought. Su Yi shook his head helplessly. Lu Dong is too impulsive. As Lu Dong passed by, Su Yi swiftly struck him with a hand chop, knocking him out. Take care of your brother. Leave the rest to me. Su Yi said, meeting Lu Xia's puzzled gaze as he began to perform the great summoning. Countless summoning circles appeared in the air, and as the skeleton warriors emerged from them, Lu Xia looked at Su Yi in astonishment. It's you. Oh my gosh. Su Yi is actually the gifted individual who helped us before. This guy is really deep, so well hidden. Didn't you notice that the number of skeleton soldiers Su Yi summoned is a bit excessive? Is it just a bit too much? At this moment, the 7 team members, seeing the hordes of skeleton soldiers, exchanged incredulous glances and began to whisper among themselves. A gifted one. Interesting. As tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers appeared swiftly and in perfect order, A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the ancient serpent king. It then turned to the ancient serpents in the valley and issued a command. Hisses. With a series of hisses, the ancient serpents surged from all directions, launching a fierce attack on Su Ye's skeleton army. Attack! Su Ye commanded coldly, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Source stone fragments. These are all source stone fragments. This is a bonanza. Truly a bonanza this time. Watching as the skeleton soldiers cut down serpent after serpent, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. The system's reward notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Ding! Successfully killed a creature. Rewarded with source stone fragment 1. Ding! Successfully killed a creature. Rewarded with source stone fragment 1. Ding! Successfully killed a creature. Rewarded with source stone fragment 1. The system notifications seemed exceptionally clear at this moment, each kill signifying more rewards. Under my command, the number of ancient serpents in Sky Serpent Valley has reached hundreds of thousands. The ancient serpent king's eyes burned with anger as it sneered at Su Yi. Let's see how many you can kill. As the number of ancient serpents began to dwindle, the ancient serpent king's gaze grew colder and more furious, with a mounting sense of unease. This human's talent is so terrifying. Can he continuously replenish the skeleton soldiers? It suddenly realized that this gifted individual was completely different from those it had slain before. In that case, I'll have to deal with him myself. Before its words had fully faded, the ancient serpent king transformed into a blur, breaking through the encircling skeleton soldiers and swiftly charging towards Su Yi. Finally couldn't hold back. Seeing the rapidly approaching ancient serpent king, Su Yi smiled, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Just as the serpent was about to close in, he unhesitatingly issued the self-destruct command to the 70,000 skeleton soldiers in the valley. Self-destruct. He's smiling. The ancient serpent king was taken aback, completely unable to comprehend why Su Yi was smiling so strangely. Before it could react, 70,000 skeleton soldiers exploded like timed bombs. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the entire valley shook violently, the ground seeming to split open, and the air filled with deafening blasts. A mushroom cloud, tens of meters high, majestically rose from the depths of the valley. Outside the valley, the tremors reached far and wide. What happened there? Lu Xia and the other team members stood frozen in the distance, watching the massive mushroom cloud erupting from the valley, filled with indescribable shock and confusion. At this moment, Lu Dong, who had been lying on the ground, finally woke from his unconscious state due to the violent tremors. But before he could react, Lu Xia knocked him out again with a swift chop. Brother, just keep sleeping. Otherwise, Su Ye's actions will drive you into depression. Lu Xia sighed in relief, her mind slightly eased. She turned her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. But why did Su Yi have these skeleton soldiers protect us to get out? She couldn't help but look back again, puzzled by the large number of skeleton soldiers behind them. Bang! 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 The skeleton soldiers continued to maintain their formation, diligently guarding each team member, as if they would never stop. At that moment, one by one, the skeleton soldiers began to turn to dust, leaving Lu Xia utterly stunned by the bizarre scene. Within the valley, the shockwaves from the explosion swept all around, and a continuous stream of system notifications rang in Su Ye's mind. Ding! Host has suffered lethal damage. Damage absorbed by skeleton soldiers outside the valley. Ding! Host has suffered lethal damage. Damage absorbed by skeleton soldiers outside the valley. Ding! Host has suffered lethal damage. Damage absorbed by skeleton soldiers outside the valley. Standing at the epicenter of the explosion, Su Yi listened to the relentless notifications, his expression unusually calm. He knew full well that the 15,000 skeleton soldiers outside were enough to absorb the damage for a while. Impossible. The ancient serpent of the Wang realm, also at the explosion's center, looked at its injured body in disbelief. How could these summoned creatures, like mere ants, possibly harm me? Su Yi gave a cold smile. Nothing is impossible. Just as I thought it was impossible for an ancient beast of the Wang realm to appear in this sect-level ancient secret realm. His gaze locked onto the ancient serpent before him, and he cast the grand summoning spell again, summoning a base number of 7,000. Countless summoning circles appeared around them. Damn it! You can still summon these self-destructing creatures. The ancient serpent finally showed fear, quickly coiling its body around Su Yi, attempting to crush him. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, Su Yi remained unharmed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, the ancient serpent shouted in terror. Tightly bound by the serpent's coils, Su Yi simply whispered one word. Explode. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud once again blossomed beautifully from the valley. Outside the valley, Lu Xiao witnessed everything and murmured to himself. That's the second mushroom cloud. How on earth is Su Yi doing this? Moments later, another thunderous boom echoed, and a third mushroom cloud rose from the depths of the valley. The third one. Lu Xiao's mind spun with a bold guess. Could Suyi be trying to blow that ancient serpent to death? 1 minute passed, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, yet no new mushroom clouds appeared. Could it be over? Lu Xia stood up from the ground, torn over whether to go in and check. He worried about Suyi's safety, but feared entering prematurely might hinder him if the battle wasn't over. Meanwhile, deep in the valley's snake den, Suyi grinned as he looked at the mountain of cultivation resources before him. I wondered where all the valley's cultivation resources had gone. Turns out, this ancient serpent hoarded them all in its lair. Who knew it was such a hoarder? Collect. Take them all. With a wave of his hand, Suyi swiftly stored all the cultivation resources from the snake's lair into his system space. Satisfied with the now empty lair, Suyi nodded approvingly. All right, the ancient beast is slain, the resources are collected. Time to leave this place. With that, he turned and headed out of the valley. Outside the valley, it's Suyi. Suyi is back. As Suyi emerged from the valley, the 17 members shouted excitedly. Lu Xia almost immediately walked towards Suyi, concern written all over his face. Suyi, are you hurt? Lu Xia asked urgently as he approached Suyi. No injuries. A mere ancient serpent at the king level couldn't possibly harm me. Suyi shook his head, a hint of confidence in his voice. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Xia. By the way, what resources are you seeking in Snake Valley this time? Ice serpent fruit. Lu Xia replied without hesitation, his tone firm. Ice serpent fruit. Suyi was slightly taken aback, then quickly began searching through his system space. After a moment, his eyes lit up as if he had found something. Looking at Lu Xia, he said calmly, Captain Lu, I'd like to propose a trade. A trade? Lu Xia raised an eyebrow, seeming a bit puzzled. Yes, I'll trade you 100 ice serpent fruits for the secret realm map you have. Are you interested? As soon as Suyi finished speaking, he retrieved the 100 ice serpent fruits from his system space and gently placed them into his backpack. Lu Xia was momentarily stunned, a trace of surprise in his eyes. He hesitated briefly before handing over the secret realm map. Suyi, there's no need for a trade. If you want the map, just take it. After all, you've saved us twice. Suyi accepted the secret realm map with a smile. All right, I'll take the map, but you'll have to accept these ice serpent fruits. Don't refuse. They're not for you, but for Lu Dong. Lu Xia was taken aback, then cheerfully accepted the backpack. All right, then I'll thank you on behalf of Lu Dong. Captain Lu, I plan to act alone from here on out. Suyi's expression turned serious. Before I leave, I must advise you to leave this secret realm as soon as possible and not return in the future. Lu Xia looked confused. Why? Because I'm going to lead an army of skeleton soldiers to kill all the ancient beasts in the secret realm and seize all the resources, Suyi said with excitement, determination gleaming in his eyes. What? Lu Xia was stunned, his expression turning serious as he looked at Suyi in disbelief. Are you really going to do that? Suyi nodded firmly. Yes, that's my plan. I believe you have the strength to do it, Lu Xia said gravely, his brow furrowed. But I must warn you, if you go through with this, not only will the Divine Alliance come after you, but other organizations will too. You'll be inviting a lot of trouble. Captain Lu, the Divine Alliance won't come after me, Suyi replied with a calm smile. As for the other organizations, they've already had their eyes on me, but the Divine Alliance has intervened on my behalf. So I don't foresee any major issues. Lu Xia was momentarily speechless, disbelief etched on his face. Other organizations have already targeted you, and then the Divine Alliance stepped in? Man, just how powerful are you? Suyi simply smiled, saying nothing more. After a moment, he looked at Lu Xia, his tone lightening. Captain Lu, remember, don't mention my strength to Lu Dong. Otherwise, I'm afraid he might not be able to handle it. As Suyi was about to leave, he looked directly at Lu Xia and reminded her. Remember, everything must be kept confidential. Lu Xia nodded with a smile. All right, we'll keep it a secret from him. Without saying much more, Suyi turned and walked into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. He glanced at Lu Xia and the 17 members, took a deep breath, and said, Okay, I'm off. Go on, we'll keep in touch. Lu Xia waved her hand, then turned to a team member. Xiao Wei, go wake up Lu Dong. We're leaving the secret realm immediately. No need. I've been awake for a while. At that moment, Lu Dong, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground, his gaze blurry but gradually clearing. He glanced in the direction Suyi had left and casually said, Big brother, get me some cultivation resources when we get back. I want to start training. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyi was staring intently at the number of talent stone fragments in his hand, utterly astonished. With a gentle swipe of his finger, the total number of talent stone fragments displayed as 10,948, far exceeding his original count of 8,962. The Heavenly Snake Valley actually yielded 1,986 fragments? This luck is simply incredible, Suyi exclaimed, excitement surging through him. In that case, let's start sweeping through the secret realm. Let's see how many talent stone fragments we can gather from these ancient beasts. With this in mind, Suyi didn't hesitate to cast the Great Summoning spell, setting the summoning base at 8,000. Hey, big brother, that kid looks pretty young. His strength shouldn't be that great, right? Pang Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as he looked at Su Yi, who was alone ahead. Should we take him on? Pang Long chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Pang Tian, do you realize how many cultivation resources we have on us? Do you want to risk losing them? If we fail, it'll be a huge problem. It can't be that bad, can it? We dare to take on ancient beasts at the 5th level of the sect. How could we fear a young kid? Pang Tian stubbornly tried to persuade him again. Am I afraid of him? What a joke. Pang Long was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit provoked. Let's go, let's take him on. Haha, it's on. Another chance to make some profit. Pang Tian's face lit up with excitement as he quickly followed Pang Long. Come on, let's see if your skeleton army can surprise me. Su Yi smirked, raising his hand slightly to cast the Great Summoning spell. Just then, a cold shout came from afar. Kid, we don't harm people, just take their valuables. Hand over your cultivation resources quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Su Yi frowned slightly, turning his gaze to the two men, instantly seeing through their intentions. He didn't bother to respond, simply tapping his finger as summoning circles expanded across the ground like a tide. One by one, skeleton soldiers emerged from the circles, wielding gleaming bone swords, their eyes hollow but filled with murderous intent. Before long, nearly 80,000 skeleton soldiers surrounded the clearing, quickly blocking the Pang brothers' escape route. Pang Tian and Pang Long's expressions shifted as they found themselves completely surrounded by the skeleton army, their bodies momentarily frozen in place. Bang! The army of skeleton soldiers surrounded the Pang brothers in layers, causing their legs to go weak as they immediately knelt before Su Yi. Su Yi's lips curled into a playful smile as he looked at the two who had kneeled in an instant. What did you two say you were here for? Boss, we're here to deliver cultivation resources. Pang Long reacted quickly, fumbling to take off the backpack from his back and handing it over, his voice trembling noticeably. Yes, we're here to deliver cultivation resources. Pang Tian also caught on, hurriedly offering his backpack to Su Yi with a flattering smile plastered on his face. Su Yi took the backpacks and let out a cold laugh. Oh, we don't know each other. Why are you giving me cultivation resources? Because we couldn't carry them anymore. Pang Long was sweating bullets, making up a story on the spot. Right? We couldn't carry them anymore, so we thought we'd give them away, and we just happened to run into you. Pang Long added, his eyes darting nervously. Pang Tian heard this explanation, his eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself, can you even make up something like this? I see. Su Yi suppressed his laughter, pretending to be enlightened. All right then, leave the cultivation resources and your clothes, and then you can go. Our clothes too. The Pang brothers were shocked at his words, both thinking the same thing. Do you really have to rob us so thoroughly? A few minutes later, as Su Yi left with the skeleton army, the Pang brothers were left with only a fig leaf to cover themselves. Damn it, I said not to do it, but you insisted. Pang Long stood there stark naked, yelling at Pang Tian. Now look, we have nothing left but a fig leaf. Big brother, you can't blame me for this. Pang Tian muttered, full of grievance. Who would have thought he'd be so young yet possess such terrifying talent? Damn it, you still dare to talk back. Pang Long was furious. Watch how I beat you today. He reached habitually for his belt, only to grasp at air. Uft. Pang Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter seeing Pang Long's futile gesture. Laugh. You still have the face to laugh. Pang Long's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Then he sneered. Pang Tian, even if I have to use a fig leaf, I'm going to make your mouth swell. I'll make you laugh. Pang Tian's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Pang Long, as if seeing his own doomed fate. Meanwhile, Su Yi led his skeleton army through the secret realm unchallenged. Holy crap, not a word, just robbing us, leaving only a fig leaf. Is this skeleton army a band of bandits? Run? This skeleton army doesn't kill, but they do rob for real. As Su Yi and his 80,000 skeleton soldiers swept through the secret realm, news of the skeleton army robbing everyone they encountered spread quickly, causing widespread panic. A day later, in the president's office of the Tianling City Spirit Martialist Association. What? Wei Tianyun was dumbfounded upon hearing the report. Su Yi is rampaging through the secret realm with tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, robbing people, killing beasts, and taking cultivation resources, causing a very bad impact. Although he knew Su Ye's summoning talent was strong, and the skeleton soldiers were terrifying, he truly hadn't known that Su Yi could summon tens of thousands of them. All right. I'll send someone to find Su Yi immediately and ask him to keep a low profile. Hearing the orders from the Divine Alliance, Wei Tianyun quickly agreed, pondering how to handle this young genius of the 8th level spirit martial sect. The power to control both the physical body and the soul, reaching the 4th stage. A gifted individual, summoning tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. This astounding strength left Wei Tianyun deeply shocked. Even after the call ended abruptly, he remained unsettled for a long time. 10 minutes later, Wei Tianyun regained his composure. He picked up the phone and quickly issued an order. Xiaoyang, immediately dispatch 20 Level 9 Association members to Changha County and ensure that this letter is delivered to the gifted individual controlling the army of skeletons. The news spread like wildfire, causing a stir in the provincial headquarters of Nanling Province, the Eastern Military District, and the Northern Military District. The colonels from all three sides quickly formed a communication group to delve into discussions about this mysterious figure named Su Yi. 3 days later, within the ancient secret realm, finally found it. Fan Yu sighed with relief as he looked at the distant sea of white bones. The past 2 days of exhausting search efforts had taken their toll, but the task assigned by the president had to be completed quickly. The sea of white bones gradually moved towards them, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Standing beside Fan Yu Miao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, now that we've found the skeleton army, how do we deliver the letter to the gifted individual?" "Simple," Fan Yu replied confidently. "We'll block their path and force the gifted individual to show up." "But," Yu Miao expressed his concern, "what if the skeleton soldiers don't stop, or the gifted individual doesn't appear? Could we end up being completely robbed?" Fan Yu was unfazed. "Think about it. The gifted individual is from Tianling City. Seeing us wearing the Tianling City Spiritual Martial Association robes, would he really not stop? Not show himself? Not leave us our robes?" Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Yi observed the group blocking the road with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Interesting, there are actually people bold enough to block my path." Noticing their Tianling City Spiritual Martial Association robes, he smirked. "Do they think being one of us will spare them?" Charge. A few minutes later, Yu Miao sat on the ground, hugging his knees with a bitter smile as he looked at Fan Yu. "Brother Fan, none of it turned out as expected, did it? The skeleton soldiers didn't stop, the gifted individual didn't show up, and we couldn't even keep our robes." Fan Yu, however, responded with a smug question. "But the letter was delivered, wasn't it?" "Brother Fan, look over there," shouted a member of the association, pointing into the distance. Their robes had been shredded into pieces and scattered across the ground. In no time, 20 members had gathered around the pile of torn fabric. "Brother Fan, there are paper scraps here too." Yu Miao crouched down, discovering the remnants of a letter among the cloth strips. Fan Yu surveyed the chaotic scene, his expression darkening. "Damn it. From now on, whoever wants to do this job can have it. I'm done with it. This is just too much." After calming down for a moment, he channeled his internal energy and prepared to leave the secret realm to report to the president. Just then, he noticed the other 19 people frantically grabbing at the fabric strips, quickly fashioning them into makeshift skirts. "Hey, leave some for me." Fan Yu hurriedly joined the scramble. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, dozens of people, and all they had were clothes, not a single cultivation resource. "Do they think I'm playing games?" Su Yi scoffed, ordering the skeleton soldiers to shred all the clothes and toss them aside. The letter wrapped in Fan Yu's clothing was inadvertently torn to pieces as well. Glancing at the map, Su Yi calculated, "In another day or two, I can clear the eastern region. Next, I'll target the north." With that, he put away the map and led his skeleton army onward. For hours later, in the office of the president of the Tianling City Martial Artists Association, "Fan Yu, what on earth are you wearing?" Wei Tianyun was momentarily stunned, seeing the 20 people clad in makeshift skirts, crafted from fabric strips. Fan Yu explained with a pained expression, "President Wei, that gifted individual robbed us, even shredded our robes, and destroyed the letter." "What? You got robbed, even while wearing your association robes?" Wei Tianyun was shocked, not expecting Su Yi to spare no one, not even his own people. After understanding the situation, Wei Tianyun quickly devised a plan. "All right, I'll send more people with you. When you find the skeleton army, arrange yourselves to display the message, 'Su Yi, don't rob us. President Wei sent us to deliver a letter,' in 16 characters. That should prevent any issues." "President Wei, can someone else go instead? Those skeleton soldiers really give me nightmares," Fan Yu pleaded, his face full of hesitation. 20 portions of third-grade nutrient solution, Wei Tianyun offered directly. Hearing the benefits offered by Wei Tianyun, Fan Yu sprang up from his chair, eyes gleaming, and said, "President Wei, leave this matter to me. I will handle it perfectly for you." Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated villa, Banshuo, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, sat upright on a leather sofa, staring sharply at his subordinate in front of him. "The special serum you've been injected with will allow you to enter an ancient secret realm of a lower level. The mission this time is simple: enter the Zong-level ancient secret realm in Changha County and eliminate the individual with the summoning talent." "Master Dai, I will complete the mission," Banshuo replied solemnly before turning to leave. As Banshuo's figure disappeared beyond the door, Dai Heng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Su Yi, oh Su Yi, do you stand a chance against a 9th-level martial king?" At this moment, Inside the ancient secret realm, Suyi was studying the map in his hand. It detailed, black corrosion river water is dark and bottomless, with corrosive properties. Black-scaled fish, an ancient beast, resides in the black corrosion river, covered in hard scales with terrifying teeth. He couldn't help but wonder how Lu Xia had obtained such detailed information. Just as Su Yi was about to command his army of skeleton soldiers to launch a self-destructive assault, a strange blood-red mist suddenly filled the surroundings. This sight reminded him of his experience in the master-level secret realm in Kaishan County. This mist only appeared where ancient beasts gathered, capable of driving them mad and enhancing their power while suppressing human cultivation. Boom! A massive black-scaled fish, over 20 meters long and covered entirely in black scales, suddenly leaped out of the water. What shocked Suyi even more was that this giant beast was actively absorbing the surrounding blood mist, which was entirely different from the silver moon wolf he had encountered before. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Ye's mind. Wait, could the ancient snake that broke through to the king realm and gained intelligence be related to this blood mist? He immediately put on his smart glasses to observe the giant fish repeatedly leaping from the water. The data on his glasses kept switching between black-scaled fish, Zong-level ancient beast, level 9, and black-scaled fish, king-level ancient beast, level 1. I see. Su Yi realized. This creature could break through to the king realm at any moment, and the ancient snake before must have also absorbed this blood mist to evolve. He fixed his gaze intently on the black-scaled fish king about to break through, determined to witness whether it would gain intelligence like the ancient snake after reaching the king realm. 1 hour. 2 hours. Time dragged on in agonizing anticipation. 5 hours later, a suffocating and terrifying aura erupted from the center of the Black Rot River. Su Ye's eyes gleamed, with sharp focus. The black-scale fish king had finally broken through to the king realm. He sprang into action, commanding the 70,000 skeleton soldiers behind him to teleport into the river and self-destruct. 3 hours earlier, he had already stationed another 10,000 skeleton soldiers 15 kilometers away to absorb any potential damage. Boom. Amid the deafening explosion, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the Black Rot River. The colossal waves generated by the blast instantly engulfed Su Yi on the riverbank. System notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Ding. Host has suffered lethal damage, mitigated by the skeleton soldiers outside. Ding. Successfully killed a life form. Acquired talent source, Stone Fragment 1. With the persistent system notifications, Su Yi grinned and said, "Let the storm come. I remain unmoved like a mountain. Let the notifications come even more fiercely." With that, he continued summoning skeleton soldiers into battle. As mushroom clouds bloomed one after another in the river, the enormous black-scale fish king finally noticed Su Yi on the shore. It emitted strange whimpering sounds, incomprehensible yet clearly hostile. Su Yi quickly realized that although the fish king had reached the king realm, it hadn't developed intelligence. It couldn't speak human language or command its kind to evade the explosions. Confirming this, Su Yi lost interest in this opponent and focused on directing the bombardment. With the ongoing explosions, the number of black-scale fish rapidly dwindled, and the river water continued to evaporate. Eventually, the fish disappeared, the water dried up, and the vast Black Rot River vanished entirely from the secret realm. I was standing right by the river, and that black-scale fish king didn't even come to bite me. It just stayed in the river getting bombed, while whimpering, definitely no intelligence there. Su Yi shook his head in amazement, and then took stock of his gains. 1,036 talent source stone fragments, a number that left him quite satisfied. As for any other cultivation resources that might have been at the riverbed, he couldn't see them through the murky water and didn't bother searching, choosing instead to blow it all away. 7 days later. Found it. Finally found the skeleton army. This was so hard. It was really so hard for me. Upon seeing the undulating sea of white bones in the distance, Fan Yu was almost moved to tears. For the past 7 days, he had been leading the association members in a relentless escape, and his legs were so sore they were almost numb. "Brother Fan, should we start forming the words now?" Yu Miao asked anxiously as he quickly approached Fan Yu. "Hold on." Fan Yu raised his hand to stop him. "First, pass the word around for everyone to bury their backpacks underground." Recalling the lessons from last time, Fan Yu thought to himself, "I won't fall for the same mistake twice." Thinking of the 2 spare sets of clothes prepared in his backpack, he finally sighed in relief. 2 minutes later, after confirming that everyone had properly buried their backpacks, Fan Yu gave the order. "Everyone, start forming the words." Meanwhile, Su Yi noticed a human wall of over 100 people appearing ahead, blocking the path of the skeleton army. He frowned slightly as he got closer, and the figures gradually arranged themselves to form a line of words. "Su Yi, don't interfere. President Wei sent us to deliver a letter to you." "Deliver a letter?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling cautious. There was definitely something suspicious about this letter, but he couldn't completely ignore it. What if it was something important? After a moment's thought, Su Yi decided to seize it first, and then decide after reading the letter's content. If it was urgent, he would leave the secret realm immediately. If not, he would shred the clothes and letter and throw them out. As for President Wei's inquiries later, he would simply claim he was asleep, and it was all the skeleton army's instinctive actions. Seize it. With Su Ye's command, the skeleton army surged forward like a tidal wave. Damn it. I knew it. Fan Yu cursed and immediately shouted to Yu Miao. Tell everyone to stay put, and let them take it. Moments later, over 100 association members knelt down and began digging at their respective hidden backpack locations. After reading the letter's content, Su Yi, the commotion you've caused in the secret realm is too big. The Divine Alliance has already contacted me, asking me to remind you to keep a low profile. Su Yi handed the letter to a skeleton soldier beside him, sighing inwardly. I also want to keep a low profile, but my skeleton army won't allow it. Soon, shredded clothing and paper scraps were tossed out by the skeleton soldiers. Fan Yu looked at the mess in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Thrown out again. This job is really tough. Then he led the group out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the secret realm, Ban Shua, who had been searching for 7 days, was nearly driven mad, yelling, "Where is it? Where is that gifted person? I can't find them." 4 hours later, in the office of the president of the Lingwu Association in Tianling City, Wei Tianyun sat in a leather chair, listening intently with a serious expression as Fan Yu completed his report. What? Robbed again? Wei Tianyun stood up abruptly, his brows furrowed. It had been 11 days, and he still couldn't get Su Yi to rein in his actions. Fan Yu stood anxiously in front of the desk. President, what should we do next? Fan Yu, go take a rest for now. I need to think this through. Wei Tianyun waved him off. Once the office door closed, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call connected to the Nanxing Province Divine Alliance branch. Qin Jinghua glanced at the caller ID and smirked slightly. Tianling City Lingwu Association? Picking up the phone, he got straight to the point. Wei Tianyun, how's it going? Colonel Qin. Wei Tianyun's tone was heavy. The team we sent 7 days ago found Su Yi, but they came back with nothing but a bitter tea seed. We sent another team today, and the result was the same. He robs them every time? Doesn't even spare his own people? Qin Jinghua was surprised, and then curiously asked, did they at least have a bitter tea seed this time? There was the sound of choking from the other end, followed by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. I was just asking casually. Qin Jinghua quickly explained, realizing his slip. Wei Tianyun composed himself and replied, they did have some left, but this time they brought spare clothes, so it wasn't as embarrassing as last time. Colonel Qin, what should we do now? Wait, Qin Jinghua pondered for a moment. It seems Su Yi is determined to sweep the entire secret realm. Just have your people wait outside the realm and inform him of the higher-ups' intentions when he emerges. Wei Tianyun promptly agreed. Understood, Colonel Qin, I'll make the arrangements right away. With that, he hung up the phone. Qin Jinghua took a sip of tea. Su Yi, he's quite a tough one. 8 days later, Su Yi stood in the center of the secret realm, gazing at the shimmering fragments of the talent source stone in his hand. Over 19 days, he had slain all the ancient beasts within the realm, collected all the cultivation resources, and plundered everyone who entered the realm. It's time to leave. He released a thick yellow aura of blood, waiting for the spatial vortex to appear, while carefully tallying his gains. 29,886 pieces of talent source stone fragments. Subtracting the original 8,962 pieces, this time netted 20,924 pieces. Su Yi shook his head with a sigh. A 6-year-old ancient secret realm just isn't cutting it. I'll need to find newer ones, just 1 or 2 years old. At that moment, a spatial vortex appeared behind Su Yi, and a powerful force instantly pulled him in, causing his figure to vanish from the spot. Damn it. No ancient beasts, no cultivation resources, and I can't even find a single person. Ban Shua kicked a stone in the desolate northern area of the secret realm, his face dark with frustration. I'm going crazy. Completely crazy. Is the talented person Master Dai wants me to kill really in this godforsaken place? 16 days of fruitless searching had worn down Ban Shua's patience. He frantically pulled at his hair, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Meanwhile, outside the ancient secret realm, Su Yi just teleported out, blinked in surprise at the scene before him. A rocking chair, tea, and cigarettes. Wei Tianyun lay leisurely in an exquisite rocking chair, basking in the sun. On a small table to his left was a steaming cup of tea, while to his right, a neatly arranged pack of cigarettes. The sunlight bathed his face, giving him a look of complete relaxation. This President Wei sure knows how to enjoy life. Su Yi thought in amazement, then walked over to Wei Tianyun and asked with feigned curiosity, President Wei, what brings you here? Wei Tianyun slowly opened his eyes, fixing a sharp gaze on Su Yi. You really don't know why I'm here. He sat up straight, his voice taking on a serious tone. Su Yi, I sent people from the association to find you in the secret realm. Why didn't you stop your skeleton army? Instead, you robbed them all. President Wei, I didn't see anyone from the association in the secret realm. Su Ye's eyes widened in innocence, his voice filled with confusion. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? We were left with nothing but bitter tea, and you say you never saw us. Fan Yu, who was serving tea and cigarettes nearby, trembled with anger, his face turning red, nearly dropping the teacup from his hand. He's quite the actor. Wei Tianyun shook his head with a slight laugh, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Su Yi is really good at this. If it weren't for the testimony of over 100 people, I might have been fooled by his acting. He unceremoniously exposed him. Su Yi, stop acting. If it were just 1 or 2 people claiming you robbed them, I might not believe it. But this time, over 100 people say you did. Should I believe you or them? Over 100 people. Su Yi furrowed his brow, looking puzzled. Then he gently tapped his forehead, pretending to think for a moment before continuing. But I really don't remember. President Wei, to save time, when I sweep through the secret realm, I have several skeleton soldiers crouched down so I can rest on their backs. So, is it possible that when I encountered the association members, I happened to be resting? Resting on the backs of skeleton soldiers? Wei Tianyun's eyes widened. And it happened twice. Both times when you were resting? Fan Yu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Such an absurd explanation was hard to counter with direct evidence. Damn it. I know he's lying, but I can't prove it. It's so frustrating. Fan Yu fumed internally, vowing silently. If I ever take on this kid's tasks again, I'm a fool. Seeing Wei Tianyun at a loss for words, Su Yi pressed his advantage, asking curiously, President Wei, why did you send the association's people to find me? Wei Tianyun finally snapped out of his shock and turned to look at Fan Yu. President Wei, your tea has gone cold. Let me get you a fresh cup. As soon as Fan Yu noticed Wei Tianyun's gaze shift, he realized it was time for him to leave, and he promptly exited the room with the teacup. Su Yi, Wei Tianyun spoke seriously. You've caused quite a stir in the secret realm. The Divine Alliance reached out to me, asking me to remind you to keep a low profile and be cautious in your actions. Got it. Su Yi nodded calmly. Wei Tianyun felt a twinge of unease, sensing something was off. Su Ye's reaction seemed too calm, without any surprise or questions, not even a hint of opposition, which struck him as odd. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. President Wei, do you have any spatial equipment right now? Su Ye's voice suddenly came from the side. Yes, I do. What? Wei Tianyun replied, puzzled. I need your help with something. Could you transfer the cultivation resources from this spatial bracelet to your spatial equipment, and then deliver it to the provincial department for me? Su Yi said, handing him a seemingly ordinary spatial bracelet. Wei Tianyun was taken aback, staring at the bracelet Su Yi offered, a flash of surprise in his eyes. This kid actually has a spatial bracelet, he thought to himself. When he opened the bracelet, the vastness of the space and the mountain of cultivation resources inside left him utterly shocked. Wow, this space is enormous. And these resources, there's so much. Su Yi, my spatial equipment isn't large enough to hold all these resources at once, Wei Tianyun said, looking slightly embarrassed. How about we head back to the Spirit Martial Association? The equipment there is bigger. Space too small. Su Yi paused, feeling something was amiss. President Wei doesn't even have decent spatial equipment? Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement. Sure, no problem, let's go. Half an hour later. What the heck? Where's everyone? Ban Shuo, having just been transported out, found the area around the secret realm deserted and was stunned. Something's not right. There's definitely something off about this secret realm. I need to get back to Master Dai immediately. With his mind in turmoil, he quickly turned and ran toward Tianling City. 3 hours later, in Tianling City, at the Spirit Martial Association. President Wei, I won't go to your office. I'll just wander around the lobby while you handle the resources. Su Yi said with a smile, then started strolling around the lobby. Wei Tianyun nodded, said no more, and headed straight to the elevator, going up to the 5th floor. Su Yi, is that really you? As Su Yi wandered around, a voice filled with surprise suddenly called out. Su Yi paused, turned his head, and sure enough, a familiar figure came into view. She was tilting her head, her gaze fixed intently on him. Classmate. Deskmate. Su Yi. Su Yi's mind quickly recalled her identity. Su Yi, what brings you here? Su Yi asked curiously, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Well, I broke through to a level 4 martial artist. Su Yi hesitated for a moment, then came up with an excuse. I'm here to get my level 4 martial artist badge. Su Yi's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but soon a smile spread across her face. Oh, I see. That's impressive. Congratulations. Su Yi smiled back, though inwardly he thought that running into Su Yi at this moment seemed a bit too coincidental. Really? That's great. I'm also here to take the level 8 warrior badge exam, so let's do it together. I've already contacted my third uncle, Su Yi said, pulling the bewildered Su Yi towards the stairs to the 2nd floor. Through the memories he had merged with, Su Yi knew that this Su Yi was a kind-hearted person. Since she invited him to take the exam together, it wasn't to show off. Moreover, she specifically mentioned her third uncle, prompting Su Yi to speculate. Could she be worried that he might not pass and wants her uncle to give him an easier time during the assessment? As they walked, Su Yi occasionally glanced at Su Yi, who she was dragging along. And she also had a suspicion. Could her third uncle really be paving the way for her out of such favor? Before long, they arrived at assessment room number 8. Su Yi called out with a smile, "Uncle, I." Before she could finish, she froze upon seeing a stern-looking middle-aged man instead of her third uncle. "Uncle, why are you here?" Su Yi's face changed slightly, showing a hint of nervousness as she stammered. Su Yi stood by, watching the scene unfold with a head full of questions. Hearing Su Yi call out, "Uncle," he was taken aback and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Third uncle? Uncle? Is the Lingu Association run by your family? Umph. You dare think your third uncle would help you cheat? How audacious." Su Sun snorted coldly, interrupting Su Yi with a tone of undeniable authority. "Enough, don't waste time. Start the assessment immediately." Hearing this, Su Yi seemed a bit disappointed but didn't say more and walked towards Su Sun with her head lowered. "Su Yi, I was hoping to help you out, but it seems I can't." "I'm really sorry," she said softly, with an apologetic look in her eyes. "No worries." Su Yi replied with a light smile, remaining composed. Watching Su Yi's back, he felt more determined. Since he was already here, there was no reason to back down. The assessment began. Su Sun announced the first requirement. Blood energy or soul imprint must meet the standard. The second requirement, you must have 1-star combat power. Combat power is closely related to martial skills, physical control, and soul control. Su Yi stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle between the two. He thought to himself, since I'm here, I might as well try the extreme martial skill, Void Godfinger. As the thought crossed his mind, his resolve grew stronger. A few minutes later, the battle concluded. Su Yi's results were announced. Level 8 warrior, 4-star combat power. With the announcement of the results, Su Sun spoke again. Assessment passed. Looking at Su Yi couldn't help but smile, but he knew the crucial moment was still ahead. "Su Yi, my uncle is extremely strict with assessments. How about I say you came to accompany me, and then you can change to another examiner?" Su Yi whispered to Su Yi. "No need." Su Yi continued to smile as he replied. "Huh? No need. Are you that confident in your abilities?" Su Yi glanced at him, slightly helpless, and then turned to Su Sun. "Uncle, he's my classmate. Although his talent is average, he truly works hard. He's already advanced from a level 3 warrior to a level 4 warrior and really needs the badge's recognition. I hope he succeeds. It's very important to him." Su Sun was momentarily taken aback, glanced at Su Yi, and after a moment's thought, he slowly said, "If he's really as you say, then I definitely won't go easy on him, because that's the greatest respect I can give him." He paused, then called out to Su Yi, "Let the assessment begin." "Su Yi, with you here, I might not perform well. Could you wait outside for me?" Su Yi looked at Su Yi standing in the examination room and smiled gently. "Okay, do your best. I'll wait for you outside." Su Yi nodded in agreement and turned to leave the room. As Su Yi's figure disappeared behind the door, the voice of the examiner, Su Sun, came from across the room. "Young man, let's begin. Show me everything you've got." "Sure." Su Yi grinned as his aura suddenly erupted. 8 yellow halos appeared beneath his feet, and 8 soul imprints floated around him, exuding a powerful aura. 8 halos, 8 soul imprints. An 8th level Lingu master. Su Sun's eyes widened in disbelief at the young man before him. Striving for progress. A 4th level warrior. What nonsense. This kid is a monster. Examiner. I'm about to make my move. As Su Yi spoke, the spiritual energy in the examination room began to surge violently. Countless pure energies quickly gathered above Su Sun's head, forming a massive black finger 3 meters long and 1 meter thick. Damn. Mastery over the spiritual energy of this realm. Supreme martial technique. Feeling the oppressive force from above, Su Sun's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed the green blood energy within him, and 5 green halos appeared beneath his feet. Void Divine Finger. Su Yi lightly raised his right index finger, pointing at Su Sun. The black giant finger, imbued with the power of the heavens, pressed down on Su Sun. Damn, I should have let Lao San handle today. Su Sun unleashed his full power, deploying his most potent martial technique. A giant wolf, formed from green blood energy, collided fiercely with the black giant finger. The terrifying aftermath of the battle swept through the entire examination room. 5 seconds later, under Su Sun's desperate expenditure of energy, the black giant finger gradually dissipated. Not even 18. An 8th level Lingu master. Comprehending supreme martial techniques. Damn, where did this kid come from? Su Sun's eyes were filled with shock. Examiner. I wonder what my combat strength. 9 stars, 9 stars, 9 stars. Your combat strength is full stars. Su Sun interrupted directly, a look of envy in his eyes. Examiner. My name is Su Yi. I have something to attend to shortly, So when my level badge is ready, could you leave it with President Wei for me? I'll pick it up from President Wei then. At that moment, Su Ye's voice clearly rang out from the side, breaking the silence in the assessment room. Su Sun was taken aback by this, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as he turned to Su Yi. Hmm? Leaving it with President Wei? How come? You know President Wei. His tone was probing, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Yes, we're very familiar. Su Yi nodded without hesitation, confidence filling his voice. He then turned to the examiner, speaking calmly. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi turned and left the assessment room, his steps light yet determined. Moments later, the door to the assessment room swung open again, and Su Yi rushed in, her gaze fixed directly on Su Sun. Uncle, did Su Yi pass the assessment? I just asked him, and he didn't tell me. Her voice was laced with undeniable urgency. Su Sun was momentarily stunned by her question, then a small smile appeared on his face. He did pass, he confirmed, deliberately omitting any mention of Su Ye's true capabilities. He thought to himself that this was to avoid discouraging Su Yi after all. How could an ordinary person compare to such a phenomenon? Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby of the Spirit Warrior Association, Wei Tianyun saw Su Yi stepping out of the elevator and immediately approached him. Su Yi, where did you run off to? His tone was filled with curiosity. Su Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. President Wei, I just ran into a classmate and accompanied her to get her level badge. Get a level badge? Wei Tianyun's expression turned tense instantly, and he quickly asked, Su Yi, did you blow up the examiner? No, I just took the level badge test normally. Seeing Wei Tianyun's tense demeanor, Su Yi stifled a laugh as he explained, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Wei Tianyun visibly relaxed. Good, good. He took a space ring out of his pocket and handed it to Su Yi. Oh, by the way, I've transferred the cultivation resources from this space ring. They'll be sent to the provincial department later. Su Yi accepted the ring with a nod. Thank you, President Wei. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that, he headed out of the building, his steps confident and composed. In his mind, he was already planning the next ancient secret realm raid. As Su Ye's figure disappeared through the door, Su Sun approached Wei Tianyun, lowering his voice. President Wei, this Su Yi is unbelievably strong. Not only does he possess the terrifying power of an 8th-level spirit martial sect at such a young age, but he's also mastered an ultimate martial skill. His level of talent is beyond anything I could have imagined. Mastered an ultimate martial skill. Wei Tianyun's body trembled, incredulously looking in the direction Su Yi had left. You're kidding, right? Can he really grasp a skill of that level now? He then muttered to himself. In less than 2 months, he's become this strong. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. On the other side, having just left the Spirit Warrior Association, Su Yi pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Get in touch with Major Ding, will you? The call connected quickly, and Ding Kai's cheerful laughter came through the receiver. Su Yi, you, raiding the entire ancient secret realm by yourself. You're really something. Su Yi's expression immediately turned serious. Major Ding, please, no jokes right now. I'm calling because there are 2 things I need to discuss with you. His tone was earnest and not to be taken lightly. What is it? Hearing the change in Su Yi's tone, Ding Kai immediately asked. Su Yi succinctly reported 2 things. First, the cultivation resources I obtained have been handed over to President Wei of the Lingwu Association in Tianling City, who will forward them to the provincial department. Second, a strange occurrence has been detected in the ancient sect-level secret realm of Changha County Eerie Bloodred Mist and 2 king-level ancient beasts, one of which has even developed intelligence. These changes are all related to the Bloodred Mist. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Finally, Ding Kai spoke solemnly. Su Yi, you must keep the information about the Bloodred Mist and the king-level ancient beasts confidential. All right. Su Yi agreed straightforwardly, not questioning Ding Kai's unexplained reasons. I will report this information. Ding Kai's tone shifted. Lastly, a reminder, the rogue organization seems to be targeting you again. With that, he hung up the phone. The rogue organization is after me? Rather than being alarmed, Su Yi's lips curled into an excited smile. 10 minutes later, Su Yi returned to his rented house. To be safe, he drew all the curtains and summoned 1,000 skeleton soldiers to guard the room. While checking flight information, he found that the next flight to Shenyang City was in 6 hours, while the one to Yuanhe City would be in 8 hours. Time waits for no one. Su Yi immediately booked a ticket to Shenyang City. Looking at the room crowded with skeleton soldiers, he shook his head in resignation and left the place. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Dai Heng was furious. What? 15 days and not even a glimpse of that gifted individual. Facing Dai Heng's anger, Ban Shuo defended himself with a face full of grievance. Lord Dai, the secret realm is so vast, no one can guarantee to find that person. Is that so? Dai Heng sneered. Then why has the Lingwu Association managed to find them twice? Ban Shuo was taken aback by this, muttering to himself. Are they bloodhounds or something? How do they find them so accurately? Ignoring his grumbling, Dai Heng continued. According to the latest intel, Su Yi has already bought a ticket to Shenyang City, likely heading for the sect-level ancient secret realm there. Dai Heng suppressed his anger and issued a new order to Ban Shuo. Buy a flight ticket to Shenyang City immediately. Once you enter the secret realm, find that guy. Remember, his ability is summoning. Wherever you see a large number of skeleton soldiers, head in that direction. A few minutes later, Ban Shuo reported with a troubled expression, Master Dai, all flights to Shenyang City are sold out today. The earliest flight is at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Useless. Dai Heng's face darkened with anger as he scolded. Others can get tickets, but you can't? With your abilities, you can't even eat hot food on time. Ban Shuo was so aggrieved he almost cried. The tickets are really sold out. How can you blame me? What are you standing here for? If there are no direct flights, can't you fly somewhere else first, and then transfer to Shenyang City? Dai Heng continued to roar. Meanwhile, in the colonel's office at the provincial building, Zhang Hongtian said to Ding Kai, who had just entered, according to intelligence, Su Yi has already purchased a ticket to Shenyang City. We've booked one for you as well. You need to depart immediately. Colonel, what exactly is the mission? Ding Kai promptly inquired. Zhang Hongtian issued 3 stern orders. First, monitor Su Yi to prevent any large-scale incidents. Second, identify and deal with the people sent by the rival organization. Third, investigate whether the ancient secret realm shows any signs of blood-red mist or ancient beasts of the royal realm. I'll complete the mission. Ding Kai turned and left. On the plane, Su Yi approached his seat and found that next to him was a long-haired beauty in a white dress, gazing out the window. He was secretly pleased to be seated next to a beauty rather than an older couple. At that moment, a well-mannered young man approached. Hey, can we swap seats? I'm with her, and my seat is in the second row behind. Su Yi glanced at the seat next to the young man and saw an older woman, prompting him to refuse. No swap. It's for your own good. The young man, Sun Mo, continued to persuade. I can even offer some money. Even with extra money, no swap. I'm going to rest now. Su Yi sat down and closed his eyes. The woman in the white dress then looked at Su Yi and said to Sun Mo, Sun Mo, just go back for now. He'll come to you to swap soon enough. Are you kidding me? You think I'll voluntarily switch seats? Su Yi scoffed internally after the woman in the white dress made her suggestion. He thought to himself, I'll switch only if that older lady turns into a beauty. The plane continued to taxi as all the passengers had boarded. 5 minutes later, bang! A crisp sound echoed as a man seated behind Su Yi suddenly stood up with a pained expression and rushed to the restroom. Another man quickly followed, grabbing a vomit bag and retching violently. After he was done, he muttered to himself in confusion, What's going on? I never get airsick. Sorry. Even though I've sealed my misfortune aura, it still slightly affects those around me. The woman in the white dress sighed softly, looking at the vomiting man and the pale-faced man who had just returned. Her eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness and guilt. Moments later, damn it, slipped. I just opened that sausage. The vomiting man's face showed a deep struggle as he looked at the sausage on the floor, clearly debating whether to pick it up and continue eating. While he hesitated, the restroom man urgently stood again, looking unwell, and shouted, Old Zhang, move. My stomach is acting up again. Su Yi glanced at the 2 men behind him, thinking to himself, these 2 either vomit, have stomach issues, choke on water, or their phones won't charge. Are they really that unlucky? He failed to notice that the woman in the white dress and Sun Mo, who was seated a bit farther away, also observed the scene. Their eyes met over Su Yi, both showing a similar sense of puzzlement. They couldn't understand why nothing had happened to Su Yi on this journey. An hour later, what's going on? Su Yi frowned, growing more alert. The 2 men behind him had suffered from vomiting, stomach issues, choking on water, and phone malfunctions. The string of unfortunate events seemed unbelievable. Could it be related to the woman in the white dress? His gaze unconsciously shifted to her. Her expression of helplessness seemed to conceal something. Recalling her mention of the misfortune aura, a bold hypothesis formed in Su Yi's mind. Miss, did you intentionally choose this front seat? Su Yi broke the silence, addressing the woman in the white dress. She paused, then slowly shook her head. No, I just chose a seat randomly without any particular preference. Really? Su Yi's smile was slightly sarcastic as he stood and approached a bald man seated in the middle row. He had noticed the man occasionally glancing towards the woman in the white dress, or more accurately, sneaking peeks at her. Switch seats with me, bald brother, Su Yi said bluntly. The bald man hesitated, looking up at Su Yi with some reluctance, but eventually nodded, seemingly without much choice. Hearing Su Yi's words, the bald man was initially taken aback. Then a look of excitement appeared on his face as he quickly pulled out his phone. Both of them opened their phone's QR code scanner almost simultaneously, but the situation caught Su Yi by surprise. Intended to give the man 10,000, but instead, the man wanted to transfer money to him. Quickly, Su Yi displayed the payment code, explaining, Sorry, I hit the wrong button. The transaction was quickly completed, and they exchanged seats. This scene drew surprised looks from the woman in the white dress and Sun Mo in the back row, clearly not expecting Su Yi to verify his guess in such a manner. 10 minutes later, the bald man had been to the restroom 4 or 5 times and finally had to pull out 10,000 yuan to buy back his original seat, complaining as he walked, "Brother, 10,000. Let me switch back, your spot is cursed." Once Su Yi settled back into his seat, the woman in the white dress flashed a sweet smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lung Xia." Su Yi, he introduced himself simply, then got straight to the point. "Are you a Tianxian practitioner?" "Yes," Lung Xia nodded, admitting it, and then asked, "Knowing I'm a Tianxian practitioner, what's the first thought that comes to your mind?" Su Yi thought to himself, "The first thought is definitely to blow you up and see if there's a special reward, but I can't say that out loud. Instead," he said, "I want to get closer to you and understand you better." This was sincerely felt, as he was indeed curious about the unique powers of a Tianxian practitioner. Lung Xia paused for a few seconds, then laughed. "You know, I have a body of misfortune, and you're the first person who said they want to get close to me. What about Sun Mo?" Su Yi recalled the young man who wanted to change seats. "Him? He stays as far away as possible unless necessary. But it doesn't affect our relationship. I don't want to accidentally hurt him either." They continued chatting, while in the second to last row, Sun Mo watched their lively conversation with a puzzled expression. "Huh? They're chatting? Aren't you two that familiar?" 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Shenyang City Airport. As they disembarked, Su Yi and Lung Xia exchanged phone numbers. After they parted ways, Sun Mo approached Lung Xia and asked, "Sister Xia, do you know why he isn't affected by your misfortune body?" "I don't know, I didn't ask." "Does he know you have a body of misfortune?" "I don't know, he didn't ask either." Sun Mo was bewildered. "You didn't ask the important questions. So what did you two talk about on the plane?" "All right, let's head back to the villa first," Lung Xia said with a faint smile. "We'll go find him once we hear news about the summoner with the talent." Sun Mo frowned slightly, expressing her concern. "Sister Xia, his talent is incredibly strong. Even if we find him, he might not want to join our team." "No." Lung Xia shook her head, a glint in her eyes. "He has a critical weakness: his own safety. He needs strong teammates to protect him since he can't always move around with tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers." Meanwhile, outside the airport in Shenyang City, "Brother Yi, over here, over here," a familiar voice called out. Su Yi, about to catch a taxi to the ancient secret realm 130 kilometers away, saw the unexpected appearance of Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan." Su Yi walked over in confusion. "How did you know I was coming?" Lin Chuan smiled and explained, "Brother Yi, you should have told me you were coming to Shenyang City. If Major Ding hadn't informed me to pick you up, I wouldn't have known." "Major Ding?" Su Yi was even more puzzled. "How did he know about my whereabouts?" "I'm not sure about the details," Lin Chuan continued, "but he'll be here in 2 hours." "Major Ding is coming too?" Su Yi fell into thought. 2 hours later, as soon as Ding Kai exited the airport, he interrupted Su Yi's questions. "Don't ask too much now. Let's find a place to eat first. I'm starving." He then gestured for Lin Chuan to drive. An hour later, in a private room at a hotel, Ding Kai spoke of his purpose while eating. "Su Yi, I'm here for 3 tasks. First, to make sure you don't cause too much commotion in the secret realm. Second, to protect you from threats posed by other organizations. And third, to investigate whether there is blood-red mist and ancient king beasts in this ancient secret realm." "I can handle all of that myself," Su Yi said seriously. "Major Ding, why don't you let Lin Chuan show you around Shenyang City for a few days?" Ding Kai was taken aback, recalling the days of eating and drinking in the training camp, and was somewhat displeased. "Are you kidding? I'm a level 9 martial emperor with a special talent. I can't just be invisible. So what do you think of my suggestion?" Su Yi asked again. "Not great," Ding Kai said firmly. "Even if you can handle it yourself, I'm still coming with you. After all, this is an assignment given to me from above, and I can't take it lightly." Ding Kai said, looking directly into Su Yi's eyes, his tone firm as he stated his position. Su Yi sighed helplessly, his shoulders slumping slightly. He thought to himself, "If I can't change the outcome, then I'll try to change Major Ding. Otherwise, this secret realm journey might be dreadfully boring." An hour later, the 3 of them had eaten their fill at a restaurant. Lin Chuan started the car, driving the 2 of them towards an ancient secret realm 130 kilometers east. As the car cruised smoothly down the highway, Lin Chuan glanced in the rearview mirror. Su Yi, in the passenger seat, had already dozed off, and Ding Kai in the back seat was also resting with his eyes closed, breathing evenly. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Airport pickup. Treating to a meal. Driving. They didn't come to hang out with me. They just see me as free labor. An hour and a half later, the vehicle entered a desolate area. Lin Chuan parked the car and gently shook their shoulders. "Major Ding. Yi. Wake up, we're here." Ding Kai rubbed his eyes and stretched as he got out of the car. He patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder, speaking lightly. "Lin Chuan, you've worked hard today. Go back and get some rest." With that, He and the newly awakened Su Yi headed towards the entrance of the ancient secret realm, leaving Lin Xuan standing there alone. As they stepped into the secret realm, the air around them grew heavy. Ding Kai turned to Su Yi, frowning slightly. Su Yi, let me just say, we absolutely can't make such a big scene this time. Su Yi blinked, a sly smile playing on his lips. Major Ding, how about this? I'll summon the army of skeleton soldiers, and you can be in charge of commanding them. How does that sound? You want me to command the skeleton army? Ding Kai's eyes lit up, imagining thousands of skeleton soldiers lined up, ready for orders, and he felt a surge of excitement. That sounds thrilling. All right, Ding Kai nodded in agreement. Then I'll take temporary command of the skeleton army. Otherwise, I'd really be worried about you, kid. Agreed. Su Yi grinned, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This is going to be interesting. After all, the feeling of commanding thousands of skeleton soldiers to sweep through everything is quite addictive. Su Yi looked at Ding Kai, spreading his hands slightly, ready to cast a spell. Major Ding, should I summon now, or should we find a dangerous area first, and then summon? Ding Kai waved his hand. Su Yi, didn't I just say we need to keep a low profile? And to keep a low profile, we should definitely wait until we reach a dangerous area before summoning the skeleton army. Otherwise, bringing thousands of skeleton soldiers to a dangerous area would be anything but low-key. All right, I'll listen to the major. Su Yi nodded with a smile, then looked around, frowning slightly. But we don't have a map, so where should we go next? Ding Kai proudly pulled out a yellowed parchment from his pocket, waving it in front of Su Yi. You don't have one, but I do. Just follow me. He unfolded the map, carefully examining its markings, and began searching for the nearest dangerous area. Better prepared than I expected? Su Yi was surprised as he looked at the map in Ding Kai's hand. 2 hours later, they arrived at the dangerous location marked on the map, the Mangshi Plains. Ding Kai pointed at the vast plain before them and explained the map's details. This place is home to over 200,000 unicorn rhinos. They stand 2 meters tall, have tough hides, formidable horn attacks, and live in herds. Nothing on this plain can withstand their collective charge. Su Ye's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, Major Ding, let's see if my army of skeletons can withstand their charge. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a grand summoning spell, setting the base number at 7,000. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Su Ye's mind. Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered. Critical hit, count 10-fold. Lucky critical hit. Su Yi was taken aback. Doesn't that mean I've summoned 700,000 skeletons this time? The thought of this staggering number filled him with excitement. Suddenly, the ground was filled with countless summoning circles, and an army of skeletons gradually appeared before their eyes. Holy crap! Ding Kai noticed the 8 yellow halos beneath the skeleton's feet and looked at Su Yi in disbelief. Has this guy reached the 8th level of martial sect? How terrifying. Su Yi, what's your current power level? 8th level spiritual martial sect. Su Yi replied candidly, without a hint of concealment. Has your mental strength surpassed 8,002? Ding Kai was utterly shocked, never expecting Su Yi's strength to increase so rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Ding Kai continued. Su Yi, I remember you once said that in that new secret realm, you summoned over 300,000 skeletons to obliterate tens of thousands of half-mutant troops. How many have you summoned now? 700,000. Su Yi couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. What? 700,000? Ding Kai was astounded by the number and immediately released his cyan aura, flying into the sky. From above, the endless sea of white bones stretched out below, an awe-inspiring sight. 700,000. It would take 10 football fields to hold that many skeletons. Ding Kai murmured to himself in the air. This is terrifying. Su Yi is truly terrifying. His gaze swept over the vast bone sea below before settling on Su Yi. A minute later, Ding Kai descended slowly and approached Su Yi, asking curiously, Su Yi, you can clearly summon 700,000 skeletons, so why did you only summon tens of thousands in the ancient secret realm of Chang'e County? Why? Because I couldn't summon that many. It's all about luck. Su Yi paused, then explained with feigned grievance. Do you think I didn't want to swagger through the secret realm with 700,000 skeletons? Major Ding, I was just trying to keep a low profile, capable of summoning 700,000, yet only summoning tens of thousands. And you call that low profile? Ding Kai said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What? Did we misunderstand you? Seeing Su Ye's aggrieved expression, Ding Kai's face was instantly filled with exasperation. He realized that Su Yi hadn't grasped the true meaning of low-key as the Divine Alliance intended. Major Ding, let's talk about the misunderstanding later. Su Yi quickly changed the subject when Ding Kai remained silent. Right now, shouldn't we first level this dangerous place? Ding Kai snapped back to reality, his gaze turning sharp again. Right? Let's first level this perilous land. I want to see just how strong your army of skeletons really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Kai leapt into the air, hovering above, and with a wave of his right arm, his voice boomed like thunder. Charge. With the command given, the 700,000 strong army of skeletons began to run in perfect unison, their bow and swords aimed directly at the Mangshi plains, causing the ground to tremble. Major Ding. Suya's voice called from below. Watching from above is actually quite pointless. Only by being among the skeleton army can one truly feel the psychological impact of their charge. All right, I got it, Ding Kai responded, descending swiftly towards the front of the skeleton army. Watching Ding Kai's back, Suyi grinned and said, Major Ding, enjoy it. You might just find yourself addicted to that feeling. 7 minutes later, a dull thud, thud, thud began to resonate through the earth. Hidden within the skeleton army, Ding Kai immediately understood the herd of unicorn rhinos had appeared. Bring it on. Let the battle be fierce. Ding Kai exclaimed excitedly, drawing his battle knife from his spatial equipment as he felt the increasing tremors of the ground. I'm already getting pumped up. Boom. A powerful aftershock from the battle ahead reached them, causing the charging skeleton army to slow momentarily, but they continued to advance resolutely. Soon, countless bodies of unicorn rhinos came into view. Several bloodied rhinos charged at Ding Kai, who unhesitatingly swung his battle knife, taking them down swiftly and efficiently. As minutes passed, the scene on the battlefield became clearer. Countless unicorn rhinos were being cut down by the skeleton army, while only a few skeletons were shattered by the 9th-level unicorn rhinos. This wasn't a battle but a complete and utter one-sided slaughter. Too strong. Ding Kai was astounded by the scene before him. The skeleton army summoned by Su Yi is truly formidable. He watched as the unicorn rhinos were barely able to harm the skeletons, yet the skeletons could effortlessly cut down the rhinos one by one. The stark contrast in strength was visually overwhelming. After some time, the skeleton army finally halted. Only then did Ding Kai realize that his army had swept across the entire Mangshi plains. At this moment, not a single living unicorn rhino could be seen. Is it over? Just like that? So easily. Ding Kai looked around in disbelief, feeling as if he were in a dream. This is supposed to be a dangerous place in an ancient secret realm. Everything before him seemed too unreal. Major Ding, how do you feel? Are my army of skeleton soldiers up to par? Su Ye's excited voice came from the side. Ding Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Up to par? This is incredible. I've completed many missions, but I've never fought such a thrilling battle. Su Yi, your skeleton army is truly impressive. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly issued a command. Leave 700 skeleton soldiers. The rest of the skeleton army, teleport 10 meters underground immediately. In an instant, the once densely packed skeleton army dwindled to a sparse 700. Ding Kai looked around in shock. What? Where's the skeleton army? Where did my skeleton army go? Major Ding, Su Yi said with a smirk, we're heading to the next perilous place. To keep a low profile, you'll lead this charge with just these 700 skeletons. Faced with only 700 skeleton soldiers, Ding Kai felt a wave of disappointment. Suddenly, he realized something and looked at Su Yi with a wry smile. Wait, I get it. You let me command 70,000 troops for an exhilarating battle, then suddenly reduce it to 700 to create a huge contrast. Su Yi, that's a tough move. What officer could withstand such a test? You figured it out so quickly? Su Yi laughed. Major Ding, I'm just as constrained as you are. You have your mission, and I have my plans. Ding Kai quickly responded. Su Yi, don't worry. Even though I would love to continue leading 70,000 skeletons, for the sake of the mission, I'll make do even if it's just 7. Major Ding, Su Ye's eyes lit up. I actually have a win-win idea. Are you interested? Oh, let's hear it. We could take the 70,000 skeleton soldiers and sweep through the secret realm, Su Yi explained. This way, you could continue commanding the army and help me resolve the misunderstanding with the Divine Alliance. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Ding Kai asked with a frown. About being low-key. Su Yi quickly explained. I can summon 70,000 skeleton soldiers, but only summon a few thousand. How is that not low-key? Ding Kai shook his head. Su Yi, you still don't understand the Divine Alliance's intent. They want you to stay low-key, meaning they don't want you parading around with skeleton soldiers. The more people who know your capabilities, the worse it is for you. Plus, they don't want you raiding others in the secret realm anymore. It creates a negative impact. Regarding the number of skeleton soldiers, Ding Kai patiently explained, as long as no one sees them, it doesn't matter if you summon 10 million skeleton soldiers, it's still low-key. Hearing this, Su Yi was taken aback. How could not parading or robbing with an army of skeleton soldiers be considered low-key? Did it really have nothing to do with the number of skeleton soldiers he summoned? Suddenly, Su Yi seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that his understanding of low-key was entirely different from the low-key that the Divine Alliance referred to. Seeing Su Yi deep in thought, Ding Kai smiled. Su Yi, do you understand now? Do you know what to do? Su Yi nodded silently, took a deep breath, and thought, since the Divine Alliance has my best interests at heart, I'll leave a way out for the others in the secret realm. He then responded calmly. In that case, I'll focus on those perilous areas. Ding Kai sighed in relief and smiled. Good, that's the spirit. He knew that if Suyi had asked, yes, I understand, but I still want to do it my way, he would have had a real headache. 3 days later, in the eastern part of the secret realm, Ban Shua's patience was wearing thin. After searching for 3 days, there was still no sign of any skeleton soldier army, and he was getting frustrated. What's going on? How can there be so many people in this secret realm, yet not a single trace of a skeleton soldier? I'm losing my mind. He continued searching helplessly, filled with confusion. Where have the gifted ones gone? Where are the skeleton soldiers? Everything was shrouded in mystery. Elsewhere, in a valley, Ding Kai was leading 70,000 skeleton soldiers in a rampant slaughter. Suyi stood nearby, shaking his head and sighing, thinking to himself, Major Ding is really addicted to this. What would he do without this army of skeleton soldiers? Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Su Ye's mind. Ding. 8 half-mutants detected 500 meters from the valley. Then, another alert. Ding. Caution. Those 8 half-mutants have fled. Half-mutants came and then ran away? Suyi was stunned. The system's notification left him puzzled. This was the second group of half-mutants he had encountered in 3 days, and just like last time, they turned and fled as soon as they were discovered. What was going on? He frowned, filled with questions. Isn't the alien organization supposed to be targeting me? Why do they find me, but then take no action? 5 days later, in the northern part of the secret realm, Ban Shua was on the verge of a breakdown. Come out, gifted ones, skeleton soldier army, come out. Let me see where you're hiding. I have to see what kind of miracle potion these skeleton soldiers have taken to hide so well. After 5 days of relentless searching, Ban Shua's mental state was crumbling under the pressure, which felt like a flood overwhelming him. If he couldn't find them in 10 more days, it would mean they hadn't come to the secret realm at all. Otherwise, how could there be no trace of the skeleton soldiers? This thought offered him a slight relief, but soon he was back to his endless search. Meanwhile, in Lone Wolf Mountain, Suyi walked towards Ding Kai and said in a serious tone, Major Ding, there's something off about this place. As he walked, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly stopped. How should I put it? It feels a bit like the Sky Serpent Valley I visited before. We've traveled all the way here without encountering a single ancient beast, which is unsettling. Suyi, are you saying there's an intelligent king realm Lone Jade Wolf King here? Ding Kai's expression turned serious, filled with doubt and caution. It's possible, Suyi replied in a low voice, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Then let's find it. Ding Kai said without hesitation, excitement on his face as he stepped forward. He waved his hand and commanded, charge. Suyi helplessly covered his forehead, watching Ding Kai lead the 70,000-strong army of skeleton soldiers into the forest. He muttered to himself, I should never hand over the command of the skeleton army to anyone else again. Once I do, I'm bored out of my mind. 15 minutes later, the skeleton army came to a halt. The scene before them stopped. Every skeleton soldier in their tracks. A pack of lone jade wolves appeared, far exceeding expectations, numbering in the tens of thousands. Humans, get out of here. The 2-meter-tall lone jade wolf king approached step by step, its fierce gaze fixed on Ding Kai, its voice filled with undisguised anger. But on closer inspection, its 4 sturdy wolf legs were trembling slightly. Major Ding, this wolf king has sensed your aura. Suyi stepped forward, pointing at the wolf king's trembling legs with a slight smile. Its legs wouldn't shake unless it's afraid. Ding Kai was silent for a moment, his eyes more vigilant. Whether it's a mythical beast or an ancient creature, they are sensitive to the power aura of humans. It's normal for it to fear me. However, he widened his eyes, his gaze sharp. The fact that it brought the entire wolf pack to threaten us shows it has intelligence, and not a low one. Suya's lips curled into a faint smile. Wrong. Its intelligence isn't that high. If it were really smart, it would have fled with the pack long ago, rather than actively seeking trouble with us. Ding Kai was slightly taken aback, then said in a deep voice, regardless of its intelligence level, today it is destined to die here. Before the words finished, Ding Kai gestured, and the skeleton army surged towards the lone jade wolf pack like a tidal wave. Suyi frowned, observing Ding Kai's actions. Aren't you planning to keep them for research? No, I intend to eliminate them directly. Ding Kai replied with a cold smile, his tone firm. Too much time is wasted on research. It's better to remove these threats directly. Meanwhile, the lone Jade Wolf King, seeing Ding Kai leading the skeleton army closer, felt panic rising within. Its unease grew more intense, and it growled lowly. Damn it! What does that powerful human intend to do? If he doesn't run, I will. The Wolf King looked ahead angrily, the sense of fear growing stronger. Suddenly, it turned around, its eyes flashing with panic, its angry roar echoing through the forest. Without hesitation, it turned and sprinted towards the distance, its speed unmatched like a gust of wind. Trying to run? Ding Kai and Suyi exchanged a meaningful glance, both breaking into cold smiles. Boom! Ding Kai's body erupted with a surge of cyan blood energy, preparing to catch up with the Wolf King and capture it. However, the skeleton army was faster. In just a moment, 70,000 skeleton soldiers surrounded the lone Jade Wolf King, trapping it in a dead corner. The lone Jade Wolf King was instantly stunned. It looked around and saw thousands upon thousands of skeleton soldiers densely encircling it. It stood there, its fear reaching its peak. On the other side, Ding Kai stood frozen in place, watching in disbelief as over 100,000 lone Jade Wolves charged at him like a flood. He glanced back at the skeletal army that had vanished from sight and was stunned. Damn, the skeletal army had actually surrounded the fleeing lone Jade Wolf King. And I'm surrounded by these wolves. Ding Kai snapped back to reality, his mind on the verge of collapse. Although he wasn't afraid of the wolves, killing them was exhausting. Enraged, he swung his sword wildly at the advancing wolves. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who was watching from afar, suddenly issued a self-destruct command to the skeletal army. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the lone Jade Wolf King was completely obliterated in the rising mushroom cloud. Damn. The task of killing the Wolf King was mine. Staring at the distant mushroom cloud, Ding Kai felt as if he was about to explode with frustration. He completely forgot about the surrounding wolves, his gaze fixed on the expanding cloud, muttering to himself, "That was my prey." However, Su Yi wasn't satisfied yet. He summoned another 70,000 skeletal soldiers, instantly teleporting them to the lone Jade Wolf King's location and detonating them again. The first mushroom cloud, the second mushroom cloud, the third mushroom cloud. A series of explosions echoed through the air, filled with the scent of destruction. Ding Kai's face turned pale, then flushed, as he was overwhelmed with shock. This familiar scene reminded him of a time during training when Su Yi had used the same self-destructing skeletons to nearly obliterate him. Minutes later, Su Yi summoned the skeletal army for the 6th time, ordering them to charge at the lone Jade Wolves surrounding Ding Kai. Finally, Ding Kai felt relieved as he saw the skeletal army engage the wolves. He quickly withdrew from the battle and sprinted towards the remains of the lone Jade Wolf King. Upon reaching the site, Ding Kai looked around, bewildered. Where was the beast core? The core from the lone Jade Wolf King's head was missing. Staring at the spot where the Wolf King had been blown to pieces, his anger flared. Damn it, the crucial beast core is gone. Looking at the place where there was no longer any trace of the body, Ding Kai erupted, gritting his teeth. Su Yi, next time we encounter an ancient beast that's breaking into the King realm, whether it has intelligence or not, everything is mine. You can't touch it. Why? Su Yi asked, puzzled. Why? Ding Kai took a deep breath, shook his head in frustration. I step in to take the life of the ancient beast. But when you step in, there's not even a body left. Su Yi suddenly understood, a flash of realization in his eyes, and nodded. All right, next time I won't interfere. An hour later, Ding Kai stood by, watching Su Yi as he began to loot all the cultivation resources within this perilous area, a complex expression on his face. For others entering the ancient secret realm, the amount of cultivation resources they could obtain depended entirely on their strength and luck. But for Su Yi, the resources he acquired were solely determined by how much was available. Ding Kai thought to himself, if he keeps this up, the provincial department might go bankrupt. A moment later, Su Yi wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. He had just cleared out all the cultivation resources in the dangerous area and was now complaining to Ding Kai. Exhausting. It's so exhausting. Collecting cultivation resources is hard labor. Hearing this, Ding Kai's eye twitched involuntarily. Complaining about picking up cultivation resources? This kind of humble brag made him think. If it's so tiring, let me do it. I don't mind the work. 10%. Su Yi suddenly blurted out, interrupting Ding Kai's internal grumble. Huh? 10% of what? Ding Kai asked, puzzled, turning to Su Yi. What are you talking about? Su Yi smiled slightly, looked Ding Kai straight in the eye, and said sincerely, Major Ding, I want to make a deal with you. From now on, you help me collect cultivation resources, and I'll give you 10% as a reward. Are you interested in the deal? Ding Kai was momentarily stunned, then his face quickly lit up with joy. Just helping to pick up cultivation resources and getting 10% as a reward? Such a sudden windfall. Su Yi, Ding Kai's voice trembled with excitement. The amount of cultivation resources you've gathered this time is massive. Are you really going to give me 10% as a reward? That's right. Su Yi replied firmly. 10% of all the resources I've acquired in the secret realm. Su Yi, you're amazing. Ding Kai nearly jumped with excitement, hoisting Su Yi onto his shoulders and running forward. No more talking. Let's head to the next dangerous spot immediately. Carried on Ding Kai's shoulder, Su Yi looked at his friend's flushed face and smirked. Back at the training camp, Major Ding often helped me get rare beasts. Now that I have the means, it's time to repay him. 8 days later, the two stood at the edge of the secret realm. Ding Kai looked around with a hint of regret in his voice. Su Yi, we've cleared out all the dangerous spots in the secret realm. It's time to leave. He paused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shall we head to another ancient secret realm? Let's go, Su Yi replied, unable to resist Ding Kai's eager expression. Next, we'll head to the ancient secret realm near Zilin County in Yuanha City. Suddenly, Suyi seemed to remember something and turned to Ding Kai. By the way, Major Ding, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Your ability lets you enter ancient secret realms below your level. So why don't you go to these lower-level secret realms to collect resources? Hearing this question, Ding Kai gave a wry smile and shook his head. Although my ability allows me to enter lower-level ancient secret realms, I can't bring everything out. I can only take a small amount, and that amount isn't worth the trip. Suyi frowned slightly. You can enter lower-level ancient secret realms, but can't take the things inside. Upon hearing Ding Kai's explanation, Suyi's interest in the talent quickly waned, leaving him slightly disappointed. This talent isn't that impressive, he thought, though he kept his thoughts hidden. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up with curiosity. Major Ding, he turned to Ding Kai, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Just how much is a little? And even if it's just a bit each time, can't you enter repeatedly and accumulate quite a lot over time? Ding Kai paused before explaining. Firstly, a little means about 10 spirit herbs. That's what I've managed before. Secondly, while my talent allows entry into low-level ancient secret realms, it doesn't allow for constant access. Each entry requires waiting until the next day to re-enter. To change that, I need to upgrade my talent level, but I currently lack enough talent source stones. Suyi was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Ding Kai with a sympathetic gaze, feeling slightly let down. The talent wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. Ding Kai noticed Suyi's look and gave a wry smile, then waved his hand, releasing a blue aura. All right, let's leave the secret realm first. Suyi nodded, releasing a yellow aura in preparation to leave with Ding Kai. At that moment, Suyi silently thought, System, check the number of talent source stone fragments. Talent source stone fragments, 42,368 pieces. As his mental command was completed, a transparent screen appeared before him. Suyi examined the data closely. Before entering the secret realm, I had 29,886 fragments, and now I have 45,368. This means I've gained 15,482 fragments in this realm. He frowned slightly. This amount is far less compared to the secret realm in Changha County. While he pondered this, two spatial vortices suddenly appeared behind them, pulling Suyi and Ding Kai in, whisking them out of the secret realm in an instant. North of the secret realm, and still nothing. This is driving me crazy. What on earth is going on? Ban Shua's voice echoed through the space, filled with impatience and frustration. It had been 8 days, and he was on the verge of collapse, still unable to locate his target. Meanwhile, Suyi and Ding Kai found themselves outside the ancient secret realm. Ding Kai dialed Lin Chuan's number. Hey, Lin Chuan, Suyi and I just got out of the secret realm. Can you come pick us up? Major Ding, aren't we troubling Lin Chuan a bit too much? Suyi teased with a smile after Ding Kai ended the call. Ding Kai nodded with a wry smile. It does feel a bit much, but how about we give him some cultivation resources to make up for it? Suyi shook his head and replied, Major Ding, we're all on the same team. Talking about money can hurt friendships. How about this when he arrives? I'll give him a free combat training session. Hearing this, Ding Kai laughed. All right, sounds good. Let's do that. The two exchanged a knowing smile, full of camaraderie, as they prepared to wait for Lin Chuan's arrival. Give him a real combat training. Upon hearing Su Ye's suggestion, Ding Kai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Great. That's a good idea. After all, not many people get to experience your kind of combat training. But let's have a meal first. As for the training, we'll give it to him when we leave. If we do it now and he gets injured, we won't have a car. Ding Kai revealed his thoughts with a sly glint in his eyes. All right, Suyi nodded, then said, Major Ding, you really think things through. With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile and waited quietly. 2 hours later, Lin Chuan arrived in a luxury car. Major Ding, Brother Yi, you must be exhausted from the secret realm. I've already arranged a hotel for us. Let's go eat first, rest for the night. And tomorrow morning, I'll take you to some fun places. As Su Yi and Ding Kai got into the car, Lin Chuan spoke cheerfully while driving. Lin Chuan, hold on a sec, I'm going to sit in the back. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Su Yi unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the back seat. Huh? Why did Brother Yi move to the back? Is the front seat uncomfortable? Lin Chuan glanced in the rearview mirror, puzzled, then shook his head and continued driving towards Shenyang City. Major Ding, Lin Chuan is really considerate. Are we being a bit unfair to him? Su Yi whispered, a hint of helplessness in his tone. It does seem a bit unfair, Ding Kai nodded. Then his eyes showed determination. How about this? We give him something nice to show our appreciation. Su Yi smiled slightly. All right, let's give him a real combat training session and 20 drops of Tian Sui liquid. 20 drops of Tian Sui liquid. Ding Kai was momentarily stunned, then looked surprised. How does this kid have so much Tian Sui liquid? He recalled that during the training camp years ago, Su Yi used just over 100 drops for the trainees, but now 20 drops was an astonishing amount. 2 hours later, in the hotel private room, the three sat down for a meal. Major Ding, Brother Yi, tell me about your time in the ancient secret realm, Lin Chuan asked, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Killing ancient beasts, Su Yi said flatly. Collecting cultivation resources, Ding Kai added promptly. Just those two things. Lin Chuan was taken aback, having not expected that after all this time. It seemed they hadn't done much else. Is that really all you did in the secret realm? Su Yi and Ding Kai didn't say anything further, leaving Lin Chuan a bit bewildered, realizing their journey was far simpler than he had imagined. Major Ding, Brother Yi, can I see what you brought back? Lin Chuan asked cautiously, his tone filled with anticipation. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi slammed his space ring onto the table. Ding Kai followed suit, placing 5 space rings on the table with a slightly proud tone. My space gear is bigger, and I've got more. A minute later, Lin Chuan stared at the space rings on the table, completely dumbfounded. His head was filled with countless cultivation resources, making him question if he was seeing things. Did you empty out the secret realm? Lin Chuan's voice trembled as he managed to speak, almost unable to believe his eyes. No, Ding Kai chuckled. We just cleared out all the dangerous places that hadn't been breached yet. As for the other places with cultivation resources, we didn't take them all. After all, we should leave some opportunities for others. Lin Chuan's words made Su Yi chuckle. What other places can have cultivation resources? You know, treacherous places are our main battlegrounds to obtain resources. Although we can't completely conquer those places, we can always find some good stuff there. And now, have you really cleared out all those places? Hearing this, Lin Chuan's face changed instantly, and a thought flashed through his mind. It's over. That secret realm is probably ruined. An hour later. Lin Chuan, you don't need to take us tomorrow. Major Ding and I have already booked a flight for tomorrow morning. After breakfast, back in the guest room, Su Yi suddenly looked at Lin Chuan and said calmly, leaving tomorrow? Lin Chuan was taken aback. Then a suspicion arose in his mind. He looked at Su Yi and frowned. Yega, you aren't planning to visit another ancient secret realm, are you? That's right. With more than 20 days until the college entrance exam, we're planning to visit one more ancient secret realm. Su Yi nodded decisively, confirming his intentions. It's over. Another secret realm is going to be ruined. Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then a flash of envy crossed his eyes. An abundance of cultivation resources, enough to make even a dog drool. I understand. You both rest well, and I'll come to pick you up for the airport in the morning. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement and left the guest room. The last secret realm, Su Yi murmured to himself, gazing out the window. He thought to himself that he only had just over 40,000 talent source stone fragments, far from the target of 100,000. Yet, he wasn't in a rush to choose a special reward. Instead, he planned to elevate his strength to the 9th level peak Spirit Martial Master, as the college entrance exam was imminent. After Lin Chuan left, Su Yi silently mapped out his plans for the upcoming secret realm journey. However, he was still unsure if he could break through to the 9th level peak Spirit Martial Master, given that his vitality was only 8,610.8 and his mental strength was even lower, at 8,120.9. The next morning at 6. Major Ding, Yega, I've packed breakfast for you to eat on the way. Lin Chuan handed the breakfast to Su Yi and Ding Kai, who were seated in the car. Lin Chuan, since we arrived in Shenyang City, you've been helping us a lot. Honestly, both Major Ding and I feel a bit embarrassed. So, this time, we've prepared a gift for you. Su Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, took the breakfast and looked at Lin Chuan with a hint of playfulness in his voice. A gift? Lin Chuan was a bit stunned. Then a thought crossed his mind. Could it be a portion of those abundant cultivation resources? Look behind you, Su Yi said casually. Look behind. Lin Chuan turned around curiously to look at the back seat. Bang! When he saw a skeleton soldier sitting next to Ding Kai in the back, his eyes widened in shock, almost jumping out of his seat. Then, he quickly turned back, shouting internally, an illusion. This must be an illusion. He had done everything, sending them off, hosting them, driving them, arranging accommodations, taking them to the airport. How could Yega give him a skeleton soldier? Doubt and shock intertwined in his heart as Lin Chuan turned once more to look at the back seat. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in shock as he rubbed them vigorously. There, in the back seat, sat 2 skeleton soldiers. Instinctively, he slapped himself hard, the sting confirming this was no illusion. Is this what you meant by a gift? 2 skeleton soldiers? Lin Chuan asked, glancing back while driving. Exactly, Su Yi replied with a grin. Talking money can hurt friendships, so I'm giving you a real combat training session. What? Lin Chuan was almost in tears. I take care of you guys, and this is my reward? Who could have imagined that? An hour and a half later, the car came to a stop. Before getting out, Su Yi instructed, take the skeleton soldiers home, have a practice battle, and let them self-destruct at the end. Got it, Yi. Lin Chuan nodded with a bitter smile. After Su Yi and Ding Kai entered the airport, Lin Chuan prepared to drive home. Suddenly, he noticed a small bottle on Ding Kai's seat. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 20 drops of heavenly essence. Overjoyed, Lin Chuan hugged the skeleton soldier beside him and kissed it fervently. This had to be a special gift left for him by Su Yi and Ding Kai. Otherwise, with their spatial equipment, they wouldn't have left anything behind. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Ding Kai had already passed through security and boarded the plane. Major Ding, it's inconvenient to chat in a taxi in Zilin County. How about calling Luo Tianqin? Su Yi suggested. Ding Kai chuckled. Already did. I contacted him earlier while I was in the restroom at the terminal. Su Yi was momentarily surprised, then smiled knowingly. Elsewhere, in a luxurious villa in Tianling City, Dai Heng was staring at his phone, trembling with anger upon receiving news that Su Yi had gone to Yuanhe City. Just then, Ban Shuo entered the room. Mr. Dai, your information is incorrect. Ban Shuo declared bluntly. Su Yi never went to the ancient secret realm in Shenyang City. Oh, do you have proof? Dai Heng asked coldly, struggling to contain his anger. Though I don't have direct evidence, Ban Shuo said with conviction. I searched the secret realm for 17 whole days and examined every corner without seeing him or hearing any news of his skeleton army. Ban Shuo, Dai Heng laughed in anger. Just because you couldn't find him, you claim he didn't go? You're absolutely useless. How come others can find him, but you can't? With a swift motion, Dai Heng threw a file onto Ban Shuo's desk. Staring at the documents before him, Ban Shuo's brow furrowed with unease. Could it be that everyone else found it while I couldn't? What does this mean? With a mix of emotions, he quickly opened the file. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've been investigating for 17 days, and all the leads went cold. How could 5.5 teams of superhumans have encountered Su Yi? Ban Shuo's eyes widened with shock, almost unable to believe the contents of the file before him. What's so impossible about it? Dai Heng glared at Ban Shuo with anger. These 5.5 teams may not have directly confronted Su Yi, but they all spotted him near different dangerous areas. According to the organization's orders, they chose to retreat immediately. Even though they didn't make contact with Su Yi, it proves that he's hiding in the secret realm. Now, do you have anything else to say? Listening to this, a strange fear crept into Ban Shuo's heart. Suddenly, Dai Heng slammed the table, his voice exploding like thunder. What else do you have to say? With Dai Heng's roar echoing in the room, Ban Shuo fell to his knees in terror, his face pale and nearly devoid of strength. Master Dai, please give me another chance. I can find him. Dai Heng stared coldly at the kneeling Ban Shuo, a decisive chill flashing in his eyes. Yuanhe City, Zilin County. This is your last chance. With those words, he turned and headed upstairs. Clenching his fists, Ban Shuo watched Dai Heng leave with a mix of anger and resentment. Damn it. This time, I'll find you. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly left the villa. Yuanhe City, Airport Terminal. Lin Chuan. Guess who came to see me today? Luo Tianqin dialed the phone, his tone laced with a hint of teasing and mystery. Luo Tianqin. Could it be Major Ding and Brother Yi? On the other end, Lin Chuan paused, raising an eyebrow with a spark in his eyes as he quickly confirmed. What the heck? How did you know? Wait a minute. You aren't hiding in some shadow nearby, are you? As soon as Lin Chuan finished speaking, Luo Tianqin was taken aback and quickly looked around. They just left here. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Lin Chuan's voice came through with a slight seriousness, clear and strong. Pick them up, arrange meals, send them into the secret realm, pick them up after they come out, arrange accommodation and meals, and finally send them to the airport. Got the process memorized. Is it that professional? Luo Tianqin took a sharp breath, clearly impressed by Lin Chuan's efficiency and organization. By the way, Major Ding and Brother Yi won't let you work for nothing. After their training, they'll give you a live combat session, so be mentally prepared. Lin Chuan's tone grew solemn, carrying a sense of urgency. Before the words were fully spoken, a loud noise suddenly erupted on the other end. Boom. Shortly after, the call with Lin Chuan was abruptly disconnected. Luo Tianqin stood there in a daze, staring at the phone screen, unable to believe the call had ended. With a wry smile, he shook his head. Pick-up and drop-off service, food and entertainment, and a live combat session as a bonus? What a grand gesture. He sighed deeply and dialed another number. Steward Joe, prepare some healing pills for me, the best ones. 2 hours later, Luo Tianqin and Su Yi walked out of the airport. Before Su Yi could speak, Luo Tianqin cut him off, his tone direct and straightforward. Brother Yi, there's no need to say anything. I understand. What do you understand? We haven't said anything yet. As Luo Tianqin's words fell, Su Yi and Ding Kai exchanged puzzled glances. They hadn't revealed anything, yet Luo Tianqin seemed to have figured everything out. An hour later, the three of them were dining at a hotel, with an air of mystery lingering around them. 5 hours later, they arrived at the entrance to a secret realm 70 kilometers north of Zilin County. Standing before the ancient and mysterious entrance, Su Yi and Ding Kai were still in shock, unable to comprehend how Luo Tianqin knew so much about their journey. Major Ding. Yi bro. Luo Tianxian said with a mysterious smile as he noticed their confused expressions. Stay safe, and call me as soon as you come out. I'll come to pick you up immediately. All right, Su Yi and Ding Kai responded briefly, not asking further questions as they headed directly toward the entrance of the secret realm. After stepping into the ancient secret realm, Ding Kai turned to Su Yi with excitement in his eyes. Su Yi, the usual plan? Yeah. Su Yi nodded, then asked the crucial question. But Major Ding, do you have a map of this place? A map of the dangerous area they were heading into would undoubtedly save them a lot of time. I do, Ding Kai confidently replied, quickly pulling out his phone. I got this map of the ancient secret realm from the provincial department last night. The screen displayed a detailed topographical map. Su Ye's eyes lit up. Major Ding, you're the best. Let's get started. 3 days later, as Ding Kai led an army of skeleton soldiers through the perilous land, a system notification suddenly sounded in Su Ye's mind. Ding. A half-hybrid has appeared a kilometer away in the frog soil swamp. Ding. Alert. The half-hybrid is moving rapidly towards the host's location. A half-hybrid? And it's heading towards me. Su Yi frowned and immediately summoned Ding Kai and the skeleton army back from afar. Upon learning of the situation, a glint of battle intent flashed in Ding Kai's eyes. Finally, it appears. Su Yi, I'll handle this half-hybrid. He stood in front of Su Yi, quietly waiting for the enemy to arrive. Meanwhile, the half-hybrid named Ban Shua was approaching quickly. Found it. Such intense battle fluctuations, it must be the skeleton army. Excitement shone in his eyes. He had been under immense pressure for over a month trying to find Su Yi. When Ban Shua saw the two figures in the distance, he suddenly halted. Huh, there's another person? Dai Heng had never mentioned that the gifted one had someone with him. While he was still puzzled, Ding Kai unleashed a formidable aura of blue blood energy, with 9 blue halos appearing at his feet. 9th level Martial Emperor. Ban Shua's pupils contracted sharply, fear creeping across his face. The gifted one has a 9th level Martial Emperor as protection? How am I supposed to fight that? Run, was the only thought in his mind. Excuse me, gentlemen. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I'll be on my way, no need to trouble you. Ban Shua turned to flee. Half-hybrid. Since you're here, why rush to leave? Ding Kai's mocking voice came from behind, carrying an undeniable authority. Boom. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The moment he sensed danger, Ban Shua unleashed a surge of green energy, and 9 green halos appeared beneath his feet. However, before he could react, Ding Kai's hand chop struck like lightning, and with a dull thud, Ban Shua collapsed unconscious. A 9th level Martial King. This serum must be extraordinary, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enter the secret realm, Ding Kai remarked, looking down at the unconscious Ban Shua. He then turned to Su Yi and asked, what do you want to do with him? Wake him up for interrogation. Su Yi replied straightforwardly. If we get any information, it's a bonus. If not, we'll execute him. He thought to himself, you didn't kill him outright, so you must also want to question him. All right, let's do it your way, Ding Kai agreed with a smile. If we get anything out of him, the credit will be yours. Su Yi understood and thought that he would compensate with some cultivation resources later on. A few minutes later, Ban Shua was awakened. Ding Kai kept hitting him with a wooden stick, but he couldn't get Ban Shua to talk. Let me try, Lieutenant Ding. Su Yi stepped forward. Ban Shua sneered. You think you can? Even he couldn't get me to talk. Look behind you, Su Yi gestured. Ban Shua turned and saw a line of skeleton soldiers. Curiously, these soldiers were holding their bone swords in reverse, with the blades pointing inward and the handles outward. Begin, one by one, Su Yi ordered coldly. Let him experience what true agony is. As the first skeleton soldier stepped forward, Ban Shua felt a foreboding sense of doom. A sharp pain followed, causing his eyes to widen, and although he wanted to kneel, Ding Kai held him firmly. At that moment, he understood the purpose of the reversed bone swords. Half human, the second one is coming. Su Ye's voice was like a devil's whisper. If you have the guts, kill me. This torture doesn't prove anything. Ban Shua shouted, fear mixed with anger. The only response was another bone sword handle mercilessly stabbing into him. When the 7th skeleton warrior charged at Ban Shua with a bone knife, he finally broke down. His body, having endured 6 consecutive heavy blows, had reached its limit. Ban Shua screamed, Tianyang Villa District, Villa number 8, Dai Heng. He's the one who sent me to kill you. Su Yi, don't kill him just yet. Ding Kai punched Ban Shua to the ground, a blue aura emanating from his body. Let me verify the information outside. If you're lying, you'll explode to death. A minute later, a spatial vortex formed behind Ding Kai, pulling him in. Luckily, I told the truth. Ban Shua collapsed to the ground, a look of relief in his eyes. He couldn't withstand the endless skeleton attacks any longer. Su Yi slowly crouched down, leaning closer to the severely injured Ban Shua, his tone tempting. Want to escape? Or kill me while you can? I can give you the chance. Ban Shua clenched and unclenched his fists, caught in a dilemma. Despite his injuries, he still had a chance to kill Su Yi or escape. But why would a powerful level 9 martial emperor leave so confidently? It was clear that the target before him was far from simple. Forget it. Ban Shuo released his tightly clenched fist, lying still on the ground. Even if I escape, the organization will hunt me down. Since I've already betrayed and mentioned Dai Hong, I might as well wait for death. Not going to fight or run. How boring. Disappointment flickered in Su Ye's eyes as he summoned a skeleton warrior to carry Ban Shuo away. Explosions echoed continuously as tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers advanced through Frog Swamp by self-destructing. The spectacular scene left Ban Shuo wide-eyed, an army of skeletons that could teleport and self-destruct. Unless the summoner was killed in a very short time, even he would struggle against such a relentless assault. Watching the rising mushroom clouds and Su Ye's ongoing summoning of skeletons, Ban Shuo felt a wave of despair. The target he had chased for 40 days was such a terrifying existence. System notifications echoed in Su Ye's mind. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Blood energy increased by 0.2. Mental strength increased by 0.3. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Void God Finger proficiency increased by 0.03. Ding. Successfully killed a creature. Obtained talent source Stone Fragment 1. 3 hours later, the rhythm of killing ancient beasts and collecting cultivation resources continued. Ban Shuo watched all this with envy in his eyes. When did conquering dangerous lands become so simple? The end. Time to head to the next perilous location. Su Yi opened his phone, carefully examining the secret realm map that Ding Kai had sent earlier, then set off eastward with Ban Shuo. Can I ask you something? Ban Shuo hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up from behind Su Yi. What is it? Su Yi turned back to look at him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Ban Shuo took a moment to gather his thoughts before asking. I remember when you were in the ancient secret realm of Chang'e County, you always had your army of skeletons with you. But here in Shenyang City, and even in this secret realm, you only summon them when there's danger. Why is that? Because I want to keep a low profile. Su Yi replied without missing a beat. A low profile? Ban Shuo was momentarily at a loss, torn between laughter and disbelief. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected such a seemingly casual answer. Su Yi seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ban Shuo with a meaningful expression. What? Is it because I was too low-key that you couldn't find me in the last secret realm? Yeah. Ban Shuo shook his head with a wry smile. But looking back now, not finding you might have been a good thing. It's better to face some punishment than to lose my life. 10 days later, Ding Kai hurriedly found Su Yi. Su Yi, the information is confirmed. Lord Dai has been taken by the people of the Divine Alliance. This guy can be dealt with now. Phew, I can finally die in peace. Upon hearing this news, Ban Shuo didn't show fear, but instead looked relieved. Su Yi, however, waved his hand. Lieutenant Ding, let's wait until we leave the secret realm. With him around, you won't have to bother collecting cultivation resources. Of course, I'll compensate you for the trouble. Not killing me just to squeeze every last bit of value out of me. Ban Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? At that moment, Ding Kai suddenly spoke up. Su Yi, isn't this a bit too much? Ban Shuo was almost moved to tears, but then Ding Kai continued. Maybe we should give him half of the cultivation resources as compensation for his effort? Compensation. Ban Shuo was thunderstruck. Giving compensation to someone who's destined to die, how can you even say that out loud? Lieutenant Ding has thought it through. Let's do it that way, Su Yi said, stifling a laugh. 6 days later, after they had scoured the last perilous location in the secret realm, Su Yi turned to Ding Kai. Lieutenant Ding, it's time to go. Bang. The punch was like a flood dragon. Upon hearing Su Ye's reminder, Ding Kai launched a punch, his green blood energy soaring like a dragon, fiercely striking Ban Shuo. Ban Shuo was instantly sent flying, losing consciousness. In his final moments, a barely noticeable smile of relief appeared on his face, as if he had finally been freed from a heavy burden. Su Yi, hold on a moment, Ding Kai said softly, walking determinedly toward Ban Shuo's body. He seemed intent on doing something, ignoring everything around him. Su Ye's eyes flickered with curiosity, but he did not interrupt. As Ding Kai walked, he murmured, I need to collect the essence blood from his body first. The Divine Alliance researched various serums from exotic and ancient beasts, which were extracted from semi-human bodies and fused for some unknown purpose. Although Su Yi was not clear about the intricacies, he was amazed by the complexity and wonder of the Divine Alliance's methods, thinking to himself, the Divine Alliance is truly fascinating. Soon, Ding Kai reached Ban Shuo's body and began his meticulous work. Watching him, Su Yi found more questions arising in his mind. Moments later, Ding Kai returned to Su Ye's side, looking calm but seemingly relieved. All right, Su Yi, let's go, he said, releasing his own green blood energy. As it emerged, the air around them seemed to tremble slightly, emanating a sense of pressure. Okay, Su Yi replied, releasing his own yellow blood energy. The air was immediately filled with the distinct aura of the two energies, intertwining to form a subtle atmospheric field. Meanwhile, Suyi silently recited in his mind. Check character attribute panel. Soon, his attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Suyi. Talent, summoning current limit, 9750. Ability, grand summoning usable 5 times today. Units, skeleton soldiers self-destruct, force 1 blood, teleport, self-sacrifice. Vitality, 9751.8. Realm, 9th level martial sovereign body control, slightly accomplished. Martial skills, stacked wave palm, enigmatic wind step, 7-star enigma step, scarlet flame thunder tiger fist perfect 100, illusory god finger proficient, 4.89. Mental power, 9287.6. Realm, 9th level spiritual sovereign soul control, slightly accomplished. Items, ancient jade toad essence blood 20, pure goldstone 1506 pieces, heaven essence liquid 1562 drops, martial god level skeleton summoning card 9, talent source stone fragments 42368, ancient secret technique scroll 1, lower yellow grade skill 1. Sigh, still can't break through to the 9th level limit of Lingwu sovereign. Suyi sighed softly, his gaze slightly heavy. But the gap isn't too big. After the college entrance exam, I'll find an ancient secret realm to grind through, and I should be able to break through before the Starshine Martial University opens. With this thought, he smiled slightly, regaining his spirits. As he was lost in thought, Ding Kai stood beside him, ready to set off. A minute later, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared behind them, swallowing them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to another space. Suyi, I'm heading back to the provincial department next. What about you? Ding Kai turned to Suyi and asked. The college entrance exam is in 7 days. I plan to go home and rest for a bit. It's been a hectic 3 months, Suyi replied, his tone relaxed but with a hint of fatigue. Ding Kai nodded in understanding. Yeah, you definitely need to rest. With that, Ding Kai took out his phone and dialed Luo Tianqin's number. An hour later, Luo Tianqin finally arrived. The car came to a steady stop, and Luo Tianqin got out, smiling as he walked over. Brother Yi, it takes 4 to 5 hours to get from Yuanha City to here. How did you get here so quickly? Suyi was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Luo Tianqin, you rascal. How did you get to Zilin County so early? Haha. I arrived in Zilin County a couple of days ago, just in case you came out, and I couldn't get here in time. Luo Tianqin replied with a smug grin. This guy is quite thoughtful. Suyi couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising him. 5 hours later, in a hotel suite in Yuanha City, the atmosphere remained lively, and new plans quietly unfolded. Conversation before the college entrance exam. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, can you tell me how prepared you are right now? At the dining table, Luo Tianqin put down his chopsticks and asked Suyi across from him with a curious expression. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he already knew the answer but wanted to hear it confirmed. 9th level spiritual martial master. Suyi replied calmly, as if discussing the weather. Wow. This brief answer hit Luo Tianqin and Ding Kai, who was sitting beside him, like a heavy hammer. Both of them widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Brother Yi, you're really not giving us ordinary folks a chance. Luo Tianqin shook his head with a wry smile as he recovered. His strength as an 8th level martial master was already impressive among high school seniors, but compared to Suyi, the gap was like a chasm. Ding Kai put down his utensils, a hint of admiration in his voice. Suyi, dual cultivation in both spiritual and martial arts, and both at 9th level master rank. It's safe to say, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam will definitely be you. Not necessarily. Suyi turned to Ding Kai, his tone inquisitive. Major Ding, those special groups, they might not be any worse than me, right? Ding Kai's lips curled up slightly, his tone assured. They won't be taking the college entrance exam. Because where they're going, exam scores don't matter. Listening to their conversation, Luo Tianqin looked perplexed. His brow furrowed as countless questions swirled in his mind. What special groups? What place are they talking about? What are they saying? These terms were completely foreign to him, as if they were speaking in code. Major Ding, just because scores don't matter where they're going, they won't take the exam. Suyi pressed on, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Don't they want the title of top scorer? Ding Kai put down his water glass, a hint of mystery in his tone. Suyi, let me put it this way, the college entrance exam is for ordinary people. So, the title of top scorer means nothing to them. What? This statement was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Suyi and Luo Tianqin frozen and stunned. Suyi quickly regained his composure, a hint of defiance in his voice. Major Ding, so even if I become the top scorer, they won't care about me. Exactly. They won't care about you. Ding Kai looked at Suyi, a meaningful smile on his lips. That's why I look forward to the day you meet them. Suyi's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit, his voice filled with excitement. Major Ding, after hearing what you said, I'm also looking forward to meeting them. Luo Tianqin sat quietly, listening to their conversation, feeling deeply impacted. He looked down at his hands, a bitter feeling in his heart. High-level play. They're talking about a world I can't touch. Damn it. Suddenly I feel so useless. Before meeting Su Yi, he considered himself a prodigious talent, but now he realized he was just a frog in a well. An hour later, the three stood at the hotel entrance. Facing the two, Ding Kai adjusted his military uniform. Su Yi, Luo Tianxian. Due to some reasons, I have to return to the provincial department. After your exams, let's find a chance to gather. With that, he turned and got into the provincial department's car parked by the roadside, the door closing with a distinctive sound in the quiet night. Watching Ding Kai leave, Su Yi turned to Luo Tianxian. Luo Tianxian, take me to the airport. I need to go home and rest for a few days. All right. Luo Tianxian nodded in agreement. With the exam imminent, he too needed to focus on the final sprint and didn't ask Su Yi to stay longer. On the way to the airport, Su Yi turned to the focused Luo Tianxian, a smile on his lips. Luo Tianxian, thanks for everything during this time. So I've prepared a gift for you. Brother Yi, I get it. I'll make sure to train with the skeleton soldiers thoroughly. Luo Tianxian's voice was filled with determination. He didn't ask about the specifics of the gift, nor did he look back at the rear seat. Instead, he made a direct promise. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. How did this kid know everything? He stared at the back of Luo Tianxian's head, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Luo Tianxian, did Lin Chuan contact you? He didn't contact me. Luo Tianxian replied immediately, with a slight smile on his lips. I contacted him when I went to pick you up at the airport. Then, he told me everything that needed attention. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you've arranged everything so well. Su Yi realized, chuckling softly before leaning back in his seat to rest. An hour and a half later, as Su Yi was about to step into the airport, Luo Tianxian called out from behind him. Brother Yi, after the college entrance exams, we'll be heading to our respective universities. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. All right. Su Yi responded briefly, nodded, and then walked into the airport. 5 hours later, Su Yi finally returned to his rented apartment in Tianling City. He collapsed onto the soft bed, wrapped his legs around the quilt, and sighed deeply. Finally home. For the next 7 days, I'm doing absolutely nothing but resting at home. In the following days, Su Yi's life was simple and pleasant, either gaming or sleeping. Compared to those high school seniors in the final sprint, his days were extremely enjoyable. On the morning of the 8th day, the college entrance exam day finally arrived. As Su Yi munched on his breakfast, he thought to himself, finally, it's time for the exams. Once they're over, I must reach the peak of the 9th level Lingwu sect before heading to Xingyao Martial Arts University and try to upgrade the skeleton soldiers to black iron level. Just then, a crisp knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Su Yi opened the door, surprised to find that the visitor was Principal Song Tianhe from Tianling No. 1 High School. Principal Song, what brings you here? He quickly stepped aside to let him in. With a smile, Song Tianhe took a gold-glinting badge from his pocket. Su Yi, I'm here to deliver your entrance exam badge. Without this, you can't take the exam. Su Yi took the badge, secretly astonished. The principal personally delivering my exam badge? Am I really that important now? He politely said. Thank you so much, Principal Song. No trouble at all. Not at all. Song Tianhe waved his hand dismissively, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. By the way, what level have you reached in your training? Can you give me a hint? Su Yi thought to himself. Why is everyone so interested in my power? He shook his head helplessly and answered directly. Principal Song, I'm currently at the 9th level of the Lingwu sect. 9th level of the Lingwu sect? Song Tianhe's eyes widened in shock. At this rate, you could become a teacher here once you break through to the King realm. Though he expected Su Yi to be strong, he hadn't anticipated such strength. 10 minutes later, Principal Song, I can actually take a cab to the college entrance exam site myself. Su Yi's words were abruptly interrupted by Song Tianhe. No, for safety reasons, I'll personally take you to the exam site, Song Tianhe insisted firmly. Seeing Principal Song's determination, Su Yi didn't argue further and quietly got into the car. The vehicle drove smoothly and eventually stopped in front of exam site number 2 in the East District of Tianling City. Su Yi, the exam sites are randomly assigned, and you're at site number 2, Song Tianhe said with a smile. Go on in. Su Yi nodded in response, then took out his exam badge and handed it to the staff at the entrance for verification. After passing the check, he walked into the exam hall. The so-called exam site looked more like a massive sports arena than a traditional exam room. Unlike other anxious students waiting around, Su Yi appeared particularly calm, leisurely strolling about the venue. Yi go, a familiar voice called out. Su Yi turned to see Lin Mang waving at him. He smiled and walked over to this unexpected acquaintance. Yi go, which exam room are you assigned to? Lin Mang asked eagerly. Room number 3, what about you? Oh no, I'm in room number 3 too. Lin Mang quickly said. Yi go, let me stand in front of you later, or I definitely won't perform well. As he said this, Lin Mang thought to himself, the 200 students in room number 3 are in for some bad luck. At 7:50, a broadcast echoed throughout the hall. Attention, all students. Please proceed to your exam rooms immediately. This announcement was repeated 3 times, and all students began moving towards their designated rooms. Outside exam room number 3, 200 students had already lined up. When the 13th student passed through the detection machine, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Wu Xiaoyu from Tianling number 3 high school, detected with residual elixir in the body, violation, disqualified from the exam. A stern voice announced, as a casually dressed young man was forcibly taken away by the staff. I'm not cheating. It's just a blood-boosting elixir I took yesterday. Wu Xiaoyu desperately argued, but no one paid attention. The exam rules clearly prohibited the consumption of any elixirs 3 days prior to prevent anyone from cheating with lingering effects. Knowing the rules and still breaking them. Who knows if he used some special elixir to temporarily boost his blood energy? Lin Meng scoffed. Su Yi thoughtfully remarked, the college entrance exam determines one's fate, and those lacking in strength are all trying to gamble on luck. If you want to take this gamble, you better be ready to get caught. Lin Meng shifted his gaze to Su Yi beside him, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Brother Yi, we're at the back of the line with nothing to do. How about we bet on how many of the 198 candidates will break the rules? Su Yi pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed, before giving his estimation, no more than 5. Then I bet more than 5, but less than 10. Lin Meng replied, immediately turning his attention to the crowd ahead, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. As the line dwindled to fewer than 100 people, Lin Meng's expression grew increasingly serious. He realized he was bound to lose, as so far, only one candidate in their examination room had been caught violating the rules. However, reports from the other 4 examination rooms indicated occasional rule breakers being found there. A few minutes later, Su Yi and Lin Meng finally passed through the detection machine and entered the examination room. The final tally showed that out of 200 candidates on their side, only one, Wu Xiaoyu, was caught violating the rules from the start. Boom! With the heavy thud of the examination room door closing, the college entrance exam officially commenced. A stern-looking middle-aged man surveyed the room, his gaze sharp as he scanned each candidate. His voice was strong and commanding. This college entrance exam is fair, just, and transparent. The 15 cameras in this examination room will broadcast your exam process to the headquarters of the Divine Alliance. Don't think that passing the detection machine means you can cheat during the exam. A final reminder. If caught cheating, your exam qualification will be immediately revoked, and you will be barred from taking the exam for 3 years. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and declared, now, I announce the start of the college entrance exam assessment. The first test, measure the extent of your blood vitality and physical control activation, or your mental power and soul control activation. With the command given, the first candidate stepped forward and laid down in a special testing device. 10 seconds later, beep, with a crisp sound, the screen on the special testing device and the large screen on the east wall of the examination room simultaneously lit up, displaying the first candidate's basic data. Blood vitality, 78.9, level 7 warrior, physical control, beginner stage, activation level 63.5. Su Yi looked at these numbers, filled with emotion, a warrior. 3 months ago, I was only a level 3 warrior. Next, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. The subsequent candidates' data appeared one after another. Blood vitality, 86.3, level 8 warrior, physical control, beginner stage, activation level 70.7. Mental power, 89.5, level 8 spirit practitioner, soul control, beginner stage, activation level 80.4. As candidates continued to enter the testing device, the data on the big screen kept updating. Su Yi observed closely and noticed that most were at the practitioner level, with only a rare few reaching the master level. Among over 150 candidates, only 2 had achieved the level of a level 1 martial master. This made Su Yi acutely aware of the gap between his strength and that of his peers. Suddenly, a set of astonishing data appeared on the big screen. Blood vitality, 679.6, level 6 martial master, physical control, initial insight stage, activation level 15.3. Wow, a level 6 martial master. The surrounding candidates were instantly in an uproar. Is this really someone our age? No way. Physical control in the second stage, that's intense. Indeed, every year, there's always a prodigy who stands out. When the first 197 candidates saw Lin Meng's data, their eyes widened like saucers, and exclamations filled the room. Their reactions were premature. The real phenomenon was coming up after me. Lin Meng smiled wryly, feeling the awe in everyone's gaze. If he weren't in the same examination room as Su Yi, he might have appreciated the admiration, but with Su Yi present, all eyes were already focused on the true prodigy. Impressive. This Lin Meng is really impressive, Lu Shan remarked, his eyes fixed on Lin Meng. As the person in charge of examination room number 3, he knew that having such a promising talent would earn him significant merit. Next, Lu Shan called out loudly. Finally, it's my turn. Hope I don't scare them too much. Su Yi thought as he heard Lu Shan's voice, a slight smile playing on his lips as he casually laid down in the special testing apparatus. 10 seconds later, with a crisp beep, Su Yi's data appeared on the test screen and was clearly displayed on the large screen on the east side. Vitality, 9,751.8. Ninth level martial mastery, slight accomplishment, activation level, 6.4. Mental power, 9,287.6. Ninth level soul mastery, slight accomplishment, activation level, 4.6. Lu Shan's eyes widened bigger than an ox's, filled with disbelief and shock. His body even trembled slightly from the overwhelming surprise. Holy crap! Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts. Ninth level in both. This must be a mistake. The equipment must be malfunctioning. How else could it show such unbelievable data? Lu Shan was nearly losing it, muttering to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, the other candidates were equally stunned and began discussing fervently. Despite the heated discussions, they all agreed that they couldn't trust the data. Really? You don't believe it? This is just Ye's surface strength. Lin Meng shook his head helplessly, muttering under his breath, thinking that if they knew about Ye's terrifying potential, they'd be utterly blown away. Su Yi. Lu Shan tried to steady his emotions, his voice urgent. The equipment might be faulty, but blood energy and soul marks don't lie. Show us your blood energy and soul marks. Seeing the candidate's skepticism, Lu Shan had no choice but to verify Su Yi's strength another way. Honestly, Lu Shan also found the data hard to believe it was just too extraordinary. All right. Su Yi nodded at Lu Shan's request, offering no further explanation, as he released his blood energy and soul marks. Boom. Instantly, a dazzling yellow blood energy burst from Su Yi's body, while 9 yellow soul marks slowly emerged behind him, encircling his form. Silence. As soon as the yellow blood energy and 9 soul marks were released, the previously noisy examination hall fell into a dead silence. No one dared to voice any doubts anymore. Everyone was thoroughly awed by Su Yi's astonishing strength. The air seemed to freeze, and even breathing became cautious. Wait a second. A trembling voice suddenly echoed through the examination room. Haven't you noticed that his physical and spiritual control has already reached the 4th stage of minor achievement? The statement struck like a bolt of lightning, drawing all the examinees' eyes to the large screen on the eastern wall. As they scrutinized the data, disbelief was evident in their expressions. Holy cow, someone exclaimed. Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts is one thing, and I could tolerate a 9th level spirit martial master, but both physical and spiritual control reaching minor achievement? That's just too much. The room erupted into a frenzy of discussions. Unlike before, there was no doubt about the authenticity of the data. This level of capability was far beyond what was expected for their age group. Lu Shan quietly took out his phone to check Su Yi's personal information, only to receive a permission denied message. He sighed, put his phone away, and continued to oversee the examination. The second test begins. His voice boomed across the room. Martial arts and spiritual weapon control test. Martial artists, show your strongest martial arts. Spiritualists, demonstrate your finest weapon control. The candidates entered the transparent glass chamber one by one for testing. The screen continuously updated with data. Low-level martial art. Mountain splitting fist. Proficiency. Mastered. Low-level martial art. Triple flame slash. Proficiency. Mastered. Finally, it was Lin Meng's turn. As he stepped into the glass chamber, he felt a sense of resignation. What should have been his moment of glory was overshadowed by Su Yi's presence. 20 seconds later, Lin Meng's results appeared. Mid-level martial art. Thundercloud slash. Proficiency. Minor achievement. This was an impressive achievement, yet the examinee's attention was fixated on the last participant, Su Yi. Su Yi calmly entered the glass chamber, thinking to himself, I'll use the high-level martial art, Scarlet Flame Thunder Tiger Fist. Using an extreme martial art might be too discouraging for them. He unleashed a surge of yellow blood energy, executing the Scarlet Flame Thunder Tiger Fist. With a thunderous roar, the screen immediately displayed. High-level martial art, Scarlet Flame Thunder Tiger Fist, proficiency, perfected. The examination room fell into a stunned silence, with everyone staring in shock at this unbelievable result. Why am I stuck in the same assessment room with such a monster? A wave of exclamations erupted in the exam hall. The data displayed on the large screen nearly took the breath away from the candidate's present mastery in advanced martial arts. The gap in skill was utterly demoralizing. Everyone stared at the data panel, feeling as if their 3 years of hard work had become a joke. Dual cultivation in spirit and martial arts. A level 9 spirit martial master. Mastery over the 4th stage of body and soul control. Each piece of data was astonishing. When Su Yi stepped out of the glass chamber, even the examiner, Lu Shan, had a flicker of shock in his eyes. Su Yi, you haven't demonstrated your spiritual weapon and its control yet. Lu Shan suddenly reminded. I won't be showcasing that. Su Yi replied, his tone calm. I rarely use spiritual weapons in combat, so my control over them is average. This statement left everyone stunned. With such formidable mental strength and soul control, using a spiritual weapon in battle would surely be more advantageous. Why choose not to use it? Su Yi, if you don't like using spiritual weapons in combat, why do you still strive to improve your mental strength and soul control? Lu Shan asked, puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to focus on enhancing your vitality and body control? Su Yi smiled slightly. Examiner, there's a saying you might have heard, a sword for killing, I may never wield, but I must possess. Lu Shan was taken aback at first, then nodded in approval. Only someone like you could say that. For others, a sword for killing is something they wish to use, but cannot possess. All right, Lu Shan raised his voice. Attention all candidates, we will now proceed with the final mechanical puppet combat assessment. Everyone's eyes turned to the 5 mechanical puppets standing 3 meters tall in the distance. Lu Shan continued explaining. The staff will preset the puppet's level according to your individual strengths, making it a perfect match. Your score will depend on your actual combat ability. The first 5 candidates, begin your assessment. Watching the 5 candidates engage in fierce battle with the mechanical puppets, Su Yi mused. Interesting, it seems the data from the previous assessments was meant to prepare for this final battle. Brother Yi, Lin Mang said nearby, this last assessment takes a while. Why don't you take a nap? I'll wake you when it's your turn. Forget it. I can mess around with the devil training at the Lingwu Association, and I can slack off at the provincial genius training camp. But this is the college entrance exam. I should take it seriously, otherwise, I might be fine, but I'm worried it might affect your mindset. Lin Mang's words hung in the air as Su Yi shook his head with a smile, a hint of amused indifference in his eyes. 3 hours later. Next group. Lu Shan's voice rang out once more, carrying a sharp, commanding tone. Su Yi, Lin Mang, and another candidate walked in unison toward the mechanical puppets standing in the distance. Brother Yi, don't rush to start. First, ask the examiner to increase the difficulty of the combat. Lin Mang's voice whispered in Su Ye's ear, hinting at a subtle suggestion. Oh, so that's an option? Su Ye's eyes lit up with interest, his lips curling into a smile. Some people have strong combat abilities, talents, and secret techniques. To aim for higher scores, the last part of the exam allows them to request increased difficulty, Lin Mang explained. Got it. Before long, the 3 of them stood in front of their respective mechanical puppets. Lin Mang spoke up immediately. Examiner, I request to increase the difficulty. Specify your requirements. Lu Shan responded calmly, looking at him with an impassive expression. I request to disable the no damage setting. Moreover, I want to fight until I can't stand. Until I fall, the exam isn't over. Lin Mang's tone carried a resolute determination. What? The other candidates were stunned, their eyes fixed on Lin Mang. Their expressions turned complex, especially after hearing his last sentence, unable to remain calm. Disabling the no damage setting meant they would face real harm, as the mechanical puppet's attacks would no longer be restrained. Lin Mang, are you sure you want to disable the no damage setting? Lu Shan's expression changed slightly, furrowing his brows, clearly hesitant to agree easily. He added, you know once the no damage setting is disabled, the damage will be unpredictable. After all, it's a lifeless machine. Examiner, I'm sure. Lin Mang replied without hesitation, a confident smile on his face. Someone once said, what kind of combat is it if there's no blood? Lu Shan glanced at Lin Mang's profile, smiled slightly, and his expression returned to normal. He nodded and said, all right, I'll meet your request. Examiner, I. At this moment, Su Yi spoke up, but Lu Shan interrupted him in advance. Su Yi, let the other 2 take the test first. You can state your request later. Okay. Su Yi nodded with a smile, then leaned against the side and sat down, his eyes leisurely watching Lin Mang, thinking to himself, Lin Mang, you're my protege, don't let me down. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the intense battle between Lin Mang and the mechanical puppet unfolded before everyone's eyes. All the candidates' attention immediately focused on this confrontation. Almost no one paid attention to the other candidate quietly fighting with the puppet. Damn, why did I get grouped with these 2 guys? The overlooked candidate cursed his bad luck in the corner, seething with anger. Thud, thud. The battle with Lin Mang grew fiercer, each attack from the mechanical puppet resounding with a roar, the air pressure fluctuating with the intensity of the fight. Every collision seemed like a massive quake on the battlefield. The atmosphere in the exam hall was tense to the extreme, and no one dared to underestimate the showdown. The mechanical puppet's razor-sharp fingers continuously carved bloody grooves into Lin Mang's body, with blood streaming freely from the wounds. Yet, Lin Mang seemed oblivious to the pain, his eyes bloodshot as he launched himself at the mechanical puppet over and over. Although he couldn't inflict real damage on the puppet, each attack was steadily accumulating points. The assessment room was enveloped in silence. As Lin Mang struggled to his feet once more, drenched in blood and charging towards the mechanical puppet, the examinees held their breath. The scene was so striking that it left everyone speechless, unable to comprehend the conviction driving Lin Mang forward. Was it really just to gain a few more points? The words Lin Mang had spoken earlier echoed in their minds. Is it really combat if there's no blood? Simultaneously, in other assessment rooms, the genius training camp students, trained by Su Yi, were demonstrating the true spirit of combat through their actions. Lin Mang, that's enough. Lu Shan called out, deeply moved by Lin Mang's persistence despite his injuries, yet maintaining a facade of authority. No, I can still fight. I'm not down yet. Lin Mang grinned through bloody lips, summoning his last ounce of strength to charge at the mechanical puppet. Bang! Lin Mang was knocked back once more, and Lu Shan immediately signaled to the staff to terminate the assessment. Su Yi appeared just in time to catch Lin Mang, carrying him to the corner. Brother Yi, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Lin Mang asked weakly. You didn't. Rest well. Su Yi replied with a smile, knowing that Lin Mang was no longer fighting for exam points, but to uphold the honor of the genius training camp. The 170 examinees present were deep in thought, profoundly impacted by Lin Mang's demonstration of combat. These students, nurtured under a protective umbrella, always had safety assurances even when battling exotic beasts in school trials. That kid Lin Mang, he taught these examinees a vivid lesson today, Lu Shan murmured to himself. When Su Yi returned to face the mechanical puppet, Lu Shan spoke up. Su Yi, state your request. Disable the no damage setting and increase the puppet's strength to the first level of the King Realm, Su Yi stated directly. He had considered raising the puppet's strength to the 9th level of the King Realm, but decided against revealing too much too soon. What? Lu Shan and all the examinees widened their eyes in disbelief. No one expected Su Yi to request elevating the mechanical puppet to the King Realm level. The request was simply astonishing. Su Yi, are you serious? Lu Shan asked, shocked. Yes, I'm serious, Su Yi replied without hesitation to Lu Shan's inquiry. Gasp! With Su Ye's response, all the examinees involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Although they had anticipated that Su Ye's practical assessment would be anything but simple, they hadn't expected him to be so decisive, immediately elevating the difficulty to a hellish level. All right, Lu Shan didn't say much more, signaling the staff to quickly adjust the parameters of the mechanical puppet. With the final command, the assessment officially began. After the staff made the final confirmation, Lu Shan shouted to Su Yi without hesitation. Summon 200. Otherwise, your opponent will be too strong, and I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. Su Yi responded without delay and immediately began the summoning. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The examinees nearby were completely dumbfounded. Not only did Su Yi display an extraordinary talent for summoning, but he also possessed that rare special ability. Their eyes widened in shock, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Mom always said, if you want to live long, don't compare yourself to others. Because some people really make it impossible to keep up. I'm losing it. Why did he have to choose this assessment room? I feel like I'm about to break down. As the light of Su Ye's summoning array flashed, a dazzling white circle of light appeared in the air, leaving everyone completely unable to react. 200 skeleton warriors instantly appeared on the ground, each exuding a chilling aura. The power of each skeleton warrior reached the 9th level of the sect realm. This scene left everyone nearly incapable of thought. Is he human? Is he still human? One examinee croaked in a low voice, his eyes wide with shock as if a tsunami had crashed over him. This is like something from another dimension. Standing to the side, Lu Shan's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the scene unfold. He had thought he had some understanding of Su Ye's strength, but the current situation left him feeling immense pressure. Lu Shan frowned as he saw Su Yi complete his summoning and quickly run off, letting out a low sigh. What's he doing? At that moment, the mechanical puppet unhesitatingly charged toward the 200 skeleton warriors. Detonate. Once Su Yi had safely retreated to a certain distance, he gave the command for the summoned skeleton warriors to self-destruct. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a massive mushroom cloud bloomed in the air, and the shockwave swept all around, making the air seem to freeze for a moment. All the examinees were stunned. Summoning 200 9th-level sect realm skeleton warriors at once was already astonishing, but now, Su Yi was making them self-destruct? What kind of talent was this? It was simply suffocating. Standing at a distance, Lu Shan watched as the mushroom cloud rose, engulfing the massive mechanical puppet, filled with confusion. He muttered to himself, how? Is this possible? He can still summon. Seeing that it wasn't over yet, Lu Shan was dumbfounded. Su Yi could summon more skeleton warriors? Where exactly was his limit? At that moment, Su Yi waved his hand again, and summoning rings lit up once more. 200 new skeleton warriors appeared on the field, and the shocking sight left Lu Shan almost unable to believe his eyes. Continue. Charge forward. Continue to self-destruct. Su Yi commanded the newly summoned skeleton warriors without a hint of hesitation. For him, techniques like teleportation were unnecessary because he no longer needed any complex tactics to win. Boom. Another loud explosion occurred, and as the mechanical puppet emerged from the mushroom cloud, it was completely destroyed by the next wave of self-destruction. The mechanical puppet, once again engulfed by the explosion, lost all combat capability. Commander Liu, a staff member hurriedly reported to Liu Shan. The data shows that if it gets hit 6 more times, theoretically, the first-level King Realm mechanical puppet will be completely disabled. Liu Shan was stunned, filled with shock and disbelief. He had never seen such terrifying talent before. Before the staff could finish speaking, Liu Shan decisively interrupted. Issue a new command to the mechanical puppet. Ignore the skeleton soldiers and directly attack Su Yi. The staff quickly responded and completed the command setup. As the third mushroom cloud rose with a roar, the mechanical puppet changed its tactics. No longer did it withstand the blast waves. Instead, it darted out of the smoke like lightning, heading straight for Su Yi, showcasing its first-level king rank prowess. Facing the oncoming mechanical puppet, Su Yi's lips curled into an amused smile as he began his fourth summoning. The mechanical puppet closed in instantly, disregarding the surrounding skeleton soldiers, and delivered a heavy punch aimed at Su Yi. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Yi was sent flying back. Yet, he easily adjusted his posture midair and landed steadily, completely unharmed. You really think the 1,000 skeleton soldiers I left at home are just for show? Su Yi sneered, silently commanding, self-destruct. Another earth-shaking explosion ensued as the fourth mushroom cloud engulfed the mechanical puppet. The candidates outside were now abuzz with shock. Unbelievable. A full-force strike from a king-level puppet, and he's unscathed. With such strength, admission to Xingyao Martial Arts University is a sure thing. There's truly no one normal there. Liu Shan watched this scene and couldn't help but silently admire it. Then, as the 5th, 6th, up to the 8th mushroom cloud rose, he finally announced. According to the data, the mechanical puppet has entered a death state. The assessment is over. The entire venue fell silent. A first-level king rank opponent had been blown to pieces by consecutive self-destructions. The crowd looked at Su Yi with eyes full of shock, as this effortless leapfrogging in battle utterly shattered their understanding. Just then, a staff member hurried over to Liu Shan's side. Officer Liu, the damage to mechanical puppet number 3 has reached 3. What? Liu Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. You say the mechanical puppet has sustained damage? And as much as 3? These mechanical puppets were crafted from special materials, so durable that even a martial emperor-level expert would struggle to leave a mark. Yet now, it was genuinely damaged. Liu Shan snapped back to reality and turned angrily to the staff member, demanding, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The staff member looked helpless and quickly explained, "Officer Liu, I wanted to tell you at the time, but you instructed me to set new commands, so I didn't get a chance to inform you." Hearing this, Liu Shan's expression changed slightly as if realizing something, and a flash of embarrassment crossed his face. "All right, I understand. I'll report it to the higher-ups later." With that, he turned and loudly announced to all the examinees, "The assessment is over. Please leave the examination room in an orderly manner." Following Liu Shan's words, the examinees snapped out of their dreamlike state, quickly forming a line and exiting the room. As they passed, each couldn't help but glance back at Su Yi, who stood silently in the corner. Lin Mang, though weak on his feet, couldn't resist asking Su Yi. "Yi, was challenging a level 1 mechanical puppet your limit?" Su Yi chuckled softly and shook his head. "No." Supporting Lin Mang, he continued walking out of the examination room. Outside, Lin Mang, with a hint of excitement, suggested, "Yi, now that the exams are over, why don't we meet up with Leng Jian and Qian Hao tonight?" Su Yi nodded. "Sure, let's do that. I'm leaving tomorrow, and we might not get many chances to meet in the future." Lin Mang was taken aback and immediately asked, "Huh? Yi, you're leaving tomorrow? Where to?" Su Yi smiled, his eyes shining with determination. "To the ancient secret realm. I need to continue honing my skills." Lin Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're going to the ancient secret realm right after the exams? Isn't that a bit extreme?" Su Yi gave a faint smile and said no more. The next morning, while Su Yi was having breakfast, a sudden knock came at the door. "Major Ding, what brings you here?" Su Yi opened the door and was surprised to see Ding Kai. "Su Yi, how did the exams go?" Ding Kai asked with a smile as he entered the room. "Not bad. I didn't give it my all, but I should be able to top the list," Su Yi replied with a slight smile. "That's good to hear," Ding Kai nodded, then asked, "By the way, Su Yi, I came to see you. Looks like you have plans to go out." Su Yi glanced at the time and replied, "Yes, I've already booked a flight to Yang City. I'm planning to visit the sect-level ancient secret realm there." Ding Kai was momentarily surprised, a hint of astonishment in his expression. "You just finished the exams yesterday, and you're heading to the ancient secret realm today? Are you really in such need of talent source stones?" Su Yi smiled calmly. "Indeed, I need stronger cultivation resources." Ding Kai didn't press further and instead took out a spatial ring from his pocket, handing it to Su Yi. "Here are 1,700 talent source stones, enough for you. You don't need to rush off." Su Yi accepted the spatial ring, glanced at the talent source stones inside, and raised an eyebrow slightly. I raided several ancient secret realms and only managed to exchange for this amount of talent source stones. It seems the trade isn't very lucrative. Looking at the spatial ring handed over by Ding Kai, a trace of disappointment flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Though he was unwilling, he understood the outcome after all. He had only scoured cultivation resources from a sect-level ancient secret realm, and no matter how abundant, their value was limited. Ding Kai, keenly observing the subtle change in Su Ye's expression, was taken aback. He frowned and thought, 1,700 pieces of talent source stones. And this kid is still not satisfied? What's the matter? Are 1,700 pieces of talent source stones not enough? Ding Kai couldn't help but ask, lightly tapping the spatial ring with his finger. How many levels do you want to raise your talent? Without hesitation, Su Yi nodded. Yeah, it's not enough. My current talent level is 1, and I want to raise it to level 2. These talent source stones really aren't enough. He looked directly into Ding Kai's eyes, his tone firm. So, I still need to go to the ancient secret realm. What the heck? Really not enough. Ding Kai widened his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. No way. Even if your talent is great, you don't need that many talent source stones to raise your talent level. Ding Kai's heart trembled. That was 1,700 pieces of talent source stones. For an ordinary talented individual, it would be enough to raise 2 to 3 levels. But for Su Yi, even raising 1 level wasn't enough. The consumption was simply terrifying. After a moment of silence, Ding Kai looked seriously at Su Yi. Do you need me to go with you? Su Yi shook his head, refusing. Major Ding, you don't need to come with me this time. He paused, then added, however, I do need a favor from you to get me a map of the ancient secret realm. His refusal wasn't due to reluctance to part with the modest fee, but because he enjoyed the journey alone more. Sure, I'll take you to the airport first. Ding Kai readily agreed, showing no sign of disappointment. As for the map, I'll send it to your phone later. For him, tagging along wasn't just about the fee. It was more about enjoying the feeling of commanding an army of skeleton soldiers. An hour and a half later, they arrived outside the airport. Su Yi, there's something I need to remind you of. Ding Kai called out to Su Yi, who was about to leave. This time, you can only scour 2 ancient secret realms at most, because in over 40 days, you need to head to Xingyao Martial Arts University for the entrance exam. 2 ancient secret realms. Su Yi nodded slightly. Major Ding, I've got it. With that, he turned and walked into the airport, his figure quickly disappearing into the crowd. An hour later, Su Yi was already seated on the plane, his window seat allowing him to think quietly. Now I have 42,368 pieces of talent source stone fragments, equivalent to 4,236 pieces of talent source stones, he calculated in his mind, plus the 1,700 from Ding Kai and 5 from President Wei. That totals 5,941 pieces of talent source stones. Su Yi gently tapped the armrest. And Colonel Long hasn't settled with me yet. With this, by the time I go to Xingyao Martial Arts University, I should be able to raise my strength to the 9th level limit of a spirit martial master, and also upgrade the skeleton soldiers to the black iron level. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Ye's lips, and he closed his eyes to rest. The window seat ensured that no one would disturb his rest. 10 days later, the long-awaited Gaokao results were finally announced, and Su Yi confidently emerged as the top scorer of this year's exams. However, to everyone's surprise, this achievement did not spark any celebrations, but rather stirred up a mysterious cloud of intrigue. For days, journalists and representatives from martial arts universities camped around Su Ye's residence, only to find nothing. Not even a glimpse of him was captured. In a quiet villa in Shenyang City. Su Yi, the top scorer in the Gaokao? Shiyu, is this the same Su Yi we met on the plane? Sun Mo glanced at the trending name and involuntarily furrowed his brow. The most mysterious top scorer? I believe it's him. Lung Xie replied with a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Before and after the exams, I called him numerous times, but it always showed he was out of service. Have you considered that Su Yi might have been in that ancient secret realm all along, and that's why no one could find him? Could it be? Who would spend all their time in an ancient secret realm? Just the thought of it is chilling. Sun Mo clearly had reservations about Lung Xie's speculation. Lung Xie shook her head slightly and changed the subject. All right, let's not discuss him anymore. Have you made any progress on the information about summoning those with talent? No. Sun Mo replied with a hint of frustration. I've searched through all available materials, and some information is completely sealed off. To investigate further, we need to know where he's actually from. Otherwise, there are no leads. In that case, let's not pursue it for now. We'll see if we encounter him when we get to Xingyao Martial Arts University. If not, we'll continue searching, Lung Xie decided. 8 days later, outside the ancient secret realm. After 18 days, Su Yi finally emerged from the ancient secret realm. He glanced at the rich harvest in his hands. His strength had reached the peak of a level 9 spiritual warrior, and he had collected over 3,600 fragments of talent source stones. This trip was quite fruitful. Suyi silently nodded, satisfied with his spoils. Next, I need to speed up and head to the next ancient secret realm. Hopefully, I can encounter some level 9 ancient beasts there. However, things did not go as planned. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of inspiration struck Su Ye's mind, and a new idea emerged. Perhaps I should sell some of these useless cultivation resources before moving on. He was referring to the ancient jade, toad essence blood, lower-level Huang rank techniques, ancient secret scrolls, and even that pool of green poison liquid he obtained from the inheritance tower. He planned to sell them all. One day later, near Tianyuan County in Songzhuang City, at a sect-level ancient secret realm, Suyi got out of a taxi, and Ding Kai was already waiting at the agreed location. When Ding Kai saw him, curiosity flickered in his eyes. Suyi, you asked me to meet you here. Is there something you need? Major Ding. Suyi smiled slightly, his tone steady. I have some special cultivation resources here. I wonder if your provincial department would be interested. Suyi handed the spatial ring to Ding Kai, who immediately checked its contents upon receiving it. When he saw the ancient techniques, secret scrolls, and some unknown blood and green liquid inside, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. Suyi, can you explain these items? Ding Kai asked, suppressing his inner surprise. The ancient technique is of the lower yellow rank, but I'm not sure about the level of the secret scrolls, Suyi explained. The 20 drops of blood come from a 9th level divine ancient beast. The green liquid is not only highly toxic, but can also be used to impact the 100 acupoints for those with special constitutions. Hearing this, Ding Kai was stunned, especially as the words 9th level divine ancient beast blood echoed in his mind. Wait, are you saying a 9th level divine guardian beast? Ding Kai's voice trembled. Did you really take down such a terrifying being? It was already severely injured and trapped in the inheritance tower, unable to leave. Suyi paused, deliberately omitting the fact that he possessed a martial god-grade skeleton summoning card. I had my skeleton army slowly wear it down. Insane, Ding Kai gasped. I know your skeletons can ignore defenses, but to take down a severely injured 9th level divine beast, that's just. Lieutenant Ding. Suyi interrupted, getting straight to the point. Are your provincial authorities interested in acquiring these items? Acquire? Are you kidding? Ding Kai waved his hand. These items aren't something our provincial department can afford. How about this? I'll help you sell them to the Divine Alliance and ensure you get a satisfactory price. Suyi directly stated his conditions, 10,000 9th level sect realm beasts, and the rest all exchanged for talent source stones. Also, I need to receive these items as soon as we leave the secret realm. No problem. Ding Kai agreed without hesitation. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief and started walking towards the secret realm's entrance. Just before entering, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to shout. By the way, Colonel Long still owes me some talent source stones. Could you remind him for me? Sure, leave it to me. Ding Kai replied, then got into Su Ye's cab and drove off. Damn, I haven't even entered the secret realm yet, and he's already run off. Watching Ding Kai's hurried departure, Suyi shook his head in resignation and then stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, which was glowing with a mysterious blue light. Standing within the ancient secret realm, a gleam flashed in Su Ye's eyes. These special cultivation resources are indeed invaluable. No matter what I collect this time, reaching the level of a spirit martial king is a certainty, he calculated silently. Even the skeleton soldiers can be upgraded to the black iron level. With this strength, getting into Xingyao Martial Arts University should be a breeze. With this thought, a smile appeared on Su Ye's lips. He pulled out his phone to check the secret realm map Ding Kai had sent earlier and headed straight for the nearest perilous area. A day later, in the office of the provincial building's colonel. Ding Kai, what's got you in such a rush? Zhang Hongtian asked, looking exasperated as Ding Kai burst in without knocking. Colonel, here's the list of items Su Yi wants to sell. Ding Kai placed a spatial ring on the desk and quickly listed the items. A lower-grade yellow-level cultivation technique, an ancient secret scroll, dozens of barrels of highly toxic liquid for those with special constitutions to break through the acupuncture points, and 20 drops of blood from a 9th-level ancient beast of the divine realm. Our provincial department can't handle this. You need to take it to the God Alliance headquarters yourself. Bam! Zhang Hongtian stood up abruptly upon hearing this, grabbed the spatial ring, and rushed out, calling back, send me Su Ye's specific demands on my phone. If this deal goes through, the God Alliance will definitely reward our provincial department handsomely. Su Yi, that kid, is truly a blessing for our provincial department. Ding Kai couldn't help but laugh as he watched Zhang Hongtian leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and picked up his phone to call Long Yufei. Colonel Long, is it convenient to talk? Yes, I'm at Su Ye's house. Su Ye's house. Ding Kai was taken aback. What are you doing there? Delivering a talent source stone. I haven't even had a chance to remind you. And you've already delivered it? Ding Kai continued to ask. Su Yi isn't home right now. What are you doing there? Well, Long Yufei's voice was a bit helpless. I'm currently surrounded by hundreds of skeleton soldiers. I don't dare to act rashly, fearing they might self-destruct and harm innocent residents. Can you contact Su Yi to have him control these skeleton soldiers? Ding Kai was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Su Yi had set up hundreds of skeleton soldiers to guard a rented house? Colonel Long, Su Yi just entered the ancient secret realm and will probably be gone for 17 or 18 days. I'll bring some food and water over to you immediately. Otherwise, I'm really worried you won't last those 17 or 18 days. After finishing his call, Ding Kai hung up immediately and muttered to himself, made a call, and ended up with a big task. 18 days later. Check character attributes. As Su Yi was transported out of the secret realm, he immediately commanded the system, and a semi-transparent attribute panel appeared before him. Name Su Yi. Talent summoning current limit 9990. Ability grand summoning can be used 3 more times today. Troop type skeleton soldiers self-destruct, force first blood, teleport, sacrifice for others. Health 9999.9. Realm level 9 martial master. Physical control slightly accomplished 8.6325. Martial skills red flame thunder tiger fist perfected 100. Phantom god finger proficient 26.75. Mental power 9999.9. Realm level 9 spiritual master. Soul control slightly accomplished 6.3685. Items 1853 pieces of pure gold stone, 1762 drops of heavenly marrow liquid, 9 martial god level skeleton summoning cards, 63,580 pieces of talent source stone fragments. Bottleneck task kill 100,000 creatures above level 9 master realm. 358-410-0000. Su Yi glanced over the panel data, a slight smile playing on his lips. The panel data isn't luxurious enough yet. Once I get the rewards from the Divine Alliance, that's when my panel data will be the most luxurious before entering Xingyao Martial Arts University. With that thought, he set out towards Tianyuan County. In this desolate wilderness, there wasn't even a taxi in sight, so he had to rely on his own 2 feet. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Su Ye's phone rang. He pulled it out, raised an eyebrow at the caller ID, and quickly answered. Major Ding. What's up? Su Yi, can you control the skeleton soldiers at home from over there? Ding Kai's voice came through the phone, tinged with urgency. Su Yi paused, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Did Major Ding go to my house? What's he doing there? He knows I'm not home. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yi replied, Major Ding, I can control them. You can move freely now. They want self-destruct. Great. Got it. Ding Kai's tone noticeably relaxed. Once you return, head straight to the Spirit Warrior Association in Tianling City. They'll be waiting for you there. Oh, and the exotic beasts and talent source stones from the Divine Alliance have been delivered to the Spirit Warrior Association. As for the talent source stones from Colonel Long, they're with me now. With that, Ding Kai abruptly ended the call. Staring at his now black-screened phone, a smile spread across Su Ye's face. The exotic beasts and talent source stones have arrived at the Spirit Warrior Association. Thinking of the resources he was about to receive, he quickened his pace towards Tianyuan County. 1 day later, Tianling City, Spirit Warrior Association Building, President's Office. Su Yi pushed the door open, his gaze locking onto Ding Kai, who was seated at the desk. Major Ding, where are the talent source stones? His voice betrayed his eagerness. Seeing Su Ye's impatience, Ding Kai's lips curved into a smile as he placed a delicate space ring on the table. These 2,450 talent source stones were brought by Colonel Long, and these 50,000 talent source stones were provided by the Divine Alliance. What? The Divine Alliance gave 50,000 talent source stones. Su Ye's eyes widened in shock. Are those things really that valuable? Quickly recovering from his surprise, he snatched the space ring from the table and headed out of the office. Major Ding, I'm going to take care of those 100,000 level 9 Master Realm exotic beasts first. Then we'll have a good drink tonight. In the lounge area on the 2nd floor, Wei Tianyun was leisurely reclining in a rocking chair when he spotted Su Yi stepping out of the elevator. Su Yi, I knew you'd show up, Wei Tianyun said with a smile, pointing towards the distance. Go ahead. All the beasts are in the eastern region of the first assessment space. Thanks, President Wei. Su Yi replied simply, striding confidently towards the entrance of the assessment realm. Moments later, as Su Yi entered the first assessment space, he was met with the sight of countless level 9 beasts. Without hesitation, he unleashed the great summoning spell. Just then, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered. Number increased by 10-fold. Lucky critical hit. Su Ye's eyes lit up. Does that mean my 90,000 skeleton soldiers will become 900,000? Indeed, in an instant, a massive army of 900,000 skeleton soldiers appeared before him, completely surrounding the 100,000 level 9 beasts. The beasts were entirely engulfed by the skeleton army. Detonate. With Su Ye's command, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the space. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, consuming 1/5 of the eastern region of the realm. At the same moment the skeleton soldiers self-destructed, Su Yi pressed his teleportation bracelet and instantly returned outside the realm. Huh? How did he get out so quickly? Wei Tianyan glanced at his watch, puzzled. It's only been 2 minutes. President Wei, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now, Su Yi said, quickly heading to the elevator. After Su Yi entered the elevator, Wei Tianyun, driven by curiosity, walked over to the computer next to the entrance of the assessment realm to check. When he saw the results, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards the elevator. Gone. In less than 2 minutes, all 100,000 level 9 beasts are gone. How did he do it? Meanwhile, inside the elevator, the system notifications continued to ring in Su Ye's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 100,000 level 9 and above creatures, unlocking the bottleneck, and receiving a mysterious gift. Ding. Successful kill, blood energy increased by 0.2, mental strength increased by 0.4. Ding. Successful kill, blood energy increased by 0.3, body control increased by 0.0005. Ding. Successful kill, void god finger proficiency increased by 0.02. Great. I've broken through to level 1 spirit martial king. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. Next, it's time to upgrade the skeleton soldiers levels. System, merge all the talent stone fragments. Ding. Merging 63,580 talent stone fragments. Merging begins. 10 seconds later, the system prompted again. Ding. Merging successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,358 talent stones. Consume 10,000 talent stones to upgrade the skeleton soldiers levels. Su Yi commanded. Ding. As the system chimed, Su Yi completed the consumption of 10,000 talent source stones, finally upgrading the skeleton soldiers to the black iron level. Achieving this long-awaited goal brought a slight smile to his face. System, show character attribute panel. Su Yi silently commanded in his mind. The attribute panel unfurled before him. Name, Su Yi. Talent, summoning current limit 10,030. Ability, grand summoning remaining uses today, 9 times. Unit type, skeleton soldier. Special skills, self-destruct, first blood and force, teleport, self-sacrifice, can add 1 more entry. Unit level, black iron requires 100,000 talent source stones to upgrade to bronze. Vitality, 10,030.4. Realm, first level martial king. Body control, minor achievement 9.1596. Martial skills, Scarlet Flame, Thunder Tiger Fist, Perfect 100. Phantom Finger Proficient, 31.49. Mental Power, 10,011.7. Realm, first level Spirit King. Soul Control, minor achievement 7.2569. Items, Refined Gold Stones 1, 853. Heavenly Essence Liquid 1, 762 drops. Martial, God level Skeleton Summoning Cards 9. Talent Source Stones 50, 513. Looking at this luxurious set of data accumulated over months of effort, Su Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. A few minutes later, in the president's office. Slow, Ding Kai teased with a smile. Su Yi, your beast-killing speed was 30 seconds slower than I estimated. Hearing this, Su Yi sighed inwardly. Major Ding only knew he could summon an army of 70,000 skeleton soldiers, unaware that it was achieved through a lucky critical hit. Major Ding, Su Yi asked, if I acquire more special cultivation resources in the future, will the Divine Alliance still accept them? Ding Kai was surprised, thinking that this guy already had over 50,000 talent source stones, and still wanted more. Nonetheless, he immediately replied, yes, as long as you have them, the Divine Alliance will accept them. Satisfied with the response, Su Yi left the Spirit Warrior Association with Ding Kai and headed to a bar in the city. 5 days later, on a private jet. Su Yi, Ding Kai said seriously, Starlight Martial Arts University is located on an island. I can only take you as far as the sea, 100 kilometers from the island. You'll have to find your own way from there. Why can't you take me directly to the island? Su Yi asked, puzzled. Because the entrance test has 3 stages, Ding Kai patiently explained. The first stage is reaching the island from 100 kilometers out at sea. The second stage involves navigating through various traps on the island. And the third stage is gaining the approval of the Guardian. 3 entrance tests. Su Yi was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. It sounds interesting, but it doesn't seem too difficult. Ding Kai patiently explained, the tests aren't just about physical challenges. Besides assessing your strength, they also consider your intelligence and teamwork. However, you can choose to cooperate. Sometimes, helping each other can be twice as effective, but remember, everyone is a competitor. Cooperation is only a temporary strategy, so don't trust anyone too easily. Oh, we can cooperate. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Stellar Martial Arts University sure knows how to make things interesting. I'm quite intrigued. His words were filled with keen interest. 2 days later, the plane pierced through the clouds, descending over a vast expanse of ocean. Ding Kai handed Su Yi an electronic watch. We're here. Wear this watch. It will show your current location and the direction of the target island, so you don't get lost in this vast sea. Suyi accepted the watch and asked, Major Ding, are there any beasts in these waters? Ding Kai nodded solemnly. Yes, and there are many, ranging from low to high levels. However, the first test is the simplest. The real challenge lies in the traps on the island. Be careful. Understood. Suyi replied briefly. Then without hesitation, leapt from the plane, his body carving a graceful arc through the air. Ding Kai watched as Suyi plunged into the sea, murmuring to himself, Once you're at Stellar Martial Arts University, you'll realize the world is far more complex than you imagine. Good luck. Beneath the water, Suyi quickly unleashed the great summoning spell. A surge of black energy rolled forth, and a tide of 100,000 skeleton soldiers gathered behind him, their bones creaking eerily. He scanned his surroundings, checked the data on the electronic watch, confirmed the direction of the target island, and led the skeleton army towards the southeast. He adjusted his smart glasses to ensure he could fully control the situation when facing the beasts. Before long, he noticed a dark shadow rising from the sea ahead. Encountering a beast swarm just 20 kilometers out. That's pretty quick, he smirked coldly. Well, it's unlucky for whoever crosses my path. Meanwhile, Lung CS spotted a trail of beasts in another part of the ocean. She saw a school of black-spiked fish swiftly swimming towards her, raised an eyebrow, and swiftly unleashed her body of misfortune. An invisible force surged from within her, diverting the fish school away and altering their course. With a sigh of relief, she continued swimming toward the island. 5 kilometers away, a formidable figure from a provincial training camp was battling a swarm of beasts. He barely held his ground against the fierce onslaught of fish. However, a new wave of black-spiked fish suddenly appeared, putting him in a precarious position. Without a quick solution, he would soon be eliminated. Explode, explode, explode. Underwater, as Suyi saw the beast swarm closing in, he ordered without hesitation, 1,000 skeleton soldiers, advance immediately. At his command, the skeleton soldiers teleported into the beast swarm and self-destructed. Boom! A massive underwater explosion sent mushroom-like waves scattering in all directions. Countless beasts were annihilated by the skeleton soldiers' self-destruction, leaving the water calm and undisturbed. Suyi gazed at the now clear ocean, a cold smile on his lips. This is the power of strength. The skeleton soldiers, enhanced to the king level, possessed destructive power. No matter how numerous the beasts were, they couldn't withstand his assault. Watching the fish scatter in an instant explosion, Suyi grinned and continued swimming towards the island. The seawater splashed against him, and sunlight filtered through the waves, casting dappled shadows. 2 hours later, Suyi finally stepped onto the island's sandy beach. He turned back to gaze at the endless blue sea behind him, a hint of regret in his eyes. Sigh? This ocean is too vast to blow up all the exotic fish schools released in it. What a pity, he sighed, as the sea breeze tousled his slightly damp hair. Suyi, a surprised female voice called out from a distance, interrupting his thoughts. Suyi turned to see a bright figure approaching, the familiar silhouette in the sunlight causing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Lung Xia. Suyi raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was also attending Xingyao Martial Arts University. Lung Xia quickly approached Suyi, her face breaking into a sweet smile. The most mysterious top scorer of recent years. Suyi, I knew you would come. Looking at the radiant girl in front of him, Suyi's lips curled up slightly. Lung Xia, we really are destined to meet. Shall we walk together? Lung Xia's smile froze instantly, and she shook her head decisively. No way. If you stick with me, you won't even know how you die. Although she wanted to agree, the concern in her eyes showed she couldn't risk his safety. Why? Suyi frowned, as the sea breeze swept between them. Lung Xia hesitated for a moment before deciding to be honest. Suyi, you knew on the plane that I'm a Tianxian practitioner, but you didn't know I'm a Tianxian with a misfortune body. Her voice trembled slightly. If I'm with you, all the crises I face will transfer to you, and I don't want that to happen, so I can't walk with you. Misfortune body. Suyi's eyes lit up with thought. No wonder everyone around her on the plane seemed unlucky. But for him, this wasn't a problem, as he had skeleton soldiers to bear any harm. Suyi looked directly into Lung Xia's eyes, a confident smile tugging at his lips. Do you remember what I told you on the plane? I said I wanted to get closer to you and really understand you. So come with me, and let's see if your misfortune body is stronger or if my luck is tougher. A peculiar look flashed in Lung Xia's eyes, clearly surprised that he wasn't afraid of her misfortune body. Oh, by the way, Suyi shifted the topic. When you swam over, did you encounter the exotic fish school? How did you deal with it? A trace of embarrassment crossed Lung Xia's face as she replied softly. I unsealed my misfortune body, and then the fish school shifted their focus and charged at nearby people. Her voice carried a hint of guilt, clearly uneasy about her actions. Upon hearing this, Suyi's eyes widened in shock. Sacrifice others to save oneself? This misfortune body can be used like that. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Wait a minute. Su Ye's eyes brightened. Is the range of your misfortune body large enough? If it is, then by staying near you, could you help me attract the exotic fish school to my side? Lung Xie was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Su Yi. Using my misfortune body to draw the exotic fish school for you? Is that even possible? She was completely surprised that her misfortune body, regarded as a disaster, could actually be helpful to someone else. That's just unbelievable. Su Yi, do you know how many exotic beast fish schools are in this sea area? Do you know how many of them are level 9 in the zone realm? Do you realize that by doing this, you might not even pass the first entrance test? Lung Xie's face was serious as she looked deeply at Su Yi, her voice full of concern. Boom. As soon as Lung Xie finished speaking, Su Yi didn't offer any explanation. Instead, he unleashed a fierce green aura of blood energy. Lung Xie was stunned by this scene. She never expected that the young man before her possessed such terrifying power was a level 1 martial king. Su Yi, I admit you're strong, but facing those swarms of exotic beast fish, even with the strength of a level 1 martial king, you can't possibly withstand them. After all, your blood energy is limited. Lung Xie's voice was filled with helplessness and anxiety. However, Su Yi merely smiled slightly, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. I'm not afraid of too many. I'm only afraid there aren't enough for me to kill. With that, he suddenly cast a grand summoning spell. With a roar, 90,000 skeletal soldiers emerged like a tide, surrounding the two of them, blocking out the sky. This sight left Lung Xie completely stunned. She could hardly believe her eyes. The skeletal summon she had been searching for stood right before her, and their master was Su Yi. She stared at the skeletal soldiers, her mind nearly losing its ability to process, murmuring, "Skeletal soldiers. All level 1 in the king realm. How is this possible? This is a nightmare." Lung Xie's shock left her almost speechless. When she realized the surrounding skeletal soldiers were all at the king realm level, her heart raced, as if witnessing an unimaginable talent. She couldn't believe such power existed. Lung Xie, with an army of 90,000 level 1 king realm skeletal soldiers, do you think this sea area can stop us? Su Yi looked at Lung Xie, his eyes filled with amusement. Lung Xie widened her eyes, swallowed, and suddenly snapped back to reality, whispering, "Not just this sea area. Even at Xingyao Martial Arts University, this skeletal army could walk unchallenged." She was inwardly astounded, her mind already calculating how joining forces with these skeletal soldiers would change many things. Her respect for Su Yi had nearly reached its peak. "Let's go. I'll help you lure these exotic beast fish schools." Lung Xie suddenly regained her composure, smiling with a glint in her eyes. "I can take you there, let you have your fill of battle." A few hours later, in the #1 testing room at Xingyao Martial Arts University, Su Liang had just returned from the sea area, checking the data in his hands, almost dropping his phone in shock at what he saw. What the heck? What's going on? The exotic beast fish schools deployed within 100 kilometers. How did they suddenly decrease so much? And the number is still rapidly decreasing. What on earth is happening? Su Liang was full of astonishment. The monitoring data before him was simply unbelievable. The situation had become extraordinarily complex, and he hurriedly dialed Principal 2 Yuntian's number, his voice slightly trembling. "Principal 2, the sea area, something's happened." A rugged voice came from the other end of the line, 2 Yuntian's tone filled with gravity. "Su Liang, what exactly happened in the sea area?" "Principal, in the sea area, something incredible has occurred. The number of strange fish in the sea suddenly decreased by 1/7, and this change continued to occur at an alarming rate." Upon hearing the news, Tu Yuntian immediately asked, "Should we send someone to check it out?" Su Liang replied without hesitation, "No need. I already understand the situation." He paused, looking at Su Ye's personal information report on the table, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. "It seems that this little guy named Su Yi is responsible," Tu Yuntian said with a hint of excitement. "He's the genius from Province 236, the Demon King of the Nanjing Province training camp, with a summoning talent. His abilities are beyond imagination. He might be the strongest among these demon kings." Tu Yuntian's gaze pierced through the document, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I just wonder, compared to the others, who will be stronger?" At this moment, Tu Yuntian didn't hesitate any longer and hung up the phone, silently looking forward to Su Ye's performance. The simple yet eye-catching personal information report remained in front of him, and he was in an exceptionally good mood. Meanwhile, on the island, Zhang Wei stepped onto the island, his eyes full of determination. "Sui, I'm here. I will definitely get into Xingyao Martial Arts University, and I'll work hard to keep up with you." However, as soon as he set foot on this land, an invisible force suddenly descended, and Zhang Wei's body was instantly pressed to the ground by the gravity. "Gravity?" he whispered in shock. The sight before him was unbelievable. The gravity in this area was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Feeling the immense pressure, Zhang Wei struggled to release his blood energy and stood up with difficulty. Every step was incredibly heavy, as if his legs were filled with lead. Anger flared up, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, just got on the island, and the second test is already this brutal. After a few steps, Zhang Wei's face gradually turned grim, muttering to himself, this place. I've only walked a few hundred meters, and 10 minutes have passed. How am I supposed to get through this? He grew more irritable, unable to help but curse. Who the hell can get through this place? At that moment, a light laugh came from behind. You can't get through it, just means you're too weak. Zhang Wei turned sharply, seeing a young man in casual clothes effortlessly walking past him, seemingly unaffected by the gravity, moving swiftly without even glancing at him. Zhang Wei's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. You're one of the demon kings from some provincial training camp, aren't you? He couldn't help but speak, his voice tinged with a hint of respect. Honestly, this isn't the place for you. I advise you to give up. Not that I look down on you. I look down on all the provincial demon kings. The young man suddenly stopped, turned around, and glanced at Zhang Wei, a playful smile on his lips. You're right. This isn't my place. He spoke leisurely, his tone carrying an air of ease and arrogance, not taking Zhang Wei seriously at all. Upon hearing the taunts from the other party, Zhang Wei didn't get angry. Instead, he broke into a grin, looking at his opponent with a teasing glint in his eyes, as if he were watching a fool who didn't know their own limits. The young man was taken aback. This reaction was completely unexpected. He had assumed his mockery would provoke Zhang Wei, but the response was quite the opposite. Suyi, Zhang Wei sneered. Remember this name. He'll show you just how ridiculous your words were. Is that so? Suyi, I'll remember that name. The young man paused for a moment, then turned away with a knowing smile. Watching the young man walk faster and eventually break into a jog, Zhang Wei couldn't help but curse. Damn. No wonder the major says everyone who gets into Xingyao Martial Arts University is a freak. Meanwhile, in another part of the ocean, system notifications echoed in Su Ye's mind continuously. Ding. Successfully killed a creature, rewarded with a 0.3 increase in vitality, and a 0.0005 increase in physical control. Ding. Successfully killed a creature, rewarded with a 0.4 increase in vitality, and a 0.5 increase in mental strength. Ding. Successfully killed a creature, physical control increased by 0.0006, soul control increased by 0.0004, and proficiency in the Void God Finger increased by 0.04. On the ocean surface, tens of thousands of exotic beast fish were being besieged by an army of skeleton soldiers. Watching the scene, Lung Xia couldn't help but remark, this is too easy. The process of killing these beasts is just too easy. If we weren't in the sea, we could be having a barbecue and watching the show. Su Yi, Lung Xia said softly. Ever since I awakened the body of misfortune, I've never felt so at ease near anyone. I never thought that someone like me, who only brings bad luck, could actually help others. This feeling, it's amazing. Stick with me and you won't be alone anymore. Su Yi responded bluntly. This wasn't some romantic notion. Lung Xia's body of misfortune was genuinely beneficial to him. All right, I'll stick with you from now on. Lung Xia's eyes sparkled with joy. She understood that Su Yi valued her for her body of misfortune, but she didn't mind. In the past, she only brought disgust and fear, with everyone avoiding her, leaving her to face endless loneliness alone. Su Yi was like a beam of light entering her world, something even her other companion, Sun Mo, couldn't achieve. 10 hours later. Su Yi, it seems like there are no more exotic beast fish. It's been over 10 minutes since we last saw a new school of fish. We can head to the island now, Lung Xia suggested. All right, let's head to the island. Su Yi agreed, and the two of them began swimming toward the island. On the northern shore of the island, Sun Mo crouched on the beach, idly drawing circles in the sand. The sea breeze gently blew, and waves lapped against the shore. It had been over 10 hours, yet there was still no sign of Lung Xia. Why isn't Sister Xia here yet? We agreed to meet here. Sun Mo muttered, a slight frown on his face. Just then, a familiar voice called out from a distance. Sun Mo. Hearing Lung Xia's voice, Sun Mo quickly stood up, eagerly looking in the direction of the sound. But as he saw clearly, he was taken aback. Lung Xia was not alone. She was accompanied by a man, and the two were walking towards him, chatting and laughing. Isn't that the guy from the plane? Sun Mo recognized the face. As they approached, Lung Xia smiled and introduced them. Sun Mo, let me introduce you. This is Su Yi, the top scorer in the college entrance exam and a summoning talent. A summoning talent? Sun Mo's eyes widened. Could he be the one we've been searching for? Lung Xia nodded in confirmation. Yes, he's the one. Su Yi extended his hand with a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Su Yi. Sun Mo replied, snapping out of his daze and shaking Su Ye's hand. He then turned to Lung Xia. By the way, why did you take so long to get to the island? Before Lung Xia could respond, Su Yi laughed and explained, we went for a swim in the sea, hunted some exotic beasts, and chatted for a bit. This explanation made Sun Mo's expression fall instantly. Over 10 hours spent drawing circles in the sand, while these two were leisurely bonding in the sea. The stark contrast filled him with a sense of injustice. Let's go, Lung Xie suddenly said. The others should already be at Xingyao Martial Arts University. We need to hurry. Sun Mo silently grumbled to himself. Now you realize we need to hurry? What were you doing earlier? But he only dared to voice these complaints in his mind. Meanwhile, in the testing room at Xingyao Martial Arts University, Su Liang stared at the computer screen, his expression grim. Millions of exotic beast fish, all gone. Who's the lunatic that killed all these beasts? He cursed under his breath, pulling out his phone to call Tu Yintian. Principal, the millions of exotic fish have all disappeared. Su Liang's urgent voice came through the phone. Let it be. Tu Yintian responded calmly. I'll have another batch sent over when the time comes. And don't let this news spread. With that, he hung up. Su Liang stared at the now dark screen of his phone, frowning slightly. The principal's unexpectedly calm reaction made him suspect that perhaps the principal knew who was responsible for the disappearance of the exotic fish. Meanwhile, elsewhere, boom, an invisible pressure suddenly descended upon Su Yi, Lung Xie, and Sun Mo. Their steps faltered briefly, but they quickly adapted and continued forward. Surprisingly, none of them released any blood energy or soul marks to resist the force. Lung Xie and Sun Mo exchanged a look of surprise. They could withstand more than 10 times the normal gravity due to their special constitutions, but Su Ye's ability to continue unaffected indicated a high level of mastery over his physical body or spiritual control. Since we're a team now, Su Yi spoke up, why don't we share our abilities? Heavenly Profounder, Level 8 Martial Ancestor, Special Constitution, 10,000 Seals Body. Sun Mo proudly announced. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of another Heavenly Profounder and curious about this 10,000 Seals Body. Noticing his curiosity, Lung Xiao explained, don't underestimate Sun Mo. His 10,000 Seals Body can seal my Calamity Body, which is why he dares to stay by my side. Oh, impressive, Su Yi showed interest. Sun Mo smiled confidently. Not only can it seal the Calamity Body, but it can also seal blood energy, spiritual power, and even talents. Want to give it a try? Sounds interesting, let's do it. As Su Yi agreed, a blinding golden light emerged from Sun Mo, forming a small golden cross symbol. Seal. With Sun Mo's command, the golden symbol dissipated into tiny golden lights. Roll up your sleeve and check your left arm, Sun Mo suggested. Su Yi complied and found a golden cross-shaped tattoo on his left arm. So, all talents are sealed on the left arm. Su Yi asked with interest. What if there's no left arm? Would that mean no sealing? Sun Mo looked at him speechlessly. I just sealed your talent. Instead of checking if your abilities are sealed, you're asking me such trivial questions? Is that how a normal person thinks? As soon as Su Yi spoke, Sun Mo's face darkened, his brows knitted tightly, and his anger was almost palpable. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes before he sneered. The seal mark. I can place it wherever I want. So even if you lose your left arm, I can make it appear on your right arm. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding Sun Mo's implication. Without further ado, he summoned his power. Moments later, 30 summoning halos swiftly appeared behind him, followed by 30 ordinary skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives emerging from them. Sun Mo and Lung Xie were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide open in shock. Damn it! Could his ability be stronger than my myriad seal's body, rendering my seal completely ineffective? Sun Mo briefly pondered this possibility, his expression growing even more grim. Su Yi, he suddenly demanded, a hint of tension in his gaze. How much of your summoning ability is sealed? How many skeleton soldiers can you summon now? Sealed? Su Yi paused for a moment, then casually replied, none of it is sealed. I can still summon an army of tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. Want to give it a try? Impossible. Sun Mo's composure shattered instantly. Even if your ability is powerful, it can't be completely unaffected. How much is actually sealed? Su Yi shrugged, lazily smiling. Unaffected, probably due to the system. But I can't elaborate on that, so you don't need to dwell on it. He glanced at Sun Mo indifferently, though he sighed inwardly. Let him come to terms with it himself. It's quite a blow for him. Lung Xie quietly suggested, gently tugging on Su Ye's sleeve. Looking at Sun Mo's heavy expression, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, it doesn't matter how much is sealed. My skeleton soldiers are enough. Whether you seal 99 of my ability or 1, it's about the same unless you can completely seal it. This. Lung Xie was stunned, not expecting Su Yi to respond that way. Are you comforting him? You're basically hitting him where it hurts. Su Yi shrugged helplessly, laughing. Comfort? I'm just telling the truth. Seeing this, Lung Xie almost rolled her eyes. She couldn't help but mutter, who comforts people like this? On the other side, sealing my talents is meaningless. Can a single skeleton soldier really take me down? Hearing Su Ye's explanation, Sun Mo's gaze swept over the 30 skeleton soldiers at the first level of the King Realm, and his face turned ashen. His composure shattered completely as he turned away silently, giving Su Yi and Lung Xia only a solitary back view, as if the entire world had abandoned him. It's over. Sun Mo's mindset is completely broken now because of you. Lung Xia shook her head helplessly, looking at the slumped figure of Sun Mo not far away. Let's go? Let's give him some space, Su Yi said with a slight smile. I believe he'll bounce back soon enough. With that, he and Lung Xia continued walking forward with a light step. Not far away, Sun Mo stood still, waiting expectantly. Come on, comfort me. Why aren't you coming over? He muttered to himself, hoping his teammates would console him. After all, in his view, as a team, when one member is emotionally hurt, others should come to offer support. After a moment, the surroundings remained unusually quiet. Realizing something was off, Sun Mo turned around abruptly. Su Yi and Lung Xia were already far ahead. What the heck? I'm like this, and you just leave without comforting me? Just leaving me here heartlessly? Sun Mo's eyes reddened, feeling as abandoned as a child. Su Yi, Sister Xia, wait for me, he shouted, hurriedly chasing after the two, afraid of being left behind entirely. See, giving him some space worked, right? Su Yi grinned as he saw Sun Mo catching up, a knowing gleam in his eyes. Indeed, only men understand men. Lung Xia nodded in agreement, a smile playing on her lips. 10 minutes later, as the three of them continued their journey, they suddenly felt the pressure lift. The gravity's gone. It seems we've walked out of that formation's range. Lung Xia cautiously looked around. But there are probably more formations ahead waiting for us, so we need to be careful. A formation? Su Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You mean the pressure we felt was the power of a formation? That's right, Lung Xia explained. It's an ancient formation only ancient martial artists can set up. But this was just a test for us, so its power wasn't that strong. Interesting. Su Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. Looks like I'm finally stepping into the high-level game now. 15 minutes later, a sharp sword aura suddenly whooshed past them, brimming with menace. The three immediately stopped, tensing up. Sword aura. A killing formation. Lung Xia spoke first, her tone serious. We need to be extra careful now. A killing formation is no joke. Sun Mo also tensed up, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A killing formation? Now this is interesting. Su Ye's lips curled into a confident smile. Let's see if this formation can take down my army of skeleton soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, countless summoning circles lit up around them. In the dazzling light, an army of 90,000 skeleton soldiers quickly formed, tightly surrounding the three in the center. The skeleton soldiers arranged themselves in layers, forming a massive square defensive formation, with Su Yi, Lung Xia, and Sun Mo safely at its core. Advance, Su Yi commanded, and the skeleton army began to move forward. At Su Ye's command, a swarm of skeletal warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. In an instant, countless sharp sword auras shot out from all directions, forming a web of sword light. However, these seemingly formidable sword auras were negligible in front of the skeleton soldiers at the primary king level. Even the most ordinary of the bone skeleton soldiers had a defense strong enough to completely ignore these attacks. This was no coincidence, as the bone strength of each skeleton soldier was directly linked to Su Ye's mastery level, and the power of the killing array before them was far from reaching the king level. Sun Mo watched the impressive scene unfold before him and couldn't help but gasp. The bone cube, formed by tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, tore through the array's defenses with such overwhelming force. He had to admit that he had underestimated the tactical value of the skeleton army. Fortunately, we managed to recruit Su Yi into the team in time, he thought with relief. Otherwise, if he were an enemy, such a presence would surely be our nightmare. Beside him, Lung Xia watched Su Ye's back, her eyes shining with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, in the second testing room of Xingyao Martial Arts University, Feng Tianqi witnessed everything through the real-time footage transmitted by a drone. This is simply unbelievable, he murmured in disbelief. Who knew the array could be breached like this? Who is this guy, able to summon such a vast number of skeletal creatures? Tens of thousands of king-level skeletal summoning creatures. Such power was enough to dominate even at Xingyao Martial Arts University. Thinking of the freshmen who would face such a monster-level figure this year, Feng Tianqi couldn't help but smile, grateful he wouldn't be in the same class as such a formidable presence. Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted his thoughts. Feng Tianqi, open the door. Principal Tu Yuntian's voice called from outside. Once the principal entered the testing room and saw the situation on the surveillance screen, his eyes widened. This kid passed the array like this? Feng Tianqi quickly provided a detailed report. Tu Yuntian stared at the screen, then issued an order. Seal this surveillance footage immediately. No one is allowed to view it except me. With that, he turned and left. Watching the closed door, Feng Tianqi pondered, sealed surveillance? It seems this summoning talent has a complex identity. He then closed the door to the testing room. On the east side of the entrance to Xingyao Martial Arts University, a young man with a cold expression leaned against a large tree, his sharp gaze occasionally sweeping over the gatekeeper standing at the university's entrance, impatience flickering in his eyes. Not far from him, a skinny young man sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously polishing a black, slender sword. Despite his silence, an intimidating aura of sword intent emanated from him, deterring anyone from approaching. On the north side of the entrance, inside a simple tent, a girl dressed in black quietly flipped through a book, her slender fingers occasionally turning the pages. Outside the tent, not far away, a young man in casual clothes was having a low-voiced conversation with a well-built youth clad in combat attire, punctuated by occasional chuckles. Directly in front of the entrance stood a scar-covered, indifferent young man, arms crossed and brows furrowed, clearly having waited for a long time. Gatekeeper, we've been waiting here for 10 hours. Why hasn't the final test started? The scarred young man finally lost his patience, his voice tinged with obvious frustration. The gatekeeper, expressionless, replied, some are still taking the second test. Wait for them to come or fail. Heh. The scarred young man sneered. If they haven't passed the second test by now, even if they get here, they're just padding the numbers. In my opinion, there's no point wasting time on such people. The gatekeeper's gaze turned cold. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. Humph. The scarred young man snorted and said no more, sitting cross-legged on the ground and closing his eyes to rest. As the scene fell into a brief silence, the young man in casual clothes suddenly looked around at everyone. Is there someone named Suyi here? As soon as he spoke, everyone's attention shifted to him, but no one responded. Noticing the attention, the young man in casual clothes explained with a smile, I don't mean anything by it. I just happened to meet a so-called big boss from a certain province earlier. He was so weak that I couldn't help but mock him a bit, and then he mentioned this name. Judging by his reaction, it seems like this Su Yi is quite strong. The scarred young man opened his eyes, full of disdain. It seems the person you mentioned isn't here. But honestly, the big bosses from the provinces are a joke. Take them seriously, and you're the one who loses. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a clear voice came from a distance. Three figures gradually became distinct as they walked into view. The young man in casual clothes squinted, sizing up the person leading the group. You're Suyi? The big boss from a certain province. Suyi, the big boss from the Nanling province training camp. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. Suyi calmly stated his identity, looking directly at him. Top scorer in the college entrance exam? Sorry, I don't pay attention to that. The young man in casual clothes responded dismissively, ignoring what would be a dazzling title to ordinary people. The other five also showed no interest, indifferent to Su Ye's identity. In their minds, if they had participated in the exam, the top scorer title might not have been associated with Su Yi. The gatekeeper's gaze swept over everyone, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone's here. The final test begins. Now, you can choose to work as a team to challenge me, or take me on alone. If you can last 3 minutes against me, you'll succeed. The voice of the school guardian rang out at the door, clear and authoritative. What's the difference between a team challenge and a solo challenge? Suyi asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The guardian immediately provided a clear explanation. Succeeding in an individual challenge earns you a higher personal score, which translates to better benefits in college. A team challenge, while offering a lower personal score, still provides decent benefits. Before he finished speaking, a cold young man stepped forward boldly, standing before the guardian. Ancient martial artist, Huoyan. Challenge. His voice was strong and resonant, and in an instant, a surge of yellow energy burst from his body, with 9 glowing yellow halos appearing beneath his feet. Battle frenzy body. With a powerful shout, an overwhelming battle spirit swept through the area. Huoyan moved like lightning, launching a fierce attack on the guardian. The guardian smirked slightly. Oh, a battle frenzy body. Quite a remarkable physique. Well, let's have some fun. With that, he charged at Huoyan, and in no time, the two were locked in an intense battle. Watching from the side, Suyi frowned. What's going on? He clearly has the strength of only a 9th-level martial sect, yet his power surpasses mine as a 1st-level martial king. Suyi, don't you know why? Aren't you aware of ancient martial artists? Lung Xia asked in surprise. Seeing Suyi shake his head, Lung Xia explained in detail. Ancient martial artists possess special physiques. This kind of physique not only has immense power, but also represents the pinnacle of ordinary human physiques. Simply put, ordinary people like you must elevate your physical mastery to the 8th stage, the realm of returning to simplicity, to match a special physique. The endpoint of my efforts is merely the starting point for them. A look of shock flashed in Su Ye's eyes, as he understood the difficulty of reaching the realm of returning to simplicity. Lung Xie continued. However, ordinary people have 2 advantages. First, after reaching the realm of returning to simplicity, unlocking acupoints is easier compared to those with special physiques, though very few can achieve this. Second, ordinary people have talents, which ancient martial artists do not possess. acupuncture points, and innate talent are these the two advantages of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, a flash of understanding crossed Su Ye's eyes. He recalled the mockery from someone back at the inheritance tower. So that's why he called me inferior. If my physical mastery had reached the realm of returning to simplicity, he wouldn't have dared to speak so rudely. Instead, he would have begged me to accept the inheritance. Lung Xie, what about you Tianxin practitioners? Su Yi turned to Lung Xie, his gaze inquisitive. Lung Xie looked up and replied, not much of a difference, just variations in physique and strength. There's also the difference in cultivation techniques. However, she paused, whether it's ancient martial artists, Tianyi practitioners, or those with innate talents, none of them want to oppose us Tianxian practitioners. Our power is too unique, and we're often the first choice when forming teams. Of course, she added with a self-deprecating smile. Except for someone like me. That's because you hadn't met me sooner. Su Yi noticed her change in expression and said softly, to me, you're more important than anyone else. Hey, I possess the body of 10,000 seals. Sun Mo, unable to hold back any longer, chimed in. So many people usually beg me to join their teams, and now I'm just invisible to you guys? Can you at least consider my feelings? At that moment, the voice of the school guardian rang out. Hua Yin, challenge successful. The three of them looked over to see Hua Yin drenched in blood, his face pale, as if he could collapse at any moment. Su Yi exclaimed, in just 3 minutes, the school guardian has worn him out like this? Hua Yin managed a weak smile and dragged his fatigued body to the side. It's up to you guys now. Su Yi, Lung Xie asked, do you want to challenge with us, or go solo? Lung Xie, we're a team. Su Yi feigned indignation. Of course, we're doing it together. Are you implying I'm not one of you? Not at all. Lung Xie quickly explained. I'm just worried about holding you back. Sun Mo turned away again, looking into the distance with resignation. You all go ahead and chat. I'm just a transparent person anyway. Then, the school guardian's voice echoed once more. Next up, who's challenging? Ancient martial artist, Ning Fan. Challenge. A young man who had been quietly polishing a slender black sword stepped forward. Yellow blood energy erupted from Ning Fan's body, and 9 yellow halos appeared beneath his feet. Body of 10,000 swords. With a loud shout, a fierce sword intent soared into the sky. One can master various sword techniques, and with extraordinary insight, even merge them into a unique, unparalleled swordsmanship of their own. When Hoi Yin and the others learned that Ning Fan possessed the rare body of 10,000 swords, their expressions collectively turned serious. This exceptionally rare physique, when paired with extraordinary insight and fortunate opportunities, could lead to unimaginable achievements. The Guardian's eyes flashed with surprise, and in an instant, he launched a fierce attack on Ning Fan. At the edge of the arena, Su Yi appeared focused, seemingly lost in thought. Su Yi, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you watching their battle? Lung Xie asked curiously. Su Yi replied seriously, they're too strong. I'm calculating how many skeleton soldiers it would take to blow them up. What? Lung Xie was momentarily stunned. What about me and Sun Mo? Have you thought about us that way too? Sun Mo, who had been listening quietly, perked up his ears. He had reluctantly walked back since the two hadn't noticed him, but now he was intrigued by the answer. Su Yi smiled slightly. I've never thought about you that way, but Sun Mo, I considered it on the plane. Lung Xie blushed at this and quickly turned her attention to Ning Fan and the Guardian's battle. Meanwhile, Sun Mo felt utterly dejected by the comment, thinking, I shouldn't have come back, and turned to look into the distance. 3 minutes later, the Guardian declared, Ning Fan, challenge successful. Cold Jian, covered in wounds, looked at the remaining participants, in slightly better shape than Hoi Yin, and slowly walked to the side. Su Yi, when will we challenge? Lung Xie asked. Let's go last. I don't want to accidentally injure the Guardian and affect the others, Su Yi replied. Who's next to challenge? The Guardian asked again. I will. A burly young man in combat attire stepped forward. Ancient martial artist, Ding Yishan. Challenge. As he spoke, yellow blood energy erupted from Ding Yishan, and 9 yellow halos appeared beneath his feet. Damn, they're all level 9 martial masters. I'm the only level 8 martial master. How can I live like this? Sun Mo muttered even more dejectedly. Su Yi, I want to join your team. The sudden voice broke the tranquility of the forest. The young man, who had been leaning against a tree with a cold demeanor, was now standing in front of Su Yi and Lung Xie, staring directly at Su Yi with a determined tone that brooked no refusal. Su Yi frowned slightly, sizing up the unexpected visitor. Join our team. His voice was cautious. Why do you want to join us? You should know that we were the last to arrive, which means our skills are quite ordinary. The cold young man shrugged, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Because you're on this team. It's that simple. You're here for me. Su Ye's eyes narrowed, and alarm bells went off in his mind. This person clearly knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't target him specifically. Seeing Su Yi deep in thought, the cold young man broke the silence. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ling Tianzi, from a different organization. As he spoke, He locked eyes with Su Yi, seemingly gauging his reaction. Tianisia. The words simultaneously escaped the lips of Su Yi, Lung Xie, and Sun Mo. The three exchanged glances, instantly understanding the true identity of the newcomer. After a brief pause, Su Yi suddenly grinned. All right, if you're so eager to join our team, I agree. His tone shifted to a playful one. However, by joining the team, you must follow the captain's orders, as every team has its rules. Lung Xie and Sun Mo were momentarily taken aback, then quickly chimed in. That's right, Su Yi is the team captain. If you want to join, you'll have to listen to him. Fine. Ling Tianzi agreed without hesitation, an unusual attitude that heightened the trio's caution. Su Yi squinted, thinking to himself, something's not right. This little Ling is very suspicious. He sat down on the ground, pointed to his shoulders, and provocatively said, Little Ling, come over and give me a shoulder massage. Ling Tianzi's expression shifted slightly, clearly not expecting such a request from Su Yi. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. All right. He then walked over to Su Yi. What the heck? He's actually doing it. Lung Xie and Sun Mo stared in disbelief as Ling Tianzi began to massage Su Yi's shoulders, completely defying their expectations. They had anticipated that he would get angry and leave. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Yi got straight to the point. Little Ling, what's your real intention for approaching me? Planning to kill me? Our organization has a kill list. Ling Tianzi's voice whispered in Su Yi's ear. And you're in the top 10. So, someone will definitely come to kill you. But it won't be me. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Why not you? Ling Tianzi paused his hands, his voice low and resolute. Because I hate the organization. So even if they ordered me to assassinate you, I wouldn't do it. His voice carried an unmistakable undertone of hatred. As for my purpose in approaching you, it's simple. I want to destroy the organization, but I can't do it alone, so I need your help. Hearing this, Su Yi turned sharply, looking at Ling Tianzi in disbelief. You're a Tianisia, and you want to destroy the organization? And you're looking to me for help. After hearing Ling Tianzi's words, Su Yi fell silent. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he only believed 0.1 of what Ling Tianzi said. This 0.1 was because the other party had given him a shoulder rub. Otherwise, he wouldn't have believed a word. Su Yi, I know you don't believe me now, but time will prove everything. Ling Tianzi's voice sounded again, filled with an undeniable certainty. Su Yi responded calmly. All right, then prove it to me over time. He then turned to Sun Mo and said, even though I'm not afraid of him attacking me, you guys might not be so lucky. If we're ever on a mission together, we need to seal his strength to the limit. Simple. Sun Mo agreed without hesitation. Leave it to me. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, a bit of recognition. It's been tough. Ding Ishan, challenge successful. Next, who's up? The voice of the school guard rang out not far away. I am. A woman dressed in black emerged from a tent, her steps steady. She had a tall figure, a composed demeanor, and an aura that was both ancient and mysterious. Gu Lingjia, Luo Lin, specializing in alchemy and formations, she stated plainly, succinctly introducing herself to the school guard. Luo Lin, your situation is special. I'll be the one to test you, said a man in school guard attire, his eyes sharp. He led Luo Lin toward Xingyao Martial Arts University. As Luo Lin departed, other students began to gather, preparing for the next challenge. Impressive, this batch of newcomers is truly exceptional. The school guard mused aloud, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. That leaves me. A young man in casual wear suddenly stepped forward, smiling confidently at the school guard. Ancient martial artist, Gu Xian, challenge. As soon as he spoke, his aura burst forth. Intense yellow blood energy surged, and 9 yellow halos quickly appeared, forming a powerful field beneath his feet. Devouring Thunderbody. Gu Xian shouted, as wild black lightning erupted from within him, instantly filling the surroundings. The Devouring Thunderbody. The surrounding students were shocked, their attention drawn irresistibly. Huiyan, Ning Fan, Ding Yishan, Lung Xie, and Sun Mo all showed expressions of surprise and admiration. A devouring thunderbody. It can absorb all thunder power and integrate it into oneself. At this moment, a flash of understanding crossed the school guard's eyes, realizing that this battle would not be trivial. Look, Gu Xian is about to start a fierce battle with the school guard. Some onlooking students whispered among themselves. Ling Tianzi, if you were to face this Gu Xian, what are your chances of winning? Su Yi asked with a hint of interest in his eyes. Right now, he's not my match, Ling Tianzi replied calmly. But in the future, who knows? To become stronger, it's essential to fuse the blood of powerful exotic beasts and ancient beasts. Fusing the blood of powerful exotic and ancient beasts can make you stronger? That's quite impressive. Su Yi paused slightly, then turned to Ling Tianzi. Can it work with weaker exotic or ancient beasts too? It can, but the effect is negligible unless in large quantities, Ling Tianzi answered straightforwardly, with a touch of confidence and depth in his tone. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.